Shrill wails echoed as countless souls lined up to be judged. Reincarnation, or hell, was decided by the judge's words alone. Jiang Linya stood in the team, her body out of control. Only her eyes could move. She looked towards the towering palace in the distance and heard the screams of men and women from inside the door, which was chilling to the bone. Two guards in heavy armor stood solemnly with axes in their hands, surrounded by black air, which was frightening at first sight. She tried hard to recall how she died, 6 hours ago, on a certain planet, in a city in the sky, with steel towers and holographic projections everywhere. Jiang Linya sat in the self-driving hovercraft and muttered impatiently, "School is too boring." The car landed, and she got out and walked into the campus. The next second, boom, a loud noise shook the whole city. A few seconds later, the power went out and the city fell into silence. 2 minutes later, the power was restored, but the alarm suddenly sounded. All residents entered the protected area immediately. The terrified crowd rushed to the parking lot, and Jiang Linya was also swept up in the crowd. Boom! Another violent earthquake. The entire school suddenly tilted. She looked up and saw a white shock wave sweeping over, cutting the tall building in half in an instant. "Get down. Hold your head." The next second, the shock wave hit the campus and the sky island disintegrated. A huge rock fell and swallowed her instantly. When she woke up again, she was already in the underworld, heading towards an unknown path of reincarnation. Next, in front of the door of the ancient building, a soul in a black robe was floating, and the voice was cold and ruthless. Jiang Linya stood in the crowd. As the team slowly moved forward and got closer and closer to the heavy door, her uneasiness grew. After a while, next, the person standing in front of her walked in, and a moment later, a heart-wrenching scream came from the house. Jiang Linya's whole body tensed up, and her heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that the trial behind the door would not be easy. Next, the voice of the black-robed soul remained flat, and her wish was ultimately in vain. Uncontrollably, she stepped into the dark corridor. It was gloomy all around, and a chill spread from the soles of her feet to her entire body. She continued to move forward involuntarily, and after walking a few dozen steps, the view in front of her suddenly became clear. In the center of the hall, a redwood platform stood, on which sat a judge who was looking down at a book. In front of the platform, 2 armored guards were surrounded by black air, just like the guards at the door, and their cold pressure made people shudder. Jiang Linya came between the 2 guards and suddenly knelt down. She couldn't control her movements at all. The judge on the high platform glanced at her and flipped the book in his hand slightly. Jiang Linya, 18 years old, orphan. His voice was low. Kindness rating. S level, no major faults, exempt from punishment. Enter the reincarnation pool. 2 guards immediately lifted her arms and forcibly led her out of the hall. Jiang Linya was dragged out of the building without saying a word, and before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, a stone road only 3 meters wide stretched straight ahead, with bottomless cliffs on both sides. She held her breath and looked nervously at the end of the road, where stood a dark blue gate. "Samsara Pond. Welcome, welcome." An old but gentle voice came. Jiang Linya looked over and saw a hunched old woman standing in front of the door. "Menkpo, you can move on your own now." The old woman chuckled. "Come here, girl." Jiang Linya moved tentatively and found that her body had finally regained its freedom, so she hurried forward. "Sit down." She then noticed that a wooden table and 2 chairs had appeared in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down. Menkpo looked at her and said softly, "Kindness S level, while a good child. How old are you this year?" 10, 18 years old. Jiang Linya's voice was a little nervous. "Don't be afraid." Menkpo smiled and pushed a bowl of steaming hot soup over. "Since you are an S-level kind person, you can choose your own future. Drink this bowl of soup first. In 10 minutes, you won't remember any of this." Jiang Linya picked up the bowl, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one gulp, the familiar taste of water sliding into her mouth. Menkpo nodded and pointed to the blue light curtain behind her. "Go. The Samsara pool is just ahead." Jiang Linya stood up and bowed slightly. "Goodbye, old lady." "Goodbye." Menkpo waved with a smile. The moment she stepped into the light curtain, a clear voice rang out. "Good girl, please choose your new life." A large number of options emerge in the consciousness space. Please choose the world to be reincarnated into: troubled times, future, doomsday, peaceful times, perfect world, anime world, ancient times. Jiang Linya thought for a moment and selected the anime world. Then, a new option popped up. Please select a specific world. She chose her favorite as a lane without hesitation. Please select a race. Siren, Commander, Rich/Ordinary. Ordinary Human, Rich/Ordinary. Shipgirl, Animal, Plant, Insect. Jiang Linya was stunned. She had originally wanted to be a commander, but she had not expected that there were so many options that even insects were available. After much deliberation, she finally chose Kankily and experienced a brand new life. Please select the type of shipgirl. New shipgirl, random, S-level kindness only. Rear main force type, front assault type, special type, scientific research shipgirl. Her eyes lit up. A new shipgirl? Want to try it? After a moment's hesitation, the gambler's spirit in her heart surged up. Take a gamble, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. She chose the new shipgirl without hesitation. Finally, a series of additional options appeared. Do you need an auxiliary system? Do you want to beautify the character's appearance? Do you want to keep the original name and memory? Do you want to keep the personality? Jiang Linya took a look and selected yes for all of them. After making her choice, her memory was erased and the cycle began. In an instant, the blue light engulfed her figure. In the endless void, Jiang Linya slowly opened her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. She looked around and found herself floating in the void. There was silence and nothing around her. She looked down at herself and found that she had no other clothes on except for her white underwear. Where is this place? She frowned, her mind going blank. At this moment, a mechanized voice sounded in the void. The system is starting up. Startup completed. Welcome to use the Kankily Assistant System. Next, the system will import the data into your memory. The voice fell, and the void returned to dead silence. However, a large amount of information surged in Jiang Linya's mind. She began to recall her memories. In the first 3 seconds, she only knew her name, and everything else was blank. But soon, new memories came in, and she finally understood her own existence. She is a shipgirl, a special weapon created by humans to fight against the sirens. She has self-awareness, and her mission is to obey and protect the commander. This system is her auxiliary tool. Jiang Linya nodded slightly, waved her hand, called up the system interface, and checked her own information. The system's voice sounded again. Now import the operating method of controlling the equipment into your memory. After a moment, she raised her hand and looked at the weapon on her arm, the barrel of a gun with a caliber of about 50 millimeters. She tried to step on the void, as if there was some invisible support that enabled her to walk in the water surface space. Jiang Linya played with her equipment, feeling the system's built-in high-tech fire control system, and gradually became familiar with the firing method and basic control. Finally, she put away her thoughts and looked into the empty dark abyss. Then next, I'll just have to wait for someone to build me. She waited, floating in the void. Time passed, and a year passed. Jiang Linya no longer knew how long she had been here, nor how many times she had fired into the void. She stretched her arms and played with her weapons out of boredom. Finally, she couldn't help but yell, I'm going crazy. Why hasn't anyone built me yet? The system's indifferent reminders sounded. People with the potential to be commanders need to choose to build special ships when building a shipgirl. The probability of you being built is 0.0002%. The air froze instantly. Jiang Linya was silent for 3 seconds, her eyes dull. I'm desperate, she muttered in a low voice, then squatted down with her head in her hands and fell into deep autism. Just when she was about to give up hope completely, a dazzling white light projected from the depths of the void and enveloped her. The system voice suddenly rose. Congratulations, host. Someone has successfully built you. 1 day ago, at the Sakura Empire base, the New Generation Commander Academy. This college specializes in training 18-year-old young people, regardless of gender, with a 3-year study period. In the first year, they learned how to build shipgirls, get along with shipgirls, and obtain free shipgirls. That is, to make shipgirls without commanders follow them. At the beginning of the second year of school, all students will receive 2 mind cubes and 1,500 supplies. As long as they successfully build a battleship, they can continue to study in school and be assigned to a garrison in the future to become official commanders. Most people would choose to build light ships twice to increase their chances of success, while a few would gamble on a special or heavy ship once. If they failed, they would be eliminated. The second and third years mainly focus on learning tactics, shipgirl training, command management, etc., and finally a combat test will be taken at the end of the third year. The top 3 will be eligible for allocation of a naval base, and the rest must choose to repeat a grade, join the army, or find a job on their own. If a student successfully finds a shipgirl and is under 25 years old, he or she can return to school to continue his or her second and third years of study. If he or she is over 25 years old, he or she will need to go to an adult college. This world is called Blue Planet. It is 5 times larger than Earth, and due to a disaster, 71% of its surface is covered by ocean. Humans and shipgirls coexist, and the areas are divided into Human Special Zone. Freedom shipgirls are prohibited from entering. Shipgirl Special Zone, similar to the Sakura Empire base in Azalane. Coexistence Zone, accounting for 80%, and Senior Shipgirl Special Zone. The residence of high-ranking Freedom Shipgirls officials, humans are not allowed to enter. After the first year of study, several girls had their first construction experience in their lives. Xiao, how many times do you plan to build it? Xiaoya smiled lightly and said in a relaxed tone, once build a special ship and take a gamble. Tianmei frowned. If you fail, there will be no chance. It is safer to build it twice. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm eliminated, I can still go back and inherit the family business. Xiaoya shrugged. Tianmei sighed. I really envy you. It's already difficult for my family to afford my schooling. This construction must be successful, and life will get better. Come on, I believe in you. Xiaoya clenched her fists. Xiaolu next to her smiled and said, Xiao is the lucky one here. Please share some of your luck with us. The other girls echoed it, and finally they held hands and formed a circle, as if to pass on good luck. You 5, it's your turn. The staff member came over. Show your student ID to claim the resources. The 5 people took the supplies one by one and stood in front of the preparation table, waiting to enter the construction room. The previous batch of students had completed the construction, and one of them left excitedly with a newly built ship, while the other 4 looked depressed, obviously unsuccessful. Go in, the staff signaled. After entering the construction room, Xiaoya and the others began to build according to the steps. An hour and a half later, except for Xiaoya, the other 4 people finished one after another. Tianmei built it twice and succeeded the second time, obtaining the little swan. Xiaolu chose to build a heavy ship once and luckily built the Arizona. The 2 stood on the preparation table and talked, waiting for Xiaoya to come out. Half an hour passed, but there was still no sign of Xiaoya. Tianmei frowned. Why hasn't she come out yet? Even if it's a battleship or an aircraft carrier, it shouldn't take this long. Xiaolu looked at the door. The status light on it was still on. Is she still building it? The staff also noticed this abnormality and let the next batch of students in first. Xiaolu and Tianmei decided to stay and wait for Xiaoya. Time passed by, and the sky gradually darkened. Among all the students who entered the construction room, no one succeeded in building a shipgirl, and Xiaoya still did not appear. The staff began to report the situation to their superiors. Since the construction room was closed and surveillance could not be installed, the outside world could not know what was happening inside, and everyone could only wait. Until night fell, Xiaolu and Tianmei had to return to the dormitory. Outside the construction room, the college executives were already standing there. Even the principal came in person to check the situation. Xiaoya's construction had lasted too long, and an unusual atmosphere filled the air. The next morning at 8 o'clock at the New Generation Commander Academy, the door of the construction room slowly opened, and Xiaoya walked out, letting out a long sigh. It's finally built. How long has it been? Her eyes fell on the girl who was standing there looking around. She had long silver-white hair and was wearing a simple ship uniform. Her eyes were calm and sharp. The girl turned to look at Xiaoya and said in a steady tone, It seems that you are my commander. I am Jiang Linya, a test laser cruiser. Xiaoya frowned slightly and quickly recalled the shipgirl encyclopedia in her mind. However, she had never seen this type of shipgirl before. She took out the shipgirl information device issued by the academy, entered the data, and a line of clear text came into view. Ship name, Jiang Linya, ship type, TTK Star Class Star Destroyer. Xiaoya blinked and confirmed again, then looked up at Jiang Linya with a puzzled tone. You are not a test laser cruiser, but TTK Star Class Star Destroyer? Jiang Linya froze for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and then she showed a helpless smile. How did you know? This instrument can display the real data of the shipgirl. Xiaoya shook the device in her hand, with a hint of ridicule in her tone. Also, It's not good to lie to the commander. Jiang Linya was silent for a few seconds and finally sighed. Okay, Commander. Actually, I'm afraid of being caught and sliced up for research. She spread her hands, with a bit of helplessness in her tone. I'm a Star Destroyer. Just hearing the name, you know that I will be studied thoroughly, right? And I'm so weak now, with only one gun. If my identity is exposed, it will probably be very troublesome. Xiaoya looked at her and raised her eyebrows. I was indeed stunned for a moment when I first saw your ship type, but after carefully reading the data, I calmed down. Jiang Linya's mouth twitched. Why does this sound weird? Xiaoya shrugged and turned off the information device. Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. After all, you're my ship girl. Jiang Linya showed some gratitude in her eyes and said with a smile, Long live the commander. Xiaoya opened the door and the sunlight poured in. She squinted her eyes and was about to leave when she suddenly saw the clock at the door. 8 o'clock? Wait, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. She looked at the time on the wall in shock. I thought it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A whole day has already passed. She turned back to look at Jiang Linya, her lips twitching slightly. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. Your name is Jiang Linya, right? From now on, I'll call you Xiao Jiang. Let's go. My friends must be waiting anxiously. She grabbed Jiang Linya's hand and walked out quickly. When the construction completion indicator light went out, the door was already full of people. As soon as Xiaoya stepped out of the door, she saw a dense crowd of people, and everyone's eyes were on her and Jiang Linya. Look, she finally came out. Is that a Kankali? But why have I never seen one before? There's no such model in the Kankali illustrated manual. There were discussions one after another. In the crowd, a woman in her 30s pushed aside the flow of people, walked up quickly, and directly took Xiaoya's hand, saying in a serious tone, Xiaoya, come with me to the office. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, recognized that this was her head teacher, and immediately nodded. Oh. She glanced at Jiang Linya and motioned her to follow. In the college office, Xiaoya sat on the sofa, watching the head teacher standing in front of the desk flipping through something. Several leaders will come to ask you some questions later. Please cooperate. The head teacher said without raising his head. Xiaoya nodded in response. Her eyes swept over the electronic clock on the wall, and she froze suddenly. Date. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. So, I really stayed in the construction room for 16 hours? She muttered to herself, and a more serious question emerged in her mind. During this time, the college leaders had been waiting for her outside? Oh my God, they won't come to cause trouble for me, right? She suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Jiang Linya approached with a nervous voice. Commander, if someone asks me about my identity, I must say that I am a test laser cruiser. Please, I'm afraid. Xiaoya rubbed her brows helplessly. I know. Not only are you afraid, I'm afraid too. Just now, when I was dragged away by the teacher, I met a few school leaders, and I didn't even have time to say hello. They won't think that I'm ignoring them. They won't criticize me, right? Oh, my headache. The two looked at each other and sighed at the same time. It seemed that what was waiting for them would not be an easy conversation. 10 minutes later, outside the office, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor, accompanied by the whispered conversation of several people. Okay, you guys wait here. The vice principal and I will go in. A woman's voice sounded, her tone efficient. Don't let so many people squeeze in. It will scare the students. Yes, principal. The others responded. Click, the office door was pushed open. The three people who walked in were led by a capable woman, followed by a man, and finally the head teacher. The head teacher stepped forward and said respectfully, Principal, Vice Principal, this is the student who spent 16 hours building a shipgirl, Xiaoya. Next to her is her shipgirl. To be honest, I've never seen the model of this shipgirl. Maybe I'm not experienced enough. Okay, got it. The principal waved his hand and looked at Xiaoya. You go out first. Yes, principal. The head teacher turned around and walked out, closing the door. Xiaoya sat on the sofa, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, cold sweat on her back. The principal noticed her nervousness, chuckled, and softened his tone. Don't be afraid, little sister. We are not bad people, and we are not that scary. She paused, put on the attitude of an older sister, and said gently, Let me introduce myself first. I'm the principal of the New Generation Commander Academy, and also the shipgirl, Crane. The person next to me is the vice principal, Dongyu. Xiaoya quickly pulled Jiang Linya up and bowed deeply. Hello, principal, hello, vice principal. Okay, sit down. He smiled and motioned for the two to sit down. The two leaders sat down on the sofa, and Jiang Linya sat quietly beside Xiaoya, not saying a word, but her eyes were quietly observing he. She found that the president of the college was also observing her. Xiaoya, can you introduce your shipgirl? He spoke directly. Yes, principal. Xiaoya immediately straightened her attitude and replied, my shipgirl's name is Jiang Linya, a test laser cruiser with no skills. Afterwards, she reported some basic data of the shipgirl in detail. Because the data of the shipgirl can only be viewed by the commander himself, outsiders cannot know Jiang Linya's true identity. He listened quietly and didn't ask any more questions. She noticed that Xiaoya was so nervous that she almost froze when facing the senior leaders, which made it difficult for her to judge whether Xiaoya was lying. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said, okay, little sister, are you done with the questioning? Look, there's nothing to be nervous about. She stood up and called to the vice principal. Let's go, old boss. Yes. Dongyi nodded. Xiaoya and Jiang Linya immediately stood up and watched the two leave. Principal, vice principal, goodbye. Goodbye. In the office, the head teacher handed over a class division table. Congratulations, Xiaoya. The head teacher's tone relaxed a little. Building a shipgirl means you can continue to study in the academy. In the second and third years, you will complete the subsequent courses in this class. Xiaoya took the class list and nodded solemnly. Thank you, teacher. The head teacher handed over another key and a piece of paper with an address on it. This is the key to your new dormitory. You have 2 roommates. Here are the addresses. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Go ahead. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye. The office door closed with a click. Xiaoya let out a long breath, and her whole body was like a spring that had been relaxed. It's finally over. She turned around and looked at Jiang Linya, patted her on the shoulder. Xiao Jiang, let's go to the new dormitory. Okay, Commander. Jiang Linya responded obediently. The two walked to the window on the 3rd floor and looked down through the glass. There were already crowds of people downstairs. Obviously, this was the last batch of students to carry out the first construction. As Xiaoya walked, she muttered, I hope it's a roommate that I can get along with. Jiang Linya put away her ship uniform and said with a firm look, if they bully you, I will just kill them. Stop. Xiaoya turned her head suddenly, her mouth twitching. Murder is against the law. If you encounter a bad roommate, just ask the teacher to solve it. Jiang Linya sighed helplessly. Oh, yes, sir. The two continued to walk towards the dormitory along the map. In the principal's office, Vice Principal Dong Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Principal, have you seen this student shipgirl? Crane picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and shook his head. I haven't seen it. But there's a possibility. Her shipgirl is a new type of ship. She put down her teacup, her eyes deep. After all, the shipgirl guide was compiled by me, and I know all the types of shipgirls in the world. But she said her shipgirl is a test laser cruiser. Laser cruiser. Dong Yu repeated in a low voice, a trace of thought flashing in his eyes. It sounds futuristic. Is it her main weapon? Let's go and see for ourselves the day after tomorrow when the shipgirls are training. He said, Understood. Dong Yu nodded, then picked up a mobile phone and handed the screen to he. On the phone, the news headline is eye-catching. A girl spent 16 hours to successfully build a mysterious shipgirl. Scrolling down, a flood of reports emerged, and there were even a few photos. In the photos, Jiang Linya was wearing a ship uniform and standing next to Xiaoya. He frowned, his face darkening. These reporters have a really sharp sense of smell. She put down her phone and decisively ordered, Use your connections to remove all the news. Yes, if it is not handled in time, reporters will soon swarm in and surround the college like a zombie siege. What's more serious is that if the matter gets out of hand, the old guys from the Academy of Sciences will definitely come after hearing the news, and by then, she won't be able to stop them. Somewhere, on a mysterious communication channel, Sir, all news has been withdrawn. Yes, I saw it. Do you need us to go there? No need. Don't disturb their studies for now. The other party's voice was low and calm. In the future, there will be many opportunities. Yes. On the 2nd floor of the girls' dormitory, Xiaoya brought Jiang Linya to the dormitory door, and after comparing the house numbers, they confirmed that it was correct. Well, this should be it. Xiaoya took out the key. Let's go in. Yes, Commander. Jiang Linya stood behind her, her tone still respectful. Xiaoya paused, turned to look at her, and said helplessly, You don't have to be so serious. Just call me Xiao Xiao. You are my shipgirl. We are good sisters. Jiang Linya blinked, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, Xiao Xiao. That's right. Xiaoya smiled with satisfaction. pushed the door open, and walked in. In the dormitory, "Hello, excuse me, I'm your new roommate." Xiaoya bowed politely as she entered the room. However, the room was silent. She looked up in confusion and found that the room was empty except for a few boxes piled in the corner. Jiang Linya took a look and said, "Commander, there's no one inside." Xiaoya was suddenly embarrassed and coughed twice. "Ahem. Well, actually I was talking to this room." "Huh, huh." She laughed dryly a few times and decisively changed the subject. "Forget it. Let's put this matter behind us. Xiao Jiang, don't call me commander from now on. Call me Xiao Xiao." "Okay, Xiao Xiao." Jiang Linya responded obediently. "That's right." Xiaoya nodded and walked towards the boxes with her name on them. "These should be the things I packed from the old dormitory. Let's put them out first." "Understood." The two opened their boxes and began to pack their luggage. Today was the day to meet their new roommates, and tomorrow they would officially report. At the dormitory door, the door was suddenly pushed open and a familiar voice sounded. The door is not locked." Xiaoya turned around and saw a familiar figure, Tianmei. Tianmei's eyes fell on Xiaoya, who was squatting on the ground sorting things, with a look of surprise on her face. "Xiao Xiao?" Xiaoya was also stunned for a moment, then she laughed. "Tianmei, you're my roommate too." "Yes, that's great." Tianmei walked in happily. Her eyes fell on Jiang Linya, standing beside her, and asked in confusion, "Xiao Xiao, is this our third roommate?" Xiaoya shook her head. "Her? No, she's my shipgirl, Jiang Linya, a new type of shipgirl." Tianmei was stunned for a moment. Looking Jiang Linya up and down, her eyes unconsciously glanced at her chest, silently estimated the size, and a sentence suddenly emerged in her mind. This shipgirl must be very strong. After all, the teacher taught me that the easiest way to judge whether a shipgirl is powerful is to look at the size of her breasts. Of course, this method cannot be generalized, and there are many strong ones among the small shipgirls. What a lucky guy. Tianmei couldn't help but sigh. They built a new type of shipgirl. It must be very powerful. No wonder it took so long to build. Xiaoya said helplessly, "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, where is your shipgirl?" Tianmei turned around and looked out the door and was speechless. My goodness, she is still hiding at the door. At the door, a petite figure was hiding behind the door frame, timidly looking inside. "Don't be afraid, sister." Tianmei waved helplessly. "There are no bad people here, come in." The little swan responded softly, walked into the room cautiously, and then immediately hid behind Tianmei. Xiaoya looked at her and couldn't help but smile. What a cute shipgirl. "This is the ship I built yesterday, Little Swan, a destroyer." Tianmei touched her head and said lovingly, "It's just a little shy." She looked down at Little Swan and asked in confusion, "But sister, why are you shaking?" Little Swan raised his hand, pointed at Jiang Linya, and then quickly shrank back behind Tianmei. Tianmei blinked in confusion. "Such a beautiful big sister. Why are you afraid of her?" Xiaoya pondered for a moment, took out a lollipop and chocolate from her pocket, quietly stuffed them into Jiang Linya's hand, and whispered, "Go, coax her." Jiang Linya looked at the candy in her hand, stunned for a moment, then walked forward gently and handed the candy to Little Swan. "What's so scary about me? Come, sister, have some candy." The little swan carefully took the candy and whispered, Thank you, sister." Compared to before, she was obviously less afraid. Jiang Linya smiled slightly and muttered softly, "Am I that scary? I look so cute." As soon as the words fell, the room fell into silence. Xiaoya and Tianmei's expressions became subtle, and they looked at her with complicated eyes. "Tianmei, although I admit it, I still want to hit someone." "Xiaoya, +1. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open again, and a familiar voice sounded. "Hey, Xiao Xiao, Sister Tianmei?" They turned around and saw that it was Xiaolu. "Sister Xiaolu," they shouted in unison. Xiaolu walked in with a smile, her eyes swept across the room, and finally landed on Jiang Linya, her eyes slightly bright. "Is this the ship girl you spent the whole afternoon building?" "Let me see. I am Commander Xiaoya's ship girl, Jiang Linya, and I'm a test-type laser cruiser." Jiang Linya introduced herself. Xiaolu's eyes lit up immediately. "A new type of ship girl? Awesome." She couldn't help but step forward and said excitedly, "Can you let me see your ship equipment?" Jiang Linya looked at Xiaoya, as if asking if it was possible. Xiaoya nodded. "Take it out." A ray of light flashed, and Jiang Linya's ship equipment appeared, an unusable jet backpack, and a 50mm dual-purpose high-altitude and low-altitude laser cannon. Tiame's eyes widened. Futuristic style? I'm so jealous. Xiaolu crossed her arms and praised. Not only is the ship uniform beautiful, but she is also beautiful. Although I'm jealous, I definitely don't hate her. At this time, Jiang Linya noticed that there was someone behind Xiaolu and immediately raised her ship suit and asked vigilantly, "Who is it, sneaking around?" Everyone immediately looked behind Xiaolu. Xiaolu waved her hand quickly. "Ah, wait, I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, this is my ship girl, Arizona, the battleship." Arizona walked forward slowly and nodded slightly. "Hello everyone, I am Commander Xiaolu's ship girl, the 2nd Pennsylvania-class battleship, Arizona." "Hello." Xiaoya and Tianmei responded at the same time. Tianmei smiled and said, "She is also a lovely girl." Little Swan, why did you suddenly run over?" The little swan was standing beside Arizona obediently, looking up at her, and handed her a piece of chocolate with his little hand. "Sister Arizona, have some candy." Arizona was slightly stunned, then took it with a smile. "Thank you." The little swan happily curled up beside her, obviously much more at ease than before. "Okay, let's split up our beds." Xiaoya clapped her hands. The new dormitory life officially begins. Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu brought their respective shipgirls to the large shopping mall inside the academy. This mall provides all kinds of supplies for the academy staff, from food to furniture to shipgirl supplies. Each teacher and freshman will receive a mall pass upon enrollment, and only those with the pass can enter. The pass holder can bring in up to 2 unlicensed persons. At the same time, the commander can apply for an exclusive mall pass for his own shipgirl, so that the shipgirl can buy the items she needs alone. The mall is divided into 3 floors. First floor, food area, including cooked food, snacks, and all kinds of freshly made delicacies. Second floor, daily necessities, including furniture, toiletries, kitchen utensils, especially girls' products. Third floor, battleship supply area, selling equipment boxes, white, blue, purple, orange. Some special equipment can only be obtained through red boxes during the event. The main purpose of Xiaoya and her group's visit to the mall was to rent furniture. Since the movers were temporarily unable to deliver the furniture, they decided to rent basic furniture for 3 days. At the same time, they also planned to buy a new small sofa. After all, the original sofa has been given to 2 friends who have left, and they have a special liking for the small sofa. As soon as I stepped into the mall, a strong aroma hit my nose. What a nice smell. Xiaoya took a deep breath, her eyes showing satisfaction. I haven't eaten roast duck in the mall for 2 months. Who said it wasn't? Xiaolu agreed. Tianmei smiled and took out a bank card, handing it to Jiang Linya, Little Swan, and Arizona. Here, you 3. Take it, buy whatever snacks you want, and buy some daily necessities. The little swan jumped up happily. Thank you, Commander. Commander is the best, yeah. Yes. Jiang Linya and Arizona took the card and responded. Xiaoya looked at Little Swan's excitement and couldn't help but sigh. Your ship girl is so cute. Xiaola nodded. Yeah, it makes me want to build a destroyer. Tianmei shrugged. It's too late, unless we can get another one. Then forget it. The 3 ship girls took the cards to purchase snacks and daily necessities, while the 3 commanders went to the 2nd floor to start renting furniture. In fact, the construction mechanism of ship girls is closely related to their location. If you build ship girls in the Sakura Empire base, there is a high probability that ship girls from the Sakura Empire camp will appear. However, the ship girls of Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu are not the ship girls of the Sakura Empire, which to some extent can be considered a kind of special luck. Regarding the level system of ship girls, experience points determine the level of ship girls, and experience is mainly accumulated through battles rather than a simple upgrade mechanism. Level only represents the combat score, not the combat effectiveness. Even if a level 100 light cruiser is hit by the main gun of a level 1 battleship, it can still be severely damaged, but low-level battleships usually cannot hit it. Practical combat experience, such as skills, tactics, and artillery, are the core factors that determine the combat effectiveness of Shipgirl. Level 100 is a hurdle, and only a few Shipgirls can break through this limit and enter the super high-scoring stage of 110 or 120. Summary: the victory or defeat of a shipgirl is not determined solely by her level, but by actual combat experience. She hones herself through a large number of battles to improve her overall combat effectiveness. Shopping at the mall is still going on, and Xiaoya and her group are about to face new daily challenges. An hour later, the three commanders, carrying bags full of daily necessities, met up with the three ship girls holding different snacks on the third floor. After leaving their belongings at the temporary storage point, they came to the unpacking area with great interest. Staff, 3 ladies, how many do you want? Tianmei, give me 5 white eagle gold boxes and 5 royal ones. She turned to look at Xiaoya. By the way, Xiao, what faction is your ship girl in? Xiaoya tilted her head and thought for a moment, then looked at Jiang Linya. Xiao Jiang, do you need any equipment? Jiang Linya paused for a moment, then answered carefully, Commander, don't belong to any faction. It looks like there is no equipment I need here. Xiaolu thought for a moment. Yeah, your ship is a test laser cruiser. Does it need to use laser cannons? Xiaoya suddenly realized and quickly looked at the staff. Teacher, is there a laser cannon here? The staff member looked a little embarrassed and hesitated for a moment. Probably no. Tianmei sighed helplessly. That's right. These days, besides your ship girl, the only one equipped with laser cannons is the siren. She looked at the staff again. Then let's take those 10 boxes first. At the same time, Jiang Linya communicated with the system in her mind. Jiang Linya, system, are you there? System, what's the matter? Jiang Linya, can I use these equipment? System, yes. Currently you can equip the battleship's main guns, but you cannot equip other auxiliary weapons. Jiang Linya, okay, I understand. Her eyes fell on the boxes in the unpacking area, and a hint of anticipation flashed across her face. Unboxing time. Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu gathered around the boxes and excitedly started the first round of lucky draws. Xiaoya opened the first box and saw a flash of golden maintenance equipment. Tianmei exclaimed. As expected of the European Emperor Xiao, you got a golden item in the first box. Xiaolu held her forehead with her hand. I think our unlucky duo should not do anything. Xiao, you open it. Xiaoya smiled and said, No way, this batch of boxes can only open purple and orange equipment. You can also try. She casually pushed a royal gold box in front of Xiaolu. Try it? Xiaolu confidently put her hands together and said, God grant me strength. Gold. Click, the box opened. 76mm anti-aircraft gun T3, purple. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. The smile on Xiaolu's face gradually froze, and then she squatted in the imaginary corner and began to draw circles silently, as if a dark cloud was floating above her head. Tianmei patted her shoulder. Xiao, you come. I'll go and comfort her. Xiaoya held her forehead helplessly, took a deep breath, and faced the remaining 4 royal boxes and 4 white eagle boxes. She raised her hand and slowly inhaled to absorb the European energy. Then, she opened them all in one breath. In an instant, golden light shone everywhere. Jiang Linya's eyes widened and she blurted out, Wow, golden legend. Oh, sorry, I don't know why, I just wanted to say it. The equipment obtained is as follows. Royal gold box. Gold, twin 113mm anti-aircraft guns. Gold, 8-mounted 40mm bang-bang guns. Gold Barracuda carrier aircraft. Gold, quadruple 356mm main guns. White Eagle gold box. Gold, quintuple-mounted 533mm torpedo. Purple, SB-2C Helldiver. Gold, twin-mounted 127mm dual-purpose gun, 12 Malawian Kwaches. Purple, triple-mounted 406mm main gun, 6 Malawian Kwaches. The students and teachers around were stunned. Xiaolu looked at the golden equipment on the ground, and her health was instantly restored to full, her eyes shining. Tianmei couldn't help but admire. As expected of Xiao, she opened 7 pieces of gold equipment in a row. I'm so envious. Xiaolu's mouth trembled slightly, her eyes fixed on those glittering golden equipment, her saliva almost flowing out. The eyes of Little Swan and Arizona beside her were full of desire. Even Jiang Linya quietly swallowed her saliva. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the golden quadruple 356mm main gun. Jiang Linya checked the equipment, and unexpectedly, it was actually installed after testing. However, she found that she could only equip the battleship's guns. After the 3 of them had their dormitories ready, they took the ship girls to the seaside training ground for practice. The exclusive training ground of the New Generation Commander Academy has advanced facilities and is inaccessible to outsiders. The training ground is crowded, so Tianmei recommends going to other areas. Jiang Linya walked at the end, looking at the scenery along the way. During the year she was trapped in a void, she had no one to talk to and no entertainment. Now everything was very new to her. After walking around several training areas, Xiaoya found an empty area and suggested practicing there. The three of them were so excited that they ignored the sign next to it. For employees only, students are not allowed to enter. At this time, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon, and the three of them had forgotten to eat lunch because they were so excited. As they were walking towards the shore, a girl sitting on the shore stood up and walked over. She glanced at the three people and their ship girls, paused for a moment on Jiang Linya, and then asked, "Are you students?" Xiaoya responded, "Yes, we're sophomores. We just built a ship yesterday, and we want to find a place to practice today." The girl's eyes flashed, and she reminded, "This is a training ground for employees only, but the other ship girls are on holiday today, so you can practice." After the three thanked her, the girl left. Xiaolu then noticed the sign of the training ground. Xiaoya speculated that the girl should be a ship girl teacher, and Tianmei commented that she had the aura of a strong person. They took out the sea buoy targets from a tool shed. Xiaolu decided to take 6 first, and arranged for Jiang Linya and Arizona to carry 3 each and place them at the 500-meter line. The 2 ship girls put on their ship uniforms and dragged the targets into the sea. Afterwards, the 3 stood at the 0-meter line, ready to test the ship's guns. Tianmei asked Little Swan to go first, aiming at targets 1 and 2. The Little Swan took aim and fired, stirring up numerous water columns on the water surface, but the target remained intact. She was breathing rapidly, obviously consuming a lot of energy. Xiaolu signaled Little Swan to rest, and then asked Arizona to attack targets 3 and 4. The battleship's main gun roared loudly, and the 3 covered their ears in advance. After Arizona's main gun was loaded, it launched a second round of firing. 1 shell landed at the 800-meter line, and another shell accidentally hit target number 2, causing it to be damaged. Xiaoya and Tianmei didn't notice the accidental injury and thought it was a precise hit. Xiaolu understood the truth, but didn't say much, but just announced that it was Jiang Linya's turn next. Tianmei's face was full of anticipation. "I really want to see Xiao Jiang." Xiaoya also encouraged excitedly, "Xiao Jiang, come on." Jiang Linya nodded, looked calmly at targets number 5 and number 6, and said silently, "System, enter combat mode." System command pops up. Our 23 new automatic loader-ready ballistics assistants started successfully, target confirmed. The point where the shells would land appeared in her field of vision. After fine-tuning the gun, she decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A series of gunshots sounded like machine gun fire, and a barrage of 356mm shells covered the sea surface, instantly blasting the target into pieces, with water splashing into the sky. System warning. Gun barrel overheated. Please stop firing. Jiang Linya decisively stopped firing, looked at the slightly red gun barrel, removed the gun, and threw it on the beach. The gun instantly shrank into a model and scathed. The 3 people and 2 ships on the shore were all stunned. Jiang Linya looked at the slightly reddish cannon, and the 3 people on the shore and the 2 ships all opened their mouths wide and stood there in shock. She casually took out a 50mm high-altitude and low-altitude dual-purpose electromagnetic laser cannon from her pocket, installed it, raised her arm, and aimed at target number 1. System prompts. Electromagnetic laser cannon charging and preparing. Target confirmed. Launch trajectory calibrated. Charging completed. Set power to 10%. Fire. Chi-chi boom. A blue electromagnetic laser shot out from the muzzle, instantly destroying target number 1, and continued to penetrate the distance in a straight line. Somewhere in the distant sky, a surveillance satellite was hit and instantly turned into a ball of fire. At a certain military base in the United States, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Report, our surveillance satellite over Dragon Country was destroyed. The other side seems to have used laser weapons." This is the last image sent back by the satellite. A doctor of science and technology clicked on the video and saw a light spot flash across the surface of the Earth. After a few seconds, the picture stopped abruptly. The doctor frowned. Was it the sirens who did it? The soldier shook his head. No, the beam came from the Sakura Empire base, but the investigation showed no signs of sirens activity. The doctor pondered for a moment and said, "Send someone to investigate carefully to see if there are any related reports." Yes. System prompt. Target destroyed. Jiang Linya put away the ship's equipment and returned to the shore. The 3 people and 2 ships were still stunned, and the ship girl in the distance was shocked but continued her work. Xiaoya was the first to react and rushed forward excitedly. Xiao Jiang, you are so amazing. You are worthy of being a high-tech shipgirl. Xiaolu couldn't help but sigh. The battleship's guns could be used as machine guns? How is this done? Tianmei's eyes lit up. This laser cannon is so cool. Can we take a look? Maybe the ship girls can use it too. Jiang Linya smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Commander. The high firing rate is because I have an automatic loader, so I just need to keep firing. As for this laser cannon, you have to ask my commander." Xiaoyao approached curiously. "Xiao Jiang, take it down and show it to us." Jiang Linya dismantled the laser cannon and handed it to Xiaoya, then walked to the beach and picked up the cooled quadruple 356mm naval cannon. Tianmei excitedly held the laser cannon. "Little Swan, try to see if you can equip it." Little Swan compared them and said regretfully, "Commander, I can't equip it." Xiaolu was unwilling to give up and grabbed the laser cannon. "Arizona, try to see if you can equip it." Arizona took the laser cannon, adjusted it, and equipped it, then reported, "Commander, you can equip it in the main gun position." The three of them immediately surrounded him, their eyes burning with anger. "Oh." At the same time, Jiang Linya asked the system, "What's going on with the automatic loader?" System reply, "Our 23 new automatic loader is used for loading warships, aircraft, missile launchers, and naval guns to support ground combat. The warship is equipped with 6 machines, each with 8 mechanical arms. To increase the firing rate, for automatic loaders are responsible for each gun muzzle, taking turns to load ammunition to ensure high-speed shooting." Jiang Linya nodded. "I understand. System, adjust the settings, and remind me when the barrel temperature exceeds 50 degrees. It was too hot just now." System, settings modified successfully. Jiang Linya turned her head with satisfaction, her eyes fixed on Arizona not far away. She was about to use Jiang Linya's laser cannon, while 3 people and 1 ship were watching excitedly beside her. Jiang Linya's face changed instantly, and she shouted, "Danger!" But it was too late. Boom. A laser about 50mm thick shot straight into the sky. The strong recoil knocked Arizona directly to the ground, and the laser cannon shot straight into the sky. "Buzz!" Jiang Linya hurriedly shouted. "Stop!" Puff! Puff! The beam flashed and disappeared. It turned out that Arizona's ammunition resources were exhausted. The resources of the ship girls are shared, including ammunition, fuel, and repair resources. Since the initial resources are sufficient, no replenishment is needed in the first battle, but Jiang Linya's resource consumption is extremely large. Although this 50mm laser cannon is powerful, it is also a money-eating beast. Time goes back 30 seconds. A reconnaissance plane from the United States is performing a reconnaissance mission at high altitude. Pilot number 1, "Commander, this is Eagle. We have arrived above the Sakura base." Pilot number 2 glanced at the radar and signaled, "Begin ground scan. Evacuate in 60 seconds." Suddenly, the radar alarm sounded. Boom! A white laser instantly cut off the wing, and the fuselage shook violently. Pilot number 1 screamed, "Commander, we are under attack. Request support." Pilot number 2 looked terrified. "No, we have to abandon the plane and parachute." A calm instruction came from the other end of the radio. "The plane is beyond saving. Abandon it and evacuate. Don't let the ship girls catch you." The next second, the aircraft canopy popped open, and the 2 pilots were ejected. The seats transformed into a small glider, gliding them towards the island base. They looked back and saw their reconnaissance plane falling straight to the ground, trailing thick smoke. Chapter 12. The plane landed. Jiang Linya fell into a coma. Jiang Linya, haha. Xiaoya and the other 2 didn't expect this to happen. Jiang Linya, "It's too dangerous. I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't warn you in advance." Looking at Xiaolu, who was checking Arizona's injuries, Jiang Linya said self-reproachfully, "It's all my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Something terrible almost happened. Commander, please punish me." Xiaoya thought for a moment, walked over, and Jiang Linya closed her eyes. The imagined punishment did not happen. Jiang Linya felt someone touching her head. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoya stretching out her arm and touching her head. "Xiaoya, sorry, I was wrong too. We fired the laser cannon without asking in advance. Fortunately, nothing happened. We just need to be more careful next time." Tianmei, "Xiao is right. You don't have to blame yourself." Xiaolu, "I'm sorry. I asked Arizona to fire without my permission. I was just curious about why the battleship was equipped with this gun. I should have asked in advance. Little Swan. Commander, look, the clouds are parting. A few people looked up and saw that several clouds in the sky were split in half. Everyone knew that this was caused by the laser cannon. Tianmei, this power is a bit too much. Xiaolu, if it hits a shipgirl or a person, how many parts will be left on the other side? Dark Place. Xiaohei, report to the dean. It was done by a few of them. Radio Crane, let all the audience go back. Ding, ding, ding. There were ringing sounds over the radio. After a while, Radio Crane, quick, evacuate the crowd. Quickly. Testing ground. Woo. The alarm sounded. It was an air raid alarm. Loudspeaker. Everyone evacuate quickly. Take shelter in the air raid shelter. Warning. Everyone evacuate quickly. Take shelter in the air raid shelter. Xiaoya, what happened? Xiaolu. It's definitely not a good thing. Let's leave. The two of them ran 2 steps and found that Tianmei was still there. Xiaoya. Tianmei, what's wrong with you? Let's go. Tianmei. What's that smoking thing in the sky? The 2 people in 3 boats looked up and saw a black dot with thick smoke coming towards them. Xiaolu. It's coming towards us. After a few seconds. Xiaoya. Run. That thing is about to hit us. The unidentified object in the sky was actually a reconnaissance plane that was shot down by Arizona's laser cannon. The reconnaissance plane was still 2,000 meters from the ground. The 3 people in 3 boats hurriedly evacuated the beach. The 3 were in the front, Jiang Linya was in the middle, and Arizona was running at the end with the Little Swan. At this moment, a message came from Jiang Linya's system. System, impact countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In just 10 seconds, they hadn't even run 100 meters. In the 4th second from the last, Jiang Linya threw Xiaoya and the other 2 out diagonally with 1 palm. In the 3rd second from the last, she ran 2 steps back, grabbed Arizona and Little Swan in the 2nd second from the last. And in the 1st second from the last, she threw them out diagonally with all her strength. Count down to 0 seconds. Xiaoya turned around and saw that Jiang Linya was only 1 centimeter away from the smoking behemoth. In front of her were Arizona and Little Swan, who were thrown into the air. Time seemed to stand still at that 0th second. Boom! The plane crashed into the ground, and 3 people and 2 boats were blown away by the shockwave. This time, the plane hit the ground and slid on the ground for a while before crashing into a rockery 20 meters away. The huge rockery stopped the plane. Jiang Linya was run over by a plane and lost consciousness. The smell of fire and gasoline was all around her. Buzz! Her ears rang, and she tried to raise her arms, but found she had no strength. Xiao Jiang! She vaguely heard someone calling her. A few seconds later, a figure appeared in the blurry vision. It was the commander, with blood still flowing from her head. Xiao Jiang! After hearing the call, Jiang Linya fell in a coma. Xiaoya! Xiao Jiang, hold on. Xiao Jiang, wow. We haven't been together for 2 days. How can you abandon me? Hold on. Where's the doctor? Xiaoya was so focused on Jiang Linya that she forgot she had a cell phone. Tianmei heard Xiaoya's crying and saw the unconscious Jiang Linya. She also knew what had just happened. She quickly took out her cell phone and wanted to call the infirmary, but found that it was broken. Turning around to look for Xiaolu, Tianmei saw her lying on the ground motionless. She hurried over and turned Xiaolu over. Blood. Face covered in blood. Looking down, I saw a big rock. Xiaolu hit a rock when Jiang Linya threw her. She was so lucky. Without time to think about anything else, Tianmei hurriedly reached out to rummage through Xiaolu's clothes and took out her cell phone. Because they were good friends, Tianmei knew the lock screen password of Xiaolu's cell phone. Hello, is this the infirmary? Someone here is injured and unconscious with a shipgirl. The address is Avenue B in the school district at the intersection west of the rockery. Okay, got it. Thank you for your help. Please hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Tianmei tore a piece of her clothes, made it into a strip of cloth, and bandaged Xiaolu's head. Chapter 13, Memory Recovery. Countless screams. Boom, boom. The towering buildings collapsed. Affected by unknown factors, the earth cracked, volcanoes erupted, and the end of the world came. The destruction of the planet. Outside the planet, countless spaceships are still fighting desperately. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the underworld, where there were judgments, screams, and the Yellow Springs Road. Countless souls. I vaguely remember the old woman's words. Goodbye. See you. The voice becomes smaller and smaller, echoing. Step into the portal and fall into the void. Sakura Empire Base, New Generation Commander Academy, and Shipgirl Repair Center. No, don't! Jiang Linya screamed in horror and stood up from the pool. Huh. What is this, a memory from a past life? Looking at everything around me, and my own body, naked. Cough, cough. Hoo-hoo. The sound of deep sleep could be heard by the pool. Jiang Linya turned around and looked towards the pool. Xiaoya was lying by the pool and had fallen asleep. She must be very tired because she didn't wake her up even though she had called out so loudly. Jiang Linya said to herself, "Is this a dream?" System. Ding. It seems that Mengpa mixed a lot of water into your soup, and a huge impact made you remember it. Jiang Linya. This is true. System. Oh, I missed it. Jiang Linya. I feel like you did it on purpose. After ignoring the system, Jiang Linya guessed the current situation. She should be in the maintenance pool because she knew that she had suffered such a serious impact and major damage was considered minor. Xiaoya was probably worried about her, so she stayed by the pool. She was too tired and fell asleep. Looking at the bandage on Xiaoya's head, Jiang Linya felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and she didn't know why. Someone cares about me. Jiang Linya looked up and saw an electronic screen with a long string of numbers displayed on it. This should be the countdown for the completion of the repair. About 30 minutes left. Wow. Jiang Linya lay back in the pool, closed her eyes, and thought about the dream she had just had, or rather, the memory of her previous life. P.S. In Azalane, repairs are done directly at the port. Here, the setting is that people and ship equipment are repaired separately, both in the repair pool. It is similar to the C-class ship. This is the world of my favorite shipgirls. Jiang Linya has completely remembered the memories of her past life. Looking at Xiaoya, who is still sleeping soundly, Jiang Linya said to herself, "I feel it. I feel the warmth. Someone is worried about her and taking care of her." Jiang Linya has decided to protect her commander. Ding. A machine-synthesized voice came from the speakers next to it. The ship's repair is complete. Woo. Xiaoya stood up, rubbed her eyes, and then slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang. Xiaoya went straight into the pool and ran towards Jiang Linya, who was standing in the middle of the pool, splashing water everywhere. Jiang Linya. Commander. Xiaoya came closer and hugged Jiang Linya. Click. The door opened. Tianmei walked in carrying something and saw a person and a boat standing in the middle of the pool. Tianmei. Xiao Jiang is awake and has fixed it. Wow. Xiaoya started crying in Jiang Linya's arms. Jiang Linya. Commander, what's wrong with you? Xiaoya. It's okay, I'm just worried about you. You really scared me. Xiao Jiang will. Jiang Linya. As long as it is to protect the commander, I can go through fire and water. Xiaoya. The inspector said you almost sank. Jiang Linya. It's okay, Xiao. It's over. Everything is over. I've been repaired. Commander, your injury is okay, right? Xiaoya. It's okay. Let me hold you for a while. There was silence for 5 seconds. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang, you just call me Xiao. Jiang Linya. I'm sorry, Commander. Please forgive me. Xiaoya. It's okay. Xiao Jiang, I'm very happy when you call me like that. Tianmei. Okay, come here. I bought a lot of delicious food. You two must be hungry, Xiao. You've been guarding for a day and 2 nights. It's time to eat something. Jiang Linya. What? How long have I been unconscious? Tianmei. It's been 36 hours. When you were unconscious, Xiao stayed with you the whole time, even without eating. The administrator said that it would be repaired when the time came, and it would be as lively as a new one, but she still insisted on waiting for you to wake up and eat with you. Jiang Linya. Command cough, Xiao, this won't do. After saying that, Jiang Linya carried Xiaoya to the shore. Tianmei. Yes, clothes. Tianmei handed the clothes she had bought in advance to Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya. Thank you. Tianmei. No, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died. Jiang Linya. This is what I should do. You're welcome. Okay, Xiao, let go. It's time to eat. You can't go without eating for such a long time. Xiaoya. Chapter 14, Getting Ready for School. Baji, the sound of eating. Jiang Linya. It's delicious. Tianmei. This is the food in our cafeteria. I heard that the school has changed chefs. Xiaoya. I heard about that too. I've been eating military rations these past 2 days and haven't been to the canteen to eat. The lady serving food doesn't have hand tremors, right? Tianmei. No. I said I was bringing it for the patient, and she gave me some extra. Jiang Linya. Who is sick here? Tianmei Xiaoya stare. Tianmei. By the way, Xiao Jiang, aren't you hungry after lying down for 2 days? Jiang Linya. I'm not hungry. Xiaoya. A teacher from one school year said that eating for a shipgirl will increase her perception, experience, more upgrades, and fuel and the like are the food for a shipgirl. Tianmei. Well, I'll buy some oil for Xiao Jiang later. Baji, the sound of eating again. Xiaoya. By the way, where is your shipgirl? Why isn't she following you? Tianmei. It's time to go to class. I told her to go back to the dormitory after school. I got you the class division notice. Xiaoya. Thank you. By the way, Kenkli also needs to take classes. Hearing this, Jiang Linya thought of the horror of the school, and the whole ship trembled. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to find some staff? Jan Linya. No? No, Xiao. I just came out of the pool, and it's a bit cold. I'll be fine after warming up for a while. Xiaoya picked up the notice and ate while reading it. Yes, the command building, 2nd year, class 1. Xiao Jiang is from the Battleship University, Team A. After thinking for a few seconds, he took another mouthful of rice. Xiaoya. Oh, Xiao Jiang has been assigned to the battle squad. Tianmei. I'm curious too. Xiao Jiang seems to be a cruiser. Xiaoya. It's a star destroyer. Yes, it's a cruiser, weird. Jiang Linya. Maybe it's because I have heavy armor and battleship guns, so they position me as a battleship. Baji, the sound of eating. Tianmei. By the way, Xiaolu invited the two of us to have dinner at the 5-star hotel outside the school tonight. She said that she wanted to thank Xiao Jiang and also to celebrate the day when Xiao Jiang completed his major repair. Xiaoya. This will cost her 2 days' living expenses. Tianmei. My goodness, each of you is richer than the other. Xiaoya. By the way, where's Xiaolu? She should be out of school now. Tianmei. Xiaolu is the class monitor. By the way, the 3 of us are in the same class. She was the one who asked for leave for you. After dinner, the 2 of them returned to the dormitory on a boat, and Little Swan was watching TV. Little Swan. Welcome back, commanders. Tianmei. Well, those 2 haven't come back yet. Little Swan. She called and said she needed to help the homeroom teacher with some things. Arizona went to see her. Xiaoya. Is it really possible to work with an injury? Jiang Linya looked at the dormitory, which had changed its appearance. The furniture in the dormitory has been replaced with the furniture they used before. The whole room is spotless. There are Lingbo dolls piled on the bookshelf, Lingbo murals, and Lingbo pillows. What the hell? Cough, cough. It is obvious that these 3 people are all fans of Aya. They whispered. Maybe they came to the Sakura Empire base just for Aya. The pink style of painting highlights their girlishness. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang. Let's go take a shower first. Jiang Linya. Okay. There was still some repair fluid sediment on Jiang Linya's body, and Xiaoya hadn't taken a shower for 2 days. P.S. Just like after going into the sea, swimming, and coming ashore, there may be salt on your body. The sound of water. Xiaoya. It's so comfortable. Jiang Linya. It's much more comfortable than the cold repair fluid. P.S. The paladin and the smoke puller were both teed out, but you can't see it, so just use your imagination. Xiaoya. I'll take you to report to the team at 2 p.m. You must study hard. Jiang Linya. Yes, I will definitely study hard. After taking a bath, they fed the little swan and then took a stroll in the garden downstairs. Since they had slept in the restoration pool, Xiaoya and Jiang Linya didn't want to take a nap. The garden is quiet at noon because most commanders and shipgirls have the good habit of taking a nap. The author does not have one. Just like that, basking in the sun and looking at the seaside scenery, dormitory by the sea, time came to 13:40 in the afternoon. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang, it's time to go. Jiang Linya. Here I come. Chapter 15 School. At 1:40 p.m., the academy began to become lively, with cadets coming out of their dormitories, shipgirls heading to their respective training grounds, and students heading to their classrooms. Walking on the path in the woods, Xiaoya held her cell phone and looked at the college map. Jiang Linya asked in confusion, why has Xiao been studying here for a year and still hasn't figured out the way? The time is almost up. Xiaoya. Well, I only remember the shortest distance from the dormitory to the cafeteria to the school. Because I was studying, I didn't have time to go out and wander around. After walking for a while, the 2 finally came out of the woods. Because the navigation was leading them in circles around the woods, Jiang Linya turned off the navigation after noticing it and took Xiaoya out. Xiaoya. I just realized that the New Generation Commander Academy is so big. I almost got lost and was late. And this map software, oh, forget it. Jiang Linya, you should change this map software. Xiaoya, I'll unload it when I get back to the dormitory tonight. Now I'll take you to the training ground. There's a sign ahead. Let's go take a look. The two walk to the road sign. Why is it not one boat, one person? Because Jiang Linya has most of her memories from her past life back and has been affected to some extent, so she is no longer under Xiaoya's control. In fact, it is easier to write about two people than one person, one boat, and I just want to reduce the word count. Looking at the road signs, Xiaoya quickly found the way to the training ground. As for the navigation, Xiaoya no longer believed in it. What scam software? The military warehouse, left. The ship training ground, right? Following the road to the right of the sign, the two soon came to an open-air building. They entered and found that it was the same as the gymnasium, except that half of the football field was land and half was sea. There were several targets on the sea and some craters on the land. This place was also many times larger than half of the gymnasium. Xiaoya, no one. Jiang Linya poked Xiaoya and said, Xiao Xiao, the elevator over there. Jiang Linya pointed in a direction. Xiaoya, let's go and have a look. The two came to the elevator, and there was a sign next to it that read, Enter the Kankali Training Ground. Xiaoya, we're here. It looks like this training ground is underground. The two entered the elevator, and after entering, the elevator door closed. Jiang Linya, what's next? No button. Just as I was curious, a pillar rose up from the middle of the elevator. Buzz. At a height of about 1 meter, the column stopped, and at the end, a square table appeared. Squeak. The small table lit up and turned out to be a screen with 3 options displayed on it. Light ships, heavy ships, and special ships. Please select the training ground you want to go to. An electronic synthesized voice came from under the table. Xiaoya chose the heavy ship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The elevator began to descend, and several minutes passed. Bite. The door opened, and the two were shocked as soon as they walked out. Xiaoya, oh my god, is this underground? Jiang Linya opened her mouth slightly, also shocked by the scene before her. Blue sky, white clouds, woods, and a few buildings. Don't be shocked, students over there. You're both late. It's already the second day. Why haven't you adapted yet? The two turned around and saw a girl with animal ears standing there, holding some documents in her hands, looking at them with dissatisfaction. Because she has animal ears and the tail behind her doesn't look fake, she must be a ship girl, but because she is not wearing a ship uniform, the two don't know what ship she is on. Beast-eared girl, don't look at it. Is this your first time here? Xiaoya, sorry, teacher, this is our first time here. My ship was just repaired today because of the attack the day before yesterday, and I got lost on the way. Beast-eared girl, oh, are you okay? You just came here after repairing. Do you need to rest? I can ask for leave for you. The girl with animal ears looked at Jiang Linya with a frown on her face. Jiang Linya, it's okay, it's completely fixed, no need to rest. Beast-eared girl, okay then, what are your names? After reporting your name. Beast-eared girl, so you are the new ship. Nice to meet you. I'm the ISC class battleship Ichibankan. ISC, responsible for patrolling and receiving newcomers. Student, you should go back to class. I will take your ship girl to the academy. Xiaoya, thank you, Mr. ISC. Xiaojiang, I'm leaving first. Oh, it's late, it's late. After saying that, he hurried back to the elevator and headed to the human school. Jiang Linya and Xiaoya both had classes at 2 p.m., but when they arrived at the venue, it was already 2:02 p.m., and they were both late. It's okay to be late, so let's send Xiao Jiang to the training ground first. ISC, okay, Jiang, follow me. Jiang Linya, okay. Walking on the way to school, Jiang Linya thought they were on land instead of underground. The sun was shining brightly here, and the sunlight felt warm on their bodies. There were beautiful butterflies everywhere, and the lake in the distance was sparkling, with a breeze blowing from time to time. ISC, you're shocked, right? We're the second largest school for ship girls in the world. Jiang Linya, teacher, who's the first one? ISC, well, it's from the Iron Blood base, and it's called the Black Forest Technology Ship Girl Academy, but they don't accept human students, only ship girls. Jiang Linya, teacher, why is the Kankali training ground underground? I see. There used to be a cave under the academy, a very large cave. Later, because of the Iron Blood Black technology, the academy transformed the cave into a Kankali training ground. The surface buildings are used for outdoor combat training and competitions, and the underground is for teaching and shooting. They teach you how to shoot. There are 5 floors underground, and we are now on the 2nd floor. Jiang Linya said nothing and continued to follow ISE. Chapter 16 Class. Soon, ISE brought Jiang Linya to a building. There was a sign next to it that read, Battleship School. From the outside, this building is 2 times larger than the Sydney Opera House. ISE. Which team? Jiang Linya. Report to the teacher, Team A. ISE. Go in. After entering the gate, just go straight along the corridor and you will arrive. Jiang Linya. Thank you, teacher. I'll go in first. Goodbye, teacher. Issei. Goodbye. Looking at Jiang Linya's back, Issei said to himself, students nowadays are more powerful than each other. This matter is not a small matter. After saying that, he turned around and left, continuing his patrol to catch late ship girls. At this time, Jiang Linya was not wearing the ship uniform. She had put them all in the system warehouse. This was a service provided by the system. Originally, the system warehouse could only store fuel, ammunition, etc., but now Jiang Linya's level was low and certain functions had not been unlocked, so she could not remove the ship uniform. If I keep wearing it like this, I will feel tired or not, and I won't be able to sleep well, although Jiang Linya is only carrying a 50mm laser cannon now. P.S. Some readers said that lasers will be affected by some external factors, such as laser refraction and energy loss. Our ship is a star destroyer, and we don't know how high the technology tree is. Although there's an impact, it is not a big one. Fuel consumption maniac. The system was merciful and allowed the warehouse to temporarily store ship equipment, and then returned it to its original state after certain functions were unlocked. Jiang Linya. This corridor is so long. After a few minutes, I finally reached the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a big door with a sign on it that read, Battleship. Jiang Linya knocked on the door and waited for half a minute, but there was no response. She looked inside through the crack in the door but saw nothing. That classmate. Jiang Linya looked back and saw a squinty-eyed girl standing there holding a pile of documents. Jiang Linya. Is it, teacher? Girl. Yes, I'm the equipment manager and physical education teacher. Lu Mingxin. Just call me Teacher Lu. Jiang Linya. Hello, Teacher Lu. Lu Mingxin. Hey student, what's your name? Are you a student here? Jiang Linya. I am a test laser cruiser, Jiang Linya, a student assigned to Team A of the Battleship University. Today is my first time here. I did not report yesterday, due to injury. Lu Mingxin. Oh, I see. Just push the door and go in. Now, it's not training time, it is study time. The students are all in class on the 2nd floor. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. Jiang Linya pushed open the door and walked in. The space behind the door is very large. The floor is smooth and reflective, and there is some equipment piled up in the distance. This is an indoor training ground. Well, next, that student answered correctly. The sound of lecture came from the right. Jiang Linya looked and saw the stairs. The sound should have come from the 2nd floor. Lu Mingxin. I'll take you there. Come with me. Jiang Linya. Okay, thank you, teacher. The two came to the 2nd floor. The closer they got to the classroom, the louder the lectures became. As a battleship, you must know where to go when attacking. It is not your job to maneuver and occupy the strait. What you should do is to find the most open sea area for the battle. Leave the close combat to the light ships. Our job is to snipe from behind. Came to the classroom door. Lu Mingxin. Student Jiang, please wait here for a moment. After saying that, Lu Mingxin knocked on the door. A girl's voice came from behind the door. Come in. Lu Mingxin pushed open the door, walked in, said a few words to the teacher on the podium, and gestured for Jiang Linya to come in. Lu Mingxin said, This is your teacher. She is the 4th ship of the Shikishima-class battleship, Mikasa. Jiang Linya. Hello, teacher Mikasa. Mikasa. Yeah, Jiang Linya, right? Very energetic. Jiang Linya smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Mikasa turned to the whole class and said, A new student is here. This is Jiang Linya, the test laser cruiser. This is the new ship that has been rumored. Please applaud and welcome her. Clapping, clapping. Most of the students were clapping with question marks on their faces. What is a cruiser doing in the battleship class? Even if it is a battle cruiser, it should go to the next door. Why did this person only come to school today? Yesterday was the reporting day. Mikasa, I know what you were wondering. When I received the notice, I had the same reaction as you. But this is an order from my superiors. It was sent via a private message on QQ. It says it's a cruiser, but its equipment is the same as a battleship, and its firepower is also at the battleship level. The battlecruiser class is full, so it was assigned to us. As for why Jiang came today, it was because of the plane crashed the day before yesterday. Jiang was badly damaged and was only repaired this morning. To be honest, even I don't dare to fight that plane head-on. Jiang Linya. Plane. Mikasa looked at Jiang Linya and asked, "Oh, Jiangson doesn't know?" Mikasa thought of something and said, "Well, indeed, no one could tell that the fireball was an airplane without careful investigation." Mikasa turned around and said, "Classmates, in this incident, Jiang gave up herself to save others in order to protect her commander and the classmates around her. This spirit is worth learning from. Let's applaud." Clap, clap. Another round of applause. The difference from the previous round of applause was that the students no longer had question marks on their faces, but instead were all looking at us with admiration. Wow, the new classmate is amazing. Indeed, if it were me, I would run away first. Me too. I'm afraid of death. Mikasa. There happens to be an empty seat in the 5th row. You can sit there first. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. Looming Sheen. Then I'll leave first. Mikasa. Well, let's have skewers at the usual place tonight. Looming Sheen. Okay. Jiang Linya. Thank you, Teacher Liu, for leading the way. Goodbye, Teacher Liu. Looming Sheen, goodbye. Chapter 17 Appearance. P.S. According to the prompt setting, Jiang Linya is now at level 1, with only armor that can barely be considered heavy armor. The current ship equipment includes a 50mm dual-purpose electromagnetic laser cannon, an unusable flying backpack, and paddling shoes. Mikasa. Okay, classmates, let's continue with the class. Jiang didn't come yesterday, so Jiang has to come to my place after school to make up for yesterday's knowledge. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. Mikasa. Well, okay, let's continue. What were we just talking about? Oh, as a battleship, you have to... Ding dong, ding dong. At 5:40 p.m., it was time to finish school, and Jiang Linya followed teacher Mikasa to the office for extra lessons. 20 minutes later, Xiaoya was waiting at the door of the surface elevator. Hey, the battle squad is done. Why isn't Jiang here yet? A familiar voice came from behind. Hey, that student. Xiaoya thought he was calling someone else, so she didn't look back. Seeing that Xiaoya didn't respond, the girl walked up and poked Xiaoya. Xiaoya realized that the girl was calling her and said, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were calling someone else." Ah, it turned out to be Ayase-sensei. Excuse me. Xiaoya recognized that this was the ship girl who helped them at noon. Ayase, it's okay, it's okay. Are you waiting for your ship girl? Xiaoya, yes, Mr. Ayase. Ayase glanced at his watch and said, It's already 6 o'clock. The cleaner should be out by now. Let's go downstairs and look for him. When Xiaoya heard that teacher Ayase wanted to help her find Jiang Linya, she said happily, "Thank you for your help, teacher. Let's go." The two of them boarded the elevator and headed to the 2nd underground floor. 40 minutes passed. Mikasa. Okay, we didn't talk about much yesterday, so that's all. Go back and review. There will be questions tomorrow, so you could go first. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher, I'll leave first. Mikasa. Is there anyone coming to pick you up? Jiang Linya's heart suddenly stopped beating. Oops, I forgot to tell the commander that I'm going to tutor Ms. Mikasa after school. Jiang Linya. Yes, maybe he is looking for me with a knife. Mikasa heard this and frowned. Enemy? Is there something bad going on? Teacher, come and help solve it. Jiang Linya said quickly. No. It was the commander who came to see me. I forgot to tell her that I was coming for tutoring. I guess she must be waiting outside. Mikasa said in a relaxed tone. Oh, I see. Let's go. Jiang Linya. Goodbye, teacher. After saying that, Jiang Linya rushed out and ran towards the elevator. Mikasa. Slow down, don't rush, be careful. Jiang Linya had already run very far away and did not hear what teacher Mikasa said. When I ran to the corner, a dark shadow jumped out. Boom. Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good start. Cough, cough. The two fell to the ground. Jiang Linya. I feel dizzy and my head hurts. Ayase-sensei. Jiang Linya. Commander's voice. Oh, Jiang. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Ayase. Jiang Linya was sure that it was the commander's voice and immediately woke up. She stood up and looked and saw Xiaoya supporting Mr. Ayase, who was seeing stars. Jiang Linya. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ayase. Are you okay? Ayase, I'm fine. Running is prohibited on campus. Time goes back 3 minutes. Xiaoya. Where is it? Ayase looked at his phone and said she didn't go to the elevator either. Xiao. Is it a camera? I see. I put the mini camera I carried with me at the elevator entrance when I came down, just in case Jiang left and we didn't know about it. The two chatted as they walked, ISC in front and Xiaoya behind. Slower. Xiaoya, what sound? ISC. It sounds like Mikasa-sensei's voice. Let's go check it out. Maybe Jiang-san is there. As the two reached the intersection, they heard the sound of running, and then Duong. Good start. Xiaoya. So Xiao Jiang went to makeup lessons. Really? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Jiang Linya. No communication tools. Xiaoya. You must have forgotten me, your commander. Just come up and tell me after school. Jiang Linya. Haha, sorry. Xiaoya. Forget it. I'll take you to buy a mobile phone later. ISC. Okay, we found the boat. Let's go back. Xiaoya and her friend went to the mall first to buy some snacks, and also bought a mobile phone for Jiang Linya, which was the Ayanami limited edition. Back to the dormitory. Tianmei. Xiao is back. Xiaoya. Well, is Xiaolu back? Tianmei. Not yet. I'm helping the teacher organize the materials. Xiaoya. Do you want to improve your favorability? Tianmei. Almost. Jiang Linya heard the conversation between the two and learned that Xiaolu became the class monitor, and the one who taught the three people was a ship girl named Jiang Feng, a destroyer, but with a queen style. When she knew that teacher Jiang Feng had no commander, Xiaolu wanted to gain favor and then save her, but now she hasn't come back. In the second year of the New Generation Commander Academy, the school will teach how to get along with ship girls and cooperate with them. Although this allows some senior commanders to teach better, there are not so many senior commanders in the school. Xiaoya. I'm going to take a bath first. Xiaojiang. Do you want to come? Jiang Linya. Since the commander has invited me, I will definitely accept. Somewhere in the sea. Buzz. Some purple particles appeared out of thin air. More and more particles appeared, and then they rotated and formed a vortex. Several people wearing black cloaks stood around. A ship girl in a ship uniform walked out. It worked. It's her. The ship girl walked out. Ah, fresh air without the smell of gunpowder. A mysterious person stepped forward and said, Welcome to the new timeline, Jiang Linya Meta. Chapter 18. One is richer than the other. Xiaoya. It feels so good after taking a bath. Jiang Linya felt that it was more comfortable than in her previous life. Could it be because of her body as a ship girl? Jiang Linya remembered that the ship girls all loved taking baths. Did she also love taking baths after becoming a ship girl? Xiaoya. Okay, I'm going to do my homework. Xiaojiang, you don't have to follow me like this. You're not my personal bodyguard. Go play with Little Swan. Click, the door opened. Xiaoya. Hey, Xiaolu is back. Tianmei. I want to help you while you were taking a bath. Xiaolu. Being a monitor is really tiring. I'm going to take a bath first. Arizona. Do you want to join us? Arizona. Yeah. Jiang Linya. Arizona. She's also from the battle squad. Arizona. Yeah. I'm on a B team at Battlefield University. Jiang Linya thought about it. She was in Team A, and the quality of the ship girls was super rare. That is orange. Arizona was in Team B, and her quality was rare, purple. When entering the team, there were 3 channels, which should correspond to A, B, and C. So Team C was blue and white. Tianmei. Xiao. Have you finished your homework? Xiaoya. No, class representative. I'm just about to do my homework. Xiaolu. Among the 3 of us, only Xiao is not an official. Tianmei. He official pressure. Xiaoya. Shivering. Xiaolu. Arizona and are going to take a bath first. You guys go do your homework first. Tianmei. Wait, doesn't Kankali have homework? Jiang Linya. Arizona. No. Xiaoya. This lemon tastes good. 8 p.m. After finishing their homework, the 3 of them brought their respective ship girls to the 5-star luxury hotel at the school gate. After showing their credentials, the guards took them to the room that Xiaolu had booked in advance. Jiang Linya was stunned all the way because this was her first time to come to such a high-end hotel. In her previous life, the hotels Jiang Linya had visited were not as luxurious as this one. She had been to 1-star hotels at most. The little swan was very curious and looked around. Arizona followed Xiaolu like a bodyguard. When we arrived at the reserved room, we saw several cold dishes already placed on the large table as appetizers. Jiang Linya looked at the cold dishes and thought, this is indeed a 5-star hotel. Just looking at the presentation, the dishes seem expensive. A glance at Xiaoya and the other 2 gave one the feeling that it was no big deal. Xiaoya. I wanted to go to a 5-star hotel for a long time. I've always eaten in 3-star and 4-star hotels before, but never in a 5-star hotel. Tian Mei, I've been to 5-star hotels in other cities, but they feel worse than this one. Jiang Linya was petrified. Is this human language? Is it? Xiaolu. I've been here a few times before and I think this place is pretty good. Ding ding ding. Someone is knocking on the door. Xiaolu. Come in. Click. The door opened and 2 bodyguards and an elderly man walked in. Xiaolu. Oh, it's Mr. Guan Yuan. What's going on? The old man said, it's okay, it's okay. It's our hotel's honor to have you here, Miss Xiao. This is our hotel's Aurora Red Lobster Sashimi, a famous specialty of our hotel. I heard that you brought your classmates to dinner today, so we'll give you a free dish as a welcome. After saying that, a bodyguard walked in from outside with a large plate, put the plate on the table, and then walked out. Please continue. I won't bother you for now. Xiaolu. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guan Yuan. Old man. It's okay, it's okay. Click. The door closed. Xiaoya. Xiaolu. It turns out you know such a powerful person. That person should be the big boss of this hotel. Xiaolu. We've only met a few times. Jiang Linya. Oh my god, this shrimp must be very rare. How much does such a big shrimp cost? Jiang Linya looked at the Aurora Red shrimp on the table, which was about 3 times as thick as an adult's arm. Tian Mei, it's nothing. I ate it every day at home for a while, and I've seen bigger ones than this. If Xiaojiang likes it, ask Xiao Xiao to buy it for you every day. Xiao what? It's pretty cheap anyway. Jiang Linya quickly refused. No. Thank you, Commander. Let's save some money. 10 minutes later, all the hot dishes were served. Jiang Linya was extremely shocked at first, but later on, she became numb. Jiang Linya thought, how luxurious. Too luxurious. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to afford even one of the dishes, even if I sold myself. Xiaolu. Okay, sisters, let's celebrate Jiang Linya's discharge from the hospital. Cheers. Tian Mei Xiaolu. Cheers. Jiang Linya, Arizona, Little Swan. Cheers. Jiang Linya, Arizona, and the 3 commanders drank red wine, and the Little Swan was poured with fruit juice because children are not allowed to drink alcohol. At 9:30 in the evening, several people supported each other and left the hotel. Because the next day was Sunday, everyone had a day off. P.S. Xiaoya and others reported on Wednesday. Jiang Linya was constructed on Thursday. Jiang Linya lay down all day on Friday, woke up on Saturday, had classes in the afternoon, and rested on Sunday. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Several people climbed onto the bed and fell asleep hugging Ayanami's pillow. Several people fell asleep, but Jiang Linya was still awake. Happiness comes too suddenly. Jiang Linya thought as she looked out the window. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Linya communicated with the system mentally. Jiang Linya. Speaking of which, according to the system text of the previous life, the system should give the host a newcomer gift package. System. I am just an intelligent AI on the spaceship. I cannot give you a new member gift package. Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya was a little disappointed. System. By the way, the host needs to upgrade quickly. Jiang Linya. Is something going to happen? System. It should be, but I don't know the time. Jiang Linya. Is it a mission? Is there any reward? System. No. The level increase is only to improve your self-protection ability. We should be targeted. This system was detected 4 hours ago, and it was a targeted detection. Jiang Linya. Can the system be discovered by others? System. The other party may not be a human, and I am not the plug-in system in the novels you imagine. I am just the AI that comes with the Star Destroyer, and I am also connected to the internet. Forget it. I will learn the plug-in systems in those novels to give you some motivation. After this incident is over, I will give you a big prize. With my ability, I should be able to do it. Jiang Linya, what reward? System, keep it secret. Oh, and don't forget that you need 5 times more experience points to level up than an ordinary shipgirl. You need to work harder. Jiang Linya, oh, what trouble. The man in black, what do you plan to do first? Take her away. You should be able to do it now. Jiang Linya Meta, I just want to see her. Let's go to your base. We're going to start some trouble soon. Oh, where's the thing I want? Man in black. It will take some time, at least 1 or 2 months, at most half a year. Hey Jiang, as soon as possible. P.S. Jiang Linya Meta, also known as Hey Jiang, Black and Jiang Linya. Chapter 19 before the game. After spending a month at school, attending classes and training, nothing much happened. During this month, The relationship between the three and the ship girls grew deeper. Friday, 7 a.m., New Generation Commander's Academy, second floor of the girls' dormitory, room 201. Everyone chatted while eating breakfast. Jiang Linya, Xiao, today is the day of the competition. Xiaoya, I know. It's been a week, twice a day. How could I forget? I've already got the tickets in advance, and they're in the front row. Jiang Linya, do you have any banners prepared for me to cheer you on? Xiaoya imagined herself standing alone in the audience holding a red banner and shouting, "Come on, Xiao Jiang. Isn't this social death?" Xiaoya, I forgot. Jiang Linya, it's good that you didn't do it. I am embarrassed, even if you are not embarrassed. Now, even if you want to do it, you don't have time to make a banner. Tian Mei, what a pity my goose was not selected. Little Swan blushed and said, "Don't call me that, Commander." Xiaolu, haha, for my Arizona, I hired a professional team and bought a huge banner. I even thought of a slogan. Jiang Linya was selected because the school saw the strength she demonstrated during her daily outdoor training and thought that actual combat training would be better for her. So they requested Jiang Linya to represent the school in the competition without even allowing her to participate in the tryouts. Little Swan was eliminated during the selection because of her low ranking. Arizona was asked by the school to play because she usually ranked first in the Battle Team B, and she did not have to participate in the selection. When Arizona heard Xiaolu's words, her heart suddenly stopped, and the entire ship was petrified. "Commander!" "Xiaolu, what's wrong?" Arizona, it's okay. Jiang Linya and Xiaoya both thought, there's going to be something interesting to watch. Little Swan was wondering what happened to Sister Arizona at this time, when suddenly his eyes lost their highlights, and a dark cloud floated above his head. Arizona's mind at this moment. This is over. This is so embarrassing. Arizona shuddered again as she thought of Xiaolu directing the professional team in the audience to shout slogans and wave banners. After living with the commander for a month, the three ship girls have already understood what kind of person their commander is. Xiaoya is a very normal girl. Tian Mei is generous, money-loving, and efficient. Xiaolu is always hiding her middle school personality, but after being discovered by the ship girl, she lets herself go. There's nothing to love about life. Arizona whispered, sprawled out in her chair. Tian Mei, I envy you too. If you perform well in this competition and get a good ranking, you can also win a big prize. Xiaoya, I don't know if Jiang Linya can do it. She is only level 9. The other ship girls are almost level 30. Xiaolu, what are you worrying about? My level 31 Arizona has been modified twice and still can't beat her, let alone those guys. P.S. There is no star setting in this world. The star upgrade of all ships at level 10 and level 30 is called Minor Modification 1 and Minor Modification 2. After the modification of the transformable ship is completed, add Modernization in front of the name. Ayanami, who has completed the full star modification at level 90, is called Ayanami, who has been modernized 3 times at level 90. After the ship girl reaches the modification level, a large amount of fuel and steel are consumed for modification. Generally, universities will provide students with modification resources. Modernization can only be performed when the ship girl reaches level 90, which consumes more resources. These materials are enough to rebuild a ship. During this month, Xiaolu and Tian Mei often drag Jiang Linya to train their ship girls, training them to dodge shells. Although they were training shells, it was still very painful when they hit the ship girls. Little Swan was beaten and cried several times, but she did not ask to terminate the training or not participate in the future. This devilish training did produce some results. The probability of Signet and Arizona dodging shells increased slightly. They could predict where the shells would land and then perform extreme evasion. Only these 3 people can afford it. Even if it is a training bomb, the fuel consumption is no joke. There are also other commanders who want to train together, and Tian Mei took the opportunity to make some money from tutoring fees. Before the game, the opposing college, fearing Jiang Linya's hail of shells, had requested that Jiang Linya not be allowed to play, but later on for some reason, the request was canceled, and the rules only set a maximum amount of fuel that each side could carry. The ship girls need fuel to fire cannons, and so on. Limiting the amount of fuel is equivalent to restricting Jiang Linya in disguise. Xiaoya, it's level 9 now. I'm looking forward to what Xiaojiang will become after level 10 transformation. Tian Mei, morning game, and Tian Mei looked at the list of players she got from Xiaolu. Xiaolu, Arizona will play in the morning. Xiaoya, Xiaojiang in the afternoon. Tianmei. The homeroom teacher said we still need to attend 2 classes in the morning, and then the homeroom teacher will take us to watch the game. Xiaolu. By the way, since Xiaojiang's competition is in the afternoon, let's take advantage of the time we still have in the morning to train a little more and see if we can reach level 10. Xiaoya. Good suggestion. Jiang Linya. That's exactly what I meant. I feel like I'm very close to level 10. After dinner, Xiaoya and the other 2 went back to class. Little Swan continued to study and train as usual. Arizona and her teammates prepared for the competition, and Jiang Linya went to the office to find teacher Mikasa for some private lessons. Most of the teachers went to help set up the competition venue, so the students of Team A practiced freely in the practice field. It was not the first or second time that Jiang Linya was given special treatment, and each time it was on the grounds of raising Jiang Linya's level to the average level of Team. Chapter 20, Jiang Linya's First Transformation. 11:30 a.m. Instructor Mikasa. Well, that's it for this morning's training. How is it? Have you reached the level? Jiang Linya. Let me check it out. Jiang Linya opened the system interface. Ignore a lot of data and go straight to the level. Battleship level 10 can be modified. Jiang Linya. It can be transformed. Mikasa. Then follow me to the material warehouse. Jiang Linya. Okay. Come to the material warehouse. Jiang Linya. Hello, Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu Mingxin not only manages the equipment, but also manages all the supplies needed by Team, which is equivalent to a warehouse manager. Lu Mingxin. Allah. Xiao Jiang is here. Mikasa. Don't ignore me. Lu Mingxin. I know, so what are you doing here? Mikasa. Xiao Jiang has reached the required level. Bring her here to get the transformation materials. Lu Mingxin. This is Xiao Jiang's first transformation. Why is it only now that he has his first transformation? Some other students have already undergone transformation twice. Mikasa. I've also researched this. Xiao Jiang works harder than other students, but her upgrades are slower than other students. Maybe it's because she's special. Lu Mingxin. Well, new ships always have some special features. Come in. If you need anything, just ask the little yellow chicken to move it directly to the training ground. Then, Lu Mingxin and teacher Mikasa watched Jiang Linya direct the little yellow chicken to move away 70% of the supplies in the warehouse. Lu Mingxin. Ahem, Xiao Jiang. Do you need so many supplies for one transformation? Jiang Linya. Teacher Lu, is this too much? Mikasa complained in her heart. It's not much. This is more than 10 times the materials needed to transform a battleship. Lu Mingxin. Well, it is indeed a little more than other students, but Xiao Jiang, you are a special ship, so it's okay to be a little special. Lu Mingxin turned her head and glanced at the warehouse. It was the first time it was so empty, and she was a little uncomfortable. All the necessary supplies were moved to the center of the training ground. Jiang Linya. Okay, 2 teachers. I'm going to start the transformation. Mikasa. Lu Mingxin. Yeah. Jiang Linya communicated with the system in her mind. System. Transform. System. It is detected that there are sufficient materials. Are you sure you want to proceed with the first transformation? Jiang Linya. Sure. System. Command received. Level check completed. Material inspection completed. Start the first transformation. Start. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A mechanical sound came from Jiang Linya's body, and Jiang Linya's body began to glow, and the nearby supplies also glowed. Buzz. Whoosh. In an instant, the supplies turned into light spots and entered Jiang Linya's body. The light emitted from Jiang Linya's body became stronger and stronger, and the 2 teachers had to find a place to hide. System. Renovation progress. 10%. Renovation progress. 20%. 10 minutes later. Renovation progress. 99%. New module is being installed. Check compatibility and run a test. Check completed. Renovation progress. 100%. Renovation completed. The moment the transformation is completed, boom, a beam of light shot up into the sky. But because this was underground and indoors, the beam of light dispersed after reaching the ceiling, filling the entire training ground with light. After a while, the light dissipated. Jiang Linya opened her eyes and clicked to check her personal information. Name, Jiang Linya. Gender, female. Figure, nearly perfect, surpassing 99% of ship girls and women. Ship type, Stellar TK class Star Destroyer. Battleship level, 10. Renovation +1, no modernization. System shop, unlocked at battleship level 15. System warehouse, only allows the storage of warship-related items such as ammunition, carrier-based aircraft, fuel, maintenance tools, etc. General fuel, 82% remaining. Currently unlocked weapons. Two 50mm dual-purpose single-barrel laser cannons, and one new 480mm charged laser single-link main gun. The mode can be adjusted at will. The longer the charge is charged, the greater the power and the longer the firing duration. Health, 3730. Armor, heavy armor, +3. Personal tools, water skiing shoes, flying backpack, indestructible, temporarily unusable. Luck value fixed, 12 points. Set the normal luck value to 10 points. Movement speed, heavy cruiser class, human 4 movement speed. This item will be deleted after the flight backpack is unlocked. Ammunition resources, 100%. Consumed ammunition can be replenished with universal fuel. A small boat can be summoned. When summoned, the ship's equipment is attached to the small boat. Size, 30 meters long, 10 meters wide. Maximum speed, 38 knots. Shock value, 25666. Obtained by shocking others. System store currency. Jiang Linya. I forgot there is such a thing as shock value. System. The default setting of the system is no prompt will be given when shock value is obtained. Jiang Linya. It's a good setting. Alas, I don't know when I can use my flying backpack. The health has increased, and the armor should be thicker. Wait, that cannon, the charged laser cannon? 480mm? Quick, summon the ship equipment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a flash of light, Jiang Linya put on the ship uniform. After a closer look, my God, this ship equipment looks lethal. Both of his arms were equipped with 50mm dual-purpose laser cannons. His legs and abdomen had a few more armor plates, and the jetpack on his back had a machine-made neck. The end of it was a machine dragon head. Made a dragon for me? Why does it have a bit of a bloody style? The dragon's mouth is full of sharp iron teeth and can move like a chainsaw. The dragon's eyes are glowing red, and air is still coming out of its nose. A laser cannon is in the dragon's mouth. The most important thing is that Jiang Linya discovered that she could control the dragon flexibly, as if she were controlling her arms. Because the ship was equipped with functions similar to those of exoskeleton armor. The addition of this big iron thing did not make Jiang Linya feel like she was carrying a mountain on her back. So excited, I have to find a place to test it out. Ahem. Mikasa and Lu Mingxin walked out of the room. Mikasa, Xiao Jiang, is the transformation complete? The next second, after seeing Jiang Linya's ship outfit, the two teachers were all stunned where they were, their mouths opened so wide that their jaws seemed to be dislocated. Mikasa, this, ABA. Teacher Mikasa couldn't even speak clearly. Teacher Lu Mingxin was the first to wake up. She quickly took out the camera from under her skirt, which had a 4-dimensional space, and started taking pictures of Jiang Linya, who was wearing a ship uniform. Then he ran outside excitedly. Jiang Linya had a face full of question marks. Jiang Linya, Mikasa-sensei? Teacher. Jiang Linya approached Mikasa and waved her hand in front of her eyes. After Jiang Linya pinched teacher Mikasa's face for a long time, Mikasa woke up. P.S. Jiang Linya is modified once at level 10, and more equipment will appear each time. After all, she's a star destroyer with many weapons. It would be a bit bullying if all of them came out at once. Especially the Star Destroyer. Chapter 21 Test. The terrifying power of the laser cannon. Mikasa, bonus. Jiang Linya. Mikasa-sensei, what's wrong with you? Jiang Linya shook teacher Mikasa, and Mikasa suddenly reached out and hugged Jiang Linya. Mikasa. There's the end-of-term bonus. There's it. Jiang Linya, what? What bonus? Mikasa. Okay, forget about that for now. Just follow me and do the test. After saying that, teacher Mikasa took Jiang Linya to the outdoor practice field. Jiang Linya. Hey, teacher, wait a minute, teacher. Bump. The dragon head installed on Jiang Linya's ship hit the door frame. Mikasa. Sorry, I was too excited. Jiang Linya's face was dark. Indeed, please calm down, teacher. After Mikasa took 5 deep breaths. Mikasa, calm down now. Okay, Jiang-san, take off your ship suit first, and we'll go to the outdoor practice field for testing. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. Inside the elevator. Jiang Linya. Teacher, what is the bonus you just mentioned? Is there a share for me? Mikasa. Little money grubber. The bonus means that in the shipgirl competition at the end of the third year, that is, in the final test, the trainee shipgirls get the top 3 scores and the instructors can receive a large bonus. This is done by the government, and you can get money if you get into the top 5. Jiang Linya. Teacher, what you mean is that I can get the top 3 in the final exam. Mikasa. Absolutely. According to my investigation and observation, when you didn't have this cannon, you were in the top 3. Now that you have modified it once and got this big guy, you are firmly in the top 3. And you have a second and even third modification. Jiang Linya. Hey, teacher, I have a question. Aren't we all your students? We're the ones taking the final exam, and isn't the bonus just for you? Mikasa. Well, in the third year, the ship girls will be assigned. One instructor will guide one ship girl, and your commander will also come to train the coordination between humans and ship girls, as well as new tactics and so on. Although it will be randomly assigned, I am your first-year homeroom teacher, so I can choose one myself, so he. Jiang Linya. Oh, then they will definitely choose me. Choosing me means getting a bonus. How much bonus can a teacher get? Mikasa. The top 3 are at least close to 10 million yen. Jiang Linya. This. Mikasa. Yeah, let's not talk about the third year for now. Now that we're here, let's go take the test. They arrived at the indoor open-air training ground on the surface. Most of the ship girls who did not participate in the competition were practicing here. The sound of cannons continued. Water splashed on the sea in the distance. Targets were broken, and water columns shot up into the sky. Mikasa, how about testing it here? Jiang Linya, I don't think it's appropriate. I can't use my full strength here. If I use full power, I will hurt my classmates. Jiang Linya said as she thought about the data and power of the laser cannon. Mikasa, then let's go to the outer ship girl training ground, to the instructor's special field. Jiang Linya, okay. After saying hello to the guard, teacher Mikasa took Jiang Linya to the training ground on the shore. It was still more than 10 minutes before school was over, so the training grounds on the shore were empty. Jiang Linya, teacher, there is no one in these training grounds. Why don't you go? Mikasa, after a while, the ship girls will all finish school, and there will be more people here, and there are no special props for us to use. Mikasa brought Jiang Linya to the instructor's special training ground. Bang, bang. There were gunshots from the sea. Looking closely, I saw a ship girl was training at sea, performing mobile shooting. The ship girl just happened to see Mikasa and Jiang Linya entering the training ground, so she stopped the training at hand and came to the second ship. Mikasa, Director Jiang is still in training. By the way, let me introduce you to a ship. The one next to me is named Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, this is Director Jiang Feng, the head of the destroyer grade. Jiang Linya, hello, Director Jiang. Jiang Linya discovered that she seemed to have seen this ship girl before, and she remembered that on the afternoon of the day when Jiang Linya was built, Xiaoya and her friends brought her here to fire cannons, and the person she met happened to be teacher Jiang Feng. Sanya, Mikasa, excuse me, I brought my students here for testing. Well, something happy happened to teacher Mikasa. Mikasa, I'm going to be rich. Jiang, daydream, go ahead. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Feng obviously didn't believe it. Mikasa, why don't you stay and see? Sao no. Kong took off his ship uniform, and the ship-equipped combat ship docked at the port inside the school. Jiang Linya, goodbye, teacher Jiang. Mikasa, bye. But Jiang Feng did not respond and left silently. Mikasa, don't worry, that's just her personality. Because of something, okay, let's not talk about it. You change into your ship uniform and wait on the sea. I'll go get the target. Jiang Linya, okay. After a flash of light, Jiang Linya changed into her ship uniform and stepped onto the water. After a while, teacher Mikasa came over with a backpack and a very strange black target in her arms. Mikasa, this is the school's high-tech target. It is extremely hard and is used to test the power of the ship girl's weapons. It can be transformed into a small speedboat to dodge shells at sea. This thing is only available in our instructor training ground. After a while, Mikasa used the instruments in the backpack on her back to control the strange target and arrived at the 30 kilometers equipotential line. Jiang Linya stood at the 0M equal position line, playing with a new Dragon Head ship equipment. Jiang Linya, how interesting. It should be able to bite people, right? Let's try it next time. Hey, I can go back and scare Commander Xiaoya and the others. Mikasa-sensei's voice came from ashore. Mikasa, Jiang-san, the target is already in place. Just aim and fire. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. The next second, Jiang Linya controlled the dragon's head, opened its mouth, and revealed the muzzle. System. Command received. Preparation complete. Begin charging the laser cannon. Blue-green energy began to gather at the muzzle. Buzz. 5%. 2 minutes passed. P.S. This 480mm charged laser cannon is the main gun on the Star Destroyer. It is used to attack other warships in space. It cannot fire without CD and needs to be charged. The longer the charging lasts, the greater the power. 100%. Charging completed. Please give the order. Jiang Linya, fire. 0.01 seconds later. Boom! A light blue laser of about 480mm was fired with terrifying power and a huge sound. Wherever the laser went, the seawater was blown away by the airwaves. The black test target far away on the 30 kilometers equipotential line was instantly reduced to ashes under the attack of the laser cannon. Since this firing is fully charged, it will take a while to stop. Boom! 10 seconds passed. The laser disappeared, and the air became hotter due to the laser attack. Squeak! 2 white air columns spurted out from the dragon's nostrils. Although the dragon's mouth was closed, white smoke was still coming out. Teacher Mikasa looked at the data on the computer. Power, infinity. Mikasa looked at the numbers and said in shock, You must be kidding, this kind of weapon, this kind of power. Mikasa looked up at Jiang Linya. Mikasa, what the hell is this? What's the purpose of this weapon? You don't need this to fight the sirens. Back to Jiang Linya. Maritime. Jiang Linya, oh, it feels so good. It's really powerful, but consumes too much energy. Jiang Linya looked at the fuel value on the system interface. Ignore, it's not water text, I'm good. System warehouse only allows the storage of warship-related items such as ammunition, carrier-based aircraft, fuel, maintenance tools, etc. General fuel, 79% remaining. Ammunition resources. 90% consumed ammunition can be replenished with universal fuel. Fuel conversion is in progress. Ammunition resources are replenished. Ignore the rest. Jiang Linya. My goodness, I only consumed 1% of the general fuel after launching multiple artillery rains, and I consumed 3% for just one shot. The system suddenly popped up a prompt. Your current level is too low, and the resource library has not been fully unlocked. Jiang Linya. MIC. I was curious. According to this usage, the Star Destroyer will run out of ammunition after firing a few shots in space. How can it fight? It turns out that the ammunition depot is restricted to me. System. Other sections of the resource library will be unlocked at a certain level, and you can now control the unlocked resource library yourself. Jiang Linya. I see. This function can be used during the afternoon competition. P.S. Tip. Siren will change according to the strength of the shipgirls. Chapter 22. Stormy. Lu Mingxin came to the employee warehouse, checked, and found no one else there. So she took out her cell phone, edited a text message and sent it out, then set the phone to silent mode. After a while, Lu Mingxin's cell phone started to vibrate. After checking again that there was no one around and no video equipment, Lu Mingxin answered the call. An uncle's voice came from the phone. Is there no way to come out? Lu Mingxin. Yes, I can't go out for some reasons. Mobile phone. Tell me more about it. Lu Mingxin reported everything she saw. Cell phone. I've recorded it. It's very important. It says that you will be in charge of this student and her shipgirl. How about the news about the previous incident? Lu Mingxin. Is it them? Mobile phone. It was indeed the United States that did it. We promptly sent spies to monitor them. Recently, our spies sent news that they were preparing. Lu Mingxin said angrily, Why are you reporting it now? Mobile phone. Sorry, we found these before, but the Japanese country was investigating spies some time ago, and the instrument codename 9 came into play. In order to protect more important intelligence, we hid ourselves completely. Lu Mingxin. Is there something more important? Cell phone. Yes, on top of this. Lu Mingxin. Well, at least those crazy people haven't done anything yet. Lu Mingxin rubbed his head and said, Send the information over. Mobile. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone. Ding, ding. 2 documents were sent. Lu Mingxin took a look. First document. The Eagle Country and the Beautiful Country want to obtain the weapons from an individual shipgirl named Jiang Linya, and then conduct research on the laser cannon, a cross-era sci-fi weapon that can hit the enemy in an instant and cause huge damage. Hijacking. Under the pretext of checking whether it is a siren lurker, he asked the shipgirl to leave with them. If that doesn't work, they will kidnap their commander, Xiaoya, and threaten the shipgirl to leave with them. After acquiring the individual, research was immediately conducted, and after the laser cannon was developed, the country's combat power increased significantly. Lu Mingxin is a spy planted by Dong Wang in the Sakura Empire base. Since it's Sakura Empire, he would feel uncomfortable if he doesn't cause trouble, and he also wants to obtain intelligence in advance. When Jiang Linya appeared, Lu Mingxin also reported the matter to the Dong Wang top management. A day later, the Dong Wang top management asked Lu Mingxin to observe and protect Jiang Linya. Lu Mingxin had certain power in the New Generation Commanders Academy, so Lu Mingxin transferred herself to Battle Team A as a warehouse manager. She also observed Jiang Linya in secret. After school, she often used a telescope in the watchtower to watch Jiang Linya and her commander Xiaoya. But there's a ship girl named Royal Arkansas who always wants to steal her telescope. The reason for asking Lu Mingxin to protect Jiang Linya is easy to guess. Every country has conducted research on the equipment of the ship girls and has also studied the dementia crossed-out mind cube. Based on the research ship equipment, they also developed more powerful ship equipment and distributed it to their own troops. After successfully using Jiang Linya's laser cannon in Arizona, the United States became greedy. He wanted to kidnap Jiang Linya and study the ship equipment she was wearing. If we successfully research laser cannons and equip our own warship girls, then the country's combat effectiveness will be greatly increased, and we won't have to be afraid of the sirens. We can then take the initiative to annihilate the sirens and become the hero who saves the world. PS1. Siren, you are so brave. PS2. Reminder, reconnaissance plane incident. Because the person was in the Sakura Empire base, it was difficult for the United States to take action, and it also sent many spies. However, most of them were dealt with by the guards and Lu Mingxin, except for one or two old thieves who hid too well for Lu Mingxin to find. Good boy, the age of spies. Lu Mingxin decided not to think about this matter for the time being and continue with her work. Anyway, the United States was going to take action, and she could also make preparations in advance. Lu Mingxin checked the second document. Second document, Project Python. The Sakura Empire base and the Iron Blood base are going to use siren technology to develop a super large battleship to protect the Sakura Empire. A future warship that integrates aircraft carrier, battleship, and siren technology. All materials are provided by Japan. The rest is unknown. Lu Mingxin, well, it's time to make trouble again. Back to Jiang Linya. After saying goodbye to teacher Mikasa, Jiang Linya went back to the dormitory. After showing off the ship equipment, Xiaoya and the other two were surprised and happy. After having lunch together, they went to take a nap. Jiang Linya was in the bathroom, taking a bath while watching the battle video in Arizona that morning. The opponent was from the Royal Camp, the Royal Commander Academy, and they were fighting against Arizona with some purple ships, which were rare ships. Jiang Linya. Such a competition? Interesting. The match between the two sides was conducted in a virtual space, probably using Sangfor's black technology, using a mental helmet to import the consciousness of the ship girls of both sides into the virtual space. In this space, the ship girls will not die, and dying in a battle is equivalent to being eliminated, and their consciousness will return. Being attacked in space will cause pain. The pain of being hit in virtual space is the same as being hit in reality. Before the competition, a lottery will be held to determine the competition format. There are small map firefights, exercises within Azalane, turn-based games you fire a shot and I fire a shot, and we see who can shoot more accurately within a certain distance, and large map competitions. The big map competition is to select a flagship from the team and command the fleet to attack the enemy, which is the same as the real battleship battle, World of Warships. It is very free. You can change the battleship to attack, or wear the ship equipment yourself to fight. The small world will also generate some mountains and other shelters. In the morning match, Arizona's Battleship Team B, Cruiser Team B, and Destroyer Team B formed a team and drew a small map to fight. In the end, the battle ended with Arizona surviving. Watching the video, Arizona dodged the shells in various ways and avoided round after round of bombardment. Jiang Linya. The usual training has produced great results. Chapter 23 of the game is about to begin. Author. Happy 4th anniversary to everyone of Azalane. I had used up all my Rubik's Cubes, and I wasn't given a flower garden QWQ. I hid in a corner and cried alone. Seek comfort. After coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Linya came to the coast and looked at the training ground in the distance. Many shipgirls abandoned their nap time to come out for training. We came to the small path along the coast and walked along the path to the pavilion on the shore. Jiang Linya often comes here, sitting in a chair and staring at the sea in a daze. Listen to the sound of the waves and watch the seagulls flying in the sky. Well, an exclamation. Thinking back on the past month's experiences, since coming to this world, Xiaoya and her group made Jiang Linya feel the warmth again. Although I still need to go to school after coming to this world, I can feel happy here. In Battle Team A, no one treated Jiang Linya as a freak because of her peculiarity. It's the same as the Azalane in the previous life, shipgirls, kind creatures. Well, Jiang Linya thought about her past life. At school, she was ostracized by her classmates because she was too beautiful and had excellent academic performance. She was bullied 10 times, and 3 of them happened to her. Her classmates often call her an orphan. That's over. Yes, it's over, and I must protect the happiness I have now. Music sounded from a satchel. It's the cell phone. There's a call. Jiang Linya, Xiao Xiao. Xiaoya, it's time to come back. It's almost time for the game. Jiang Linya, okay, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Linya took one last look at the sea and left the pavilion. In the distance, on the sea, a head with white hair and golden eyes poked out from the water. It's really different. The patrol is coming. Let's go. Well, Ben would like to stay a little longer. On a tall building somewhere on campus, Lu Mingxin put down her telescope and headed for the competition venue. After Lu Mingxin left, a shipgirl stuck her head out and took the telescope. Expel my sister, hee. Jiang Linya came downstairs to the dormitory. Xiaoya, the competition is about to start. Are you nervous? Jiang Linya, it's not that important. Xiaoya, it's an honor, especially the trophy. It's so beautiful. Jiang Linya, since Xiao Xiao wants it, I must get it. Don't worry, we will win. Tian Mei, I'm leaving now. I'm going to buy some popcorn and soda. See you in the audience later. Xiaolu, I'll go first too. I'll go to the Royal Cake Shop to pick up the small cupcakes I bought in advance. They're custom-made. P.S. The Royal Cake Shop is a cake shop opened by the New Generation Commander Academy for the Royal Warship Girls. Next to it are the Dongwang Shaxian Snack Breakfast Shop, Tissue and Meat Products, and Chongying Seafood Shop. Xiaoya, okay, go ahead. See you in the audience. The two of them left with their respective shipgirls. Xiaoya, okay, Xiaojiang, let's go. Jiang Linya, yeah. On the way to the stadium. Xiaoya, all shipgirls have to show off their warships at the beginning. Will Xiao Jiang reveal your identity as a Star Destroyer? Jiang Linya, I have prepared a plan and will not be exposed. Jiang Linya was referring to the ship transforming ability she gained after her first transformation at level 10, which allowed her to summon a battleship and then install her own ship equipment on it. Jiang Linya summoned a battleship when the get-out-of-class was over. Because of its appearance, the patrol ship almost sounded the siren alarm. To be honest, this battleship looks nothing like the siren's red iron box. This is a blue iron box. Arriving at the competition venue, Xiaoya escorted Jiang Linya to the lounge. Before Xiaoya returned to the audience seats, she gave Jiang Linya a cheering gesture and a heart shape with her hands. Sitting in the lounge, Jiang Linya looked around. Before entering, there was a sign on the door, New Generation Commander Academy Shipgirl Lounge. So everyone present should be a teammate. There, Warspite, Tosa, Kaohsiung, Santiago, and Yukike's. Including my own, there are a total of 6 ships, but no aircraft carrier. Wait, Yukike's? Snow? Wind? Jiang Linya suddenly had a bad feeling. Author's question. I would like to ask all the readers, what is the appropriate caliber for the main gun of a Star Destroyer? Not a Star Destroyer cannon. As for the size of the battleship, please refer to the twice size of the Executor-class Superstar Destroyer in Star Wars. Suddenly, I think 480 millimeters is too small, like a needle. Note, the minimum standard for a Star Destroyer is 1,000 meters long. The setting is that the weapons equipped on the Star Destroyer are not equipped by Jiang Linya, and the weapons equipped by Jiang Linya are all weakened versions, except when the firing restriction is lifted. Jiang Linya's level is not high enough, and she doesn't even have a Star Destroyer hull. The author has something to say. Thank you all for your gifts. I haven't been feeling well recently, and I feel like I've been cursed by a friend in the group, that even the author's health isn't good. Chapter 24 before the game continued. After discussion among group members, Jiang Linya's naval gun settings are Anti-aircraft gun, rapid fire, 50 millimeters, small water tube. Secondary gun, 460 millimeters. Main gun, 2,400 millimeters. Star Destroyer, 180M, 180,000 millimeters. As for how many cannons there are, I won't spoil the story for now, and Jiang Linya will not be equipped with all of them. Space torpedoes are designed to be 1,000 millimeters in length. Star Destroyer composed of ship equipment, TTK Star Class Star Destroyer Jiang Linya, with a total length of 26,000 meters. Unlocked. The prototype is the Star Wars Executor Class Super Star Destroyer. I'm sorry that I've only just finalized the settings now. After careful consideration, I discovered that the original Star Destroyer settings are completely unusable. What can a bunch of small water pipes do with them? Xiefeng saw a new ship girl entering the lounge and went forward to greet her. Yukike's, you're the special ship of Battleship A-Team. I am Master Yukike's. It's an honor to be the teammate of the great Master Yukike's, Ninoda. Jiang Linya looked at Xiefeng and murmured, kawaii. Santiago, I think this sister is amazing. Let's be a star. I'm number 1, and you're number 2. Jiang Linya quickly refused. No, thank you. I'm not suitable to be a star. Then he quickly ran towards Warweary. Warweary, good classmate, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Linya, how long has it been since the door opened? Warspite, you'll know once you sit here surrounded by those two guys for a while. Jiang Linya, no need. I felt it as soon as I walked in. Warweary, my mind is full of Ninoda and number 1 now. I even want to take out the 15-inch main gun and blow them away. As he said he was tired of war, he was about to pull out his cannon. Jiang Linya quickly stopped him. Jiang Linya, calm down. Why would you want to pick a fight with a destroyer? Warweary, then I'll bomb the cruiser. As he said this, he was about to take out his gun. Jiang Linya, sister, elder sister, don't be like this. 2 people from our family are going to be eliminated before the competition even starts. Jiang Linya was referring to Warweary and Santiago, who were suspended for injuring their teammates. Jiang Linya, look at the monitor and Kaohsiung. How come they're fine? Warweary, Santiago and Yukike's didn't dare to bother the squad leader, Tosa. Kaohsiung gave the 2 kids a bag of candy and pointed at me. As he said this, Kaohsiung, who was tired of war and had a dark face, looked at Jiang Linya with a smile. Kaohsiung stood up and walked forward to greet him. Hello, I'm Kaohsiung from the Heavy A-Team. Jiang Linya, well, hello, I am. Kaohsiung, I know. Jiang Linya from the battle team, eh? You are strong. Let's duel. As he said this, Kaohsiung was about to draw his sword. Jiang Linya stepped back a few steps, waved her hands, and said, No, not now. Maybe later. As she spoke, Jiang Linya ran behind Yanzhan. This barehanded close combat against a ship girl who holds a knife and knows how to use it is just a joke. Kaohsiung's eyes met Warweary's. Kaohsiung, okay, let's duel after the game. After saying that, Kaohsiung sat back. Jiang Linya had just sat back when the 2 funny guys came over. Santiago, sister, please consider making your debut. Yukike's, come and be the escort ship for Lord Yukike's, Ninoda. Santiago, let me sing for you too. Yukike's, as a reward for coming before me, I, the lucky Yukike-sama, will lead you to victory, Ninoda. Santiago, follow me. Xiefeng, follow me. Santiago, me. Balabala. Jiang Linya leaned over to Yanzhan's ear and whispered, You use the 15-inch cannon, and I'll take out the laser cannon. Let's fire together. Warweary, okay. Just as he was about to take out his gun, the radio rang. Ding ding dong dong music. New Generation Commander Academy contestants, please enter the competition venue. Jiang Linya, what good luck. Warweary, let's go. Looking at the door, Tosa had already gone out. Warweary, why are you walking so fast, squad leader? Tosa, hurry up, finish early, get the award, and go home to sleep. Xiefeng, with my team, we will definitely win against Ninoda. Santiago, after winning, I will become famous and debut. I will be number 1. Jiang Linya looked at the figures of several people and whispered to herself, I have it, and I will not lose it. An underwater base somewhere. Purification Pro crossed out. Still monitoring. Isn't it boring? Let the tester take over. Observer. It's not boring. It's very interesting. Do you want to come and have a look? Purifier. No. I still have a mission. I'm leaving first. Chapter 25 The game starts soon. Led by the school staff, the ship girls came to a room where a machine that looked like a hibernation capsule was placed. Staff, here is the instruction manual. Here is your competition number. Take a quick look at it. Please be ready before the countdown ends. Jiang Linya took the number card, and Tosa got the instruction manual. Jiang Linya. Okay, thank you. After the staff left, Jiang Linya looked inside the house. There was a large TV, and the screen showed the host podium and the auditorium. The auditorium was already full of people, and the host was saying something spiritual on the stage about how to fight against the sirens. Tosa, come and get the instruction manuals. 6 of them, 1 for each person. We have 5 minutes left. The electronic clock next to the TV showed the remaining time. Jiang Linya, here are our competition numbers. Everyone come and take them. As she spoke, Jiang Linya took out the card with her name on it. On the back of the card was the competition number. After receiving the instruction manual, Jiang Linya took a look and found that the steps were very simple. 1. Enter your own number in the display screen on the machine. 2. After pressing OK, the hatch opens and the ship girl lies inside. 3rd, wear a helmet. 4. Click OK. 5. Just relax. When the game is over or the player is eliminated, the hatch automatically opens. The helmet is removed and placed on the seat, and the player returns to the lounge, where it will be handled by the staff. Jiang Linya, the steps are really simple. Siefeng. Sister Siefeng can't wait any longer, Nanoda. Santiago, if I win, the commander will buy me a new microphone. Tosa, okay, everyone, if you finish watching, please go in quickly. There's still 4 minutes left. Everyone, okay. After Jiang Linya entered the number, she lay down in the cabin and put on her helmet. This cushion is so comfortable. Having said that, he clicked OK and then relaxed. The hatch closed automatically, and the cabin became dark in an instant. And the perfume smells so good. I feel a little sleepy. Outside the cabin, a few lines of text popped up on the display screen of the machine. Startup successful, consciousness linking. Link successful. The virtual sea area was created successfully. Server connection successful. When she opened her eyes, Jiang Linya found herself in a strange place. The clothes she was wearing had turned into a blue bodysuit, which highlighted Jiang Linya's perfect body curves. Looking at the buildings around, this should be the port. Looking up, I saw a huge display screen showing a countdown. 2 minutes left. Suddenly, a small vortex of blue particles appeared around Jiang Linya. After the particles disappeared, Waryan appeared beside her, very close to Jiang Linya, also wearing a blue bodysuit. Warweary looked at the pair of big white rabbits in front of him and asked, "What is this?" As he said this, he reached out and touched it. Warweary, pretty soft. Wait a minute. When I looked up, it was Jiang Linya, a height difference. Jiang Linya blushed slightly, looked at Yin Zhan and said, "Have you touched enough, my dear tablet classmate?" Warweary, wow, I'm so scared it's you. What tablet? I obviously have one. During the communication, the other 4 ship girls also entered the space. Tosa observed the space. The competition venue? Siefeng. It's an unfamiliar port. Santiago looked up and said, "Look at the screen overhead." Several ship girls looked up at the screen. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. An electronic voice sounded. The game is about to begin, and the mode draw is now underway. The screen no longer showed numbers, but a spinning roulette wheel with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it. After a few seconds, the roulette will stop spinning, and the pointer on the roulette will point to the number 3. The electronic voice sounded again. Competition mode, large map point battle. Map name, Moon Bay. Time is 10:30 a.m. Weather is sunny. Tactical map has been synchronized to your wrist display terminal. Jiang Linya raised her arm and looked at her wrist, but there was nothing. The next second, a spot of light appeared on Jiang Linya's wrist. After clicking it, the map appeared on her wrist in the form of a holographic projection. Jiang Linya, good fellow. Observe the map. Map name, Moonbay. Map size, 60 kilometers x 60 kilometers. Victory conditions, sink all enemy ships or occupy the only target point. The map shows the spawn points of both sides and the location of the only objective point. Your spawn point is at the southern border of the map, and the enemy's spawn point is at the northern border of the map. The target point is surrounded by 2 moon-shaped mountains, and the sea area where the target point is surrounded by the mountains is the inland sea, and outside the mountains is the outer sea. There are entrances to the inland sea on the east and west sides. Just after I finished looking at the terrain, the electronic sound rang out. Please participate in the competition. Summon your own warships. Follow the arrows that appear on the sea surface. Sail to the target point and wait. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 ship girls summoned their ship suits, transformed them into warships, and stopped on the shore. War-weary stood on the battleship, looking at Jiang Linya, and said to himself, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen what my desk mate's battleship looks like." Tosa in the distance was also observing Jiang Linya. Outside world. Tianmei, Xiao Xiao, I'm so bored. I'm almost done with my popcorn. Why is this host still mumbling? Xiaolu, what you said was all what we said during the competition this morning. Xiaoya, I'm tired of hearing about sirens. Host, okay, dear audience friends, the contestants are in place. The competition mode has been selected. The competition is about to begin, and the information is projected on the big screen. The audience all saw the information on the screen. Xiaolu, it's going to be a good show. Tianmei, what a huge map. Xiaoya, point capture mode, my favorite cankily competitive mode. In space, Jiang Linya summoned the ship suit. Tosa, did you transform before the game? War-weary, it's quite different from before. This dragon head is so handsome. Yukike's, Yukike-sama, need your protection, Nanoda. Santiago, it's a bit iron-blooded. The next second, Jiang Linya's ship equipment turned into a colorful Rubik's Cube and flew towards the sea. At sea, these cubes form a futuristic blue ship, although it's a bit square. At the bow, the huge 480mm electromagnetic laser cannon exudes a terrifying aura. At the rear of the battleship is a quadruple 356mm main gun, and there is a newly added 50mm laser water pipe on the top of the command tower. After seeing these, Jiang Linya felt satisfied and dissatisfied. What satisfied her was that she thought the small boat looked very handsome. What I'm not satisfied with is, it becomes ugly after adding the naval gun. Due to fuel restrictions, she cannot use the 480mm electromagnetic laser cannon, as the ammunition is basically gone after one shot. The 356mm naval gun takes up a lot of space on the deck of this small ship and cannot be removed. Jiang Linya now regrets why she didn't take a closer look at the summoned warship before the game. I summoned her once before, but only took a quick look before going to deal with the patrolling shipgirl. Most importantly, sandwiched between the 2 large ships, the War-weary and the Tosa, Jiang Linya's ship, which was 30 meters long and 10 meters wide at its widest point, looked even smaller. On the competition label, there are 3 words battleship. Chapter 26, The Royal Fleet appears. Warspite, I thought I had the smallest ship in the class. Tosa, if it is equipped with battleship guns, it can be called a battleship. Santiago, my ships are bigger than hers. Siefeng, +1. Kaohsiung stood on the Kaohsiung in the distance and looked at Jiang Linya expressionlessly. Jiang Linya, this is just my first modification. The ship will become bigger in the future. Besides, my ship is just small in tonnage. In other aspects, you can't compare with me. As she spoke, Jiang Linya raised her head and chest, and her 2 big white rabbits looked particularly dazzling in the sunlight. I don't know what equipment Jiang Linya had, but she got 3 consecutive critical hits. Tosa and Kaohsiung didn't feel anything. War-weary looked at his chest at this moment. His eyes lost their luster. The critical hit had really high damage. Tosa, okay, I'm the flagship. Follow my command. Jiang Linya goes first, Siefeng second, Santiago third, Kaohsiung fourth, Zhanyin fifth, and I'll be the last. Tosa arbitrarily designated herself as the flagship, and the other shipgirls had no problem with it. The flagship is usually a battleship, and among the 3 battleship shipgirls, Tosa is the eldest, so it is natural for her to be the flagship. Although in this game, the flagship was chosen by Tosa himself, and he was in charge. Even if the flagship sank first, the game would not end. Following Tosa's instructions, the 6 warships lined up neatly and sailed forward in the direction of the arrow. Outside world. Host. Now we have our new generation Commander Academy fleet. In the front is the special battleship, Jiang Linya. It's full of futuristic style. The second one is a bunch of blah-blah introductions. P.S. If there is no hydrology, then there is no hydrology. Tip. The warships built by the commander are all ships with the same name. When they are built, except for the size, the clothes are not the same. Tianmei. This seems to be the first time I've seen your Xiao Jiang summon a battleship. Xiaolu. Yeah, that's right. Xiao Jiang has never been summoned before. My Arizona has taken me to the sea in a boat. She summoned it before, but we too thought the battleship was ugly, so... Xiaoyalit. She had never seen Jiang Linya summon a battleship before, and thought Jiang Linya would directly summon a Star Destroyer. Xiaoya thought to herself, so this is how it's done. To be honest, this battleship is so ugly, a blue sci-fi iron box. Although it's not square, it's a bit similar to the Siren battleship in the textbook. Tianmei, indeed a big iron box. Xiaolu. It looks like a siren. Just when several people were observing Jiang Linya's warship, the host took a piece of paper and looked at it. Host. Many students suspect that this ship is a bit like the mass-produced version of the siren. The school leaders guarantee that this warship has been inspected by the school and is not a siren. Please rest assured, students. The headmaster of the academy, Crane, watches the screen from a distance. Dongyu. Principal, it's done. Zuikiko. Okay, go down. At this moment, the Royal Command Academy fleet was also heading towards the target point. The director has switched the camera to the Royal Commander's Academy fleet. Host. Okay, now the fleet sent by the Royal Command Academy is here. They are Destroyer, Jiangfeng Destroyer, Z-46 Heavy Cruiser, Prince Eugen Battleship, Prince of Wales Battlecruiser, Hood, an aircraft carrier, Enterprise. The whole audience was in an uproar. The royal team has an aircraft carrier, and this new generation academy is useless. The opponent has absolute air superiority. Host. It seems that the fleet of a new generation academy is in danger. The contestants don't know what kind of warships the other side has. If they take it lightly, they will definitely suffer a great loss. Xiaolu. I really want to tell Xiaojiang. Tianmei. This is bad news. How can we play against an aircraft carrier? Xiaoya. Alas, you have to trust Xiaojiang. There's no point in being anxious now. Tianmei. Xiao is right. By the way, is there anyone in our school who has built an aircraft carrier? Xiaoya. It would take a lot of effort to build an aircraft carrier. Xiaolu. I just checked. No students in this class built an aircraft carrier. Among the seniors in the previous class, 12 built an aircraft carrier and 5 built a light aircraft carrier. However, only sophomores can participate in this competition. Xiaoya. Well, let's wait and see what happens. Jiang Linya. The big blue circle of light in front should be where we are going. Tosa. After we get there, we line up in a horizontal row with Jiang Linya in the middle, Xiefeng and Santiago on his left and right, Zhan Yan on the far left, and Kaosheng and I on the far right. The ship girls understood. On the other side of the battlefield, Prince Eugen. Wails, can you please stop sexually harassing me, you breast-rubbing demon? Hood, get back to your ship. We're almost there. Z-46. After the battle, I will go and ask Count Zeppelin for advice on how to make bento. Jiang Feng was looking into the distance with a gloomy face. Enterprise, the flagship of our team, also looked into the distance and said, after one battle is over, is there another battle waiting? Readers Communication Group, 5971411849. What the author will say in the group and discuss some game matters and so on. I didn't change the cover. Chapter 27, the game begins. Host. As you can see, both teams are already in position. The game situation will be broadcasted on the big screen in real time. Who will win the game in the end? Let's wait and see. There was cheering at the scene. There were still many people who came to watch Team A's game. Most of them came to see the new battleship, that is, to see Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya had not appeared in public many times in the past month. The birth of the new battleship a month ago and a magical laser had already become a legend in the academy. Some say that a commander built a monster ship from hell. Others say that a commander built a siren. Students who were interested in this gathered here, although Jiang Linya's hull made them feel a little disappointed. In space, several ship girls looked up at the floating electronic screen. After both sides are in position, the countdown to the start of the game will begin to appear on the electronic screen, and players cannot move until the countdown ends. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. The game begins. Capture the target point. The emotionless electronic sound echoed in the space. War-weary looked at Tosa and asked, Squad leader, should we move forward in a group? Tosa thought for a moment and said, Xiefeng and Kaosheng will go together to seize the target point, and Santiago will go around to scout, and the three of us will go together. Several ship girls understood. The next second, everyone retracted their battleships and transformed into ship outfits. Everyone was preparing to split up, and Jiang Linya said, "Wait a minute." Tosa asked expressionlessly, "Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Linya, "There seems to be an aircraft carrier on the other side." Just as the flagship Tosa gave the order, Jiang Linya checked the radar and found that her battleship radar was effective in this place. It also detected the opponent's presence, number of people, and their coordinates. Even the land topography and altitude are marked. 6 red dots and 6 green dots. The red dot should be the opponent, and the green dot represents your side. Just 2 seconds after Tosa finished speaking, the opponent's 6 red dots increased to 12 red dots, 6 of which were moving quickly on the sea, in groups of 2. After Jiang Linya shared the information with several shipgirls, everyone's faces showed a look of worry. Jiang Linya stood there thinking for a few seconds, but couldn't come up with any solution. If she used her laser cannon, it would directly consume all her general fuel, and then movement would become a problem. Although she could take away a shipgirl, no one knew whether the shipgirl she took away was the opponent's aircraft carrier. War-weary stepped forward to encourage them. "Are you afraid just because there's an aircraft carrier on the other side? No, we must face it bravely. Although the other side is quite cheating, we have Jiang Linya, the full map locator. We know exactly where the other side's aircraft and ships are. To be honest, we are even more of a cheater than them." As soon as War-weary finished speaking, Jiang Linya thought of Shipgirl, her own light cruiser, Santiago. "There's an aircraft carrier on the opposite side, but we have San Diego. What is there to be afraid of? Does San Diego still want to fly on the opposite side?" Jiang Linya, "Santiago, what kind of anti-aircraft gun are you carrying?" Santiago turned around, thought for a moment, and said, It seems to be the purple quadruple 40mm Bang Bang Gun T3. It has been too long since I used it, and I haven't used it in recent training. I almost forgot about it." Jiang Linya thought about it, and thought it should be okay. "Tosa, Mr. Jiang, do you have any good ideas?" Jiang Linya, squad leader, Santiago's air defense attribute is very good. I suggest that she and War-weary go with you to harass the enemy and occupy the point, and we can form a group to attack the enemy's aircraft carrier from the side. Tosa was a little worried. "Will it work?" Jiang Linya said confidently, "I'm still very confident in my firepower. Kaohsiung can also use a knife, and she is a heavy cruiser. With the addition of Xiefeng, it is enough to deal with the opponent's aircraft carrier. Even if there are shipgirls protecting the aircraft carrier on the opposite side, there is no need to be afraid. Just fight as many as you meet. If there are more people, you should be able to run away." Tosa, "Okay, that's it. Let's go war-weary, Santiago." Jiang Linya, "If you have the chance to occupy a point, take it, but don't be greedy. When occupying a point, you should also pay attention to whether it is a trap set by the opponent." War-weary, "I understand. Let's go. We have been talking here for so long. The other party must have run to the edge of the target point." Santiago, "Eviction is not that quick." Jiang Linya, "Okay, the battle begins, come on. All the shipgirls, come on." Chapter 28, the game is in progress. Jiang Linya and the other 2 were moving rapidly on the sea. Jiang Linya was looking at the map as she moved forward. Because she needed to look at the map to avoid the enemy's carrier-based aircraft, Jiang Linya did not move forward at full speed. Instead, the speed of Xiefeng and Kaohsiung's ships was the same. "Yukike's, you are a destroyer, but you run as fast as a heavy cruiser." The enemy's carrier-based aircraft are divided into 3 teams, flying to the center and both sides of the map respectively. Because the venue is large enough, the 3 shipgirls can pass through the middle without being discovered. The middle here refers to the middle between the target point and the edge of the map. After paddling for a while, they heard the sound of artillery fire from the direction of the target island. It seemed that Yin Zhan and her group had engaged in a battle with the enemy. Jiang Linya said into the intercom, calling Zhan Yin, "This is Jiang Linya. What's going on over there?" As soon as I turned on the walkie-talkie, I heard the sound of artillery fire, shells falling into the water, the whistling of airplanes, and explosions. "Warspite. Jiang Linya, this is Warspite. We are currently engaging the enemy battleship Prince of Wales and the heavy cruiser Prince Eugen. No other shipgirls are in sight. There are also a large number of carrier-based aircraft." Boom! A huge explosion came from the walkie-talkie. "Warspite, that was a close call. It almost hit me. There are too many carrier-based aircraft here. We don't have any fireworks, and San Diego can't defend against so many aircraft." Jiang Linya, "The map shows that there are 3 enemies and several carrier-based aircraft in your area." Warspite said loudly, We only saw 2 people. Boom! Boom! Another explosion. After hearing this, Jiang Linya realized something was wrong. She looked at the map again and realized something was wrong. Red dots keep appearing around the 3rd red dot. That's an aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier followed the battleship and heavy cruiser to seize the point. Time goes back. As the countdown to the game preparation reached 0, Enterprise gave the order directly. Hood, Jiangfeng, and Z-46 sail along the left edge of the map. The rest of you, follow me to capture the point. As he spoke, he launched the carrier-based aircraft. Prince of Wales. Wait a minute, Enterprise, isn't it inappropriate for you, as an aircraft carrier, to go with us to occupy the point? Eugen twisted his waist and looked at Prince of Wales and said, Indeed, I have no objection to going with Wales to occupy the point. I just want to ask why you should do this. Wales shuddered when she saw the look in Prince Eugen's eyes. She cursed in her heart. ULSP. Enterprise. The instructor said that no one in the other grade built an aircraft carrier this year, which means that the other side may not have an aircraft carrier. Z-23 thought for a moment and said, if the enemy knew we had an aircraft carrier, they would send people to attack us. Considering that our aircraft carrier is protected by guards, they would definitely send shipgirls with strong firepower. The ones who go to seize the point would definitely be weaker. Enterprise continued, That's right, Z-23 is really smart. When the time comes to deal with the shipgirls heading to occupy the point, the remaining ones won't be a problem. Besides, Jiangfeng, Z-23, and Hood are also fast, so they can help delay the time. Hood took a sip of tea and said, No problem. Jiangfeng still stood there with a gloomy face. Enterprise glanced at Jiangfeng and continued, Then the battle begins. Let's get back to our protagonist, Xiefeng. Let's go support War-Weary and their Nanoda. Jiang Linya. Well, even 2 battleships plus San Diego can't withstand the crazy output of the aircraft carrier and the firepower of a battleship and a heavy cruiser. Kaohsiung. Tell me the location. I will attack the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier should be hiding behind the mountain alone now. Jiang Linya glanced at the map and said, Yes, let Xiefeng go with you. Xiefeng. It's my turn to appear. Master Xiefeng, ahaha. Jiang Linya. Be careful. Most aircraft carriers are very powerful in close combat. Kaohsiung put his hand on the hilt of the knife. I understand. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh sound of paddling water. Chapter 29, Battle. P.S. First of all, I would like to thank the reader, SCP-D-14134, for sending me the God certification. I will update twice today. Sorry, I just checked the gift data this morning. I thought I would not receive any gifts during this period of time. Thank you. Thank you again. Royals. Enterprise, you guys go in and occupy the point. I'll deploy carrier-based aircraft outside the mountain. Don't let the enemy find out that I'm nearby. Prince Eugen, okay, let's go, dear Wales. The Prince of Wales removed his hands from his hips. Prince of Wales, come on, let's go. As soon as Prince of Wales and Prince Eugen stepped into the boundary circle of the target point, a blue counting bar appeared out of thin air above the point. It says 1%. 10 seconds passed. 2%. Prince Eugen. 10 seconds increases by 1%. The Prince of Wales looked at another entrance to the target mountain area. The intercom suddenly spoke, and Enterprise's voice came. The enemy ship is 1 kilometer away from the mountain pass. We are observing the enemy's ship type. The enemy has discovered the reconnaissance plane, and the reconnaissance plane has been shot down. Prince of Wales. Guests are here. Don't stare at the strip. Just stay within the circle. Enterprise. The enemy's air defense is very good. War-Weary pointed at the target point and said, Look, squad leader above the target point. Tosa, see, the red count bar. It looks like someone has entered the point first. P.S. When you occupy the point, the bar is blue, and when the opponent occupies the point, it is red. Santiago, what should we do? The enemy's carrier-based aircraft have also discovered us. Just now, Santiago discovered Enterprise's reconnaissance plane and shot down the carrier-based aircraft in seconds. Jinkala's air defense is amazing. Tosa thought for a few seconds. War-Weary. Aim at the target point and cover it with fire. War-Weary. Okay, finally we're going to fire. Tosa raised the muzzle of his gun and said, It's time to tell you where the advantage lies. The invincible skill is activated. Warspite also raised his gun and said, Belli dura despicio. Sharpshooter skill activated. Next second. Boom, 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 boom. Santiago watched from the side with a look of envy on his face. Santiago, I want to can him like this too. War weariness. There's everything in dreams. Tosa, okay, time to enter the circle. Duh, 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 duh. The enemy's carrier-based aircraft appeared again. Duh, 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 duh. Santiago, I don't quite understand, but let's go ahead. I'm the number 1 skill activated. Boom. After a while, all the carrier-based aircraft were shot down. Santiago laughed and said, "It's nothing. I still fell to number 1 in the end." War weary in the distance. Let's go quickly. The 3 ship girls entered the edge circle of the target point from the mountain pass, and the count bar above their heads stopped growing. There was smoke in the circle. Santiago, why is there so much smoke in this place? Tosa said vigilantly, "Be careful. The counting bar has stopped changing, and there are still people in the circle." Bump. War weary pushed Tosa away and said, "Be careful." Whoosh. Boom. A shell flew past. Allah, it looks like it missed. The smoke cleared, and Prince Eugen and the Prince of Wales appeared before their eyes. Seeing that the opponent's clothes were still neat and tidy, it seemed that the bombardment was useless and a wave of fuel was wasted in vain. Readers QQ Communication Group, 597141849. The author will talk about anything in the group and also discuss the game. Chapter 30, Fight, continued. Eugen and Wales were fighting fiercely with the 3 Tosa shipgirls. War-weary little Bronte, Prince of Wales little Bronte, and Enterprise were standing on the top of the hill thinking about something. Enterprise, why are both of their battleships here? Could it be that they believe that there's no one to protect the aircraft carrier and sent 2 front-row shipgirls and 1 rear-row shipgirl to find me? Enterprise thought that at least 2 back-row shipgirls would come a finer, leaving the front row and 1 back-row shipgirl to grab the point. Beep beep. Enterprise was shocked. What? They are all here. Switching to the perspective of the carrier-based aircraft, Enterprise discovered that Jiang Linya and the 2 shipgirls were almost reaching the target point. Enterprise, why didn't the reconnaissance plane discover it in advance? Eugen Wales retreat. Hood, Z-46, Jiang phone, come and join us. Quick. Eugen's voice came over the radio. What's wrong? Hood, got it. Enterprise, the other 3 ships are about to arrive here, and we only have 3 ships here. Hood can't make it in time. We need to retreat first and reunite with Hood and the others before fighting again. Within the target point, Prince Eugen stopped firing and said, "Oh, we'll leave first. I'll give it to you now." Jiang Linya's voice came from the intercom. "Keep them. We have been discovered, and they probably want to retreat." War-weary fired a few more shots and said, "Did I let you go?" Eugen, "Oh, I can't withdraw." Enterprise, trouble. It's over. Enterprise skill. Lucky activated. Prince Eugen, Wales, you go first, I'll block you. This is not enough. Come on, more. Prince Eugen's skill. Unbreakable shield activated. Prince Eugen, all fire. Bang, bang, bang. Warspite yelled. Don't even think about running. A large number of planes flew over the hill. Santiago exclaimed, "There are so many planes, I can't stop them." Tosa yelled, "Retreat, retreat." Whoosh bang. Tosa, ah. War-weary looked back and saw that Tosa was hit by a bomb from an airplane. Enterprise stood on the top of the hill and said, "It's still too young." Enterprise found that the single wave of carrier-based aircraft she released could not break through Santiago's anti-aircraft firepower network. She tried to drop bombs at the edge of the bombing range, but none of the bombs hit the ship girl. So she used a small number of fighter jets carrying bombs to put on a show. She stockpiled a large number of carrier-based bombers and torpedo planes behind a mountain. After discovering Jiang Linya approaching, she directly activated her skills, controlled all the accumulated aircraft, and went to board the 3 ship girls of war weariness. Enterprise's prediction was not wrong. With so many planes, these 3 ship girls could only block about 80% of the carrier-based aircraft, and the remaining 20% dropped bombs with double power. Tosa was unable to dodge and was hit by a 2000 lb bomb. Judging from the style of the aircraft, it should be an SB-2C Helldiver, equipped with 2 500 lb bombs and 1 2000 lb bomb. P.S. Game data. Yukike's. I'm Yukike's Ninoda. Snow Wind skill. Wugong Snow Wind. Unsinkable lucky ship activated. Jiang Linya led Kaohsiung and Xiefeng to the scene and joined the team to clean up the carrier-based aircraft. Xiefeng added buffs to several ship girls and herself. The Prince of Wales walked further and further away, turning back from time to fire a few shots. Looking at the injured squad leader Tosa, Jiang Linya controlled the dragon head and charged the electromagnetic laser cannon. System. Command confirmed. Laser cannon charging. Warspite. What are you going to do, my friend? The enemy has left the field of vision. Jiang Linya. It's okay. If I can't move in a while, you have to protect me. Laser cannon charging completed. Target locked successfully. When Jiang Linya entered the battlefield, she saw the Enterprise hiding on the top of the hill and marked the red dot as the Enterprise on the radar. Now she only needed to lock on and fire to destroy it. Rather than letting the Enterprise continue to use carrier-based aircraft to harass their own fleet, it would be better to put an end to it in advance. And Jiang Linya has a bold idea. War-weary. No way, can you hit it? Jiang Linya. Trust me, leave for a while. Warspite pulled away the curious Xiefeng and Santiago. Jiang Linya. Fire. P.S. There are probably readers of my book who don't play as Elaine. The author would like to ask here whether it is necessary to type out the skill introductions of these shipgirls. PS2. The author is seriously ill today. PS3. Today's 20 consecutive draws still didn't produce the garden. Chapter 31. Fighting. At this time, Enterprise is already reunited with Hood and the others. Hood asked, how is it? Enterprise. My general fuel count is not enough to support another large-scale attack. Hood. Is there any good solution? Prince Eugen interrupted. Yes, we just need to eliminate the only light cruiser on the opposite side. The Prince of Wales was still looking at the target point in the distance. A point of light flashed. Prince of Wales, what? Enterprise felt the temperature suddenly drop, as if she would die in the next second. Enterprise launched a wave of carrier-based aircraft at extremely fast speed. Successfully trigger the skill Lucky E. P.S. Skill introduction. Enterprise's only skill, Lucky E, has a chance to be triggered when launching carrier-based aircraft, making it invincible for 8 seconds and doping double the damage. Next second. Boom. A huge blue-charged laser hit and passed through Enterprise's body, and because Z-46 was standing in the same line and had no time to react, he was also hit by the laser. The company was fine, but the Z-46 was caught in the crossfire and turned into dust without a sound. Within the target point. Because the general fuel was used up in the devastating blow, Jiang Linya's ship turned into an unsightly little boat, floating on the sea and drifting with the waves. Jiang Linya lay on the deck and looked at the sky. Several shipgirls, including Warspite, jumped onto the deck, making the already narrow space even more crowded. Tosa frowned and said, "You guys go down first, it's too crowded." Xiefeng looked at the laser cannon on the deck, his eyes sparkling. "Is this the weapon? I want it so much." War-weary. "You can't pretend even if I ask you to." Kaohsiung. "It's a good souvenir." Jiang Linya said, "Good guy, I'm still lying here, but no one else is thinking about destroying my turret first. What a good teammate." Jiang Linya. Ahem. Tosa reached out, picked up Yukike's, and threw him down. Yukike's, Nanoda. When war-weary, Kaohsiung, and Santiago saw this, they jumped down on their own accord. "Tosa, what's going on?" Jiang Linya. "I feel like my body is drained and out of fuel." "Are you okay, squad leader?" Tosa looked at his ship equipment and said, "It's okay. It's just that a few guns are useless. It's a small matter." Jiang Linya. "It's such a small matter. It was almost destroyed by an aerial bomb. P.S. A double-power 2000 lb bomb, should be a 4000 lb bomb, was dropped on Tosa's head." Tosa. "Okay, we lost a little this time. Let's solve the problem of you running out of oil first. Didn't you say you had a solution?" Jiang Linya. "Indeed, I need another shipgirl. First, transform the ship into a battleship, and then pull a pipe to transfer the oil in her oil tank into my battleship." Tosa. "It should work, then use mine." Jiang Linya. "Okay." As he spoke, Tosa transformed his ship into a battleship, and a huge battleship with black smoke coming out of it docked next to Jiang Linya's boat. Tosa was damaged this time and lost about 60% of its combat effectiveness. Tosa knew that he was now a drag, and the only contribution he could make now was to pump fuel into Jiang Linya's hull to allow Jiang Linya to recover. Jiang Linya. "Oh my God, is this explosion so horrible?" The battleship's bridge had been blown to pieces and 2 of its 5 main guns were destroyed. Tosa shouted down, "War-weary, Kaohsiung, come up and help." The 2 shipgirls jumped onto the Tosa. "Warspite, how can I help you?" Tosa told the 2 shipgirls what they needed to do. "Kaohsiung, I see. We have to hurry. If the other party takes the opportunity to attack, it will be bad. Walking into the cabin, War Weary said, "The damage is a bit serious, but it can still be repaired. Kaohsiung, we don't have damage control right now." After a while, Jiang Linya was revived with full health, and Tosa transferred 70% of his remaining fuel into Jiang Linya's fuel tank. Jiang Linya opened the map and took a look, and immediately found something wrong. The red dot labeled as the Enterprise did not disappear, but another unknown red dot disappeared. Chapter 32, Fighting. The emotionless robotic female voice sounded in the space. The Royal Z-46 sank. After hearing this, Jiang Linya sat up in shock from her dying illness and jumped up. What? Why isn't it the other aircraft carrier? Outside audience seats. The audience saw the attack Jiang Linya launched just now, saw it clearly, and the director even gave a close-up. Now everyone is discussing the attack. Audience A, is this the new special ship? Audience B, what a terrifying power. It punched a hole in the mountain. Audience C, I saw that doll was beaten to ashes. Audience D, that's a destroyer. And the Xiaoya trio in the distance. Tianmei, wow, Xiao, your ship girl has become more powerful again. This attack is much stronger than the previous one. Xiaolu, should I say it's worthy of being a test ship? When the game started and Jiang Linya changed the battleship into a ship outfit, Xiaoya saw a dragon behind Jiang Linya. When they returned to the dormitory, Jiang Linya's ship equipment was put away, and Xiaoya had not yet checked the information about Jiang Linya's transformation. Xiaoya, it has become so strong after just one transformation. On the hosting stage, commentator, the first ship girl to be eliminated in the entire arena. Terrible weapon, terrifying power. If this ship girl from the new generation team can continue to release this kind of attack, the Royal Team will be in danger. Royal Team, Prince of Wales, what kind of weapon is this? It's such a cheat. Hood, Z-46 is gone. We lost a destroyer. Now it's 6 against 5. Enterprise, phew, I was almost eliminated. How lucky I am. Enterprise looked up at the target point and saw a hole in the mountain blocking the two teams, with lava flowing out. Prince Eugen, there's a battleship on the other side that was hit by Enterprise's bomb. Let's think about how to deal with that weapon first. Turning to look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng had been thinking since the attack ended. Prince Eugen asked, Jiang Feng, have you thought of anything? Jiang Feng raised his head and said, I'm making a guess. Prince Eugen, oh. Jiang Feng looked at the hole in the mountain and said, we should have left their field of vision. The fact that they can accurately strike the Enterprise shows that they have a way to locate us. Our position is almost exposed. When Enterprise and the other 3 ship girls evacuated, they did not go in a straight line, but made a detour to meet up with Hood, Jiang Feng, and Z-46. Jiang Feng continued, it has been a while now, and the other party also knows that the company has not been eliminated, so the company is still in a state of being positioned, and maybe Eugen and Wales are the same. And the other side did not launch a second attack. Prince of Wales, then let's wait for a while before we seize the target point. During this time, we will move around the mountain at a distance and bombard the target point. Prince Eugen, okay, to verify whether they can use this attack again. Prince of Wales, yes, and Hood and Jiang Feng, stay away from the 3 of us. They may not know your location yet. Think of a way to sneak attack them. Hood, I see. By the way, would you like some afternoon tea? Prince of Wales, yes. Hood transformed the ship into a battleship, placed a table on it, and conjured up a teapot and teacups out of thin air, and the 2 ship girls sat on them and drank tea. Prince Eugen and Enterprise slowly typed out a series of question marks. Hood, you guys come up too, and replenish your energy. Eugen was about to get angry and pointed out that it was time for the competition and we were still at a disadvantage. So why were we in a mood to have afternoon tea? And there were still a lot of problems that had not been solved. Prince of Wales, the tea is delicious. Eugen, come here. Prince Eugen, oh, here I come. The company said it was truly a royal style. Enterprise, I can't, I'll go investigate. Jiang Feng didn't want to get involved, so he said, I'll go investigate too. Chapter 33, Second Firefight. In order to prevent a sneak attack from the other party, Chia and Jiang Feng were patrolling and guarding nearby, while Jiang Linya was on the other side. On a war-weary battleship, Santiago shouted happily, Afternoon tea, yay? Siefeng. Tea is delicious, Nanoda. Several ship girls from a new generation team are also having afternoon tea. Jiang Linya took a bite of the delicious pastry and said, "War weariness. Where did this come from?" War Weary took a sip of tea and said, "Oh, our Royal Navy ships all have this feature, with their own tea tables and cups, as well as hot water, good tea leaves, and snacks." Warspite, "Also, the battleship's own clock reminds us that it's tea time." Jiang Linya exclaimed, "What a great guy." Jiang Linya, "I saw your royal ship having afternoon tea at the training ground in the afternoon before, and I thought the school had specially prepared tools and tea for you." War Weary, "We bring our own. The types of refreshments on each ship may be different, but the tea must be black tea." Jiang Linya thought of Dang's tea bag launcher again. "Cao Sheng, that's great." Tosa held the teacup and asked, "Is it really okay to relax like this?" Jiang Linya said confidently, "Don't worry, trust the radar. The other side is crowded together and has not released any carrier-based aircraft. They may be resting. I will report if there is any movement." War Weary, "Then I'll leave it to you, my friend." Baji, the sound of eating. Cao Sheng, "Will there be Royal Navy shipgirls on the other side?" Warspite, "The Prince of Wales." Jiang Linya, "The Prince of Wales is not from the White Eagle." War Weary, "It has never been like that." Jiang Linya, this. Jiang Linya thought of the Big Brother skill of adding buff to the White Eagle ship. So she always believed that the Big Brother was from the White Eagle. What a guy. He's from the royal family, a traitor of the royal family. The lively afternoon tea time was over, and Jiang Linya had finished filling up her gas tank. After taking a look at the radar, Jiang Linya said, "The enemy is coming again. They're almost at the mountain pass, right in front of us." War Weary, "The progress bar above his head has already reached 70%. Can't the other party bear it anymore?" After a while, some water columns appeared at the eastern pass. It was a smoke bomb fired from a cannon. Soon, the mountain pass was filled with smoke. Another period of time passed. Jiang Linya, War Weary, squad leader, prepare to fire at the smoke. The enemy has run into the smoke. Warspite and Tosa immediately adjusted their naval guns. Whoosh, the sound of a falling shell. Boom, boom, boom. Tosa shouted, "Scatter! The enemy is launching artillery fire." Santiago, the battleship's bombardment is so terrible, so terrible." Siefeng, "Don't be afraid. Master Siefeng will protect you, Ninoda." Boom. One shell hit Santiago right in the body. Santiago, Cao Sheng picked up a knife, cut a few shells, and came to Santiago. "Cao Sheng, are you okay? What happened?" Santiago was directly hit by this shell. Looking toward the mountain pass, it was already filled with smoke where the shells were coming from. Jiang Linya took a look at the radar, input the lock command, and turned the quadruple 356mm naval gun on her arm. Warspite and Tosa opened fire first. Bang, 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 bang. The huge shells fell towards the fog. Jiang Linya knew that the two shipgirls had missed this round. Jiang Linya, "Go on, we missed. Cao Sheng will escort Santiago to retreat, and Siefeng you will leave with him." Cao Sheng, "Understood." Jiang Linya deduced that the red dots in the smoke should be two rear-row gunboats, and the most likely possibility was two battleships. Wait, the red dot marked as the Enterprise and an unknown red dot are motionless on the other side, and there is another red dot somewhere. Chapter 34. Engagement. Hood sinks. Jiang Linya checked the map and searched carefully. Exist. The Western Pass. Jiang Linya, the other side wants to fight 3 with one ship girl? Never mind. Let's deal with this first. Jiang Linya turned on a radio and said, "There is an enemy ship girl in the direction you are retreating. Be careful." Cao Sheng, "No problem." Royals. "Hope it works," Hood said as he fired in the fog. 10 minutes ago. Prince of Wales. "Well, tea time is over." Enterprise. "I thought about it. If we are going to bombard, I suggest letting Hood follow and let Jiang Feng attack by himself." Prince Eugen. "Why?" Enterprise. "Hood can't keep up with Jiang Feng's speed. After all, Jiang Feng is a destroyer, and Jiang Feng is also easy to hide, so it will be easier to launch a sneak attack. Eugen stays with me to prevent the opponent from sending a ship girl to steal me. Hood follows Wails to launch an artillery attack. This is the best way." Prince Eugen. "Indeed, I am the best person to escort the aircraft carrier. I am not as good as Hood in long-range bombardment." Enterprise. "Okay, let's get moving and remember to throw some smoke bombs at the mountain pass." Back to Jiang Linya again. System. Target confirmed. Autoloader docking complete. Currently available ammunition, 73 rounds. Jiang Linya. First, let's fire 4 shots in a row. Target the red dot on the right. System. Lock successful. Fire command received successfully. Muzzle calibration completed. Boom. Boom. 16 356mm shells flew towards Hood. Hood, who was in the smoke, had no idea. Whoosh, the sound of a cannonball flying through the air. Boom. System. Confirming. It's 8. Breakdown 4. Not penetrated for. The opponent is slightly broken. Hood, I'm shot. Prince of Wales. Hold on. I hope Zhang Feng's sneak attack will be successful. Outside world. The audience had a heated discussion. Host. The two sides are exchanging fire fiercely. Currently, Santiago is medium damaged and Hood is slightly damaged. The progress bar of the target point has reached 85%. It seems that Zhang Feng of the royal team is going to make a sneak attack, but she has to face the firepower of 3 enemy shipgirls. Can the sneak attack succeed? Audience A. This is much more exciting than the fight this morning. Audience B. Why doesn't the aircraft carrier launch aircraft yet? Space. The company launched 2 rounds of reconnaissance aircraft. Prince of Wales risked his life to go out and investigate, and found that the other 6 shipgirls were at the target point. So he quickly sent a message to Enterprise and Jiang Feng. Enterprise, Yujin, go help Jiang Feng. The enemy's frontline shipgirls should be retreating. After all, they have no chance against battleships. See if you can shoot down the enemy cruiser. I will send carrier-based aircraft to harass them. The company released another wave of bombers. Jiang Linya, keep bombarding the shipgirl on the right, 5th Company. System. Command confirmed. Autonomous fire. Boom. In just a few seconds, Jiang Linya fired 20 shells. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. System. Confirming. The other side sank. 37 shells remaining. System broadcast of space. Royals Hood sink. Jiang Linya. I'm a high-tech warship with a high-tech fire control system and loading system. How can I be afraid of you in World War II? Jiang Linya then realized that her thoughts had become corrupted. Chapter 35. Super Intense Battle. Wails Hood. Enterprise's voice rang out over the radio. Wails, retreat quickly. Wails, damn it. How did the other party find Hood and hit him so accurately? The smoke slowly cleared, and the Prince of Wales knew he had to leave. Jiang Linya was just about to continue bombing another red dot, which was the Prince of Wales. Buzz. Enterprise's plane has arrived. Buzz. Jiang Linya could not care less about Hood, who was retreating for the time being, and quickly hid next to War Weary. Jiang Linya's only anti-aircraft weapon was a 50mm small water tube laser cannon. Now her fuel supply was limited, and she could not use this gun. Enterprise in the distance. Sure enough, the other 3 rear-row ships have separated from the front-row ships. This is a good opportunity. Just when Santiago was about to return to Jiang Linya and the other 3 shipgirls, Kaohsiung pushed Santiago and said, "Be careful." The next second, Kaohsiung drew his sword at the speed of light. When Jiang Feng attacked with a knife. I want to take advantage of Santiago's breakdown and kill her right away. Jiang Feng. It's not a loss to exchange my destroyer for your main air defense force. For fear of accidentally injuring friendly forces, the 2 shipgirls did not dare to open fire. As for Yujin, she had not arrived yet due to the speed. Ding, ding, ding. With swords flashing and sabers flying, the 2 sword-fighting masters showed off their various fancy sword skills to Xiefeng and Santiago. When both sides retreated at the same time. Kaohsiung. A rope can saw through wood, and water can wear away stone. Cut. Jiang Feng. Don't worry. The pain will only last for a moment. Jiang Feng's skills. Balanced torpedo, Tacipheron's counterattack. PS. Greatly increases torpedo damage, and when attacking, our destroyer's damage to enemy cruisers is increased. In a flash, the 2 sides clashed again with knives, but this time the confrontation lasted only a moment. The next moment, it was as if the air had solidified. Yujin, who had just arrived, and the 2 shipgirls standing on both sides watching the show, only saw a flash of a sword, and then the 2 sides exchanged positions. Jiang Feng. I lost, but I also completed my mission ahem. Jiang Feng falls down. Space system broadcast. Royal team, Jiang Feng sink. Next second. Boom. Santiago Yukike's Santiago. Kaohsiung looked back and saw Santiago lying on the sea in a black body, slowly sinking. It turned out that Jiang Feng had just used a skill to secretly launch a wave of torpedoes, but Santiago and Xiefeng did not notice it. They were so engrossed in watching the fight that they did not notice the approaching torpedoes. This wave of torpedoes with enhanced damage and the damage-increasing buff directly caused Santiago to sink. The Space System broadcast, New Generation Academy Team, San Diego, sinking. Jiang Linya, who was not far away, said, "What? Warspite, it's broken." Yujin, who was hiding at the mountain pass and avoiding observation, said, "Thank you, Jiang Feng. Pick up the intercom." Yujin, Enterprise. Enterprise, got it. Prince of Wales, it's time to turn the tables. Enterprise in the distance picked up the bow and arrow again. It's over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of carrier-based aircraft took off and headed straight for Jiang Linya. Yujin stopped hiding and jumped out of the mountain pass when he saw the carrier-based aircraft flying over. Prince Yujin, all ships at full fire, fewer fire. At another mountain pass, the Prince of Wales joins the Enterprise. Prince of Wales, let's fight it out. Prince of Wales skill, Royal Alliance activated. P.S. When we have the White Eagle, our artillery, anti-aircraft reload, and mobility are comprehensively improved. P.S. 2. You're such a traitor. As a Royal Navy shipgirl, you actually need the White Eagle shipgirl to use your skills. P.S. 3. 4 chapters are sent today. Chapter 36, Still Fighting. Author's words. Many readers have questions, and you may have them too, so let me talk about them first. In Chapter 35, regarding the sword fight between Jiang Feng and Cao Shang, some readers said that shipgirls fight with cannons, so why do they have to fight with swords? Regarding this question, maybe you don't know much about the shipgirls of the Sakura Empire. The shipgirls of the Sakura Empire will basically go to close combat to cut ships when they hold swords. For example, in the animation, Crane and the aircraft carrier fight with the melee Archer Enterprise in close combat. How many carrier-based aircraft are released during the whole process? They can also enchant the sword. And Lingbo and Cao Shang also fight in close combat with swords, as well as the transformation of ship equipment into battleships. A battleship is a ship equipment. On normal days, the shipgirl does not wear the ship equipment, so she will transform the ship equipment into a battleship, and the ship will stop on the shore. Before Jiang Linya reached level 10, I mentioned that the system provided Jiang Linya with the service of storing ship equipment. This service was canceled only after Jiang Linya had the ability to transform into a battleship. And Jiang Linya had never watched the anime series as Elaine in her previous life. Although I want to put in the comment section, I guess few people will read it, so this paragraph does not count towards the number of words in this chapter. A large number of carrier-based aircraft rushed towards Jiang Linya and the other 3 shipgirls, while on the other side, Prince Yujin held back Cao Shang and Yukike's. Jiang Linya breathed a sigh of relief. He raised the muzzle of his gun and shouted, "Fire all round." System. Target confirmed. Prince of Wales. Fire confirmed. Boom. P.S. The fire control system pops up these instructions and completes them within 1 second. 37 356mm naval gun shells flew towards the Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales wanted to make a final struggle, but it was useless. 13 out of 37 shells hit the ship directly. This wave took away the Prince of Wales directly and also reduced Jiang Linya's consumable ammunition to 0. System. The enemy target has been destroyed. Space System broadcast. The Royals. The Prince of Wales is sunk. Outside world. Host. This wave of bullets directly took away the opponent's Prince of Wales, and all the Royal Team's battleships sank. But the Royal Team's Enterprise carrier-based aircraft also arrived above the New Generation Team and began to drop bombs. Oh, a new sunken shipgirl has appeared. It's Tosa. Let's replay what happened. Jiang Linya. Xiefeng, come back. Cao Shang will hold back Prince Yujin. Xiefeng. Here comes Nanoda. In order to prevent Xiefeng from killing Cao Shang, Jiang Linya called Xiefeng back. Hunk, hunk, hunk. The sound of carrier-based aircraft dropping bombs was rang out. Boom. With a scream, Tosa was hit by several bombs and torpedoes. Tosa, which was already close to being seriously destroyed, was directly taken away by one wave. Jiang Linya shouted while dodging torpedoes and bombs. Our anti-aircraft firepower is insufficient. Because the noise of planes and bomb explosions was too loud, Jiang Linya had to shout, "War weariness," loudly in order for it to be heard. Warspite, you're out of ammo. Jiang Linya, give me your sword. Warspite, Okay, catch it. Boom. One torpedo hit the warspite. After Jiang Linya caught the sword, she headed straight for the Enterprise. The current situation no longer allows Jiang Linya to get oil. Jiang Linya, Siefeng has made some progress. Yin Zhan, you go back to help Cao Sheng. I'm going to cut down the Enterprise. Enterprise controlled the carrier-based aircraft to dive down. Enterprise, target, war weariness. Just when warspite passed by Siefeng. Buzz. Boom. War weary endured the pain and said, damn it. Even the anti-aircraft firepower of Yukike's and warspite could not stop Enterprise's carrier-based aircraft. Bombs were dropped and torpedoes rushed towards war weary. Siefeng stepped forward and stood in front of Zhanyan. Facing a large number of bombs and torpedoes, Siefeng shouted, let the great Siefeng Sama, Gulme, protect you. Yukike's, I am Master Yukike's Nanoda. Snow wind skill, unsinkable lucky ship activated. P.S. There's a chance that the damage can be reduced to 1 point. After absorbing Waryen's luck and adding Siefeng's own luck, Siefeng protected Waryen behind him and blocked most of the attacks. However, there are still a few attacks whose damage is not reduced to 1 point. Snow and wind, big break. Jiang Linya saw this scene and said, well done, Siefeng. Most of the carrier-based aircraft returned to Enterprise to restock their ammunition, while a small number were still harassing the 4 shipgirls of the New Generation team. Chapter 37, all empty. Here in Kaohsiung, because Prince Eugen was flying around in the sky, Kaohsiung had no way to hit Prince Eugen with a knife and was forced to fight back with cannons. Prince Eugen, this is not enough. More. Prince Eugen's skill, unbreakable shield activated. P.S. Trigger the shield at regular intervals to block 10 secondary gun shells. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Kaohsiung, damn this guy. Since Kaohsiung can't fly, he can only stand there helplessly and furiously. Whoosh. Prince Eugen, what? Boom, boom, boom. The war-weary shells have arrived. The main gun's large-caliber shells penetrated the shield and hit Prince Eugen's body directly, causing a violent explosion. Hit it directly until it breaks in the middle. Prince Eugen, ahem, damn it. War-weary. The situation is so obvious. Why don't you give up? Prince Eugen floated in the air. Haha, interesting. My answer is look behind you. Buzz. When War-weary heard the noise, he turned around suddenly. A wave of carrier-based aircraft flew down from the top of the mountain and dived towards Siefeng. Warspite exclaimed, when? Boom! Along with the carrier-based aircraft, torpedoes, and bombs, they all crashed into Siefeng. At this time, the space system broadcast. New Generation team, snow wind sink. The smoke dissipated and Siefeng's body slowly sank. Prince Eugen, there's only one broken shipgirl left in the target circle, and the new ship left the circle and ran to find our aircraft carrier. You gonna find me? How silly and cute. The progress bar has been cleared. Our mission is complete, so goodbye. After saying this, Prince Eugen turned around and was about to leave. Kaohsiung, damn it. Do you think you can get away? Prince Eugen, oh, try it. Buzz. Several more carrier-based aircraft appeared behind Prince Eugen. After a round of bombing, Enterprise successfully covered Prince Eugen's departure. Seeing the progress bar reaching 95% instantly reset to 0, War-weary even wanted to tear the opponent's aircraft carrier apart with his bare hands. War-weary, not good. 2 of us were hit. Xiao Jiang has no ammunition, and he went straight to find the opposing aircraft carrier. Kaohsiung turned on the radio and said, Jiang Linya, Eugen has returned, and the occupation progress bar has been reset. Jiang Linya replied, oh, it's a headache. I'll come back first. Distance. Eugen successfully merged with the Enterprise. Eugen, how is it? Enterprise, oh no, I'm running out of general fuel. I can still launch 4 waves of carrier-based aircraft. Prince Eugen, is he here to see you? Enterprise, she went back, by the way. How is the situation? Prince Eugen, the heavy cruiser on the other side was damaged. The battleship was damaged. The new ship was slightly damaged. I was also damaged, but the ammunition is still sufficient. Enterprises, the advantage is gone. Jiang Linya held the war-weary ship-slashing sword, sat on the beach and said, report your own situation. Warspite, middle damage, low on ammunition. Kaohsiung, it's broken, but there's plenty of ammunition. Jiang Linya just lay down on the beach and said, I'm so tired. War-weary, where are they now? Jiang Linya glanced at the radar and said, "It's very close to us, about 10 nautical miles away, with this mountain in between. War weary. How about refilling your tank?" Jiang Linya, forget it. We are afraid of a sudden attack from the other side. We don't know how many carrier-based aircraft are left on the other side's aircraft carrier. Several shipgirls sat on the beach and sighed together. Watch the count bar above your head as it refills. Chapter 38, Before the Final Battle. Jiang Linya was lying on the beach and said, "I can get the MVP in this game." Warspite also lay down and said, "Almost. You destroyed 3 of the 6 ships." Kaohsiung said weakly, "I'll take a nap first. Wake me up if anything happens." Jiang Linya also said weakly, "This is a competition. I can't sleep. I can't." Boom, boom. War Weary stood up and looked at the sky. "When did this dark cloud appear?" Kaohsiung, "Ha ha ha." Jiang Linya, "Looks like I need to take a bath." Boom, snap. A huge bolt of lightning struck Jiang Linya directly. Jiang Linya yelled. He opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of black air. Jiang Linya, "Why, what did I do wrong? Why should I be struck by lightning?" Turning around, I saw that Kaohsiung and Yinzhan had hidden in a cave not far away at some point. The next moment, a strong wind blew and heavy rain fell from the sky. Crash, crash. Jiang Linya, wet. Jiang Linya was just about to go into the cave to hide from the rain. System, get ammunition, 20 rounds. Jiang Linya, what's going on? System, it was the lightning just now that charged you up. Jiang Linya, can I use electricity as oil? System, yes, there will be more energy sources available to you in the future, but normal voltage is not enough. You need high voltage electricity. Jiang Linya, forget it. I don't want to go through that again. It's too exciting. Think for a few seconds. Jiang Linya, you too. It's time to end the battle. Let's go find them. Warspite, can you fight against carrier-based aircraft? Kaohsiung, look at the question you asked. Even if we can't fight it, we have to fight it. Jiang Linya, yes. Instead of waiting here for the enemy's carrier-based aircraft to arrive, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Besides, I have obtained ammunition. Kaohsiung and War Weariness are full of question marks. Jiang Linya, the one when I was struck by lightning. Warspite, I've never heard of a shipgirl being able to charge with lightning. Jiang Linya, I just found out. Kaohsiung, well, let's attack. Are the 2 shipgirls on the opposite side still together? Jiang Linya, yes, they are still together, and the strong wind and heavy rain can also interfere with carrier-based aircraft. War Weary, what are you waiting for? Attack! Tear apart the aircraft carrier with bare hands. Royals in the distance. Enterprise took back the reconnaissance plane and said, "Damn it, why did this kind of weather suddenly appear? The reconnaissance planes in the sky can't see anything." Prince Eugen, visibility has also decreased. Enterprise, but you can still see the progress bar of the target point. Prince Eugen, yes, indeed. Wait a minute, the progress bar has been reset to 0. Enterprise frowned and said, "Are you planning to fight us in such bad weather?" Prince Eugen, but how can they find us in this weather? Can they even locate us? Enterprise, you must be kidding. In this kind of weather, radar is so high-tech. Prince Eugen, I'm just guessing. Okay, have you rested enough? Let's go over there and take a look. Enterprise raised his bow and arrow. Let's go. Jiang Linya, the 2 shipgirls on the opposite side are heading towards the target point. Warspite, the final battle is here. P.S. Please urge for more updates after reading this. I beg you. Omega. Chapter 39, the end of the game. Boom, boom. The wind was blowing hard. Lightning was striking everywhere. And the sea seemed to be angry, constantly hitting the shipgirls with huge waves. Jiang Linya, enemy spotted. Prince Eugen, enemy spotted. Both sides opened fire at the same time. Jiang Linya fired a shot, but missed Eugen, and Prince Eugen also didn't hit Jiang Linya, but both sides knew each other's position. Bang, bang, bang. There was another round of passionate shooting, but due to visibility and strong winds and waves, no one hit the target. Jiang Linya, system, aim at Prince Eugen and fire all the remaining 14 shots. System, calculating wind effects. Reloading complete. Target confirmed. Fire. Bang, bang. 14 shells were fired instantly. System, 4 hits. The enemy was badly defeated. Prince Eugen, damn it, what kind of fire control system is this? Cough, cough. Whoosh. A flash of light flashed for a moment. War Weary cried out in pain. Boom. Warspite. Ah. Space System Broadcast. New generation, war weariness sinks. It was Enterprise who did it. This arrow directly killed the warspite who was in the middle of the battle. It should have hit the core area and caused him to be killed instantly. Jiang Linya, damn it. Cao Sheng, go deal with Prince Eugen. Cao Sheng, okay. Jiang Linya held up the huge sword of war and ran straight towards the Enterprise. Chia didn't say anything. He drew his bow and shot an arrow at Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya raised his knife to defend himself. Ricochet. The next moment, Jiang Linya was already beside the Enterprise. He jumped high, raised a knife, and made a leap and chop. Enterprise also raised his bow to block in front of him. When sparks flew, Enterprises will not passively take the attack, but will find the right opportunity to create distance and shoot an arrow. It was just bad luck that I missed. But the arrow that flew out turned into a carrier-based dive bomber, turned around, and dropped a bomb. Jiang Linya dodged hurriedly and looked up and saw that Chia had pulled the bowstring again. Whoosh! The arrow successfully hit Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya cried out in pain. Ah! The next moment, Jiang Linya seemed to have gone berserk and slashed at Chia with the knife. Ding, ding, ding. Immediately following, another jump chop, but this time, Jiang Linya directly destroyed Enterprise's compound bow. Compound bows don't last long. As the compound bow broke with a snap, Enterprise knew that it was going to be in trouble. He also wanted to use the ship's equipment behind him to launch carrier-based aircraft to trigger a skill, but Enterprise was not so lucky this time. The next knife. Boom. Space System Broadcast. Royals, Enterprise sink. With 2 explosions on another battlefield, the game finally ended. Cao Sheng seized the opportunity, aimed at Prince Eugen, and controlled the ship's guns to fire directly at her face. Prince Eugen also fired at Cao Sheng at her face. In the end, the 2 shipgirls died together. Space System Broadcast. The Royals, Prince Eugen sink. New generation team, Cao Sheng sinking. All the Royal Team's shipgirls are sunk, and the new generation team has only 1 shipgirl left. The game is over, and the new generation Commander Academy wins. Jiang Linya looked at the burning sea and said, "It's finally over." Jiang Linya suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes and fainted, and this space slowly dissipated. When she opened her eyes, Jiang Linya found herself back in the room where the machine was placed. The hatch of the machine was open. Cao Sheng was sitting in another competition cabin, looking at Jiang Linya with a smile. Click! The door opened. Squad leader Tosa walked in. Tosa smiled and said, "Okay, it's time to get up. You'll have to go on stage to receive your award soon." Jiang Linya looked back at the screen on the wall, which had the word victory written on it. Cao Sheng, this black technology is really good. Jiang Linya climbed out of the competition cabin, said, "Go back to the lounge first." Tosa, well, let's go. Siren Undersea Base in the Pacific Ocean. Purifier, the game is over. Tester, yes, I collected a lot of information this time. Purifier, when will our stuff arrive? Observer, it's not urgent, but it will be soon. Tester, oh, right. Where's the Ember? The observer spread his hands and said, "From the outside, there is no movement. I thought about sneaking in to investigate, but I would be killed instantly. I don't know what they are doing in the base." Purifier, then forget about it for now and continue with our business. Chapter 40, Closing Ceremony. Jiang Linya and Cao Sheng returned to the lounge. Before I pushed the door open, I heard the voices of those 2 funny guys. Santiago, let's have a party tonight. Siefeng, great. Click. Jiang Linya pushed the door open and went in. War weary. Oh, you're back. I thought you 2 would stay with the machine for a while longer. Jiang Linya smiled and said, "I was wondering if I could give your knife to my dear classmate. It would be very convenient to use." War weary. If you don't give it to me, don't even think about it. Jiang Linya, you don't need it anyway. Santiago, hey, Siefeng, let's have a race. Let's run around the sofa in the room 6 times. The winner will buy dinner. Siefeng, well, I'll let you see the real ability of Master Siefeng. A hash mark appeared above Tosa's head. A staff member pushed the door open and came in. Well, follow me. I'll take you to the stage to lead. Bang. Snap. Boom. Santiago knocked the staff member to the ground, and the door was also removed by Santiago. Suwufing, Iwin. Santiago stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "Okay, you treat me to dinner." Siefeng, what? I won. Why should I treat Nanoda to dinner? Santiago smiled and said, "The rule I said is that the winner buys dinner." Yukike's Damn it, I actually lied to the great Yukike-sama. Hananoda. The two ship girls wrestled with each other. Kaosheng stepped forward and helped up the staff member who had fallen to the ground. Kaosheng, are you okay? Staff, don't mess around. Tosa stepped forward, picked up Yukike's in his left hand and Santiago in his right hand. Then he gave the two of them a terrifying look. Then Santiago and Siefeng became good kids on the spot. War weary. Let's go, it's time to go on stage to receive the award. Led by the staff, the 6 ship girls came to the lift platform. Staff, just stand here. Tosa, okay, thank you. The 6 ship girls were listening to the noisy cheers from the audience seats on the surface and the host's passionate speech. After a while, buzz. The machines started moving, the ceiling above opened, and several ship girls slowly rose up. Host, please welcome our contestants. Cheers to Jiang Linya. Is it necessary to make it like a super large competition? Got up and took a look. War weary. Oh my god, there's so many people. All the seats are full. Tosa, okay, stop talking nonsense. Clang. The lifting platform rose to its highest point and the machine stopped working. Kaosheng looked to the right and saw the royals. Host, please invite the royal team command flagship to speak. Enterprise took the microphone and said, they are very strong opponents. I will not lose to them next time. The Enterprise nodded and the host took the microphone. Host, then let's look forward to the next matchup between the two teams. Now, please allow the flagship commander of the new generation team to speak. The host looked at the sign in his hand and handed the microphone to Tosa. Tosa, this match gave us a wealth of experience and we learned a lot from it. The Royals are very strong and we're also looking forward to the next match. Host, okay, both sides shake hands. Several ship girls walked down the elevator and shook hands with each other. Enterprise, you are the new ship. You are really powerful. Jiang Linya, thank you so much. You're probably the most powerful one here. Those carrier-based aircraft almost wiped us out many times. The handshake session ended and the Royal Commander Academy team left the stage. Host, okay now, let's present the trophy to our winner. The music started and 6 bunny girls walked out from behind the stage, holding 6 trophies, one of which was a whole circle bigger. The biggest trophy was awarded to Tosa, and the 5 smaller trophies were given to Jiang Linya and several others. After seeing this, Tosa swapped Jiang Linya's trophy with his own. Jiang Linya was puzzled. Squad leader, what are you doing? Tosa, you're the one who won this round. I didn't give any orders during this round. You should be the flagship. After the awards were presented, a photographer ran up and the 6 ship girls leaned together, holding the trophy. After taking a photo, the ship girl left the stage and the closing ceremony ended. Chapter 41 after the game. Several ship girls took out their mobile phones, added each other as friends on the shipgirl communication app, and left with the trophy. The 3 ship girls, Warspite, Tosa, and Masa Ebiyashi, left together. Jiang Linya, it's already 6:30 in the afternoon. What are you going to do later? War weary. Eat and watch TV with Her Majesty the Queen in the next dormitory. Tosa, Queen Elizabeth? War weary. Yes, the commander next door shipgirl. They also have a maid named Edinburgh. We often go out together in the afternoon on holidays to eat, drink, have fun, and have afternoon tea. Jiang Linya, what about you, squad leader? Tosa, I've already told the commander that I won't be going back after the game. I'm going to learn from teacher Mikasa. Jiang Linya, are you sure you don't want to relax? Tosa, studying is relaxation. Walk to the exit. Jiang Linya, yeah, my commander is here to pick me up, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Ya, hey, Xiao Jiang, the 3 of us are here to pick you up, including your homeroom teacher, Ms. Mikasa. Jiang Linya looked and saw Xiaolu and Tian Mei standing beside them with the ship girls. Teacher Mikasa's face was flushed, and she was still thinking about something. Jiang Linya, Zhan Yin, Tosa, hello, teacher. Mikasa came back to her senses and said, okay. Jiang Linya, is teacher Mikasa thinking about the bonus? Mikasa, oh no, don't talk nonsense, it's not like that. Several people and several boats showed expressions that said, I understand, I understand. Mikasa, you 3's rewards have been sent to the commander's mailbox. You make me so proud. After a brief exchange, Tosa followed Mikasa and left. War-weary went to find his commander, and Jiang Linya followed Xiaoya, Tian Mei, and Xiaolu. Tian Mei, let's go to the 5-star hotel next door tonight. Xiaolu, okay, Xiaoya, we'll treat you. I heard your family bought the hotel next door. Xiaoya, I got the news so quickly. Xiaolu, the original hotel owner, reported the news. It shocked Jiang Linya for a whole year. Xiaoya, I just made a phone call, and the current hotel owner has prepared the room on the top floor. Tianmei, as usual, we'll go to dinner at 8 p.m. Xiaolu, let's go back to the dormitory first. I'm so tired after sitting for the whole afternoon. I need to take a bath. Little Swan, Commander, I want to eat the blue lobster from last time. Tianmei, okay, this time, feed our geese until they're full. Jiang Linya, Sister Arizona, I really envy your morning games. You played and finished quickly, and you weren't tired. Arizona, haha, even though you're tired, you've gained a lot of experience and prizes. Go back and take a good bath and rest. After returning to the dormitory, Tianmei took Little Swan to take a bath first, while Xiaolu and Xiaoya took Kankali to open the email. Xiaolu, I got a red random equipment box for mine cubes and 10,000 supply coins. Xiaoya, mine is better. I have 3 red random equipment boxes, 6 mine cubes, and 30,000 material coins. After placing the trophies, Jiang Linya asked, do you want to build a new partner? Xiaoya, tomorrow is Saturday. We will build it tomorrow and open the box first. Xiaolu, Xiao, you should be the one to open the door this time. Mr. European Emperor of our dormitory. Xiaoya, okay, bring the box over here, and I'll show you the power of the European Emperor. The boxes are arranged. Xiaoya, open. Chapter 42 Dinner. There are 4 red boxes on the table. Counting from left to right, the first one is Xiaolu's, and the other 3 are Xiaoya's. The first box, gold, twin 113mm anti-aircraft gun T3. The remaining 3 boxes, Gene twin 113mm anti-aircraft gun T3, Gene type 93 pure oxygen torpedo, and quintuple 533mm magnetic torpedo T2. Xiaolu, magnetic mine. Xiaoya, according to an incomplete illustrated book given by the teacher, these 2 anti-aircraft guns are good stuff. Xiaolu, come on, Arizona, let me install a new anti-aircraft gun for you. Tianmei and Little Swan, who had just come out of the bathroom, drooled when they saw the equipment. Xiaoya, Tianmei, these 2 torpedo equipment are for you. Xiaojiang can't use them. Tianmei said happily, thank you, sister. You are my good sister. Xiaoya, I'll give you 2 more Rubik's Cubes, and the 3 of us will build them together tomorrow. Tianmei was so happy that she almost cried. What a good sister. Xiaoya, as for the condition, please help me with my homework. Tianmei, no problem, leave it to me. With a whoosh, Tianmei went to help Xiaoya with her homework without even changing her clothes. Xiaolu, you and Xiaojiang go wash first. Xiaoya, okay. A mysterious person answered the phone and said, oh, my dear sir, what do you want? Oh, I understand. Don't worry. The siren said they would help us. Yeah, I see. I understand. 8 o'clock in the evening. Several people were walking on the road. Xiaolu, I heard that the hotel has new dishes today. Xiaoya, the hotel owner said that it has been prepared for us in advance. Tianmei, how many blue lobsters are there today? Xiaoya, it is said that there are 2 kilograms. These shrimps are not easy to get. Little Swan, great, there are blue lobsters to eat. When they arrived at the hotel owner personally led them to the top floor room. Little Swan, wow, luxurious. Jiang Linya has gotten used to it. In the past month, these 3 women have taken the 3 ship girls out every few days to eat all kinds of food that Jiang Linya could not afford even if she sold her clothes. The golden table looks very luxurious. Half of the ceiling is glass. You can see the night sky. Waiters stand on both sides of the door, and there is a super large leather luxury sofa. The whole room was filled with the smell of money. Xiaoya, not bad. Boss, thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. When will the food be served? Xiaoya, now. After hearing this, the boss clapped his hands. 2 waiters entered the room, pushing a cart. Boss, miss, please take a seat. Wait until Xiaoya and the other 2 and their ship girls are seated. 2 waiters began to serve the dishes, and the first dish was blue lobster sashimi. After that, there were braised pork, Buddha jumps over the wall, braised shark's fin, fish-flavored shredded pork, boiled cabbage, Westlake vinegar fish, etc. A total of 12 dishes. Xiaoya, add juice. Waiter, yes, ma'am. In Sakura City, just like in the neighboring island countries, fruits are very expensive. The price of fruit juice is even more expensive than some wines, not to mention freshly squeezed juice. Xiaoya raised her glass and said, Congratulations to Xiao Jiang for winning the competition. Tianmei Xiaolu. Oh. The short dinner time was over, and everyone returned to the dormitory and went to sleep. I fell asleep hugging the Ayanami pillow. After living in this dormitory for a month, the few people had quite a few Ayanami figures, and they all cost thousands of dollars. They had bought life-size figures before, but because they felt it was inappropriate to keep them in the dormitory, they stored them at Xiaoya's house. Chapter 43, Getting Up. 9 o'clock the next morning. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang. Jiang Linya threw a small ship suit and smashed the alarm clock. The world is quiet. Xiaoya, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, said in dissatisfaction, "Ah, Xiaojiang, you smashed the alarm clock again. It's already over 20. Seeing that Jiang Linya on the lower bunk did not respond, Xiaoya climbed down. Wow. He directly took away Jiang Linya's quilt. Jiang Linya, Commander, let me sleep more on Saturday. Xiaoya, no, get up. Why haven't you developed the good habit of getting up early after a month? Tianmei, who was sitting on another bed, said, looks like I need to buy another alarm clock. The little swan on the lower bunk yawned and said, no need. Commander, I've already bought you a box of alarm clocks. They're in the locker. Xiaolu exclaimed, what a great guy. Xiaoya directly reached out to pull Jiang Linya, who was lying in bed. Jiang Linya, no, I want to sleep. Let me sleep for another 6 hours. Xiaoya, 6 hours is too long. Not even a minute is enough. Get up and exercise. After a while, Xiaoya sat on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. Xiaoya, oh my God, I have to wake her up like this every week. I'm so tired. Arizona poked Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what is this? Arizona, I recently watched TV and bought a tool for waking up online. Xiaoya, Xiaolu, that's great. You've taught the shipgirl how to shop online. Let me see the tool for getting up. Arizona pulled out a large red speaker from behind her back. Xiaoya took a look and thought, wow, this thing is pretty good. It can even adjust the gears. Xiaoya, how to use it? Arizona looked at the manual and said, this prop can be used for pranks. If you need to use this prop to wake someone up, you can use gears below 3 and stand 10 meters away. If you use it for yourself, you can set a countdown on the side of the speaker in hours. After the countdown ends, the speaker will automatically turn on. And this speaker has a collection of car and train whistle sounds in daily life. Xiaoya, it's a nice little thing. Let's select first gear first, and then select the train whistle sound. Oh, this button is so small. Xiaoya didn't notice that because the button was too small, she adjusted the horn to the 6th level of the train whistle sound, and the 6th level was the highest level. Since we have to stand 10 meters away and fire at the target, the power must be quite strong. Let's wear earplugs first. After Xiaoya and others put on their earplugs, they raised the speaker, set up the bracket, and fixed it. One click, play. Next second, buzz. The whole building shook and a huge train whistle echoed throughout the school. Xiaoya realized that something was wrong and immediately clicked cancel, but for some reason, the horn was still playing the train whistle. Snap! The double-glazed glass was broken. Click, click. More sounds of breaking glass. Bump. Little Swan took out his ship's suit and blew away the horn. Everyone had tinnitus. The instruction manual floating on the ground was blown by the wind and turned the pages automatically. It says, 6th gear, please use in open areas and at least 500 meters away from the horn. Jiang Linya looked at the people lying on the ground and the broken glass, her face full of question marks. I was about to say something, but found myself speechless. In fact, it was not that she could not speak, but that she suffered from temporary deafness. Others find themselves with severe tinnitus. Xiaoya, what a crap thing this is. I must give it a bad review. Author's words. Today is June 6th, 2021. Tomorrow, June 7th, is the day of the college entrance examination. I wish you a good score, admission to a good university, and immediate success. Even if you don't know the answer to a question, don't leave it blank. Take as many points as you can. If you don't know the answer to a multiple choice question, just choose C. Also, what time is it now? Go to bed quickly. You have the college entrance examination tomorrow, and you are still staying up late. Today's update is not much. Do you enjoy it? If you enjoy it, I will be exhausted. Chapter 44, Family Business. There won't be much update during the college entrance examination. Several people came out of the director's office. Xia. Even the principal is here. Tianmei. After all, it was so early in the morning, and it caused such a scene. It shattered 10 windows and made a hole in the wall. P.S. The little swan opened fire. Xiaoya. Okay, let's go to the dock to pick up Xiao Jiang and the others first. Xiaolu. Well, where are we staying tonight? The director said we have to repair something and can't stay in the dormitory tonight. Xiaoya. Don't worry, you forgot about the big hotel next to us. Isn't that where we live? I'll just call you later. Tianmei. Great. Several people walked to the dock. Xiaoya. Xiaojiang. Day. Arizona. We are here to pick you up. After a while, several ship girls came out in their ship uniforms, and Xiaoya was so scared that she thought Xiaojiang was going to repay her for what happened in the morning with the cannonball. Click, wow. The ship's equipment turned into a magic cube and flew towards the port. Jiang Linya, look how scared you are. No matter how angry you are, you can't fire your commander. Okay, it's not like you almost killed me. I was just a little dazed this morning. Just drink some repair fluid and you'll be fine. Xiaoya thought. You said you weren't angry, but I don't know who chased me up and down the stairs with a cannon and a dragon head this morning. Jiang Linya, how was it solved? The teacher or the leader? Xiaolu, just give the money. Jiang Linya, so simple. Xiaoya sighed and said, alas, the director did give us a warning this morning. But the principal came and said something, saying that the three of us only have to pay for the glass and give mental damages to the affected dormitory. Those who need to stay away have to pay for accommodation. Tianmei. Then Xiao Xiao gave the principal 20 million yen. Jiang Linya. By the way, Commander, what does your family do to be so rich? Xiaoya. My family runs a shopping mall in Longhua. Tianmei. My family just became a senior executive of Xiaoya's family business. Xiaolu thought for a moment and said, are you in technology? Forehead. Jiang Linya. Please speak more carefully. Tianmei. Xiao Xiao's family runs shopping malls all over Longhua, as well as some high-end hotels. They also own wineries and real estate. My father recently became the manager of one of Zhang's 5-star hotels. Xiaolu's family seems to be doing technology research on arms, cars, and a hotel. Jiang Linya, good fellow. Tianmei continued. Xiao Xiao's family is the richest and most powerful. Xiaolu's family is the second richest and has connections with the higher-ups. And my family is the poorest. Xiaolu approached Jiang Linya and whispered in her ear, by the way, Xiao Jiang, my father asked me to ask you, can you share your weapons technology? The higher-ups are quite interested. Jiang Linya, I don't understand it myself. Xiaolu, do you have any extra weapons? Jiang Linya thought for a moment and said, yes, I added a 50mm cannon after the modification. I don't even know how to dismantle the dragon at the back. I'll give you the 50mm cannon when I go back. I'm using a battleship cannon now. Xiaolu. Okay, thank you. Tianmei. What's the plan for today? Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, Xiao Jiang, you guys go out and play these 2 days. We are building a shipgirl in the school district, and we have some things to do. Jiang Linya. Besides school, where else can we go to have fun? Xiaoya handed over a black card and said, by the way, this is the Kankali savings card I recently opened for you. If you spend all your money, ask me for more. My father said that you can spend as much as you want on Kankali. Also, you haven't been around the Sakura base yet, right? There are many scenic spots. There are 2 days of vacation, so go play outside. Jiang Linya, I don't know the way. Tianmei, I'll find a map for you later. Goose, have fun. Little Swan, Commander, don't call me that. Xiaolu, Arizona, remember to take some pictures for me. Although there are no cherry blossoms this season, there are still amusement parks and a zoo. Arizona, yes, Commander. I should have an English test tomorrow. I wish all the college entrance examination students will be possessed by a snowy wind and be able to guess the right answers even for the multiple choice questions they don't know. Readers QQ Communication Group, 597141849. Chapter 45, Playing Outside. After sending the shipgirl out of the school gate, Xiaoya and the other two walked towards the construction room. Xiaoya, what are you two going to build this time? Xiaolu, 2 light ships and 1 special ship. Tianmei thought for a moment and said, let's gamble. We won't play with the light model anymore. Let's build a special model. What about you, Xiao Xiao? Xiao, this time I built 2 heavy ships. Xiaolu, isn't it better to expel him? Aren't we doing this for Ayanami? Tianmei said excitedly with stars in her eyes, I also want a new ship like Xiaojiang's. Xiaoya looked at her phone and said, I had a fortune teller online yesterday, and it said I would not be associated with a destroyer in the near future, so I chose the heavy type. As for the special type, it includes repair, aircraft carriers, and submarines. There may also be new ships like Xiaojiang, but recently I suddenly want a big ship with cannons. Shalu. My Arizona is a big ship with cannons. Well, it would be nice to have more battleships or battle cruisers. Tianmei asked worriedly. Then, if we build shipgirls, where will they live? There won't be enough space in the dormitory. Shalu, don't worry about that. The school will upgrade our dormitories. There seems to be a villa area near the mountain for students with many shipgirls to live in. Shaya, I can also ask my family to donate a building to the school, and then I can have the opportunity to live off campus. I recently set my eyes on the villa area east of the base. Tianmei, isn't that newly built villa area only for shipgirls to live in? Xiaoya, as long as you have money, it's fine. Xiaolu, no, let's just live in the school. We have to travel such a long way to go to class. Xiaoya, indeed, it's tiring. Jiang Linya Sanquin walking outside the school. Little Swan, Sister Jiang, where are we going to play first? Jiang Linya, we are close to the commercial district. Let's go to the commercial street to buy fun and delicious food first. Little Swan, great. Arizona pointed to the wooded path next to her. Let's go this way. There are a lot of big cars on the road. It's not healthy to breathe in the exhaust fumes. Jiang Linya, okay, why are there so many large trucks at the Sakura Empire base recently? Arizona, rumor has it that the Sakura Empire is developing a new type of ship. Jiang Linya, scientific research ship? Arizona, I don't know, it's just hearsay. The three ship girls were walking on the path in the forest. Along the way, they also saw many animal-eared ship girls, including many destroyers from the Sakura Empire kindergarten. The destroyers were playing and fighting in the woods, chasing each other, and their innocent smiling faces could be seen everywhere. How innocent they were. If an aircraft carrier were here, I'm afraid even the gendarmerie wouldn't be able to stop it. Passing by the pavilion, there was a ship girl playing the flute. Listening to the flute sound and looking at the woods, it added a bit of beauty. Autumn is approaching. The weather is gradually turning cooler, and some leaves have begun to change color. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the commercial street. Although it cannot be said to be crowded with boats, there are still quite a few people. The fragrance is everywhere, and looking around, there is nothing to do but eat and play. There were tea houses, taverns, and workshops on both sides of the street. There were also many small vendors with big umbrellas on the open spaces on both sides of the street. The warm sunshine was spread between the green tiles and red walls, the abrupt eaves, the high-flying shop signs, and the ship girls walking among them all had faint and comfortable smiles on their faces. Little Swan, wow. Jiang Linya, wow. Arizona, don't worry, don't run around, you won't be able to find me soon. Arizona closed her eyes and sighed, saying, why is Lian Jiang acting like a child? When I opened my eyes, I saw that both of them had run 100 meters away. Arizona, wait for me. Once again, I wish you all good luck in the college entrance examination. More tomorrow. Chapter 46, Shopping. Looking at the bustling streets and the cute and innocent destroyers, Jiang Linya felt that she would never get tired of walking around. After a while, the three ship girls came with full bags, with newly bought headdresses on their heads and marshmallows in their hands. Jiang Linya, the commander said that the dormitories may not be habitable for the time being. Arizona, yeah, we're staying out tonight. Jiang Linya, we have a lot of stuff now. Let's find a hotel to store our stuff and then go out for dinner. Arizona, okay, Signet, stop running around and let's go. Little Swan, okay. According to the new navigation software, last time they used the evil navigation. This time, they used Shindu navigation. The three ship girls quickly found a suitable hotel. Waiter, welcome to Kitahara Hotel. Jiang Linya, stay in the hotel for 2 days. Arizona, we have to go back to school tomorrow afternoon. Why we have to stay for 2 days? Jiang Linya, because we're going to play for 2 days, we will definitely bring back a lot of things. If we stay for 1 day, we will have to leave tomorrow morning, but we still have to go shopping until the evening tomorrow. So we chose 2 days, and we have more money. Arizona nodded in understanding. Jiang Linya booked 3 business rooms, but had to settle for the next best one because the deluxe rooms were full. After putting their things away, the 3 ship girls gathered at the entrance of the hotel. Jiang Linya looked at the map on her phone and asked, where do you want to eat? Arizona, I want to try the specialties of Sakura. Little Swan, sweet. Jiang Linya, then let's not go to the restaurant. For special delicacies, we must go to the food street, which is not far from here. Arizona, okay, let's go. Soon, the 3 ship girls arrived at the Sakura food street. where there were more food for sale than in the commercial street. Takoyaki, oden, sushi, taiyaki with the tail stuffed in it, tempura, udon noodles, and a special cooling water of sakura. 2 hours passed. Jiang Linya rubbed her stomach and said, I'm full. Arizona. The food here is really good. Signet. It's better than the food in the royal section of the cafeteria. Jiang Linya. Royal food. When eating in the school cafeteria, those in the royal camp would eat in the royal area, those in the White Eagle camp would go to the White Eagle area, and Jiang Linya, who was not in any camp, could go wherever she wanted. She was also dragged by Little Swan to eat in the royal area once. Should it be called Looking Up at the Stars? And then never forget it. Later, Jiang Linya took Little Swan to the Dongwang district for dinner, and after that Little Swan never went to the royal district again. Compared with the food in the cafeteria's Chongqing section, the food we eat outside is better. The oden in the school cafeteria doesn't taste good. Jiang Linya. Is that the principal? Arizona. It doesn't feel like a ship of the same name. Jiang Linya knew it a long time ago. Principal. Zuikaku is not a ship with the same name, but the real one. The ship girls can sense whether it is a ship with the same name or not. Jiang Linya greeted, Principal. Zuikaku turned around and found Jiang Linya and the other two. Zuikaku, oh, you guys come out to play? Jiang Linya, yeah. Zuikaku, have you eaten yet? Jiang Linya, just finished eating. By the way, where is the principal going? Zuikaku smiled and said, I'm going to meet a friend. Do you want to come along? Jiang Linya, is it okay? Zuikaku, come on. Jiang Linya asked Arizona and Little Swan, do you want to go? Arizona, go ahead. Little Swan, go play with the principal. Zuikaku, let's go then. Chapter 47, Kaohsiung. Zuikaku led the 3 ship girls along a deserted forest path, and from time to time, they could see a white fox running past the road. After a while, the 4 ship girls came to a house. The sound of martial arts training came from inside the wall. Zuikaku, we're here. Looking up, I saw a Japanese-style mahogany house. It was the only one in such a large forest. Apart from the sounds of martial arts training and the barking of foxes coming from inside, there was no other sound. Rueha pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Jiang Linya and the other 2. Zuikaku, Kaohsiung, here I come. In the middle of the yard stood a ship girl with animal ears dressed in white and holding a katana. Jiang Linya sensed that this was not the ship with the same name, but the original one. Kaohsiung, oh, Crane, you're here. Zuikaku, well, let me introduce you to these 3 outstanding students from my school. I met them on the way and brought them to meet you. Kaohsiung put away his sword and said, hello. Jiang Linya, Little Swan, Arizona, hello, senior. Zuikaku, this is Jiang Linya, the new ship of our school that I mentioned to you before. This is Arizona, and this is Little Swan. Zuikaku turned around and introduced, this is my good friend, Kaohsiung. We often practice sword skills together. Kaohsiung, come in, I have tempura and tea. All the ship girls, okay. When I entered the house, the whole room was very tidy. There was some floral scent, and there was a beautiful sword on the cupboard. Several ship girls sat on the tatami around a small coffee table. Kaohsiung walked in with a plate. Kaohsiung, sorry for the long wait. The plate was placed on the coffee table with a plate of tempura, 5 teacups, and a pot of tea. Kaohsiung asked as he poured tea, why did you have time to come to my place, principal? Zuikaku, school is so boring. I have so much work to do that I don't even have time to practice swordsmanship. I don't have Wani-sama to accompany me. Oh, and where is Atego? Kaohsiung thought for a moment and said, Sister should be taking care of the kids at the central kindergarten now. Sister can't sit still. She likes to work and run around everywhere, alas. Zuikaku, will you accompany me to practice swordplay later? Kaohsiung, okay. By the way, Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, senior, what's the matter? Kaohsiung, I'm very curious about your ship's equipment. Can you let me see it? Jiang Linya, oh sure. It's not convenient here. Let's go out and show it. Kaohsiung and Jiang Linya came to the yard. Arizona and Little Swan were lying by the window watching, and Zuikaku was accompanying them. Whoosh, crack, crack. The colorful Rubik's cubes formed a ship outfit behind Jiang Linya. Although it was a ship, one could still move on land wearing the ship outfit, but at a slower speed. Kaohsiung, Sigwai, Zuikaku, do you want to join the army in the future, Jiang-san? Jiang Linya, well, I have to ask the commander. Zuikaku, okay, Jiang, go inside and rest first. We 2 are going to have a sparring match. Jiang Linya, okay. After unloading the ship equipment, Jiang Linya went into the house and leaned against the window to watch, just like Arizona and Little Swan. Both sides drew their swords at the same time and stood on both sides of the yard. Kaohsiung, let me see if your knife skills have declined after not playing with them for so long. Zuikaku, let's get started. Second update today. Tomorrow is the last day of the college entrance examination. Senior high school students, you will be relieved after tomorrow. Once again, I wish you all good luck in the exam. May you be able to do everything and get everything right no matter what you guess. Chapter 48. Want to participate in the Kankali sword contest. Kaohsiung was seen standing with a knife in his hand, and Zuikaku took a quick step and then jumped and chopped. Kaohsiung closed his eyes. When? Kaohsiung, it's a step backward. Zuikaku, damn it. Zuikaku took a big step back, found an angle, and rushed forward again. This time he chopped directly without jumping, probably because he didn't believe that it would be a critical hit. Kaohsiung still didn't open his eyes. When? Zuikaku's sword was blocked again. Kaohsiung, it's my turn. Kaohsiung held the knife at a tricky angle and used the back of the knife to knock Zuikaku away. Kaohsiung opened his eyes and said, "Oh, you can't do this. What are we going to do for tomorrow's game?" Zuikaku stood up, brushed off the dirt on his body, and said, "I plan to submit my resignation letter to my seniors in the 1st Air Force. I submitted it once last year." Kaohsiung didn't agree. Zuikaku said with a bitter face, "Why do you think I, an aircraft carrier, can play with knives? And then you give me a lot of official duties." Putting away the sword, Zuikaku continued, "Senior from the 1st Air Force, you really know how to order people around, and we have to obey you. Zuikaku, I still envy you for having so much time to practice swordsmanship." Kaohsiung, emergency guard, dangerous job. If you don't open for 3 years, you can eat for 3 years after you open. The two ship girls walked into the house. Jiang Linya, Senior, what competition is it? Zuikaku, oh, it's the World Kanmusu Sword Competition. It's usually held by our Sakura Empire high-level officials every 3 years. It's a very important competition for us sword players. Takao continued. The winner of the previous competition was Lord Jiangfeng, the administrator of the Sakura Empire and the guard of the flagship, Lord Nagato. I took 3rd place, and the 2nd place went to senior high. Little Swan, what about the principal? Kaohsiung, your principal was ill and did not participate in the competition. I never expected that the usually quiet and gentle high senpai's swordsmanship would be so amazing. Jiang Linya, can we sign up for the competition? Kaohsiung, do you have a ship-slashing sword? Jiang Linya, why not just find one? Zuikaku, Mr. Jiang, that's not possible. Only those ship girls who have had their own ship-slashing swords since they were built are eligible to participate. Jiang Linya, this. Zuikaku, if you really want to participate, it's not impossible, but you need a letter of recommendation from a ship girl who has won the top 10 in the competition. P.S. A frigate who can be a leader is definitely not a simple person. A ship girl who wields a knife also needs practice. It is not certain who practiced more or less between Kaohsiung and Jiangfeng in the campus shipgirl competition, because at that time Jiangfeng mainly wanted to steal San Diego. Dinkling. The phone rang. Zuikaku, hey sister, I'm at home in Kaohsiung. You don't have time to accompany me, okay? Kaohsiung, working again? Zuikaku lay on the tatami and said weakly, yes, I finally got out for a while, but my sister is still busy. Zuikaku stood up and said, it's getting late. I should go back. Do you 3 want to stay a while longer? Jiang Linya, no, principal. Zuikaku, then come with me. I'll take you away. It's too difficult to get around in this deep forest. Kaohsiung, well, goodbye. Jiang Linya, Little Swan, Arizona, goodbye, senior. Author's words. Today, June 10th, the college entrance examination is over. I heard that Zhujiang finished the exam yesterday. I have good news to tell you. Starting tomorrow, I will update 4 times a day. Chapter 49, A Trip to the Zoo. After Zuikaku led the others out, he said goodbye to Jiang Linya and the other 2 and went to school alone. Jiang Linya. Okay, next, where do you want to go? The zoo or the amusement park? The little swan shouted happily. Playground. Arizona. Why don't we go tomorrow morning? It's already afternoon now. Today is Saturday, so there won't be many rides to play. Jiang Linya. Yes, Big Goose. Let's go tomorrow morning. Let's go to the zoo now. Little Swan. Okay, and please don't call me Big Goose, Sister Jiang. Jiang Linya. Big Goose, he. Little Swan. The 2 ship girls started playing and fighting. After a while, looking at the navigation on the mobile phone map, The three ship girls arrived at the bus stop and determined which bus number they wanted to take. Jiang Linya, yes, car number 6. Less than 2 minutes later, car number 6 arrived. The three ship girls took the bus, and after a while, they arrived at the zoo. Little Swan, from the outside, it feels like this place is huge. Arizona, it looks like a forest park. After buying the tickets, the three of them entered the park. There weren't many people or ship girls here, probably because they all went to the amusement park. When they were taking the bus passed by the amusement park, and they also saw a lot of people at the entrance of the amusement park. Following the instructions on the map sent by Manjo at the door, the three of them arrived at the tiger park. Little Swan, Sister Jiang, there are big cats over there. Why should such soft and cute creatures like cats be kept in cages? Arizona, Little Swan, that's not a cat. It's a tiger, it will bite. Jiang Linya, someone went in to feed the tiger. It's the ship girl. The door not far away opened, and a ship girl carrying a bucket walked in. The ship girl was still wearing a ship uniform. When the tiger saw her, he pounced on her and bit her. When? The sound of teeth on steel. When the ship girl is not wearing the ship uniform, a tiny wooden thorn can pierce her skin, but if she puts on the ship uniform, her skin will become as hard as steel. The keeper, Shawa, you're like this again. When? He grabbed the small ship suit and hit the tiger on the butt. The tiger roared in pain and ran away. The tiger loosened its mouth and ran away, leaving some marks on the clothes of the trainer Kamusu. Breeder ship girl, really, I have to do the laundry again. Three ship girls watching outside the fence. Jiang Linya, now you know, this big cat will bite you. Signet, but it doesn't look so scary. Jiang Linya, for a ship girl, it's not scary, it's just a big cat, but if it's a human, a bite like that would cripple him. Arizona, there's a leopard area next to it, go check it out. After walking for a minute, the three ship girls arrived at the leopard area. Little Swan, a big, thinner cat. Jiang Linya, like a tiger, it can bite people. The difference between the two is that a leopard is faster. Little Swan, looks like a nice mount. Arizona, but it's hard to tame. Jiang Linya, this is forbidden. Arizona, come on, let's go see the others. Jiang Linya, it's nice to see a peacock spreading its feathers. There are 5 updates today, and 4 more to go. Chapter 50, set off, heading to the amusement park. The three ship girls spent the whole afternoon in the zoo, seeing all kinds of animals and watching animal shows. They then went to the aquarium to see sharks. To their shock, some of the exhibition pools also provided entrances for submarine ship girls. I was so envious watching the submarine girls and fish playing in the pond. At night, Jiang Linya, I'm so tired, I need to rest. Little Swan, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Arizona, there's a restaurant in front of the hotel that looks good. Let's go there. Jiang Linya and Little Swan, okay. After returning to the hotel, I put down the souvenirs I bought at the zoo, took a short rest, and then went out to look for food. Enter the restaurant, ask for a private room, order food, and eat. Fried chicken, udon noodles, rice balls, pork cutlet rice. Arizona, it was such a nice day out today. Little Swan, I wonder how the commander and the others are doing. How about sending a message to say hello? Jiang Linya, goodbye. If they are still building the ship girl now, sending messages will disturb them. Well, go back and take a shower and sleep, and go to the playground tomorrow morning. Little Swan, yeah. In the evening, after saying goodnight, the three returned to their respective rooms. After taking a shower, Arizona was writing in her diary and organizing the good things she bought today. Little Swan went straight to bed, and Jiang Linya was watching videos. Jiang Linya said to herself, I didn't expect that the two-dimensional world also has a second dimension. I was reincarnated as a slime, but there are no game videos. I searched for the game again. Discover. Jiang Linya, what the hell? There are only Minesweeper, Mario, etc. Not even PUBG or Minecraft. So boring, forget it. Let's just read the news. Brush and brush. Jiang Linya. Well, the 66th meeting of the Ship Girls Association, the new technology ship equipment exhibition, the latest research results, the prototype triple 152mm naval gun. There was no more interesting news, so Jiang Linya set the alarm, put down her cell phone, and fell asleep. In her dream, Jiang Linya dreamed that she was standing on an unknown mountain peak looking at the scenery, and the clouds in the distance were colorful. Dingling, dingling, the cell phone alarm rang. Jiang Linya picked up the ship suit and was about to smash it, but suddenly she realized that it was her phone and she couldn't smash it. I got up, rubbed my eyes, turned off the alarm clock, and glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I went to the bathroom to wash up, tidied my long hair, and prepared to go next door to wake up the two of you. We went downstairs to have breakfast together. The hotel provides free breakfast, and it is a buffet. As soon as I opened the door, I found that Signet and Arizona were about to knock on the door. Arizona, you're awake. That's great. Come downstairs and have breakfast. Jiang Linya, okay. The breakfast at the hotel is quite rich, including steamed dumplings, large bacon, fragrant bread, yogurt, etc., as well as some specialties of Chongqing Sakura. After breakfast, the three ship girls prepared to go to the amusement park. Following the same route they took yesterday, the three of them arrived at the bus stop. Jiang Linya looked at the sign and said, "We need to take bus number 3 this time. The final stop of bus number 3 is the amusement park." Little Swan, yeah, the amusement park. Let's ride the roller coaster. Jiang Linya thought of the 360-degree spin and said with cold sweat, "You are so brave. I'm so brave when it comes to roller coasters." Little Swan, Sister Jiang, are you afraid of riding roller coasters? Jiang Linya, what? I'm not afraid. I'll accompany you then. Arizona, quick, car number 3 is here. Let's go. Jiang Linya, the amusement park trip begins. Chapter 51 Amusement Park. Taking the bus, the three ship girls came to the Sakura Empire Shipgirls Amusement Park. It is said that the amusement park is underground, just like the Academy's University Hall. Only the ticket gate and the elevator room are on the surface, and everything else is underground. It is said that this is the 3rd largest amusement park in the world. It is fully functional and very safe. No accidents have occurred since the park was built. After checking their tickets, the three ship girls took the elevator to go underground. Jiang Linya. The first floor is the thrill park with roller coasters, pendulums, and so on. The second floor is the commercial street, where souvenirs and delicious food are sold. The third floor is the fairy tale world, where children go. Arizona. Look at the markings on the map. The space here is only slightly larger than the underground space of our school. Little Swan. The Sakura base is very good at utilizing underground space. Jiang Linya. I'm curious about one thing. The space under the school should have occupied a large space under the Sakura Empire base. How could there be space to build an amusement park? Could it be under the school? Arizona. There's a playground underneath our school. The elevator descended for a while and then stopped. An electronic synthesized sound came from the top of the elevator. Ding dong, we've arrived at the underground station. Please select the floor you want to go to and board the submarine train. Seeing the station outside, everyone now understood. This is going to the bottom of the sea. After getting on the amusement park train, Jiang Linya and her friends first went to the first floor, the excitement park. The facilities marked on the introduction map were enough for them to play until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after which they went to the second floor for dinner and finally to the third floor for sightseeing. On the train, several ship girls were chatting. Jiang Linya, it is indeed the right decision to come so early. There are not many people here yet. Arizona, after getting off the bus, the closest thing to us was the amusement park's signature roller coaster. It was introduced as a particularly exciting underwater roller coaster, and you can also enjoy the beautiful underwater scenery along the way. After hearing this, Jiang Linya was no longer so afraid of the roller coaster and instead began to look forward to it. The train drove for about 10 minutes, and suddenly the view in front of us opened up. There was a huge glass cover. Outside the glass cover was the sea water, and inside the glass cover was bright sunshine, just like the Fishman Island in One Piece. Jiang Linya, wow. Little Swan, wow. Arizona, the Sakura Empire is really rich. Jiang Linya, I heard that the sirens would build their bases on the seabed. Wouldn't it be attacked by the sirens if we put a glass cover on the seabed? Arizona, that's not worth thinking about. The staff member next to him said, actually, there are indeed sirens who often come to harass us. When the sirens approach, the steel shield above the top glass cover rises to protect the glass cover. It is a 3-meter thick steel shield. Then send a ship girl to defeat the sirens, and then open the shield. Jiang Linya. Oh, I see. 5 minutes later, the train arrived at the station. Jiang Linya and Little Swan got off and went straight to the roller coaster. Arizona, slow down, you two. Because it was only 9 o'clock in the morning, there were not many people, and Jiang Linya and the other two didn't have to wait long before they got on the roller coaster. In the first section, the roller coaster runs very steadily. Through the glass cover, you can see the corals on the seabed, as well as small fish and shrimps. Jiang Linya, wow, so beautiful. Little Swan, I think I saw the submarine ship girl. Arizona, wherever there is water, there are submarine girls. This bang. The roller coaster suddenly accelerated. Chapter 52, Happy Hour at the Amusement Park. Buzz. The roller coaster was getting faster and faster, and it was swaying from side to side, very violently. Jiang Linya, oh my god. Aya wah. Little Swan, ha 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 happy. The roller coaster suddenly made a 360-degree turn. Jiang Linya's voice broke as she yelled. Afterwards, the roller coaster made several 360-degree turns at an extremely fast speed. At the exit, Signet was in high spirits, and Arizona looked fine. And Jiang Linya, she had lost all color. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and her arms were drooping. Little Swan, Sister Jiang, are you okay? Arizona saw that things were not going well and quickly handed over the plastic bag she had just picked up. Jiang Linya, oh. This time she vomited out everything she had eaten in the morning. After a while, Arizona handed over cooling water. After a long while, Jiang Linya recovered somewhat, but the light in her eyes still did not reappear. Next, Little Swan took Arizona to ride the pendulum, the bungee jumping machine, and the aerial swing, while Jiang Linya watched and drank the secret cooling water below. She felt that this was enough. If she wanted to go, she might lose her life on the boat. So forget it. Yeah, forget it. In this way, Jiang Linya watched some exciting things from below and played with Little Swan and Arizona for the less exciting things. Time soon came to noon. Jiang Linya, it's faster than planned. At this moment, the gleam of light reappeared in Jiang Linya's eyes. Arizona, it's pretty good. Let's go to the second floor to eat and buy souvenirs. Little Swan, okay. Arriving at the station, Jiang Linya and the other two boarded the train to the second underground floor. 5 minutes later, the train arrived at the station. Jiang Linya, it's just like under the school. Even underground, it's still sunny, just like on the surface. Arizona, it feels like the ceiling here is a little more realistic than at school. Jiang Linya, let's go, I want to eat Odin. Little Swan, 10,000 marshmallows. Jiang Linya, even if I give you so many marshmallows, you can't finish them. Besides, it's not good to eat so many sweets. I found a store based on my feeling again. The specialty of this restaurant is tuna rice, which tastes better than the tuna rice in the commercial street and in front of the hotel. Then Jiang Linya stuffed her stomach with a large amount of Odin. The three ship girls ate, rested, and discussed the facilities they had just played. After dinner, he strolled around for a while, bought some small gadgets, and also bought a few small Awa figures for his commander. After digesting the food, we took a train to visit the third underground floor of the amusement park, the Fairy Tale World. The rides on the third floor were all very gentle and non-stimulating, such as the spinning teacups. We also watched several stage plays, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The afternoon passed quickly, and it was time to leave and go back to school. Xiaya also called and said that a new ship girl had been built. When asked who she was, she kept it a secret and said that I could see it myself when I came back. From her tone, she seemed quite happy. Although there were many people coming to the amusement park in the afternoon, 70% of the rides had been played, so the rest would have to wait until later. The fourth update, one more to go. Chapter 53, New Ship Girl. The three ship girls returned to the hotel and contacted Manju from the school's transportation department. They handed over all the things they had bought in the past 2 days to Manju and reported their commander's student ID code. Manju would automatically find the commander when he got the things and then hand them over to the commander. After arriving at the school, the three ship girls walked towards the dormitory. Jiang Linya, it's been 2 days. The dormitory glass should be repaired. Arizona, with the efficiency of the maintenance department, it should be fixed on the first day. Little Swan, I have to go to school again tomorrow. I feel uncomfortable. Jiang Linya, Big Goose, you don't like going to school anymore. Little Swan, don't call me that. Oh, forget it. I just want to spend more time with the commander. Jiang Linya, let's wait until next year. Next year, we will train with the commander. Looking up at the dormitory building in the distance, Jiang Linya continued. The commander said, there's a new partner. Who is it? Arizona. Wait, there are only 6 beds in the dormitory. Where will the new partner sleep? Jiang Linya, you won't squeeze us out. Let's cultivate our relationship with the new ship girl first. Arizona, it's possible. Jiang Linya, don't say any more. Oh, my commander. Just like that, the three ship girls walked toward the dormitory while chatting. Go upstairs and knock on the door. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Linya. Commander, we are back. Commander, open the door. I knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door. Arizona. The lights aren't on either. Are you away? Jiang Linya. Call and ask. I opened my phone and found several unread messages. Information. There are 3 new shipgirl companions. Information. Xiao Jiang. We have moved to a new dormitory. Give me a call when you come back in the evening, and I will pick you up. Information. Manju from the transportation department has delivered your stuff. You bought quite a lot. Thank you for the Ayanami figure. Jiang Linya. The commander said we should call her when she comes back. Jiang Linya opened the address book, clicked on the favorite number, and called Xiaoya. Beep beep beep. Xiaoya. Hey Xiaojiang, are you back? Jiang Linya. Yes, Commander. We are in the dormitory building. Xiaoya. Wait downstairs for a while. I'll pick you up. I'm now in the new dormitory assigned to us by the school. It's a villa. It's very big. Jiang Linya. Okay, we'll wait for you in the small garden downstairs. Xiaoya. Yeah. Beep. The phone call was hung up. Jiang Linya. Okay, go down and wait for the commander. After waiting downstairs for about 15 minutes, Xiaoya came. Xiaoya. Welcome back, everyone. Did you have fun outside? Little Swan? Happy. Arizona. Happy. Jiang Linya. I ate too much and gained some weight. Xiaoya. Let's go. I'll take you to see my newly built ship girl. It's a battleship with big cannons. Jiang Linya. Okay. Under Xiaoya's leadership, the group walked through more than a dozen paths and arrived at the villa area on the other side of the school. Jiang Linya. Isn't this the residential area for elite teachers? Xiaoya. Yes, because our dormitory won 2 games, the school noticed it, and the ship girl we built this time was very powerful, and Xiaojiang was special, so the school chose a large vacant villa in the teacher's residential area and gave it to us, and said that they would focus on training us in the future. Jiang Linya. Giving so much for nothing is definitely not a good thing. Xiaoya. It's not a bad thing. It's about the school competition in 2 years. It's about the ranking of this school. The school wants to send Xiaojiang to compete. If they beat those teams, the school can be called the world's #1 commander academy. It's just that Xiaojiang is going to get the trophy. Jiang Linya. You said it so easily. It seems like the commander is so excited. Xiaoya. Tianmei bought the Longwu welfare lottery according to the number I gave her and won 5 million. Jiang Linya. Hiss. This is the European emperor. After walking for a while and turning a few corners, Jiang Linya and his companions arrived in front of a large villa. Xiaoya took out the room card and opened the door. Xiaoya. We are back. Tianmei. You're back. Did you have fun? Little Swan. Happy. Xiaolu. Have you eaten? Arizona. Yes, Commander. Xiaoya. Okay, you 3, come and meet our new companions. The door opened, and 3 shipgirls walked out. They stood beside Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu respectively. Around Xiaoya, battleship garden. Around Tianmei, aircraft carrier, Lexington. Next to Xiaolu, Z-23. Chapter 54, New Dormitory. Jiang Linya was confused. I know the other 2 shipgirls, but who is the one next to Xiaoya? Is it another new ship? No way. Is there another starship? Before Jiang Linya was reincarnated, the version of Azalaine had just been updated to him of Renaissance, and Jiang Linya didn't have time to obtain Veneto, so she died. Xiaoya. Let me introduce you first. The person next to me, is called a sea legend by the school. It seems like this, a battleship New Jersey garden. He wanted to build a big ship, and he really did it. I'm a little happy. Tianmei. The one next to me is a rare class aircraft carrier, Lexington. Hey, I have an aircraft carrier now. Xiaolu. The one next to me is a rare level expellee sister, Nimi-chan. What a cute expellee. Xiaoya. 3 newcomers. The 3 people standing in front of you are the seniors who came here more than a month earlier than you, the big brothers. 3 new shipgirls. Hello, big brothers. Jiang Linya complained. Hey, don't yell like that. Arizona. Good, very spirited. Xiaoya said to the new shipgirl. This is my first shipgirl. Jiang Linya. The shorter one next to her is Xiaolu's Arizona, and the shortest but cutest one is Little Swan, the initial ship of Tianmei. After the introduction, the 2 sides chatted for a while. Xiaolu. Since you have already eaten tonight, let's hold the banquet tomorrow. Xiaoya will assign you a room first. Hua Yuan asked cutely. Can I sleep with the commander? Jiang Linya complained. Good guy, you are not the younger sister of the expulsion. Is it really okay for you to act cute as a big sister? And stick out your tongue. Xiaoya. Everyone has a room. This is not an old dormitory now, but a big villa. Huayuan was puzzled. Old dormitory? Xiaoya. Oh, this is where we lived some time ago. We now call this the new dormitory. The old dormitory is very small. Although there's a bathroom that can accommodate 10 people, we sleep with 6 people. Huayuan was surprised. Sleeping in each other's arms? Xiaoya. What are you thinking about? There are 3 beds with bunk beds. The 3 of them will sleep on the lower bunk, and the 3 of us will sleep on the upper bunk. Garden? Ah, I envy you. Tianmei. Remember not to put an alarm in Jiang Linya's room. Just wake her up in the morning. Xiaoya. Okay, let's go. The 6 of you will live on the first floor. There are 8 sleeping rooms on the first floor of the new dormitory. From this you can see how big this 3-story villa is. There are 8 rooms with beds on the first floor alone. It is said that when Xiaoya's family heard that their daughter had built a very powerful warship this time, they donated about 1 billion yuan to the school. Jiang Linya. By the way, have you asked the school about my rating? Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, they did ask. They have temporarily designated you as a sea legend. They also checked the records and went to other schools to inquire about information because your ship did not appear in the records. Well, that's normal. Garden, what's normal about this? Xiaoya. I'll tell you later. Let's go first. After the rooms were assigned one by one, Xiaoya came to the garden room and locked the door to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Huayuan blushed and said, Commander, what are you doing? She had the wrong idea about the garden. Xiaoya, what are you thinking about? I just want to tell you the identity of your predecessor, Jiang Linya. Because the ship girls are very pure, they can tell when humans are lying. Before, Signet and Arizona realized that Xiaoya was lying when she said Jiang Linya was a test laser cruiser. Later, in order to dispel the suspicion of the 2 ship girls about herself, Xiaoya told them Jiang Linya's identity and asked them to promise not to tell their commander. As for the principal, she only saw him a few times after that, and she didn't ask much when she saw him. As for how Jiang Linya hid herself in the school, Xiaoya didn't know. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang may be the only star destroyer on this planet. Huayuan was surprised. Commander, this? Huayuan could see that Xiaoya was not lying. Huayuan was shocked. How many times stronger is that than my strongest battleship? It must be dozens of times stronger. Xiaoya, almost. But you should pretend that you don't know she is a star destroyer. Treat her as a test laser cruiser, and don't say it everywhere. Garden is a sensible ship girl and knows why she does this. Garden quickly hid his emotions. I understand, Commander. Xiaoya. Okay, let's go to the hall. Chapter 55, Dark History. Author's words. Tip. In this world, mind cubes are very rare, and it is extremely difficult to build a ship girl. However, the protagonist commander is so lucky that he is not only the Emperor of Luck, but also the Emperor of Luck and the God of Luck. He also has the ability, Snow Wind, to absorb the luck of people around him and can unconsciously increase the luck buff for friend around him. When a commander builds a ship girl, such as Z-23, then while Z-23 is still with the commander, no matter how many times it is built, there will not be a second Z-23 unless the ship girl rebels, dies, or is retired. When a ship girl retires, she becomes a free ship girl, loses her memories of her commander, and her level, experience, and equipment remain unchanged. The protagonist built a garden to commemorate the author, who had used up all his resources but still couldn't draw a garden, and had spent a lot of money. When the author was already in despair, he used the Rubik's Cube resources given on the day of the attack to build a garden, and he drew a garden alone, the 154th time. Xiaolu and Tianmei are here watching TV with the ship girls. Xiaoya came in and said, let's go eat. Xiaojiang and the other 2 can stay home after dinner. Jiang Linya, okay. Arizona, the cartoon is so good. Jiang Linya, I'm so old, but I still like to watch this. It's really good. Xiaoya, be a good boy at home. Jiang Linya, why do I feel like it's just like what a child said? Also, we have already gone through so many courses in the battle class. If we haven't learned the previous knowledge, can Huayuan understand it? Xia, the school has set up a cram school, which is specially set up for the commander's newly built ship girls. I have asked about it. It is a one-on-one high-speed tutoring. After you finish the course, you will join your class. Bang, the door closed, and only Jiang Linya, Arizona, and Little Swan were left in the dormitory. Jiang Linya, that's not bad. Alas, school starts again tomorrow. Little Swan, it feels like the TV has gotten bigger. Jiang Linya, maybe you bought a new TV. I think the picture quality is clearer than the previous one. Arizona. It was changed on Friday. Oh, yeah, you weren't there at the time, and you didn't watch TV after it was changed. Jiang Linya. What's wrong with that TV? Arizona. Do you want to hear your commander's dark history? Jiang Linya's eyes sparkled, and she said, Of course I want it. Arizona. Ahem. You two weren't home at the time. My commander and Goose's commander weren't home either. Little Swan. No, never mind, never mind. Let's just be a big goose. Arizona continued. I was taking a shower in the bathroom. Before I entered the bathroom, I saw Xiao Zhan's commander watching a drama. It should be a Korean drama. The characters look alike. Jiang Linya. And then, Arizona. When I was halfway through my shower, I heard Commander Xiaoya crying. I've heard of Korean dramas being tear-jerking, but I ignored it. Then Commander Xiaoya was shouting a name. I forgot who it was. Just when I was thinking about whether I should go out and comfort her, I heard a loud bang and rushed out. I found the TV had fallen to the ground, and Commander Xiaoya was lying on the TV, crying, saying something like, dead, dead, dead. Jiang Linya covered her mouth and said, Busi, I almost couldn't hold it in. Don't worry about me, just continue. Arizona. Then I went forward to comfort her, and Commander Xiaoya hugged me and started crying. She cried for a long time before stopping. Because I hadn't wiped my body clean at that time, Commander Xiaoya's clothes were also wet. Seeing that she was calm, I continued to take a shower. When I came out, I found that Commander Xiaoya was fine and had returned to her normal self, except that her eyes were a little red. Jiang Linya couldn't hold it back any longer. Ha! Commander, ha! You actually broke the TV because of this, haha. Chapter 56 Invaders. After laughing for a while, Jiang Linya said, I'm going upstairs to see the new house. Do you want to come? Little Swan. No, I'm going to watch anime. Arizona. I don't have as much energy as you. I'm going to go back to my room and sleep. I have to go to school tomorrow. Jiang Linya. Okay, good night. I'm going for a walk. Arizona. Good night. Little Swan. Good night. Walking in the long corridor, Jiang Linya looked around. Jiang Linya whispered to herself, Wow, a villa. I've never lived in such a luxurious one, although it doesn't have those technological gadgets. The small room where Jiang Linya lived in her previous life was small, but it was high-tech and most of the furniture was voice-controlled. In this world, Jiang Linya learned a lot of things from Xiaoya and felt like he had become a primitive man. For example, if you're a person who relies on a mobile phone and suddenly you're sent to live in the home of a wealthy man in the Ming or Qing dynasty, Jiang Linya cannot make those high-tech things. It is like the readers here. You have been using computers for so long, but if you were put back in the Ming and Qing dynasties, would you be able to make a computer? After exploration, it was found that this 3-story villa has 3 large toilets, 2 large bathrooms, a small toilet and a small bathroom in each room, 2 dining rooms, a large kitchen, large balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and a loft on the 3rd floor. There are 8 living rooms on the 1st floor, 4 on the 2nd floor, and 3 on the 3rd floor. There is also a gym, a large study, and a room that should be used for homework on the 3rd floor. Jiang Linya glanced out the window on the 3rd floor and saw a dark figure climbing over the wall with swift movements and something in his hand. Jiang Linya, is there anyone you don't know? The next second, Jiang Linya summoned the ship suit and sent a message to Little Swan and Arizona on her cell phone. Arizona, downstairs, saw the message, turned off the TV, and brought Little Swan to the 3rd floor to meet up. At this time, Arizona and Signet were also wearing ship uniforms. Jiang Linya turned on the radar search function, and 3 unmarked red dots appeared outside the villa wall. Arizona whispered, What's wrong? Jiang Linya, there may be intruders. Someone climbed over the wall and entered the yard. The radar showed that they were 3 strangers. Arizona, so what do we do? Jiang Linya, let's see what they are going to do first. Because the distance was close enough, Jiang Linya turned on the monitoring function on the radar, and the conversation of several people came into Jiang Linya's ears. Oh, sir, this is the place mentioned in the newspaper. B, has the person left? A, sir, it has been confirmed that the 3 ladies left with the 3 ship girls. They should be going to dinner. A, okay, sir, the door is open. Jiang Linya saw 3 red dots walking in from the gate. B, next we need to confirm which room the girl named Xiaoya lives in. A, sir, we have been notified that the submarine at the beach is ready, and the people outside are also ready. A continued, this is a great plan. We can sneak in her room first, wait until she falls asleep, and then kidnap her. If we are discovered, we can use this girl to threaten her ship girl, and the plan can be implemented ahead of time. B, Stop talking and go find a room. Jiang Linya, let's go up to the attic first. Keep quiet so as not to be discovered. We will monitor them in the attic. Little Swan, Sister Jiang, is an intruder? Jiang Linya, yes, and he wants to attack my commander. Arizona, then let's go down and kill them now. Jiang Linya, don't be impatient. If the third person who hasn't spoken yet is a ship girl, then it will be bad. The level of the ship girl sent to cause trouble will definitely not be low. It's possible that the three of us will be killed instantly. After taking a look at the radar, Jiang Linya continued. Let's wait and see what happens. Keep your voice down. Chapter 57 Escape Plan. The three ship girls were squatting in the attic. Jiang Linya, send a message to the commander first. Do you have a cell phone with you? Little Swan, I didn't bring it. Arizona, me too. Jiang Linya exclaimed, wow, this is a classic example of not bringing your cell phone in a crisis situation. Jiang Linya, oh, this is troublesome. What should I do? The commander won't take long to eat. It looks like she will be back soon. Arizona, throw the little swan out and let her go out to tip off. The little swan was trembling with fear and said, but she also knew that the two ship girls were a bit too big to escape, so this dangerous thing was only suitable for her. It would be fine if you could escape, but if you were discovered, you would lose your life. At this moment, Jiang Linya overheard the voice of a third person. See, why bother? You could just kill the others and kidnap the ultimate target. It was a girl's voice. She must be a Kankali, and she had the ability to defeat Jiang Linya and the others. Hey, this is the Sakura Empire base, the commander academy that Sakura Empire values the most. If we cause trouble here, we won't be able to escape. If you open fire, it will cause a lot of noise. It's almost night now. See, indeed, we still have to proceed according to the original plan. Jiang Linya stared at the radar and said, it's dangerous. It's a ship girl, and she's a powerful one. Arizona, let's plan how to get the signet out first. Arizona thought for a moment and said, I have a simple plan. Jiang Linya, speak. Arizona, throw the little swan in the ship uniform out of here, and then make a noise to attract people. Jiang Linya, no, the other side will catch the little swan immediately and may even kill it directly. This is on land, and the ship girls are not mobile and flexible. Although the same is true for the opponent's shells are more likely to hit the signet. Jiang Linya, what on earth are they looking for? Jiang Linya suddenly thought of something and said, they said we should hide in the commander's room. Once they go in, we can sneak out from the main door. That way, all three of us can leave here. Arizona, okay, that's a good idea. Little Swan, what if the commander comes back at this time? Jiang Linya said solemnly, then we can only fight hard. After waiting for 5 minutes, the other side successfully found the room with Xiaoya's name on the sign. The door was not locked, and there was no need to lock it. In this way, the three intruders walked in easily. Jiang Linya suddenly thought of something and asked the system with her consciousness, did you translate the content you just monitored for me? System, yes. Jiang Linya, what language do they use? System, American English. Jiang Linya, I guess it's the beautiful country that's causing trouble. Can my laser cannon be silenced when charged? System, no. P.S. The electromagnetic laser cannon is a weapon created by the author himself. The prototype is a laser cannon, an energy weapon, but it has an electromagnetic buff to increase its power. When firing, an electric arc will be generated around the beam. Jiang Linya thought that if she could keep quiet, she would have a guarantee during the retreat and could just fire a cannon in the face if she was discovered. Jiang Linya looked at the radar and said, the other side is not moving. They must be hiding. Let's go. For chapters sent. Chapter 58. Escape failed, prepare to fight. Jiang Linya gently opened the attic partition, put down the ladder, and climbed down slowly and gently. After confirming the location of the intruder on the radar, he waved to Arizona and Signet in the attic. Arizona let the little swan climb down first, and she climbed down last. Both of them were very careful, fearing that any noise might alert the intruder. Jiang Linya whispered, just leave the ladder there for now. Let's escape as quickly as possible. Also, be careful not to make any noise when moving. Arizona and Signet nodded. Jiang Linya continued in a low voice. Take off your shoes and hold them in your hands. Walking barefoot makes less noise. The three of them carefully took off their shoes and held them in their hands. Jiang Linya whispered, let's go, I'll be in front and you, Arizona, will be at the back. The three ship girls were moving slowly in the corridor on the third floor, and Jiang Linya took out the radar to take a look from time to time. Soon, the three of them moved to the stairs on the third floor. It's halfway down. The radar sounded again. See, so boring. I've been waiting for a long time. Hey, how long have you been waiting? 5 minutes. See, I need to go to the bathroom. When Jiang Linya heard this, she realized that something bad was happening. The opposing ship girl was about to come out. Jiang Linya hurriedly whispered, "Hurry, be careful, go back to the third floor." Arizona and Signet moved carefully but quickly. The three of them quickly ran to a corner on the third floor and hid. Looking at the red dot on the radar, it seems that the person on the other side successfully found the toilet on the second floor and did not go up to the third floor. After waiting for a while, the other ship girl returned to Xiaoya's room. Jiang Linya whispered, "Let's go." The three of them came to the stairs on the second floor again. Jiang Linya turned on the radar and confirmed again that the person on the other side was not moving. She called on the two of them to go to the first floor. The three of them tiptoed to the middle of the second and first floors. When Jiang Linya looked back and saw that little swan ship suit hit the stair handle. If I had known this, I would not have allowed the ship equipment to be summoned. If the ship equipment was dismantled, the noise would be louder, and now it's broken. See, huh? Is there anyone else in the building? B, go check it out. Jiang Linya whispered. Quick, run to the door. C, on the third floor or the first floor? A, I'll go to the first floor, and you go to the third floor. Da-da-da. Without shoes, the sound of running barefoot in the corridor is very crisp. Little Swan, because the floor was too slippery and several people ran too fast, the little swan fell down. Hey, on the first floor, quick. Jiang Linya didn't care to keep her voice down and said, Hurry, let's go. He pulled up the little swan, and the collision of the ship equipment made a loud noise. The three of them hurried towards the door. Jiang Linya charged her laser cannon while running. When they reached the gate, Little Swan and Arizona rushed out first, and Jiang Linya turned around to close the door. Bump! The other side fired, and the shells flew directly out of the door. Boom! The shot hit the grass outside. Jiang Linya also saw who the other party was. White Eagle Heavy Cruiser, Wichita. Without caring about the door, Jiang Linya turned around and ran. But the opponent's speed is also very fast. Jiang Linya realized that she had to fight, so she stopped. Jiang Linya, you two go first, and be sure to report the information to the commander. Arizona, let Signet go first. I'm a slow runner, so I might as well stay and face the enemy with you. Jiang Linya, okay, Little Swan, hurry up, we'll help hold you back. Little Swan, okay. Wichita, no one can leave. Chapter 59, Battle 1. A man ran out of the house. Judging from the sound, it should be A shouted, that's the ultimate goal. Wichita who? A, the ship girl with a dragon on her back. If you catch her, the mission will be completed ahead of schedule. A man was standing on the second floor balcony. This should be the third person, B, their superior. B, first stop the destroyer from leaving. We need to end this battle quickly. Wichita, yes, sir. Nothing a shot can't solve. Wichita raised his ship equipment and aimed at Little Swan. At this time, Jiang Linya's weapon was also fully charged. Wichita saw the dragon head flashing with electric light and sensed a dangerous atmosphere. Putting down the ship equipment is just a roll. Boom! Jiang Linya fired a beam of light shot straight into the sky, but missed. Jiang Linya, it's broken. It will take time to recharge again. B, haha, this is what we want. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Wichita, don't rush me. I know, sir. Looking at the little swan that had already run far away, Wichita knew that with these two people obstructing her, she had no way of stopping the little swan from going out to report the news. Arizona raised its guns and fired a salvo at Wichita. Boom! 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 Jiang Linya also raised the cannon on his arm and opened fire. Boom! After a few seconds, the ground was filled with smoke. Jiang Linya thought to herself, please, don't use the law of smoke without harm on me. Next second, whoosh, a red-haired figure jumped out from the smoke. It was Wichita, whose body was a little damaged. Wichita, interesting, the firepower is good. This ship should be Arizona. The firepower is enough, but the accuracy is still not good enough. It's the ultimate goal. You are a strong man. Come and fight. Wichita jumped up and controlled the ship's gun to fire 3 shots at Jiang Linya. 1 shot hit the weak spot, 1 shot missed, and 1 shot hit the armor. P.S. The distance between the two sides was about 150 meters. These 3 shots directly damaged Jiang Linya, thanks to her +3 heavy armor. The opponent should have used armor-piercing shells, but I couldn't tell the caliber. Jiang Linya, hiss, it hurts. Arizona also reloaded and fired another salvo. Jiang Linya, just attack the opposing shipgirl. Don't always attack the villa. If you destroy it, where will you live? Wichita, you're already struggling to save yourself, yet you're still thinking about the villa. Jiang Linya controlled the 50mm laser cannon and fired a shot directly. B, just break it and take it away. Wichita, yes, sir. Wichita rushed forward at a very fast speed. Jiang Linya and Arizona fired at the rushing Wichita with their main and secondary guns at the same time. Jiang Linya, why is my fire control not working properly? System, there is electromagnetic interference, which has a certain impact on predictive shooting. Jiang Linya, fuck. Outside the school, Xiaoya and 6 others were preparing to return to the dormitory. After entering the school gate, they found fire in the direction of the dormitory, and there were ship girls running around. Cankily, it seems like there's a fight going on over at the teacher's dormitory. Cankily B, who took advantage of the teacher's absence to have a meeting to start a fight there? Cankily C, the emergency team is coming. Xiaoya, what's going on? Tianmei said hurriedly. That's the direction of our dormitory. Xiaolu, maybe Xiao Jiang and the others got into trouble. Xiaoya, stop talking nonsense and go over there. Chapter 60, Support Arrives. Jiang Linya and Arizona stood there controlling the cannons and stared at Wichita. Wichita, the guy with the laser, leave with us as soon as possible. It will be better for both you and me. Otherwise, I will have to beat you to pieces and then kidnap you. Jiang Linya, someone wants to take me away and slice me up for research so soon? Wichita, it's not that serious. Jiang Linya was a little weak and said, I refuse, but you don't have the ability to beat me up. Wichita, TSK, you really don't know what's good for you. System, charge reaches 100%. Jiang Linya, Humph, take another shot from me. Buzz boom. Jiang Linya controlled the laser cannon and swept across. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions occurred wherever the air was swept. Wichita found an opportunity and rushed forward. Arizona, danger. Wichita and Jiang Linya are now very close, and if the battleship's guns are used to bombard them, friendly forces may be injured by mistake. Wichita's flying kick interrupted Jiang Linya's spell, and Jiang Linya was kicked out as a result. Because Jiang Linya used the quad-mounted 356 naval gun to block, the damage Jiang Linya suffered was reduced a little. Arizona used its secondary guns to fire at Wichita. Wichita dodged with a big jump and controlled the ship to fire 3 shots at Arizona. 1 shot to the head, 2 shots to the body. Arizona breaks. Jiang Linya, Arizona, ahem, I can still fight. Wichita, tisk, battleships are tough. It's okay, just a few more shots. Jiang Linya shouted angrily, stop it. System, emotions affect success. Energy cannon charging time reduced. Boom. Since you interrupted my spell, I will interrupt yours too. Jiang Linya controlled the energy cannon while using the quadruple-mounted naval gun that had just cooled down in her hand to bombard the opponent. But Wichita is so flexible, but it almost ended in failure. The gun on the left side of Wichita was hit by Jiang Linya's laser and was scrapped. Arizona opened fire on a spot. Wichita saw that the shells missed the target and were quite off target. Just as he was about to mock, he heard 2 screams. Looking back, we saw that the shells hit A and B in the villa. Now, they were bombarded by the battleships, and there was a possibility that they would not even have a complete body. Wichita's voice broke as she yelled, Sir. Wichita rushed directly to the ruins of the villa and searched through them. Jiang Linya and Arizona were not people without martial ethics, and they did not launch a sneak attack at this time. Jiang Linya, Arizona, you just killed her commander? Arizona couldn't believe that she had killed someone and said tremblingly, I saw them. They wanted to escape. I just want to stop them. Stop them. 2 lives. Wichita hugged B, who was only left with the upper body, and roared, Mission? Go to hell, you all have to die today. Aya-aya-wah. Wichita dropped the body and fired several shots, all hitting Arizona. Arizona was devastated and fell to the ground. Wichita, you fainted. I won't let you go even if you fainted. Boom. Boom! Boom! Another round of bombardment. Jiang Linya picked up Arizona, and the shells hit Jiang Linya's back. Jiang Linya. Ah, Jiang Linya was broken, just when the jealous Wichita wanted to end their lives. Buzz. The sound of carrier-based aircraft rang out. Wichita noticed the dropped bombs and became even angrier as the spell casting was interrupted again. Chapter 61, Battle 2. Jiang Linya looked at Arizona in her arms, said to Wichita, "Is it fun? I'll let you play. Raise your arms to control the gun." Boom, 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 boom. Jiang Linya used the naval gun as a Gatling gun and started firing. Jiang Linya yelled, "If I don't show my power, you think I'm an old antique." Boom, 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 boom. Jiang Linya ignored the system's prompts or the red gun barrel until the system forced a stop to firing. Jiang Linya unloaded the naval gun, picked up Arizona's naval gun, and installed it. He raised the muzzle of the gun and started firing again. Boom, boom, boom. Bored? I'm living a good life. Why do you have to disturb me? Boom, 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 boom. You're from the United States. Did I provoke you? Huh. Boom, boom, boom. I'll let you mess with me. I'll let you mess with me. Boom, 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 boom. Principal He, who was watching the battlefield from a distance using the perspective of a carrier-based aircraft, was stunned. The shipgirls watching from a distance were also shocked. System. Host, that's enough. Stop fighting. The other side is almost turned to ash. After hearing this, Jiang Linya stopped firing, threw down the red-hot cannon on her arm, and sat next to Arizona. Jiang Linya. I'm so tired. Woo wow wow wow. The fire truck arrived, and the security team and school officials also arrived at the scene. Because Little Swan sent out information saying that the target of the other side was Xiaoya, the school's top management had already protected Xiaoya and her other two and their shipgirl. Fire trucks began working to put out the fire on the building. This battle directly destroyed nearly half of the teachers' residential area. In fact, most of them were destroyed by Jiang Linya's laser cannon. The ambulance also arrived and carried Jiang Linya and Arizona away. The shipgirls of the security team were searching among the wreckage of the building to prevent any remnants of the enemy and to check if there were any survivors to capture and torture for information. Finally, the security team found Wichita, which was blown into several sections, and A and B, whose bodies were not intact. However, they did not find any useful information or resources from them. In the Kankali School, on the 6th underground floor. This is a place that the school does not make public. It is only announced to the outside world that there are 5 underground floors, and the 6th floor is a secret shelter. The construction of this place was requested by the top leaders of Sakura Empire, and the commanding top leaders also requested that no information be leaked. But Principal Rueha is also considered a senior member, so he did not take Xiaoya and the others to the usual shelter, but brought them down directly. Xiaoya asked worriedly, "Principal, how are Xiao Jiang and the others?" "Zuikaku, we received information that the 2 shipgirls were sent to the repair dock and are now soaking in the pool. Arizona is severely damaged, and Jianglin Masa is medium damaged." "Xiaolu, my Arizona," Zuikaku said to Xiaoya. "According to the information your shipgirl gave us, the other side may be from the United States. Whether they are official or some private organization, we have reported the incident to the Free Shipgirl Association. They will handle this matter." Jiang Linya also gave us the recording information. "Xiaoya, Xiaojiang, Zuikaku, don't worry too much about your safety. This time we were careless and transferred the security team to the meeting place, which made it so easy for the other party to invade. If it were normal times, they probably wouldn't even be able to step into the school gate. Tianmei, then, Principal, when can we leave to find Jiang Linya and the others?" "Zuikaku, once the security team has searched the school several times and confirmed that it is safe, we can go back. The other students are also in the shelter, but not here. Little Swan, I feel so weak." "Zuikaku, then study more, train more, and you will become a powerful shipgirl." Chapter 62, Aftermath. When entering the underground, Xiaoya and others heard the alarm outside. Xiaoya asked anxiously, "Is there a large-scale siren attack?" "Principal Zuikaku, that's not the case. It's just that the most important school in the Sakura Empire base was attacked. The higher-ups found out and immediately raised the alarm and asked all the shipgirls to search the base overnight. After staying in the 6th underground floor of the academy for 2 days, the principal finally released them after making sure the school was safe. Regarding such an incident happening in the academy at night, the upper echelons of Sakura Empire and the Freedom Shipgirls Association said they would deal with it seriously. Other countries and the Kankly base are also paying close attention to this matter. The United States claimed that this group of people were members of some large domestic gangs and said they could handle it. The top leaders of the United States did not come forward to receive the shipgirls. Yesterday afternoon, the United States issued an announcement stating that the matter had been handled, that a large sum of compensation would be paid to the Sakura Empire base, and that it was deeply sorry for the incident. Even the territorial issue between Japan and the Sakura Empire base was put aside. Because the Sakura Empire base is located between Japan and Dragon Country, it is very close to Japan, and the distance is roughly the distance between Dragon Country mainland and Wanwan Island. It is also close to Kimchi Country, located in the lower left corner of Japan. Then Japan said that the Sakura Empire base belonged to Japan. To outsiders, there was nothing wrong with it. The language and culture were the same, and they were Japan's old warships. Although the Korean country wants to snatch it, there is no way they could defeat them. However, Nagato and the Free Shipgirls Association disagreed, believing that all the shipgirl bases in the world do not belong to any country. Other shipgirl bases also expressed their support. The base of the Northern Alliance is in a port in the north of the Bear Country, which is on the mainland of the Bear Country. In order to thank the shipgirl who has been guarding the north of the Bear Country to protect the Bear Country from attacks by the Sirens, the Bear Country not only acquiesced to this regulation, but also sent supplies to reward the shipgirl every day. In the elevator, Xiaoya. Principal, where do we live? Principal Zuikiko. Oh, I'm having a headache about this. You can't live off campus like the faculty and staff. It's not very safe. Tian Mei, why do those people target Xiaojiang? Xiaolu, I may know this, because the weapon on Xiaojiang is extremely powerful. If it is obtained by other countries, the country's combat power will increase significantly. By then, even the siren will not be taken seriously. Zuikiku, yes, many countries have noticed it and are speculating whether we, Sakura Empire, have acquired this technology. They are asking questions at diplomatic conferences. Xiaoya, but how do they know Xiaojiang's weapon? Zuikiku, it's a Kankly convention. Spies from other countries came to watch. Some even broadcasted the footage live. Xiaolu, if you want to hide, why let Xiaojiang play? Zuikiku covered his head and said, we didn't want to let Jiang compete, but this kind of competition is usually organized by lower-level cadres. It's not important, and there's no need to report it. We only received the news when the competition started, and by then it was too late to stop it. After a moment of silence, Zuikika said, today is Wednesday. You will go to class on Thursday, and the same goes for other students. P.S. The fight happened on Sunday night and lasted 2 days, so today is Wednesday. Xiaoya. Then we. Zuikiko. You guys go find those 2 shipgirls first. Arizona should be fixed. We will give you an answer to the question of where to live soon. Xiaoya. Principal. Thank you for your hard work. Author's words. I beg you to urge me to update more often. It's already 4 chapters a day, and it's not too shabby, I feel like. Please give me some of that free gift, too. Chapter 63, New Dormitory 2. Xiaoya and her group came to the maintenance dock. I pushed the door open and came to room 119, as the principal mentioned. Squeak. Xiaoya pushed the door open and went in. Jiang Linya and Arizona were eating when they saw Xiaoya coming. Jiang Linya said, hey, Xiao Xiao is here. Do you want to eat together? Here are some braised chicken legs. Xiaoya, Xiaojiang. Xiaoya screamed and rushed forward to hug Jiang Linya. Xiaolu also came forward and hugged Arizona. Jiang Linya. Hey, Commander, be careful not to get yourself covered in oil. Xiaoya. You don't know how worried I was about you. Jiang Linya. Who am I? I'm not afraid. Jiang Linya cleaned herself up. Arizona told several people what happened. Huayuan. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Z23. It must be painful to be hit by so many shells from the heavy cruiser's main guns. Jiang Linya. So I want a hug from the commander. Jiang Linya hugged Xiaoya into her arms and gave her a facial cleanser. Garden. I want to hug the commander too. Garden Xiao, Yi Jiang Linya. Xiaoya felt the softness on both sides and thought of herself, feeling unhappy instantly. Not only this, but also the height. Now, the height of the 3 people could be described in one word, concave. Arizona saw Xiaolu looking at Xiaoya, said, haha, commander also wants me to hold you like this. Xiaolu, no need. Arizona pulled Xiaolu over and held her in her arms as well. Lexington blushed and was about to hug Tianmei. At this time, a girl who was responsible for reporting the news pushed the door open. When I saw a few people, the air froze instantly. Girl, oh, sorry to bother you. Then closed the door quickly. Tianmei, I'll wait a minute. After some commotion, the girl who delivered the message. The principal asked me to deliver something. The ship girl took out a letter and a small box from her bag. Girl, okay, my mission is accomplished. I'm leaving now. I don't know why, but this girl walked in a hurry. Xiaya picked up the box, opened it, and saw that it was the key to the room. I opened the letter and found the address of my new dormitory. Xia, alas, such a nice villa is gone before I even lived in it for a day. Tianmei, where do you live? Xiaya, we have to live separately for the time being in a lower grade dormitory of Duacameo Academy. The letter also says that when the staff dormitory is repaired, we can choose to live back in the villa. The dormitory of the Multi-Shipgirl Academy is specially prepared for students with multiple shipgirls. Once there are 2 or more students, they can live there. At that time, because of Xiaoya and Xiaolu's identities, the school prepared a villa for the 2 of them. Knowing that Tianmei was a super good friend of Xiaoya and Xiaolu, and they lived in the same dormitory, and had also built a new shipgirl, the school let her follow. Tianmei, let's go check it out now. Xiaolu, by the way, let's see if we need to buy new furniture. Xiaya, okay, let's go, everyone. The 9 people left the repair dock and headed to the new dormitory. When walking on the road, following the address on the letter, and using Baidu navigation for directions, isn't this better than a crooked navigation system? After a while, the 9 people arrived downstairs of the new dormitory building. I went swimming today. When I got home, I typed a lot slower. I was so tired. Persistence means victory. Chapter 64, Family Calls. The dormitory for the 3 people is in Area 1, Building 14, and the rooms on the 5th floor are rooms 14, 15, and 16 respectively. I took the elevator to the 5th floor and arrived at the door of the room. Xiaolu. We were arranged to live in adjacent dormitories. Xiaoya. Great, okay, come and get the room key. Tianmei took the 15th room, and Xiaolu took the 16th room. Xiaoya. Let's go in and take a look first. The 2 nodded and entered the room of their choice. Xiaoya wanted to check it out. There was no furniture, but there was a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a living room with a toilet. The balcony of a new dormitory was quite large. I checked the level of dust accumulation and found that it was quite clean. After a while, several people gathered. Tianmei, the new dormitory is so big. It's nice to live here. It's much better than the old dormitory. The old dormitory was too small. Xiaolu, it's really good. By the way, how many figures do we have left? Xiaoya, alas, because of the battle, Xiao Jiang destroyed almost all the furniture and figurines that he moved. Jiang Linya sat obediently aside. Smiley face. Xiaoya. Okay, let's go pick out new furniture. Tianmei, it's time to bloodbath Ayanami's figures again. Xiaolu, buy a big bed this time. Sleep on a big bed. Z23. If it's a big bed, I can sleep with the commander? The little swan said, I want one too. Xiaolu, what are you thinking about? I'll sleep alone. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. You 2 can sleep in one room. Xiaoya. I also want to let the ship girls sleep in the same room. Jiang Linya looked at the garden. Hua Yuan? Commander, I want to sleep with you. Tianmei. Okay, let's go buy furniture first, and then have a meal. Ding ling ling. Dinkling. Xiaoya took out her cell phone, and someone called her. The others fell silent instantly. Xiaoya. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Xiaoya's mother. Oh, I'm so worried. I couldn't get through to you these past 2 days. You said you were out of signal range. My dear daughter, I heard that a spy broke into your school and destroyed a lot of houses. Are you hurt? A male voice appeared on the other end of the line again. Ah, the call is connected. Hurry up, let me answer it. He should be Xiaoya's father. Xiaoya's mother. Why are you answering the phone? Go away and wait until I finish talking to my baby daughter. Xiaoya's father. My dear wife, please turn on the hands-free mode and chat with me. Xiaoya's father. Daughter, we were the first to know about the incident at school. We were so worried that we couldn't get through to you these past 2 days. Xiaoya. Maybe there is a signal blocking device in the safe zone. It would be strange to have a signal at a depth of nearly 700 meters on the 6th floor underground. Xiaoya's mother. My daughter, you are not hurt, right? Xiaoya. How could he be injured? Afterwards, Xiaoya told her parents what happened in the past 2 days, but she didn't mention that it was the new dormitory they had just moved to. Xiaoya's father. The protection measures of the Sakura Base Academy are really good. Xiaoya's mother. Yes, daughter, you are fine. That's good. We are relieved. By the way, daughter, are you still short of money? Do you need any more money? Xiaoya, oh mom, I can't spend all this money. I can buy a 2-bedroom apartment with gold bricks. Besides, what can I do to spend all this money? Xiaoya's mother. That's good. Okay, we have to go to work. Remember to keep in touch in the future. Xiaoya's father. Goodbye, daughter. Xiaoya, bye. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 65, A Belated Welcome Party. Tianmei, your family really cares about you. My parents didn't call me. They just sent me a message to ask. Xiaolu, my parent called to inquire about the incident on the day it happened. Xiaoya, well, by the way, let's hold the welcome party tonight. The 9 of us haven't had dinner together yet. Tianmei, yeah, I forgot to hold the welcome party. Xiaoya, you guys go first, I'll call the hotel at the door. Xiaolu, okay. Xiaolu and Tianmei took the shipgirls downstairs, and Jiang Linya and Huayuan followed them. Xiaoya, hello, boss. Hotel owner, miss, what's the matter? Xiaoya, I'm going to hold a welcome party tonight, and the room at the top is still available. Hotel owner, it's available. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Miss, what happened 2 days ago? Xiaoya, it's okay, don't ask. Just take care of this matter. Hotel owner, okay, miss. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After finishing the call, Xiaoya went downstairs to meet up with a few people. Xiaoya, by the way, let's go open the box. The new ship girl hasn't finished her ship equipment yet. Tianmei, open the blind box. Xiaolu, not during this period. The school announced that the boxes are sold out. We will make an announcement when the boxes arrive. Xiaoya, okay. We arrived at the school's big shopping mall and walked towards the furniture store on the 2nd floor. Tianmei, hey, the figurine store is closed. Xiaolu, there is a brand, they said they are restocking. Xiaoya, well, I can't sleep with Ayanami's pillow tonight. Huayuan stepped forward and said, then how about holding me while I sleep, Commander? Jiang Linya, I can do that too. Xiaoya, no. After shopping for about 2 hours, the 3 of them bought the furniture they wanted. After buying them, they found that they were all pretty good. Tianmei and Xiaolu bought big beds. Xiaoya bought a small bed. Tianmei bought a computer. And Jiang Linya also wanted a computer, both of which were high-end ones. A few people had lunch outside, and when they returned they found that the furniture had been installed. Then, several people stayed in their respective dormitories to play. Xiaoya was sitting on the sofa watching TV, with Jiang Linya on her left and the garden on her right. Xiaolu was holding the red-faced Z23 while watching TV, with Arizona beside her. In Tianmei's dormitory, Lexington was making snacks in the kitchen, Little Swan was helping, and Tianmei was working on the computer. Tianmei, I didn't expect you could cook, Lexington. Lexington smiled and responded, haha, I know a lot, Commander. Also, the cookies will be ready soon. You must try them. 8 p.m. Because they were used to eating at 8 o'clock in the evening and the cafeteria closed at 7:30 in the evening, they had breakfast and lunch in the school cafeteria and had dinner out. After gathering, the 9 people left the school and came to the 5-star hotel at the entrance. For the past month, several people have been having dinner here. I entered the top private room and found that it had already been decorated. There are balloons and plastic plates on the wall with the words, Welcome New Ship Girls, written on them. There was also a 3-layer cake on the big table with a garden, Lexington, and Z23 figurines on top that were probably made of cream. It must have taken a lot of effort to make it exquisitely crafted. Boss, miss, are you satisfied? Xiaoya, well, not bad. Now let's serve the food. Boss, okay, miss. Please give me a gift and ask for more updates. Chapter 66, A Restless Night. The 9 people celebrated in the hotel until 10 o'clock in the evening, but had to go home because they had classes the next day. Back in the dormitory, everyone did the same thing, took a shower and went to bed. Huayuan and Jiang Linya slept back-to-back on the same bed. Lexington held Tianmei, who looked like a child, and slept with Little Swan. Xiaolu slept alone, and in the next room, Arizona slept with Z23 as a pillow. Quiet night. But some places are not quiet. In the United States, in an underground military base in an unknown location. In the conference room, Officer, those guys failed, and we lost an experienced and tough guy. Officer B, the Kamusu Association is also looking for us, but someone from the Pentagon is dealing with it. Officer C, We shouldn't be exposed. After all, only the top leaders know of our existence. Officer B, the intelligence department said that a dragon countryman wanted to transport that weapon to Dragon Country for research. Officer D, what are you waiting for? We can't let Dragon Country get this technology first. Send troops to intercept them. Officer, hey, it's useless. When we received the intelligence, the other side had already started transporting. Even if we sent the shipgirl station in Japan to intercept them, there would not be enough time. Officer C, that's right. The Dragon Country's top brass are also paying attention, and the shipgirls from the Dongwang base are going to escort them. Officer D, damn it. We can't let Longwood develop this weapon first. Officer, maybe the Sakura Empire already has this technology, but we don't know it yet. Officer C said seriously, don't make loud noises in the conference room. Also, hurry up, John. Have you recorded it? Just upload it directly. John, yes, Colonel. Buzz, 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 buzz. The alarm sounded at the military base. Officer C, connect to the investigation department. What happened? Officer from the reconnaissance department, report to the colonel. The enemy has invaded, using laser weapons. Officer C, what? Is this revenge? How dare that shipgirl attack us when we have enough troops? Send all the shipgirls alive. Because Jiang Linya was the only one who had the laser weapon, the officer immediately thought that it was Jiang Linya's act of revenge. Officer, haha, it's delivered to my door. Buzz boom. The ceiling of the conference room was pierced by the laser, and Officer D was hit by the laser and was directly vaporized. Officer C, damn it. The combat department sent an urgent message. Report to the colonel. Please evacuate quickly. The shipgirls can't resist, and 80% of them have been lost. Officer C, why? How could she be so powerful? Could it be that it wasn't her? Officer, hey, sir, we have to evacuate. Officer B, I'm going to start the self-destruct sequence. Please evacuate quickly. The explosions outside sounded like firecrackers during the Chinese New Year, mixed in with the screams of the shipgirls. Suddenly, most of the sound disappeared, and a shipgirl with red death light in her eyes jumped in. As soon as he entered the scene, he fired an energy cannon, killing Officer B instantly. Behind this shipgirl, she's wearing a flying backpack that is still spewing fire and 6 thick and long mechanical arms, at the end of which is a terrifying dragon head that is still emitting white smoke. White light is emitting from her mouth, and it is still shaking, indicating that the weapon is accumulating power. On her arms are rows of small ship equipment that look like anti-aircraft weapons, and behind her is a ribbon with the flight deck paint of an aircraft carrier. Officer, the shipgirl controlled the dragon head and bit Officer A in half with one bite, and even shoot it. The shipgirl said, how weak. I only use these few weapons to beat you like this, and I thought the secret military base of the United States was so powerful. But that's it. You are so weak, and yet you want to cause trouble. Officer C, you are so powerful. Why did you find us so quickly? No, you are not her. Who are you? The shipgirl smiled and said, oh, you can see that I am not her, but the fact is, I am her. Well, it's time for you to die. Officer C, so the Sakura Empire ship has the same name. Boom. The laser directly blasted the colonel into ashes. The shipgirl said to Ashes, we are not ships with the same name. We are all the same, but we are not from the same world. John, who was hiding behind the wall, heard some things and immediately thought of the organization Embers. John immediately passed the information on. Boom. The shipgirl controlled the dragon head and smashed the wall directly. Cankily, there are still some rats that haven't died yet. John was about to get up and run away. Boom. 6 white-bluish lasers hit the poor herald. The shipgirl glanced at the tablet computer that fell to the ground, which showed that the information had been transmitted. Cankily, it seems that your identity has been discovered. This shipgirl is Jiang Linya. Chapter 67 School. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the shipgirl and the commander got up on time to eat and go to school. At 7:50 in the morning, morning self-study ended and it was time for a break. In the classroom, Jiang Linya. Hey, dear War Weary, what has your commander built? War Weary, oh, forget it. I haven't built anything yet. The resource coins I saved with great difficulty are gone. Jiang Linya, resource coins, are they expensive? War Weary, of course, 100 yen for a resource coin. Just to build a light ship, you need 800 resource coins, which is 80,000 yen. Jiang Linya converted it, and it was close to 4,700 renminbi. After thinking for a while, he said, "Is it expensive?" Jiang Linya turned on her phone, clicked on the Kankly Pocket Treasure app, and took a look at her resource coins. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, tens of millions, 100 million billion. P.S. Kankly Pocket Treasure, a software developed specifically for Kankly on mobile phones, has only been developed for a short time. A full 200 million resource coins. 1.1 billion renminbi. Jiang Linya was shocked for 3 seconds, then thought of the balance on Xiaoya's black card. Not much, not much. P.S. Reminder, Xiao family is the largest real estate developer in Longhua. 40% of Ginza and large shopping malls are owned by Xiao family. They also run 5-star and 6-star hotels and high-end wineries. War-weary glanced at Jiang Linya's balance. The pen in his hand fell to the ground. Jiang Linya thought she heard thunder and turned around to look. War-weary's entire body turned gray, and he was stunned, with his mouth wide open. Jiang Linya, "Hey classmate, are you okay?" I reached out and shook War-weary, but there was no response. Jiang Linya, "Same position?" "Same position." War-weary suddenly woke up and yelled, 200 million supply coins. Tosa flashed in front of Waryin, picked up the knife, and smashed it down without taking off the scabbard. When? Bang! War-weary was knocked to the ground. Tosa said with a dark face, "You rookie, if you make a scene again when your classmates are taking a nap in the morning, I will be the cannonball next time." Then he glanced at Jiang Linya, who was sweating profusely and was so scared that she couldn't move. Tosa put the knife back and said, "Mr. Jiang, I heard that your commander has built a new battleship, and it's very rare." Jiang Linya, "Ah, yes, squad leader. Do you have any questions?" Tosa, "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to ask if she will come to our class in the future." Jiang Linya, "Yes, the school has decided." Tosa, "Can you introduce me in advance?" Jiang Linya, Okay. Jiang Linya relaxed for a moment and said, she herself said that her White Eagle's strongest battleship is a sea legend, and the people there are rather simple-minded. Tosa became interested. "Oh, she claims to be the strongest? I'll have to meet her then." Jiang Linya, "I'll come after tutoring." Tosa, "I hope it will be soon. By the way, what is the legend of the sea?" Jiang Linya, "Squad leader, don't you know?" Tosa turned over the unconscious Waryin and sat on his back. Said, "Beyond understanding." Jiang Linya thought for a moment and said, "Sea legends are above our level and are very rare. If you choose to build a heavy ship and have a 100% chance of success, the probability of building a sea legend is less than 0.5%. P.S. This is the author's own setting. Chapter 68, Red Envelope. Tosa, the rarer, the more powerful. Jiang Linya, maybe. This probability has no scientific basis. I just heard it from some older commanders. This is their guess. They said that in their generation, 2 commanders built legendary shipgirls. They built the same shipgirl, and it was an aircraft carrier. Tosa, by the way, Jiang, what level are you at? Jiang Linya, the school also assigned me to the sea legend. Tosa was surprised and said, "Your commander is so lucky. You have 2 legendary shipgirls on the sea. And, for what I can see from you, I can also imagine how powerful the legendary shipgirls on the sea are." Jiang Linya, by the way, what kind of shipgirl did your commander build? Tosa, no. The materials were wasted, and the supply coins I'd saved with great difficulty were gone. Then he went to drink with his friends to relieve his sorrow, and finally asked me to carry it back home. Oh, what a trouble. Forehead. Warspite, who was used as a chair by Tosa. My commander is also. Tosa interrupted. Shut up. You are a sinner now. P.S. Xiaoya's luck-absorbing skill was activated, and she distributed luck to Tianmei and Xiaolu. Tosa, by the way, Xiao Jiang, the class has recently set up a chat group in the Kankly exchange area. You can join it. In the future, there is no need to write notifications on the blackboard. Jiang Linya, okay, by the way, how did you get the qualification to create a group? Tosa, it's the guy under my ass who did it. Okay, get up now. Tosa stood up and sat on Warweary's chair. Warweary stood up and said, "Oh, my waist. Is there such a thing for an old lady?" Patting the dirt off his body, Warweary stood up and said, "After winning the game, I contacted customer service and wanted to apply to create a group. I was rejected at that time. Then I mentioned this to the equipment manager, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Liu said, try again tomorrow. The next day, when I applied again, I succeeded, and the tone of the other party became very respectful. Tosa, Then she pulled all the students in the class into the group, and also pulled in teachers for various subjects, and finally handed the group owner to the homeroom teacher, Ms. Mikasa. As Tosa spoke, he opened his phone and adjusted the invitation code. After Jiang Linya entered it, she successfully joined the group chat. Jiang Linya, well, since you're new here, give me a red envelope first. Warweary held up the phone and said, I'm ready. Jiang Linya tapped her phone and said, then let's send out 20 million material coins first. Tosa, wait. Before he could finish his words, the red envelopes were sent out. A student who was playing with his mobile phone in the corner of the classroom saw the red envelope and grabbed it. Then he shouted, oh my God, 500,000 supply coins. The student who was sleeping in the front seat, why are you yelling so loudly? Warweary, haha, I got 2 million supply coins. The student, you are dreaming. Tosa covered his head and said, order's going to be disrupted. Yin Zhan, look at the group. The red envelope is from Boss Jiang. The boss is generous. Student A, really? I got 280,000. Student B, I got 660,000. Student C, the boss is so generous. The students were so noisy that they even drowned out the bell. Teacher Mikasa walked into the classroom and looked at the ship girls throwing paper rolls everywhere and waving their cell phones, her face full of black lines. Just as Teacher Mikasa was about to get angry, a student came forward, said, Teacher, check the group. A boss is sending a large red envelope. Teacher Mikasa said angrily, how big is it? I made you so excited that you can't even go to class. Student, Teacher, the full amount is 20 million material coins. Without saying a word, Teacher Mikasa took out her cell phone and grabbed the red envelope. Mikasa, oh my God, 1,800,000 supply coins, 1,800 000 yen. Ayayoa, the well-behaved Tosa stood out among the crazy ship girls. Chapter 69, School Cafeteria. This red envelope enabled teacher Mikasa, who originally didn't know how to use a mobile phone, to instantly learn how to use this high-tech gadget. Previously, Tosa helped the teacher with the use of the mobile phone, downloading of software, and joining of groups. There were many moments when it felt like the only normal person in the class was Tosa. Because Tosa was very capable and good at studying, he became the class monitor, the class representative, and various committee members, including the discipline committee, but she really can't control this kind of teacher who takes the lead in having fun. If she shouts, I can't do it, that would be a mess. Tosa left the class and went to the equipment management office downstairs. Lu Mingxin, oh, Tosa-san, why are you here? Isn't class already starting? Tosa, Teacher Lu, help me. Afterwards, Tosa took Teacher Lu Mingxin upstairs and came to the classroom. After Teacher Lu learned what happened, he first opened his phone to grab a red envelope, then pulled Teacher Mikasa over and beat her up. Then the class order was restored. After school at noon, Jan Lya used a trick to escape from the encirclement of her classmates and was then dragged by Yin Zhan to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Linya, you're going to the royal district for dinner? Warweary. Otherwise, by the way, Xiao Jiang, where do you usually eat? Jiang Linya. Well, except for the royal district, I've only been there once, and I've been to all the other districts. Warweary. Is the royal family's food so bad? Jiang Linya thought of looking up at the starry sky. Jiang Linya. Today, come with me to Dongwang district for dinner. Warweary. Okay, I'll listen to the boss today. The two ship girls came to the Dongwang area. I found that there were quite a few people here, and only a small number of them were from Dongwang, while most of them were from the Royal Navy. After asking a few questions, they all said that it was recommended by an expellee. Jiang Linya thought of the little swan who never went to the royal district to eat since then. After waiting in line for a while, Jiang Linya and Yin Zhan successfully bought lunch. The lady in the cafeteria is very efficient in serving food, and her hands don't shake. Yin Zhan and Jiang Linya sat face to face. Warweary looked at the food on the plate and said, what's so good about this greasy-looking meat? And this. Jiang Linya, since we are here, let's eat. Warweary felt like he had been cheated and took a bite reluctantly. Ah, really delicious. It was so delicious that I almost ate the plate. Warweary. Go. How come a food in Dongwang district is so delicious? Ah, it smells so good. I'll call the queen next door to my dormitory later. Jiang Linya. Have you ever eaten in other districts before? Warweary. Let me think about it. Ah, I've been a White Eagle. The food there's pretty good, but I'm a little uncomfortable with it, so I won't go there again. Jiang Linya, will you come back to the Royal District for dinner in the future? War weary. I'm never going back. I think there will be roast duck in the evening. Let's come together in the evening. Jiang Linya, not in the evening. I have dinner at 8 o'clock to accompany the commander. War weary asked curiously, isn't the commander not allowed to enter the Kanmusu cafeteria? Jiang Linya, let's go eat outside. Warspite, oh, is the food outside delicious too? Jiang Linya thought about her experiences outing on Saturday and Sunday. Said, the food sold in the cafeteria is better than the food sold outside. However, I always go to the 5-star hotel at the door with the commander for dinner every night. War weary, oh, I'll go to the Sakura district tomorrow to try it out. Wait, what hotel do you go to every night? Jiang Linya, the 5-star hotel in front of the school. War weariness petrified. Dao, 5-star, and every night? Please urge me to update. Please send me a gift. Chapter 70 Lunch Break. In the school cafeteria. After finishing his meal with Yinjan, we said goodbye and went back to our respective dormitories. When I pushed the door open, I saw Xiaoya watching TV with Huayuan. Xiaoya, I'm back from school. Jiang Linya, it feels like a mother. Garden was curious. Does the ship girl have a mother too? Jiang Linya, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xiaoya, isn't the commander the same as the mother of the ship girl? Come on, call her mother. Jiang Linya, stop making trouble. Walking into the kitchen, Jiang Linya found a plate of biscuits on the stove. Ate one piece. A heavenly feeling. Jiang Linya was pleasantly surprised and said, it's so delicious, Xiao Xiao. Did you make this? Xiao, cookies? Those were made by Tianmei's shipgirl Lexington and delivered this morning. Jiang Linya, oh, no wonder, Xiao Xiao. If you have time, learn cooking from me. It will be easier for you to find a boyfriend in the future. A wave of direct opposition to being a mother. Xia, it's too early to talk about this now. Jiang Linya, Commander, you are an adult. Why are you still so early? Jiang Linya took out a cup of twin sundae ice cream from the refrigerator and started eating it. He glanced at the refrigerator and said, oh, Commander, have you finished that box of Haagen-Dazs? You'll get fat if you eat so much. Xiaoya, that's not what I eat. That's what the garden eats. Garden, we ate it together. Jiang Linya returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and watched TV together. What is being broadcast now should be the Science and Education Channel, which is introducing the animals in a certain zoo. Host, this black rabbit is so cute. Zookeeper, this is our mascot. Her name is Amaya. Host, so cute, can I touch it? The breeder picked up the rabbit and said, come. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them went to bed. At 1:40 p.m., after closing the door, Xiaoya said, Xiao Jiang, a new royal restaurant has opened on the commercial street of the Sakura base. Let's go there together tonight. Tianmei and Xiaolu will also go with us. Jiang Linya thought of looking up at the starry sky and quickly said, no, Commander, I won't go tonight. I have something to do tonight. Xiaoya didn't think much about it and said, okay, if you are busy, don't be too late. The black card I gave you last time is still there. I transferred a few 100 million yuan to you yesterday. Alas, your family gave you too much. Jiang Linya asked curiously, how many are there? Xiaoya, my good father told the housekeeper to transfer 15% of the profits from all his businesses to my bank card every month. Yesterday, I transferred half of the money on my card to your card. Ding. Jiang Linya was petrified on the spot and even seemed to be cracking. Jiang Linya recovered, remembered something, and said, your family is so rich, you should have a lot of things like Rubik's Cubes. Xiaoya, yes, there are a lot, but I don't want them. When I was about to come to school, my parents stuffed a lot of Rubik's Cubes on me. I said a lot of things before I refused them. Jiang Linya, why do you refuse? Isn't it good to have a Rubik's Cube? Xiaoya, I want to get the Rubik's Cube through my own efforts. The living expenses were not too much, but they gave me so much, and I can't even transfer it back. Sighing, Xiaoya said, Huayuan, I'm going to go out this afternoon to get you a card, and I'll also give you living expenses. Huayuan thought about the endless snacks she would have and said, yeah. Chapter 71, Afternoon Class. Jiang Linya returned to the classroom, but it was not yet time to ring the bell for class. Open the classroom door. Snap, snap. The two ship girls standing at the door fired the fireworks. Colorful ribbons are flying all over the sky. The ship girls stood in 2 rows and shouted, hello, boss. Jiang Linya was startled and said, what are you doing? After hearing some unusual noises, they discovered that the class monitor Tosa had been tied up like a dumpling and thrown in the corner of the classroom. Jiang Linya. Class monitor. Jiang Linya hurried over to untie the squad leader and took out someone's socks from his mouth. Several students on duty picked up brooms and ran to the door to sweep away the ribbons. After taking off the socks, Tosa yelled, "Reverse!" The next second, Tosa put on his ship uniform and was ready to fire. Jiang Linya hurriedly hugged him and tried to stop Tosa. "Monitor, you can't do this. It will cost our lives. And this is a classroom. Do you want a big hole to appear in our classroom?" After that, Tosa started yelling at the podium. Jiang Linya came to her seat and sat down as usual. War weary. "Hello, buddy boss, you're here." Jiang Linya. "What are you doing? Are you the leader?" War weary. "What do you mean I took the lead? I was just giving advice." Jiang Linya. "It's amazing that he can beat the squad leader." War spite. "There is nothing that cannot be solved by ship and sea tactics." Forehead. "She is indeed the woman who goes against the squad leader all day long." Jiang Linya. "It's already autumn. Why is the weather still so hot?" War weary. "Look how smart I am. I brought a small fan." Jiang Linya reached out to grab the small fan and said, "Blow it for me." War weary protected the fan and said, "Give me some benefits." Jiang Linya. "I'll take you to dinner tonight." War weary. "Although it's not as good as giving out red envelopes. But okay, you treat me to dinner in the cafeteria tonight." Then he handed over the fan. Ding ling ling. It was time for class. Tosa walked down, and the class fell silent. The substitute teacher walked into the classroom and started the afternoon class. Who says that Kankly only needs to learn tactics and stuff. They also have to learn math, physics, and chemistry. Then Jiang Linya had a headache. She didn't want to learn these things anymore. Coming to this world, she still had to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry. What gave Jiang Linya a headache was that she knew all this knowledge. In her previous life, she was about to study for a doctorate and her grades were top in the school. Then she will stay here for an afternoon, bored all afternoon. Although she had consulted teacher Mikasa before and told her that she didn't need to learn these things and provided proof, teacher Mikasa still wouldn't let her go. She said it was a school rule and she couldn't decide. As for why the teacher didn't choose Jiang Linya, who had good grades, as the class representative or study committee member, it was because Jiang Linya is too lazy. Dinkling. It's time to go home from school in the afternoon. There is no evening self-study in the New Generation Commanders Academy. School ends on time at 5:30 p.m., and students can do whatever they want. War weary. Let's go to the cafeteria. Jiang Linya. What are you going to the cafeteria for? War weary. Didn't you say you would treat us? I wonder if the boss wants to go back on his word. Jiang Linya. Oh, we don't go to the cafeteria to eat at night. War weary was curious and asked, Then where shall we eat? Jiang Linya. Go back first. Meet at the school gate at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'll take you to the hotel at the school gate. War weary. What? The boss is generous. Oh yeah. Then War weary skipped away. Chapter 72, Fantasy Kidnapping Plan. When I returned to the dormitory, I found that Xiaoya and Huayuan were not there. Maybe they had not come back yet. Turning on the TV, Jiang Linya looked for the program she wanted to watch. Bang! The door opened. Huayuan. Hey, Senior Jiang came back very quickly today. Jiang Linya continued watching TV and said, Oh, you're back. Did you see the commander? Huayuan came over skipping and jumping and sat down on the sofa. No, maybe I have to wait a while. Let me check my phone to see if there is any message. Ding ding. Huayuan and Jiang Linya's cell phones began to ring with notification sounds. There is information coming. They both picked up their phones to check messages. Information. Xiaoya. I'm helping Xiaolu with work at school. Wait a minute. I brought some goodies with me. Huayuan stood up and said, I'm going to help the commander with his work. Are you coming? Jiang Linya. Silly bunny. Although you always want to help the commander, you also have to see what the commander is doing. This is the commander's class's business, and you don't understand it. So don't mess around. The two watched TV in the dormitory for another half an hour. Bang! The door opened. Xiaoya shouted, I'm back. Jiang Linya. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Xiao. Garden. Hello, commander. Come and watch TV. Xiaoya said excitedly. Let's see what I brought you first. Huayuan and Jiang Linya turned around at the same time and saw Xiaoya holding a large cardboard box. Jiang Linya, what is this? Garden. It doesn't smell like food. Jiang Linya's inner complaints. How can you be sure that there is nothing to eat from such a distance? You have a really good nose. Xiaoya. Hey, this is good stuff. As she spoke, Xiaoya placed the box on the large table in the living room. Jiang Linya picked up the remote control, clicked pause, and walked to the table with Huayuan. Xiaoya took out countless Ayanami figures. There are figures of all sizes, posters, a teacup with a Q version of Ayanami's portrait, and the same headdress as Ayanami. It should be the case, it looks like it. There are also pillowcases for pillows. Xiaoya bought 3 pillowcases for the cushion, and it seems that Jiang Linya and Huayuan also bought some. Garten, huh? The commander likes Ayanami so much. Xiaoya. Of course, Ayanami is the cutest. When I got out of class, I learned that the figurine store had finished restocking and reopened, so I went with Tianmei Xiaolu to buy out all the Ayanami merchandise there. Hanazono. I see there are a few Ayanami in the expulsion squad. I'll go catch them for you. Xiaoya's eyes were full of stars. Oh, is it okay? Jiang Linya complained. Hey, don't do this. Xiaoya turned back to her serious look and said, Ahem, we can't do this kind of thing. This is kidnapping. What will outsiders think if they know about it? Garden, then invite Ayanami to be your guest. Jiang Linya complained again. What do you want to do by inviting a destroyer? It will also have an impact. Don't be the Royal Arkansas. Bang. The door opened again, and Tianmei walked in. Tianmei, what are you talking about? It sounds interesting. Royal Arkansas? I know this. The shipgirl of a third-year student in our academy, Royal Arkansas, was arrested for the 134th time for allegedly harassing a destroyer. Xiaoya and Huayuan were stunned. Jiang Linya, so don't do such a thing, never, don't do it. Xiaoya, Huayuan, I understand. Chapter 73 Discussion on Artillery Dodge Training. Xiaoya, then Tianmei, what are you doing here? Tianmei, hurry you up, Xiaolu and the shipgirl are already waiting downstairs. Oh, by the way, I heard that Xiaojiang is not going either, so let her help me. Xiaoya, help. Jiang Linya, what do you want to help with? The little swan came in. Little swan, good evening, Sister Jiang, Sister Xiao, and Sister Huayuan. Tianmei, because I don't know why, the little swan doesn't want to go. He said he doesn't like the royal food. Although it sounds weird that the royal ship doesn't eat royal food, it is actually true. So, when we leave, I want Xiao Jiang to help look after our big goose. Jiang Linya almost knew what was going on. Said, I know, big goose come to your sister, you can play iron pot stew at night. Ahem, I'm gonna help you take a bath. The little swan came over. She's used to it. Xiaoya, that's great. There's nothing to clean up. Let's go to the garden. Xiao Jiang, please take care of the house. Jiang Linya, oh. Tianmei, goodbye, big goose. Little swan, goodbye, commander. Jiang Linya heard a sense of helplessness from little swan's words. Bang, the door closed. Jiang Linya, okay, there's still some time until 8 o'clock. Let's watch TV. Little swan, okay. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Linya and little swan chatted while watching a movie. Jiang Linya, starting this week, there will be 3 more shipgirls to practice dodging shells with you. Little swan, yeah. Jiang Linya, I wonder why your artillery dodging skills are worse than Arizona's. You are a destroyer, and Arizona is a battleship. You are much more flexible than her. Little swan, maybe I'm dumber than Sister Arizona, but I will try my best. Arizona had stopped training a long time ago and had already become a master because Arizona's ability to dodge projectiles had reached the limit of her ability and she only needed to review it every once in a while. I have to say that Jiang Linya's training is really amazing. The dodge rate of the shipgirl has been greatly improved, which is better than a shipgirl who uses luck to dodge the shells. If a shipgirl who relies on luck to dodge shells were to participate in this kind of training, if the training is successful and she is put into practice, then within a certain distance, that shipgirl will be invincible. Jiang Linya, your ability has not yet reached its limit. In the future training, you should also guide the 3 behind you. It is said that Lexington's evasion ability is the worst. Little swan, okay, Sister Jiang. Only Jiang Linya can create this kind of barrage. Although you can find many battleships to replace her, there are not so many battleship girls who are free to accompany you in this kind of training. Why not find other ship girls? Because Xiaoya thinks that the effect of non-battleship shells will be poor. It's okay to use battle patrols instead, but there are too few second and third-year students who go on battle patrols. There are no first-year Kanmusu. Therefore, Jiang Linya cannot be trained, resulting in Jiang Linya's ability to dodge shells being far worse than that of several other ship girls. Jiang Linya, I think the reason you didn't go is the same as mine. You don't like royal food. Little swan, yeah. Jiang Linya, it's amazing. Training in dodging shells is equivalent to giving the shipgirl a skill to dodge shells that consumes physical strength and has no CD. Chapter 74 Gathering for Dinner. Little Swan, you should call yourself from Dongwon from now on. Little Swan, do you have braised pork this time? Jiang Linya, we're going to the hotel at the door tonight for dinner. I'm bringing a classmate with me. You can order whatever you want. Little Swan, great. I recently discovered a new way to eat shrimps. Braised shrimps in oil. Jiang Linya, then let me ask if it is possible to make blue lobster into braised prawns. Little Swan, great, double the happiness. 7:45 in the evening at the school gate. Jiang Linya, I guess that you would wait here in advance. How long have you been waiting here? Warweary rubbed his head and said, Hey, it's only 6:30. Jiang Linya's radar sounded a warning. Jiang Linya, good fellow, wait a minute, the one behind you. Warspite, sorry mate, I brought an extra shipgirl, is that okay? The shipgirl behind Warspite stood up. Queen Elizabeth. Silly bye. If Warweary hadn't pulled me out, I wouldn't have come. Yin Zhan ran to Jiang Linya, lay on her body, and whispered, Oh, it's so hard for me. The queen knew I was going out to play, so she had to come with me. Otherwise, she would cry, make a scene, or even commit suicide. Jiang Linya thought of the queen's character and said, It's hard for you. Jiang Linya, okay, this is the shipgirl of the commander next to me, Little Swan. Little Swan, hello, sisters. Warspite, a destroyer? Jiang Linya, yes. Warweary and Shabai lowered their eyes at the same time, looking at the big white rabbit of Little Swan. Silly White, this. Silly Bai has 3 seconds left before he becomes autistic. Warweary, Your Majesty, we are still growing. Drink more milk and eat more papayas. We will definitely grow bigger than her. Queen, cheer up. The Silly White State returned and said, Ahem, well, lead the way, my people. The 4 of them chatted like this until they arrived at the 5-star hotel at the door. Because Jiang Linya and the commander had come here so many times, the hotel waiter recognized them at a glance, and also recognized the little swan next to them. I immediately called the boss. The boss came to Jiang Linya at a speed of 100 meters per second. Boss, dear Miss Kankali, where is your commander? Jiang Linya, the commander went out to try different foods today. I didn't go, so I brought my friends here to eat. Boss, okay, the private room on the rooftop is ready. Come this way, please. The hotel owner took Jiang Linya and 3 others to the private room on the rooftop. During this time, Shabai and Yinzhan were stunned with their upper bodies, and they moved with their lower bodies. Warweary, I've never been to such a luxurious place. Silly Bai, this is dozens of times more luxurious than my palace. P.S. It refers to the dormitory. The real Shabai's palace is more luxurious. After entering the room, Jiang Linya, well, can blue lobster be made into braised prawns? Boss, you can, but if you use the wrong shrimp, it might not be cooked well. Jiang Linya, then let's have it half and half. Half is the braised prawns made with blue lobster, and the other half is what we used before. Boss, okay, Miss Kankali. Jiang Linya, we have fewer people this time, so we'll only serve Dongwang dishes. We'll serve 3 servings of braised pork, and the dessert will be 4 servings of papaya cake and papaya milkshake. Boss, okay, miss, do you need anything else? Jiang Linya, no need, just serve the food. Boss, okay, I won't bother you for now. Bang. The luxurious door was closed, leaving only one waiter inside. After a while, all the dishes were served. I have to say that this hotel serves food really quickly. Silly Bai, are these all Dongwang's dishes? Warspite, yes, your majesty, please try it. Shabai used a fork to pick up a piece of braised pork. Eat it in one bite. That feeling of ascension again. A colorful light emanated from Shabai's body, so bright that Warweary next to him couldn't open his eyes. Then Shabai picked up one of the plates of braised pork and started eating. Chapter 75 Dinner is over. While Shabai was stuffing food into his mouth, he said to Jiang Linya, Well, you are the classmate who is tired of war. I am very satisfied with this meal. Baji, war weary. It must cost a lot. Just looking at this private room, I feel it's not cheap. Jiang Linya, it's okay. Each dish is less than 10,000 yen. War weariness choked instantly. Said ahem. War weary thought. I can't lose my composure, I can't. Silly Bai. The commander gave me money? Jiang Linya. Yes, half of the living expenses were given to me. Little Swan. Hey, Why is no one touching the cabbage that is usually eaten first? War weary. What about the boiled cabbage? Jiang Linya. Oh, that boiled cabbage is the second most expensive dish among all these. War spite. Oh, so expensive. Wait, second. Then the first one is Jiang Linya. Little Swan is eating a large plate of braised blue lobster. Little Swan. Although the taste is a little worse than ordinary shrimp, it is still delicious. Baji Baji. War weary. Oh, Your Majesty, this roast chicken is delicious. Jiang Linya. That's a duck. Silly White. Oh, it's really delicious. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, several shipgirls finished their meal and packed up the unfinished food to take back home. Jiang Linya and Little Swan did not take any food, so Shabai and Yinzhan took it away. On the way, several shipgirls were talking as they walked. Jiang Linya. Silly. Oh no, Your Majesty. Why do you look a little unhappy? Silly Bai. Alas, the happy time is over. We have to continue eating royal food later. Jiang Linya. Why don't we just go to Dongwang District for dinner? War weary. Yes, except for some particularly rare foods. There are all kinds of dishes in the Dongwang area of the cafeteria. Silly White's eyes sparkled with gold as he said. Then we have braised pork too. War weary. Yes, there are several sets of braised pork with different cooking methods. Silly Bai cheered, yeah. After saying goodbye, Jiang Linya took Little Swan back to the dormitory. In front of the door. Little Swan, see you tomorrow, Sister Jiang. Jiang Linya smiled and said, see you tomorrow. Squeak. Jiang Linya pushed open the door. Jiang Linya. Is it time to replace this door? Good doors don't make any noise. Xiaoya and Huayuan are watching TV on the sofa. Jiang Linya took a closer look and looked at him. She rested her head on her knees. Xiaoya lay on Huayuan's lap, and Huayuan touched Xiaoya's head from time to time. Hearing the sound, Xiaoya stood up and saw Jiang Linya. Xiaoya. Yeah, Xiao Jiang is back. Jiang Linya. I say, Commander, you. Xiaoya blushed. She knew Jiang Linya must have seen it. Said, it was the garden's request. It was quite comfortable, so I just lay there. Xiaoya's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face became redder and redder. Jiang Linya walked to the bathroom and said, hey, I got it. I'll go take a shower first. Xiaoya. It's really not like that. Jiang Linya poked her head out of the bathroom and said, I really believe in the commander. Xiaoya's face was still red, and she said, otherwise, I can lie on Xiao Jiang's legs next time. Jiang Linya. Okay, I'll go take a shower first. After taking a shower, Jiang Linya wiped her body and used the magic cube to conjure up a set of clothes. All the ship girls have this function, but if you don't pay attention, it will be automatically disabled. So generally the ship girls wear normal clothes and don't wear transmogrified clothes. Chapter 76, Sleeping and Waking Up. When I came out, I found that only Huayuan was watching TV on the sofa, and the volume was very low. Xiaoya was not there. Jiang Linya. Where's the commander? Huayuan. She went to bed. She said she was very busy at school today. Jiang Linya. I'm going to bed first too. Garden, good night. Jiang Linya. The door is not very good. Please be quiet when you enter the room at night. Garden. Okay. I went back to the room and lay on the big bed. But Jiang Linya couldn't fall asleep again and again. She didn't know why, but she just didn't feel sleepy. Jiang Linya thought, then let's count sheep. Jiang Linya was counting sheep in her mind. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 jerseys. Wait, how come it's a garden? Jiang Linya closed her eyes and counted again. 1 jersey, 2 jerseys. Why still a garden? Never mind. Let's just count the garden. 1 jersey, 2 jersey, 3 jersey. For jersey, jersey starts dancing. 5 jersey. I don't feel sleepy at all when I count these things. The more I count, the more energetic I feel. I open my eyes, and the big smiling face of Garden appeared in front of me. Jiang Linya. Ah! Bump. He punched Huayuan right off the bed. Jiang Linya. What are you doing? You scare me to death. Huayuan rubbed his head, stood up, and said, Hey, senior, I heard you counting me. It turns out that you like me so much that you even count me when you go to sleep, senior. Broken. Jiang Linya did make a few noises when she was counting, and this guy actually heard it. Jiang Linya blushed and said, Talking in your sleep. Have you finished watching TV? Go to bed. Garden. Hi, here I come. Huayuan jumped up onto the bed, and Jiang Linya was directly blown away. Several cross symbols appeared above Jiang Linya's head. Just when I was about to teach Huayuan a lesson, I turned around and saw that it had fallen asleep. Jiang Linya. Forget it, forget it. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. Then she pulled the quilt over her and went to sleep. After getting angry once, Jiang Linya actually felt sleepy. That's right, Jiang Linya and Hua Yuan share a bed, but they don't sleep on the same pillow. The next morning, 7 o'clock, Friday. What was different from before was that this time, only Hua Yuan and Xiaoya woke Jiang Linya up. Xiaoya stopped Hua Yuan, who wanted to use a marker to draw a face on Jiang Linya, and thought for a while. Xiaoya leaned over to Jiang Linya's ear and yelled, "Ah, hair loss. P.S. War Thunder terminology." Jiang Linya woke up immediately and gasped. Jiang Linya, "Commander, I'm almost driven to death. Please stop." Xiaoya remembered this sentence because of an experience she had before, which happened a few weeks ago in the old dormitory. Several people stood beside Jiang Linya's bed, trying to wake her up, but they tried every possible way and still couldn't wake her up. Then Tianmei looked in the mirror from outside the door and suddenly shouted, "Ah, my hair is falling out." Jiang Linya suddenly jumped up from the bed and hit her head on the upper bunk. I tried it a few more times, and it really works. Although Jiang Linya strictly forbade others to use this method to wake her up, when she really couldn't wake her up, she would shout, "Oh, my hair is falling out." "Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, it's time to go to class. It's almost late again." Jiang Linya, "I know. Garden, a senior who stays in bed." "Xiaoya, you are not qualified to say this." Before waking Jiang Linya up, Xiaoya took great pains to get the garden up. The humble author is asking for gifts and urging for updates online. Chapter 77, Transformation of 2 Stars. Jiang Linya ran to the cafeteria, bought a large Beijing beef roll, and ate while running to the classroom. As soon as I rushed into the classroom, the bell rang. Ring, ring, ring. As the bell rang, the substitute teacher walked into the classroom. "Jiang Linya, we're here. War weary. I'm almost late again, boss." "Jiang Linya, I got up a little late." The substitute teacher stood on the podium and reminded, "Student Jiang, you can't just talk freely in class just because you have good grades." Jiang Linya, "Okay, teacher, I'm sorry. It was a boring morning, just spent so boringly." At noon, in the classroom, Jiang Linya, "War weary, are you still going to Dongwang District for dinner?" "War weary, of course I will go. The queen will also go. I will wait for her at the entrance of the lecture hall, and then we will go in together. I heard from the queen that she has also brought a few friends, all of whom are from the royal family." War weary thought about what he would eat today, and then said, "I showed the commander my pocket money balance yesterday afternoon, and the commander was so happy that he hugged me and jumped around a few times on the spot, which made me faint. Because of the food I brought him in the evening, the commander recovered." Jiang Linya, is it that exciting? Is your commander a man or a woman?" War weary, "It's a man. He's not bad looking. He's British. The commander of the queen next door is American." Jiang Linya, "It seems that there is no nationality division. I will go first." War weary, "Goodbye, boss." 2 weeks later, New Generation Commander Academy at Sakura Base, Saturday at 4 p.m. P.S. Unless it's a holiday or something good happens, school is only closed on Sundays. Teacher Mikasa wiped her sweat and said, "I have moved all the building materials from next door. It should be enough for you to renovate." There were also several teachers standing nearby, including the warehouse managers and class teachers of Battleship C class and Battleship E class. Only with their consent could we get the shipgirl transformation materials. Jiang Linya, "That's enough." Mikasa, "Alas, other shipgirls can only transform for the second time at level 30. Why can you transform again at level 20? Jiang Linya, "I don't know. As soon as I reached level 20, my body told me that I could transform. In fact, it is the system that tells you." The other teachers were all surprised. It took Jiang Linya a month to upgrade from level 1 to 10. Why did Jiang Linya upgrade from level 10 to level 20 in just 2 weeks? The reason is that the experience gained from the competitions Jiang Linya participated in was much more than that from small map fights and game exercises. And Jiang Linya was the MVP, with good performances in all aspects, and even got the flagship position in the competition, Tosa Transfer. This experience is super doubled. In addition, by killing invaders across levels, you can get to kill all who stand in your way and gain a lot of experience. Then, after 2 weeks of training, Jiang Linya reached level 20. Mikasa, "All right, comrades, stand back. Give Jiang-san some space." The teachers all step back and watch from a distance. Jiang Linya calls the system through consciousness. Dao, system, transformation. System, testing, detection completed. Levels are met, materials are sufficient. Start transformation. Jiang Linya's body began to emit light, and she floated in the air. All shipgirls' transformations are like this, but the light they emit is not as dazzling as Jiang Linya's. After a while, system. Transformation successful. Now, it is Jiang Linya +2. Chapter 78. New weapon with transformation +2. An even stronger light flashed, but the teachers who came to watch were pulled into the warehouse by teacher Mikasa, and the door was closed, so they were not affected by the strong light. Mikasa asked through the light waves, Jiang-san, is the transformation finished? Jiang Linya, okay, teacher, come out. Click, the warehouse door opened, and the teachers walked out. Then the teachers stood there in shock. Jiang Linya checked her personal information. System interface. Name, Jiang Linya. Gender, female. Figure, nearly perfect, surpassing 99% of women. If the breasts are too big, they're not perfect. Ship type, Stellar K-Class Star Destroyer. Battleship level, 20. Renovation +2, not modernized. System store, unlocked, click to view. System warehouse, only ammunition, aircraft equipment, fuel, repair tools, and other warship-related items are allowed to be stored. General fuel, 70% remaining. P.S. I have supplemented it, but the amount is too little for Jiang Linya. Currently, unlocked weapons. Change 188mm single-purpose twin-mounted ordinary anti-aircraft laser cannon. Change 2 480mm charged electromagnetic laser cannon secondary guns, and a composite steel battleship knife. Equipped weapons. In addition to the above 2 weapons and a knife, there's also a quadruple-mounted 356mm naval gun. Health, 4,500 points. Armor. Double-layer armor. Immune to bullets below 260mm. 1 layer of composite armor plate, plus internal heavy armor +3. P.S. The armor will fatigue, and it is not a dome structure, so it is afraid of aircraft bombs. Portable tools. Water skiing shoes, flying backpack, successfully unlocked. Movement speed. Heavy cruiser level when gliding on the water. Maximum speed when flying can reach 1,000 km per hour, upgradable. Ammunition resources. 100% consumed ammunition can be replenished with general fuel. Battleship. Cancel the small boat. Please find a battleship to scan and copy. The battleship you summon after copying is the one you scanned. You can scan anything. It only takes a moment. You can also find a Star Destroyer and scan the Star Destroyer. After scanning, part of the ship's weapons will be replaced with its own weapons and equipment, while the rest will remain the original warship's weapons. Shock value, 129233. Obtained by shocking others, system store currency. After reading the change data, Jiang Linya said in surprise, I have the ship-slashing sword now. In his mind, he asked the system, when will my real Star Destroyer hull be unlocked? System, it's a secret, but it will be soon. Jiang Linya, okay. After talking to the system, Jiang Linya took control of it, which was as easy as controlling her arm. There is a quadruple-mounted cannon on the right arm and an anti-aircraft laser cannon on the left arm. The mechanical arms behind it have become 2, each with 2 dragon heads. The 2 dragon heads look the same. Jiang Linya asked the system in her mind, why did the main gun become a secondary gun? System, because the caliber of the naval guns we will obtain in the future will be larger, this small caliber gun can only be used as a secondary gun. Jiang Linya, so this one-on-one system for use against aircraft. Of course, you can use it against shipgirls if you want. Jiang Linya, where's my ship-slashing sword? System, behind you, hanging on the jetpack. Jiang Linya reached back and touched the handle of a knife. Squeaky. Jiang Linya pulled out the ship-cutting sword. Jiang Linya, so handsome. System, this knife is still an unenhanced version, with a built-in sharpness of 5. Although it is not as sharp as a knife that can cut through iron, it is still very powerful. It will be enhanced in the future. For chapters are here. The appearance of the Zenkanto is similar to that of Ayanami's Zenkanto, except that the blade is not as wide and has become longer and thinner. The color is mainly black with blue stripes, and there's a blue glow on the blade, giving it a technological style. Also, the laser cannon can rotate 360 degrees, but in Star Wars, whoever uses the main gun to shoot down the plane is responsible for his own duties. The author has a fever again and is too weak to write. Chapter 79, Jiang Linya, Who Wants to Go to Heaven. When the teachers saw Jiang Linya's new ship outfit, They exclaimed in amazement. Mikasa had money symbols in her eyes and said, "Wow, one dragon is already amazing, and now there's another one. If I can upgrade it to level 10 again in the future and get a few more dragons, how amazing it will be. I feel like the bonus is waving at me again." Teacher Lu Mingxin was in the corner upstairs with a camera silently recording everything. After taking a look at Jiang Linya, Teacher Lu Mingxin returned to the darkness. "Mikasa, so, Jiang-san, do you need to take any more tests?" Jiang Linya thought for a moment and said, "It is indeed necessary." "Mikasa, do you need help, teacher?" Jiang Linya, "I won't bother you, teacher. I only need to test this anti-aircraft gun. So, I just need to find my friend and ask her to help me test it." "Mikasa, to test the anti-aircraft guns, we need airplanes." "Ah, your shipgirl friend is an aircraft carrier? I don't remember which commander student had an aircraft carrier shipgirl this year." Jiang Linya, "Because it was built with the Rubik's Cube obtained in the last conference." "Mikasa, well, let's go back to the team now. There's still half an hour until school is over, and your gunnery skills are the worst in the class." Jiang Linya planned to find Tiame's Lexington to test her 88 anti-aircraft gun and play with her ship-cutting sword at the same time. As for why Jiang Linya has a fire control system, but her artillery skills are still the worst in the class, it is because the last time Jiang Linya fought against the invaders, the system was electromagnetically harassed, and the fire control system became useless. Jiang Linya suffered a loss that time, so she thought that someone would definitely discover her weakness in the future and use electromagnetic attacks. So Jiang Linya turned off the fire control system and started training the artillery fire again. Because she was retrained, she was definitely not as good as those shipgirls who had never relied on fire control training from the beginning. So after losing the fire control system, Jiang Linya's artillery skills went from first to last. After knowing the reason, Teacher Mikasa began to keep a close eye on Jiang Linya, and Jiang Linya's artillery skills improved rapidly. Another thing she wanted to test was her newly unlocked flying backpack, but since she was indoors and the university hall was still underground, Jiang Linya planned to go out and test it again. Jiang Linya was so excited that she wanted to go to heaven. She had been coveting this backpack for a long time. Today she finally unlocked it and was so excited. This also made Jiang Linya feel for the first time that the days at school were long, even though she only had to wait for half an hour. P.S. Teacher Mikasa's class is an outdoor training class. In Teacher Mikasa's class, if a certain shipgirl gains enough experience and is able to be upgraded, she will immediately announce free training and take that shipgirl to be transformed. When returning to the team, Jiang Linya's ship equipment made the trainees stop training and exclaim in amazement. Under the management of Teacher Mikasa and the squad leader, the shipgirls resumed training. Warspite, you seem a little absent-minded, mate. Jiang Linya, I want to go to heaven. Warspite, huh? Dinkling, Teacher Mikasa, training is over, school is over. Jiang Linya was the first to rush out of the school, shouting as she ran, "Ah, school is finally over." War-weary looked at Jiang Linya's back and said, "Can a shipgirl's personality also be changed when she is transformed?" A short figure appeared at the entrance of the university hall and shouted, "War-weary, let's go to the cafeteria. Hurry up." Warspite responded, "Coming, Your Majesty." Chapter 80. Shoulder to Shoulder with the Sun. Jiang Linya ran to the large outdoor training ground on the ground. It was open air and had a lot of space. Jiang Linya was ready to start her first flying journey. Buzz. It is as easy for Jiang Linya to control the flying backpack as a bird to control its wings, because of the help of the system. Jiang Linya, start to increase your strength. The sound from the flying backpack behind him became louder and louder, and flames began to spew out from the bottom of the flying backpack. After increasing the force to a certain level, Jiang Linya found herself floating. Jiang Linya said happily, "Keep working harder." Jiang Linya flew higher. This operation stunned all the shipgirls who were still training on it. Even Waryin and Shabai, who had just come up from the elevator, were stunned. Warspite, can the ship fly? Can the ship fly? Silly Baya, I want to fly too. Many shipgirls took out their mobile phones and started taking photos and recording videos. After Jiang Linya got familiar with the flying backpack, he gave it a big boost. Boom! With a loud noise and black smoke trail, Jiang Linya flew into the sky. Jiang Linya laughed and shouted, "I can fly!" Buzz. Jiang Linya controlled the flying backpack and flew diagonally upwards towards the sea. Now we are flying facing the sun. As the flight altitude continues to increase, the buildings below are getting smaller and smaller. Jiang Linya remembered the idea of copying the battleship and flew towards the academy port. She wanted to pick a large battleship. It's still time to go home from school, and the ship girls should take off their ship uniforms, which will fly here and become battleships. Jiang Linya reduced the speed and altitude and looked around while flying. The humans, maintenance workers, and ship girls who were watching the ships at the port discovered Jiang Linya flying in the sky. If Arizona, who had just finished school, hadn't explained that this was one of their ship girls and not a siren, the ship girls below would have taken out their guns. When the people below knew that this was a ship girl, they were shocked. Jiang Linya. This one looks good, with lots of guns and barrels. It's you. Jiang Linya chose the battleship of her classmate, North Carolina. Jiang Linya. System scan. System. Scanning completed. Copying completed. Jiang Linya descended, stood on the war-weary hull, and removed the ship's equipment. The ship's equipment turned into a magic cube and flew to the sea several dozen meters away from Jiang Linya, transforming into a huge battleship, which was the USS North Carolina. Jiang Linya. It's really good. The commanders and the newly arrived Arizona standing on the shore were dumbfounded. Their idea is that the name of the battleship that the ship equipment can transform into is the name of the ship girl, and the battleship that Jiang Linya transformed into is the North Carolina. So, does that mean that North Carolina can fly? Arizona was dumbfounded because she knew what Jiang Linya's ship looked like before, which was a small but handsome boat, and the warship she transformed today was the North Carolina. Arizona was confused. It is estimated that tonight, a commander from North Carolina will be returning for questioning. After Jiang Linya was satisfied, she transformed the battleship back into a ship's suit, controlled the flying backpack, and continued to fly towards the sun. Principal's office. Zuikaku, I understand. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zuikaku lay down on the principal's chair. Zuikaku, is this still a ship girl? It's level 20, the firepower has doubled, it can fly, and it has a ship-slashing sword. After watching the videos posted by the students, Zuikaku Nanan said, it seems that she is also qualified to participate in the Kanmusu sword contest. The humble author is asking for updates and gifts online. Chapter 81 Sunset at 10,000 meters in the sky. Jiang Linya's current speed is a little faster than that of ordinary passenger planes. Because of the continuous afterburner, Jiang Linya's flying speed has reached the fastest at this stage, which is 1,000 kilometers per hour. Subsonic, 10,000 meters high. Looking at the altimeter that appeared in her mind, Jiang Linya found that she could not go any higher after reaching a certain height. This is the limit. System, after a few more transformations, you will be able to go to the universe. Jiang Linya, how many times? System, secret. Since it couldn't go any higher, Jiang Linya floated at this height to watch the sunset. I also counted the planes that pass by from time to time, which should be civil airliners. P.S. For scientific purposes, the average flight altitude of passenger planes is around 6,000 to 12,600 meters. Xiaoya returned to the dormitory after school and heard about Jiang Linya from Arizona, who had just run back. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Jiang Linya. I called several times, but no one answered. This made Xiaoya a little anxious. Because the flight backpack behind Jiang Linya was making too much noise, Jiang Linya couldn't hear the ringing of her cell phone and didn't turn on the vibrate mode. Jiang Linya was watching the sunset alone at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Tianmei and Xiaolu pushed the door open. Tianmei, I've asked Lexington to send carrier-based aircraft to look for it, but Lexington sighed and said, I arrived at the location, but I couldn't see anyone. It should be the altitude. The altitude where Senior Jiang is too high for carrier-based aircraft to reach. I tried my best. Because Jiang Linya has a positioning device on her, Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu can open a Kankali map on their mobile phones and see Jiang Linya's location. However, this map does not give the altitude of the Kankali, only marks the red dot and the Kankali's name. This software is specially developed for commanders to find ship girls. Xiaoya, have you searched below? Lexington, we have searched all the way to the sea level. Senior Jiang can't possibly go to the bottom of the sea. Xiaolu, is there an amusement park under that sea? Lexington, no, it's very far away. It's not underground in the school either. The underground space in the school is also very far away from here. Tianmei, so I concluded that Xiao Jiang was at a very high altitude, so that Lexington below could not see him. Xiaoya. Hey, what's going on? Because this sea area was officially recognized as a safe area, no one suspected Siren. Several people sat on the sofa in silence, thinking of countermeasures. Dinkling. Xiaoya's phone rang. Xiaoya quickly took out her cell phone and saw that it was Jiang Linya calling. When Jiang Linya was about to take a photo, she found more than a dozen missed calls, all from Xiaoya, so she quickly called back. The call was answered immediately, and the man said, Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? You didn't answer the phone when we called you. We're so worried about you. Where are you now? Jiang Linya. Commander, I am now an altitude of 10,000 meters, watching the sunset. Commander, do you want to come up and watch it? Xiaoya. Oh my God, how did you get to such a high place? Wait, answer my question. Why don't you answer the phone? Jiang Linya. I didn't hear it because the sound was too loud during the flight. Xiaoya. Okay, come back quickly after watching the sunset. I'm afraid of heights, so I won't make trouble with you. Hang up the phone. Xiaolu. How is it? Tianmei. Is Xiaojiang okay? Xiaoya sighed and said, Alas, Xiaojiang can fly now. He is watching the sunset at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The air froze for a few seconds. Xiaolu and Tianmei shouted, What? Chapter 82, Xiaoya's Interrogation. I took more than a dozen photos, including a photo of myself and the sun. Looking at the sunset, Jiang Linya felt satisfied. Jiang Linya, next time, bring some snacks and eat while watching. It will definitely be more beautiful. After the sun has completely set. Jiang Linya, it's time to go back. To be honest, this is really high. My legs are a little weak. System, just get used to it. Jiang Linya, let's go back and show the photos to the commander. Boom! Jiang Linya controlled the flying backpack and slowly descended towards the sea. Because of fear, Jiang Linya didn't dare to fly headfirst and accelerate. She could only slowly land with her legs down and then fly sideways. After a while, Jiang Linya landed at a location about 1,000 meters above sea level. Jiang Linya turned on the radar to see where she should fly. Jiang Linya, let me take a look. Oh, this direction. Boom! Trailing a cigarette tail, Jiang Linya flew towards Xiaoya's dormitory. After a while, we arrived at the place. Xiaoya and a few others heard the loud noise and ran out of the dormitory. I saw Jiang Linya slowly descending. Jiang Linya, it has to be slow. Oh yes, slow down. Jiang Linya was not very familiar with landing at the moment. She could not ascend or descend quickly like Iron Man. She could only descend slowly. This caused a black hole to be burned on the ground where Jiang Linya landed. After turning off the engine and removing the ship equipment, Jiang Linya took the elevator upstairs. On the balconies of each building were students watching. Student A, this is the flying ship girl. Student B, I heard she is from North Carolina. Student C, isn't this the new ship girl that can fire lasers? Could it be the future North Carolina? Student D, I really envy that commander. The students looked at Jiang Linya and chattered about her. Ding, we have reached the 5th floor. As soon as Jiang Linya went out, she saw Xiaoya and others. Xiaoya seemed a little angry. Xiaoya stepped forward, jumped up, grabbed Jiang Linya's ear, and dragged Jiang Linya back to the dormitory. Tianmei and Xiaolu also walked in with the ship girl and closed the door. The students also dispersed. Xiaoya, explain. Jiang Linya quickly explained the transformation experience and flying to Xiaoya and the others. Garden, wow. Senior is amazing. You can transform for the 2nd time at level 20. Arizona, Mr. Jiang, what about North Carolina? Jiang Linya then explained the new functions after the transformation into skills and told a few people about them. Xiaoya, a skill gained through transformation? Tianmei, this skill is quite powerful. It can also use the weapons of that battleship. Xiaolu, what would happen if it became an aircraft carrier? Jiang Linya, I don't know, I haven't tried it. I just copied a battleship now. Tianmei and Xiaolu were very curious and shocked about Jiang Linya's transformation, while the several ship girls and Xiaoya, who knew Jiang Linya's identity, seemed relatively calm. Star Destroyer, a special ship. What's wrong with it being a little special? No problem. Xiaoya. So, I have 2 big guns and heavy ships? I'm a little happy. Tianmei, as for Xiao Zhang's ability to fly, take me flying when you have time. I want to go up to the sky and see for myself. Jiang Linya, no need to go for the time being. I'll get familiar with it first. Tianmei, yeah, it's a bit dangerous to ride in a car with a new driver. Xiaolu, I have a feeling that you will be surrounded by a large group of teachers and leaders tomorrow. Jiang Linya thought, Prophet, let's kill him with a knife. Here are 4 chapters. Please urge me to update them soon and give me gifts. Chapter 83. Jiang Linya got up early. Because she had been worried all night about having to deal with so many teachers and leaders the next day, Jiang Linya actually got up on her own the next day. Why am I worried? Because I had a lot of fun at that time. Now there are videos and pictures of her everywhere on the internet. She is in the top 10 trending searches. Will she be taken for slice cutting and research? It is very likely. If I don't want to, what if they threaten the commander? What if I don't want to? What? The garden that developed the habit of getting up early was petrified on the spot. Xiaoya just opened the bedroom door and saw Jiang Linya, who had gotten up. She was about to call the police. When? Fall flat on the ground. Xiaoya fainted. Jiang Linya, feeling dizzy, washed up alone, then staggered out the door and headed towards the school. Tianmei, who got up next door, found that Jiang Linya had left, but the dormitory door was still closed. Tianmei said dissatisfiedly, "How careless is this?" He even forgot to close the door when he left. Turning his head, he looked into the room. It was like a thunderclap sounded in Tianmei's ears. Tianmei saw Xiaoya lying on the ground with tears all over her head and the stone statue sitting on the bed in dishevel. Wrong. That's a garden. Tianmei was horrified, turned gray, and said, "What on earth happened?" On the other side, Xiaolu, who was preparing to go to school with her shipgirl, also went out and found Tianmei, who had lost her color, standing at Xiaoya's door. The 2 shipgirls stepped forward and looked into the house. Arizona saw this and realized something was wrong. Z23 analyzed it carefully and said, "He must have seen something incredible." Xiaolu stepped forward and shook Tianmei's color back. Tianmei, "I'm going to faint. Stop shaking. Stop shaking." Xiaolu exhaled and said, "Okay, what happened?" Z23 analyzed. "Maybe we have to ask that person." Several people followed Z23's gaze and looked at Xiaoya, who sat up shakily. Xiaoya swayed and said, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Tianmei stepped forward and held Xiaoya's left shoulder, and Xiaolu stepped forward and held Xiaoya's right shoulder. Xiaoya was still not awake and asked, "What are you? What are you going to do?" Tianmei, toi. Xiaolu, 2. Tianmei, Xiaolu, 1. The 2 men suddenly exerted force and began to shake Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Wululu. Translation, stop. After a while, Xiaoya dead, looking at the pile of Xiaoya foaming at the mouth on the ground. The 2 wiped their sweat. Tianmei, your trick of shaking me doesn't work. Xiaolu, maybe it's double happiness. Xiao Xiao can't stand it. Click, click. Garden walked out of the room wearing pink pajamas, naked from the waist down and barefoot. Garden, Commanders, what's wrong? Woo! Commanders, what's wrong with you? Huayuan made a big jump, but failed to control the distance well and directly fell on Xiaoya. This move shocked Tianmei and Xiaolu for a whole year. Xiaoya dead, really dead. After placing Xiaoya's body on the sofa, they arranged it and bowed. Xiaolu, okay, Huayuan, first tell me what made you become like this. Garden whispered, don't be afraid of what I am about to say. Tianmei, we are the commanders. We are not afraid. Please speak. Huayuan showed a horrified expression and said, Senior Jiang, she got up by herself, and she got up early. Xiaolu tried to hold back her laughter. Poochie, Garden, what are you laughing at? Xiaolu returned to her serious expression and said, I remembered something happy. Garden, what a happy thing. Xiaolu, Z23 was drinking and partying yesterday. Garden, what are you laughing at? Tianmei, Little Swan also participated. Garden, you 2 ship girls are drinking and dancing together? Xiaolu suppressed her laughter and said, yes, ha ha ha, and Huayuan slammed the table and said angrily, I repeat again, I am not kidding. Tianmei suppressed her laughter and said, yes, that's right. Huayuan slammed the table frantically and said, hey. At this time, Arizona and his wife walked out of the garden and the room where Jiang Linya lived. Arizona, Commander, it seems, that's true. The wife also nodded. It was that familiar thunder again. Xiaolu Tianmei, what? Chapter 84 Daily Chat. Jiang Linya came to the cafeteria. Which area? Of course it was the Dongwang area. The soup dumplings for breakfast were so delicious. Looking to the right, Yinzhan and Shabai from the dormitory next to her had already prepared their meals and were eating here. Warweary and Shabai were having a great chat. Turning around, Yinzhan saw Jiang Linya. Yinzhan stood up and shouted happily, "Hey, classmate Jiang, you're here so early." Jiang Linya responded with a smile. When she entered the cafeteria, she smelled the aroma of meat buns and thought of the soup flowing out of soup dumplings and the oil from salted duck egg yolks. This moment made Jiang Linya sober up a lot. After preparing the meal, Jiang Linya carried the plate, walked to Yinzhan, and sat in the empty seat next to Yinzhan. Silly Bai acted superior and said, "Hey, Jiang, why don't you greet me when you see me?" After a while, I found Jiang Linya and Yinzhan were chatting, and they seemed quite happy. Silly Bai, hey, there's another person here. Can't you see him? Warspite, oh, sorry, Your Majesty. Jiang Linya, sorry. Silly Bai, Mr. Jiang, I am very satisfied with the Dongwang district you recommended. Now, what are you discussing? As Shabai spoke, he became curious about what Jiang Linya and Yinzhan had just discussed. Shabai heard something about flying in the sky. I was thinking, could it be that this is the difficult maneuver demonstrated by my predecessors, where they stood on their own carrier-based aircraft and flew? Is it going to be a performance soon? As he thought about it, stars appeared in Shabai's eyes. Shabai really enjoyed watching the performance. Shabai thought again, wait a minute, yesterday's news said there was a ship girl flying in the sky. Could this be the case? Shabai also wants to fly. Shabai is super envious of a ship girl who flies in the sky. War weary. Oh, Your Majesty, it was yesterday when a ship girl was flying in the sky. Silly Bai was curious. Oh. Jiang Linya. Wanzhan asked me how I did it. She also wants to go to heaven. Silly Bai was shocked and said, could it be? Could it be? War weary. Yes, the one flying in the sky yesterday was my desk mate, Jiang. Silly Bai was shocked. The person he envied was right in front of him. Jiang Linya. By the way, War Weariness, do you know about the Kankali Sword Tournament? War Weary. Oh, I heard from the squad leader, Tosa, that Tosa's commander asked Tosa to practice and then participate. I went back to ask my commander, but he didn't want to. He said, as a battleship, why bother with swords? Just practice close-range defense. Most of the time, you still have to rely on the guns behind you. Jiang Linya. I also got a ship-slashing sword yesterday. War Weary. Oh, I had forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. That sword is very cool. Do you want to participate in the Kankali Sword Tournament? Jiang Linya. You have to ask the commander. Shabai reacted at this time and asked, Student Jiang, are you willing to take me flying? Jiang Linya. Wait until I get familiar with the place before considering bringing people. Silly Bai felt a little disappointed and said, okay. Breakfast time passed quickly. When they arrived at the entrance of the university hall, Yinzhan, Jiang Linya said goodbye to Shabai and walked towards their classes. As soon as I entered the classroom, the scene was the same as the last time when the red envelopes were distributed. With a whoosh, all the ship girls in the class, including the squad leader, gathered around. Please give me a gift. Please urge me to update more. Chapter 85, Jiang Feng's personal visit. Jiang Linya was taken to her seat by her classmates and was about to be interrogated. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and the substitute teacher walked in. The physics teacher touched his Mediterranean and said, the bell for morning self-study has rung. Why are you still huddled together? Do all the ship girls like this? Go back to your seats quickly. The Chinese teacher has asked for leave. I will take her place to supervise the morning self-study. All the ship girls returned to their seats obediently. The physics teacher saw the class monitor among them and said, the class monitor is like this too. At noon when school was over, the ship girls surrounded Jiang Linya again and asked questions like how to fly, whether they could fly with others, and whether they could fly. Jiang Linya gave a brief explanation and dealt with it. Bang! The classroom door was opened. It seemed that it was time to replace the door. Teacher Mikasa walked in and said, Student Jiang Linya, please come to my office. Jiang Linya. Okay, teacher. When Teacher Mikasa went out, Jiang Linya tidied up the books on the desk and followed her out, closing the door. Following the familiar path, Jiang Linya arrived at Teacher Mikasa's office. Click! Jiang Linya opened the door and walked in. When Jiang Linya stepped into the office door with her left foot, she was stunned. The teachers and leaders in an office were either standing or sitting, but there was only one sitting, and she looked like a Kankali. Wait, this ship equipment. This breath. Jiang Feng himself. Jiang Feng glanced at the stunned Jiang Linya and said, Except Rueha, everyone else go out. Everyone, including Teacher Mikasa. Jiang Linya walked into the room and made way. After everyone went out, a ship girl closed the door and looked at the dark shadow on the window indicating that there was still a ship girl standing at the door, apparently on guard. Jiang Linya thought, isn't this Chong Meng's personal bodyguard? Why is she coming here if she doesn't want to protect Chong Meng? Zuikaku said, Xiao Jiang, you don't have to be nervous. Jiang Linya whispered, Principal. Jiang Feng spoke up and said, I have heard of you and the new type of ship. That gentleman has also heard of it. His eyes were full of vigilance. Jiang Feng was wearing a ship uniform and holding a knife, and he said, a new type of ship with a terrifying attack, and it can also fly. Jiang Linya was frightened and took a step back. Jiang Feng, okay, don't be so scared. Our internal personnel have tested it. You are really a new type of ship, not an undercover agent of Siren. I withdrew the surveillance personnel in the dark a long time ago. Jiang Linya knew that Jiang Feng didn't come here for this. Jiang Feng, your little hiding tricks may fool those ships with the same name, but not me. Jiang Linya, sir, what do you want to say? Jiang Feng's face darkened instantly, and he said, I want to know your true identity. Thunder. Jiang Linya thought, what, you can actually see that? At that moment, Jiang Linya even felt a certain amount of pressure. Jiang Linya's expression of fear was already shown on her face. Zuikaku stepped forward and said, well, Master Jiang Feng, please don't scare the juniors. Zuikaku comforted her, don't be scared, don't be nervous. Jiang Feng suddenly relaxed and said, forget it. As for your identity, it must be very important. I can see that. I won't ask anymore. Now let's talk about another thing. As Jiang Feng relaxed, the pressure on Jiang Linya also disappeared. Zuikaku, let me ask you, Jiang-san, you were interested in the Kankali sword tournament before, right? Jiang Linya, yes. Zuikaku, would you like to join? I think you have a lot of talent, so you're a good fit. Jiang Linya, this, you need to ask my commander. Zuikaku, don't worry, your commander agreed. He said more matches will give you more experience. Here is the information recorded last night. Zuikaku handed the phone to Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya took a look and confirmed that it was the commander's message. Zuikaku, she wants to ask about your choice. Jiang Linya, my choice then, I want to participate. Jiang Feng, I approve. As for your teacher and your courses, when the winter vacation comes, Rueha will also step down. Let Rueha be your teacher first. Jiang Linya, thank you, sir. Zuikaku, sir, are you saying that you approve my application? Jiang Feng, yes, that gentleman couldn't stand your sister coming here every day to submit applications, so he simply approved it. Zuikaku, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng disappeared, leaving only the sound. Jiang Feng, okay, I'm leaving. The documents have been delivered to your desk. Chapter 86 Report. At the Sakura Empire base, the altar beneath the sacred tree. Guard, sir, why did you ask the captain of the guard to meet the student in person? I can go too. What if a strong enemy comes at this time? Chong Meng, it's okay. This is the Sakura Empire base. I also call Hai over in advance to guard in secret. Let Jiang Feng go. Maybe he can find out something else. After a while, the wind blows. Nagato, Chong Meng, Jiang Feng, welcome back. Jiang Feng didn't say anything and stood silently beside Chong Meng. Chong Meng, how is it? Jiang Feng, she didn't want to say it, and I didn't force her to ask. Also, I have already found someone to replace Rueha as the principal. Chong Meng, okay, remember, you have to build a good relationship with her. I have predicted a future. Jiang Feng, her future? Chong Meng shuddered and said, yes, her future strength will be very terrifying. Jiang Feng, then sir, why didn't you kill in advance? Chong Meng, she also has a guardian, and we don't have the strength to touch her. Let me tell you what happened in the past 2 weeks. Jiang Feng, yes. Chong Meng looked at the sacred tree and said, you must have heard that the beautiful country was attacked. Jiang Feng, yes. Chong Meng, that was her guardian who took action and eradicated that place all by himself. Jiang Feng didn't feel how powerful this was. Chong Meng, of course you can do that. In your fight with her, maybe you will win in close combat, but not at a long distance. Jiang Feng, will this student grow to that point? Will she be the enemy of the whole world? Chong Meng, I don't know about that. The imperial sacred tree is so powerful, but it only predicted this little bit. Jiang Feng, sorry, I asked too much. Chong Meng, did you see anything else? Jiang Feng, lazy, playful, and food-loving. Kind and loyal like the ship girl. Nothing else. Forehead. Chong Meng, okay, everything that needed to be arranged has been done. Jiang Feng, it's done. Chongming. That's good, guard. Go pick up my sister and buy a large portion of octopus balls from the same store. Guard. Yes. Jiang Feng. You shouldn't eat anything from outside. Chongming interrupted Jiang Feng and said, don't pay attention to what Jiang Feng said. Go ahead. Another shipgirl guard. Yes. Jiang Feng. Please let me test the poison first after you buy it. Chongming. Just don't eat secretly. School. Zuikiko. I'm finally free. Jiang Linya. Congratulations, principal. Zuikiko thought of something and said with a smile, since I will be the one teaching you swordsmanship from now on, then why don't you call me master in advance? Jiang Linya. Hello, master. Zuikiko. Okay, then you go back first. It's time to go home after school. Go and have dinner. Jiang Linya. Goodbye, principal. Zuikiko. Bye. Close the door. Jiang Linya found that the gatekeeper had also left, and there were no other teachers outside, so they must have left early. After leaving the school gate, I prepared to go to the cafeteria. Jiang Linya said to herself, since it's just practice, he. Jiang Linya planned to fly over. After summoning the ship's suit, Jiang Linya activated the flying backpack. Boom. Just like that, Jiang Linya flew over slowly. Even if she was flying so slowly, it was still faster than walking. In the air, Jiang Linya said, it's better not to fly too high. I don't know where the ceiling is. This sky is too real. This is underground, and the ceiling should be an electronic screen or something. The picture of the sky is very realistic, and it can't be seen that it is fake at all. Jiang Linya also doesn't know the exact height of the ceiling, so she doesn't dare to fly up casually. Please give me a gift. Please urge me to update more. Chapter 87. Commander takes the lead in kidnapping the shipgirl. Another underground base in the United States. The following ABCD personnel are all new personnel. Officer, is the EMP ready? Officer B, sir, we are ready. Officer A lowered his voice and asked, so, are you confident this time? Officer C, the chances of success are slim. She's being closely watched by the people at the Sakura base. Officer, what is it that scares you so much? Soldier D, report the Sakura Empire's flagship's guards have arrived. Officer, then let's put it aside for a while. It's too dangerous to take action now. What do you think? Officer A looked at the end of the conference room, where the lights were not on. Purification, parent. That can't be helped. Haha. I will report it. You guys just keep preparing recently. We will continue to provide information and resources, then, by first. Purification used its ship suit, fired a laser, punched a hole in the ceiling, and flew out. Officer A said seriously, if you dare to reveal it, we will all be finished, understand? Everyone, yes, sir. After eating in the cafeteria, Jiang Linya returned to the dormitory. When I pushed the door open, I found that the curtains in the room were not drawn and the lights were not on. It was pitch black. He closed the door, walked to the switch, and turned on the light. The moment she turned on the light, Jiang Linya felt a chill on her back. Jiang Linya looked back. Jiang Linya, wow. The first thing that caught my eye were three big faces. They were Xiaoya, Tianmei, and Xiaolu. Jiang Linya exhaled and said, Commander, you're scaring me to death. Xiaoya and the other two did not respond. Xiaolu pounced and knocked Jiang Linya to the ground. Jiang Linya hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, what are you doing? Still no response. Tianmei took out a hemp rope from somewhere and worked with Xiaoya to tie Jiang Linya up. Jiang Linya thought, could it be? The commander can't help it and wants to play tie, bind, play? Jiang Linya thought of the scene where she was being needed and shouted, help, where are the military police? Xiaoya picked up a ball of paper and stuffed it directly into Jiang Linya's mouth. After the three men tied Jiang Linya up into a worm, they threw her onto the sofa. Standing on both sides were the three ship girls, Z-23 and the others. Z-23 was thinking. Little Swan was curious. Arizona and his wife were looking at Jiang Linya with a smile, and Huayuan had a smirk on his face, wondering what else he wanted to do. Jiang Linya saw that the ship girls looked normal, so she started to ask for help. Jiang Linya looked terrified and said, woo woo woo. Translation, save me. Tianmei turned off the lights. Xiaoya walked forward and pulled the curtains, and the sunlight shone directly on Jiang Linya's face. Three people appeared in front of him, their expressions extremely serious. Tianmei asked several ship girls to leave the house first. Xiaoya spoke first, but her voice was emotionless. Xiaoya, speak. Jiang Linya. Ooh. Tianmei yelled, hurry up and tell me. Xiaolu. I think. Jiang Linya. Woo woo woo. Translation. How can I say this? Tianmei. Speak properly. Xiaolu. That. Xiaoya. Xiaolu, what's wrong? Xiaolu. Should we take the thing out of her mouth? Fall. Tianmei. Indeed. Xiaoya walked forward and took out the paper ball from Jiang Linya's mouth. Jiang Linya. Huh. I'm dying of suffocation. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm going to call the police. Chapter 88. Interrogation. Tianmei didn't use any force, but gently chopped Jiang Linya's head with a knife and shouted, "Speak." Jiang Linya looked distressed and said, "What do you want me to say?" Before Jiang Linya could finish, Tianmei attacked again. "Stop mumbling and speak." Jiang Linya. Wait? What? A few more knife moves. Tianmei, still pretending to be confused whether to say it or not. Jiang Linya thought, could it be that last time Arizona told me about the commander smashing the TV? I told my classmates during dinner, and then they found out? Jiang Linya suddenly thought, wait, what questions are they asking me? It seems I didn't ask anything. WDF? Jiang Linya. Stop, sister. Stop. I'll tell you. Tianmei. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Go ahead. Jiang Linya. You haven't asked any questions yet. The air froze for a few seconds. Tianmei. Did we ask questions? Xiaoya. It seems not. Tianmei. Really? Xiaolu nodded heavily. Then the three of them turned around and looked at Jiang Linya, who was struggling on the sofa like a caterpillar with tears in her eyes. Tianmei and the other two bowed together and said sorry. After Xiaolu raised the problem, Jiang Linya finally understood why the three of them did this, and then she shed a few tears. Jiang Linya thought, I acted really well. After Xiaoya told Jiang Linya what happened in the morning, she explained the reason. Then I'm about to cry. Xiaoya and the other two hurriedly comforted Jiang Linya. That is, they agreed to some very nice requests plus a massage. It's not that good, just washing Jiang Linya's feet, running errands for Jiang Linya, or helping with any work. Don't think of it in the wrong way. After a while, Xiaoya. Because of this, I was so exhausted this morning. Tianmei. It turns out it's not someone else. I'm relieved. Xiaolu. You scared us by getting up so early. Jiang Linya. Well, I can't get up early yet. Xiaoya was a little embarrassed and laughed. Because Xiaojiang, you get up early, we thought this was impossible. The three of them simultaneously thought of the scenes of waking Jiang Linya up. Jiang Linya jumped up and said, What's impossible? Seeing that Jiang Linya was about to cry, act again, several people started to get busy again. After a while, when a few people sacrificed Tianmei, Jiang Linya finished it with a smile. Just stuff Tianmei's mouth, tie her up like a caterpillar, and throw her on the sofa. Xiaolu. So the super powerful official from the Sakura base came to you. Xiaoya. From your description, it seems that the shipgirl is very cute. Jiang Linya. Even though she's a girl with animal ears, what's so cute about that? She's not as cute as me. Huayuan appeared beside him at some point and said, Yes. I guess she's not as cute as me. Jiang Linya jumped aside in fear and said, When did you come here? Silly rabbit. You scare me to death. Huayuan held up his phone and said a little disappointedly, Come and see how the interrogation is going. Can I take some ugly photos of my senior and sell them? A hash mark appeared above Jiang Linya's head. She clenched her fist and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Huayuan, I have something else to do. I'll be out first. Goodbye, commanders. Then the garden ran away. Jiang Linya also wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Xiaolu. Xiaolu. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Don't leave in a hurry. Xiaoya. Then Jiang Linya told others what happened afterwards. Please click the urging button and send me a gift. Please, if you want to fight, I will write about it soon. Chapter 89. Tossing Tianmei. The happy time. At noon passed quickly, and Xiaoya and the other two knew what they wanted to know. Xiaoya pulled Jiang Linya into the bedroom and asked in a low voice, I just took a look at your information template. Jiang Linya, what's wrong? Xiaoya, you haven't added any new skills. Jiang Linya, I can't hide it from the commander. This is not a skill, but just a function of mine. It is unlocked when I reach a certain level. Xiaoya, alas, how come you don't even have an initial skill? Jiang Linya, but this is pretty amazing, right? Xiaoya, indeed. Jiang Linya, let's wait and see when we get a higher level. When Jiang Linya was talking with Xiaoya, she asked the system about skills in her mind. The system said that she would gain skills when her level was higher in the future. Xiaoya yawned and said, "It's time for a nap. Get ready and go to bed." Jiang Linya, "I figured it out." Xiaoya, "What's wrong?" Jiang Linya, "Hee." Jiang Linya pushed open the bedroom door and summoned the ship's suit, which scared Tianmei so much that she tossed and turned on the spot, thinking that the ship's suit was going to punish her. However, this is not the case. Jiang Linya lay down next to Xiaoya in Xiaolu's ears and explained what she was going to do. Xiaoya and Xiaolu laughed wickedly a few times, and Tianmei got goosebumps when she saw them. Jiang Linya found that her ship's suit could not pass through the gate, so she took off her ship's suit first, dragged Tianmei out, called Hua Yuan and several shipgirls, and moved Tianmei, who was tied into a caterpillar with hemp rope, to the small square downstairs. Tianmei was so scared that she started whimpering, and the sound of her cries became louder and louder, and the amplitude of her shaking became greater and greater. Tianmei, woo 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 woo. Translation, call the police. Kill someone. Someone is going to kill someone. Call Xiaolu and Xiaoya. Jiang Linya, put on her ship uniform. Tianmei was so scared that tears came out. The caterpillar-shaped Tianmei was tied to the robot arm with a hemp rope and tested to ensure that it would not get loose. Jiang Linya controlled the flying backpack and took off directly into the air. Boom! Jiang Linya rose to a height of 300 meters. At this time, Tianmei also successfully spit out the paper ball in her mouth. The fallen paper ball was blown to the nozzle due to the wind and was directly burned to ashes. Tianmei screamed, "I'm also afraid of heights. Help! I was wrong, Miss Jiang. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Xiaoya, Xiaolu, help me." The people watching on the ground couldn't hear clearly what Tianmei was saying, but they too guessed that she was definitely begging for mercy. Tianmei, AA. After calling for a while, Tianmei was tired. Tianmei, what about the two of them? Why am I the only one suffering? Jiang Linya, Xiaoya is my commander. I definitely can't do anything to the commander. Tianmei, what about Xiaolu? Jiang Linya, she was the most gentle to me, and she also wanted to stop it. Tianmei, please go down, I'm afraid of heights will... Jiang Linya saw that Tianmei was about to cry, so she went down. In fact, Tianmei is not afraid of heights, but she is afraid that the rope will get loose or something, and Jiang Linya is a new driver. At this time, their altitude was 450 meters. After landing on the ground, Tianmei was untied, and she hugged the ground and kissed it. Then he looked at Xiaoya and Xiaolu with resentment. Xiaoya and Xiaolu stood there whistling and pretended not to see anything. After standing for a while, Xiaoya said, "Your ideas and your efforts are the most powerful." Tianmei sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go." Tianmei thought about it and realized that it was indeed her idea. Several people went upstairs. Nap time. Chapter 90, Preparing for the Third Transformation. Classes are held in the afternoon. Teacher Mikasa, Jiang-san, what you're going to train today is different from them. Jiang Linya, then what should I do? Teacher Mikasa, go practice your flying skills. From some videos, I can see that your flying skills are not that proficient. It is much more important to practice flying well than to practice artillery well. Jiang Linya, okay, teacher. The entire afternoon was filled with training lessons from teacher Mikasa, and Jianglin Masa also practiced flying for the entire afternoon, training lessons at a training ground on the ground. The classmates were also disturbed by the noise for the entire afternoon. The sound is louder than that of a jet engine, although there are no such aircraft on this planet now. No, the sirens do. Jiang Linya also knew where teacher Mikasa's video came from. It must have been found by the principal. Teacher Mikasa would never do such a tiring job as collecting videos. And the principal began to care about himself again. After all, many students recorded Jiang Linya's flight video that day. Even when Jiang Linya returned after watching the sunset, she found that there were still people squatting on the roof with their mobile phones. Some students even asked the shipgirl to take them to the sea to chase Jiang Linya. Of course, I didn't find it. Time flies, and it's 3 months later. There's still 2 days left before winter vacation. During this period, Principal Zuikiko took Jiang Linya to practice sword from time to time. After Jiang Linya could fly around skillfully, teacher Mikasa began to guide Jiang Linya in practicing cannon. Because Jiang Linya studied hard and practiced diligently, actually, she was strictly supervised by teacher Mikasa. Jiang Linya's proficiency in artillery is second only to squad leader Tosa. Third is Hanazono, and fourth is War-Weary. Except for Jiang Linya, the levels of other shipgirls are close to level 55. A month ago, Huayuan successfully joined the class through tutoring. The two clan and Huayuan had a competition, and Huayuan lost, that's for sure. Who is Tosa? He's the class monitor, although the level is similar. But Hanazono has never participated in any competition, while Tosa has already participated twice, so his combat experience alone is richer than Hanazono's. I challenged Warspite, but never won. In fact, 3 games have already been played in these few months. The first match, also Jiang Linya's first match, was against the Royal Commander Academy. The second time, Tosa ignored me because it was too easy to win. The second match was against the number 1 ranked team, the Black Forest Commander Academy, which was affiliated with the Iron Blood base. Because of their closed-door training, the students and lower-level leaders of the Black Forest Command Academy did not know what was happening in the outside world. Then, without any requirements, they had to fight Jiang Linya and the others. Zuikaku and the others laughed out loud in the office. PS1. Since the videos of Jiang Linya's first competition and her subsequent flight have already been leaked, there is no need to hide them. PS2. This kind of competition is not organized by the top management, so when the top management finds out about it, it is too late. The top management knows what is happening outside. The ship girls from the Black Forest Commander Academy saw that the ship girls from the New Generation Commander Academy were of a lower level than them, and they smiled, thinking that they would definitely win. Indeed, in the morning match, Black Forest Commander Academy beat Arizona and the others because the Black Forest team was too strong, and even the wife couldn't take the situation back. And in the afternoon, against Jiang Linya's team, Jiang Linya made Team A of the Black Forest Commander Academy unforgettable. Just a few minutes after the start, they saw Jiang Linya controlling a flying backpack, flying in the sky, and using the electromagnetic special effects laser cannon behind her to call out names one by one. The Black Forest team couldn't hit Jiang Linya in the sky, so they used anti-aircraft guns? Scraping. Even Zeppelin's planes couldn't catch up. In less than 10 minutes, the Black Forest team was completely wiped out. Then Tosa and the others were still sitting there drinking tea. When Jiang Linya activated the flying backpack and charged the laser cannon, they knew what was going to happen. After the game, he complained that Jiang Linya played too fast, and he hadn't even had a few snacks yet. In the third match, because Jiang Linya was too strong, the opposing Commander Academy asked Jiang Linya to leave the field, and the Academy agreed. The main reason was that Jiang Linya was unwilling to participate, thinking that there were too many restrictions and it was troublesome, so she decided not to participate. The Academy replaced Jiang Linya with Huayuan. Although the game was a bit difficult, they still won because the opponent did not have an aircraft carrier and Huayuan was not a pushover. Since Jiang Linya was not on the opposite side, there were no restrictions and both sides opened fire at full capacity. In addition, before the game, Jiang Linya also gave her friends several artillery dodging training sessions, which greatly improved the artillery dodging skills of Tosa and the others. Garden Nightmare. After the game, we went to the hotel near the door to have dinner together. 2 days before the final exams before the winter vacation, Jiang Linya successfully reached level 30. However, due to the problem of materials, teacher Mikasa organized other teachers to collect them for several days. Finally, Xiaoya came forward to provide 60% of the materials, allowing Jiang Linya to be transformed for the 3rd time. Please urge for updates, please send gifts, and please don't do lesbian stuff. Chapter 91, Jiang Linya's 3rd transformation. Teacher Mikasa brought Jiang Linya to the largest warehouse in the school. It seemed that Zuikaku and Commander Xiaoya had been waiting here for a long time. Zuikaku saw Jiang Linya coming and sighed. "Ah, you're finally here, Jiang-san." Jiang Linya came over and said, "Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long." Zuikaku, "In 2 days, I will abdicate, and you will officially become my apprentice." Xiaoya, "So, Xiaojiang can't go back for the new year?" Zuikaku smiled and said, "I'll give you a week or 2. The rest of the time, you can learn sword skills from me if Xiaojiang is willing. After all, the teacher has to discuss it with the student." Jiang Linya, "Just let the principal arrange it." Zuikaku, "Okay, then you can do the modification first. We have prepared the materials. Really, if you modify for the 3rd time, you will need materials that others have modified hundreds of times." He glanced at the warehouse behind him. Zuikaku, "Most of the materials were bought by students." Sigh, I am an incompetent principal. Mikasa. Principal, it's probably because the people above us are incompetent. They didn't give us enough funding. Zuikiko. Okay, Jiang, you go in by yourself. We won't follow you. Xiaoya. Xiao Jiang by. Jiang Linya. Teacher, commander, principal by. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Bang. The warehouse door is closed. Outside the warehouse. Xiaoya. Why don't we accompany Xiaojiang during the transformation? Other commanders will accompany their own ship girls. I also accompanied the garden during the transformation. Mikasa. Alas, your ship girl is different from others. When Jiang-san is transforming, she will glow and emit heat. When she transformed for the first time, she almost blinded my alloy eyes. Zuikiko, I know. At that time, several video recorders were damaged by the flash. Mikasa. More powerful than a flashbang. Jiang Linya called the system in her consciousness and summoned the ship equipment. Jiang Linya. System, we have enough materials. System, received. Prepare for the third transformation. Hypnosis now. Jiang Linya. What's going on? The third transformation requires hypnosis. Wow. Jiang Linya fell to the ground. System. Host hypnosis completed. Ship ready for jump. A few seconds passed. System start. Target outside the solar system. Stand by after reaching the target location. A few more seconds passed. System. Begin transformation. Machine command confirmed. Resource scan confirmed. Finish. Finish. Data setting completed. Material begins to absorb. Boom. The ground began to shake, and the people waiting outside also noticed it. Xiaoya. Could it be that there was an earthquake? Boom. The vibrations became louder and louder. Several people looked towards the warehouse. Light began to shine through the cracks in the warehouse. Mikasa. Do you still want to go in and be with her now? Xiaoya. Forget it. As soon as the words fell. Boom. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky and shot into the depths of the universe. Wow. Get up. Mikasa, what happened? Zuikiko, what's going on? At the same time, not only the people of the Sakura Empire base saw it, but also the Bear Country, Dragon Country, and Japanese Country not far away all saw this beam of light. Buzz. A huge mechanical sound was heard. Buzz, 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 buzz. Different machine sounds emanated from the beam of light. Boom. The beam of light became thicker in an instant, covering the entire warehouse and forming an airwave circle that spread outward. P.S. You can imagine the golden beam of light when Enterprise first opened the golden eye. Xiaoya held Zuikiko and Mikasa to prevent herself from being blown away. The wind was extremely loud, mixed with the sound of machines operating. Xiaoya yelled, Mikasa-sensei, you've suffered so much, but I didn't expect that Xiaojiang would have to go through so much trouble to transform her. Teacher Mikasa also shouted, No, it's not. Jiang's first two transformations were much gentler. Chapter 92 Starship Interior. In space, at the edge of the solar system, a super warship about 24,000 meters long is sailing in the universe. A blue light shield appeared around the battleship, and there were many blue light patterns on the gray black hull. Buzz. A huge sound of machinery was heard, and the battleship stopped moving forward. Jiang Linya opened her eyes and found herself in a strange place, surrounded by blue striped walls. Jiang Linya wondered, is this made of steel? Jiang Linya. Where am I, wow? Jiang Linya raised her arms and found that her body was transparent and blue. Jiang Linya said in horror, what happened to me? Where on earth am I? The emotionless voice of the system suddenly appeared around. System, data received, ship on standby. Jiang Linya recognized that this was the voice of the system and quickly shouted, System, what's going on? System, test completed, mental link normal. Welcome, comrade. Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya shouted towards the front, even though there was nothing there. Where the hell am I, system? System, you are now inside your ship. Jiang Linya. I am in my body. System, to be precise, it is the TTK Star class Star Destroyer Jiang Linya among the battleships formed by the final ship equipment. Jiang Linya. You gave me the starship at level 30? System, of course you don't have control authority now. Jiang Linya. I knew it. What about the location? System, edge of the solar system. Jiang Linya, oh my god. After Jiang Linya knew that this was the interior of a ship, she roughly knew why she was in this form. This should be an advanced holographic projection. Her real body should still be on Blue Star. She passed the tests mentioned by the system and the consciousness link, so this should be it. Jiang Linya began to walk around, observing the surroundings, and said, "Why not go to Blue Star?" System. There is nowhere to stop the ship, and floating in the atmosphere consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Linya. Then it's above the Blue Star. System. It consumes a lot of energy to keep the stealth mode on. If you turn off the stealth mode, it will cause panic. Forehead. Jiang Linya could probably guess what would happen then. Jiang Linya. I still can't control this ship? System. Yes, but you have limited permissions. Jiang Linya. What authority? System. Control a small armed mining ship. Jiang Linya. What use do I have for this? System. Currently, the starship is controlled by me, carrying out mining, energy conversion, object manufacturing, food production. Jiang Linya could still understand what was said first, but what was said later, Jiang Linya didn't understand at all. Jiang Linya. I suddenly feel that you have good control. Buzz. A semicircular blue and white object appeared from somewhere and flew in front of Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya. Hovercar. System. It's just for serving food. Please use it. With a ding sound, the semicircular object turned into a plate. On the plate was a fruit as big as Jiang Linya's palm. It looked like a flat, blue-purple fruit like bread, but with tentacles around it. Jiang Linya. How do I eat in my holographic state? System. This is also a holographic projection. The taste and texture will be transmitted to the main body. Jiang Linya. Sigwai, this kind of technology doesn't even exist on my original planet. Jiang Linya picked up the fruit without worrying about whether it was poisonous or not. There was no way a holographic projection could be poisonous. Took a bite. Jiang Linya. It's sour and sweet, very delicious. It actually feels like I'm eating fruit here. System. This is the main food grown on this spaceship, breadfruit. Chapter 93, Starship Interior, continued. Jiang Linya. Which kind is this? System. Please wait. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a burst of electric sound, Jiang Linya found that she had moved. The holographic projection should have been activated in another room. This room looks very big. Jiang Linya. System. Where is this? System. External display room. Please wait a moment. Bang. The system turned on the lights, and Jiang Linya discovered that the walls of this large empty room were also white with blue stripes, the same as the walls of the corridor. I touched it closely, and it felt like plastic. I looked at the blue stripes carefully and found that they moved. It's like a transparent pipe with something flowing inside. Buzz. Jiang Linya looked back and found a chair without a backrest in the middle of the room. System. Please take a seat. Jiang Linya walked forward and sat down. Squeak. Several glass plates suddenly appeared around Jiang Linya. No, these were not glass plates, but holographic projections. On the board, a ship appeared. Jiang Linya. It's pretty cool. This should be my battleship. System. Yes, now. Please take a look at the internal structure here. The system suddenly enlarged one of the structures. System. This is the automatic food production machine. This is the energy conversion system. This is the material manufacturing and processing plant. This is the weapons central control system. And here, on the blue planet. Bang! Teacher Mikasa, wearing her ship uniform, smashed open the deformed warehouse door. The supplies inside had disappeared, and Jiang Linya was lying on the ground, unconscious. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang. Xiaoya ran up and hugged Jiang Linya. Xiaoya was about to cry. Xiao Jiang, what's wrong with you? Teacher Mikasa stepped forward to check on her and said, She's fine. Xiaoya, is Xiao Jiang okay? Mikasa, this looks like a coma and like sleeping. What's going on? Zuikiku, let's move it to the repair shop first and leave it there for a while. Mikasa, okay, some people come. Several staff members came in from outside and moved Jiang Linya away without wearing her ship uniform. At this time, outside the warehouse, a large number of shipgirls and commanders had gathered to watch the show. On the clock tower in the distance, Jiang Feng was also watching all this. Pacific Siren Undersea Base. Observer, that's the signal that was sent out. Purifier, shoot into the sky. Who are you sending the signal to? Observer, should we ask the headquarters for help? Ask them to send some space reconnaissance ships. We're not equipped with our original equipment and cannot go into space. Purifier, go ahead and ask if the headquarters can send some starships. Observer, probably not. It would cost a lot of money to send those big and useless things over here, and headquarters would not agree to it. not far from the Sakura Empire base. Black Enterprise. I remember you were like this before. Hey, Jiang Linya. Indeed, it happened a long time ago, but I don't have that ship in the universe now. Black Enterprise. Didn't you bring it? Hey, Jiang Linya. It's your fault that you didn't do your research well. I can't help you. Black Enterprise. Aren't you at a disadvantage then? Hey, Jiang Linya. No, let's go first. The Black Enterprise looked at Jiang Linya, who dived into the water and left, thinking about something. Chapter 94 Origin. On the starship, Jiang Linya was floating in space. Because Jiang Linya is now in a holographic projection state, she doesn't need to breathe. Jiang Linya looked at the solar system and said, Hey, system, when can I have control? System, secret. Jiang Linya, where's the surprise you told me about before? System, it's not finished yet, and it's still a secret. Jiang Linya, okay, then take me to see the armed mining ship first. There was another sound of electricity, and Jiang Linya's holographic projection appeared in the hangar where the spacecraft was parked. Jiang Linya, it's very big. Is this the one? System, yes, the weapons equipped on it are the weapons currently unlocked on your ship. Jiang Linya, show me the data. System, yes. Ship name, MS-1 Armed Mining Ship. Length, 600 m. Width, 80 meters at its widest point. Equipment, prospecting radar X1, energy thrusters X4, mining robot arms X6, stealth switchboard X1, anti-radar detectors X2. It can sail on water or float in the air, consuming energy. Speed, bound to the host's current flight speed. The fastest is 1,000 kilometers per hour. Functions, mining, detecting mines, hauling goods, and attacking after equipping the host's weapons. Armor, light starship armor. Can withstand attacks from hardcore, charge-filled, armor-piercing bullets below 420 millimeters. No energy shield. Jiang Linya, it feels good. By the way, why is the hangar so empty? System, because I have sent all other types of mining ships to mine outside the solar system. Jiang Linya, what do you want to build? System, secret. Jiang Linya remembered the armor protection of this small mining ship and quickly looked at her own armor. After a while, Jiang Linya found that her stats had changed slightly except for the battleship column, which was to choose whether to become a mining ship or the North Carolina. The rest, nothing has changed. Jiang Linya, you spent so many resources. What did you do? Why is the armor of this mining ship different from mine? I changed it for nothing. System, we spent so many resources just to send signals and locate your starship. Due to some changes in the battleship transformation, the armor of the battleship you transformed into is not the armor you have. Jiang Linya, in other words, if my ship becomes the North Carolina, the armor will be the North Carolina's heavy armor, and if it becomes this mining ship, it will be the mining ship's armor. If I wear it, it will be my own armor. System, yes. Jiang Linya, forget it. Just think of it as exchanging so many supplies for a toy that can fly and carry things. After Jiang Linya saw the hull of her own Star Destroyer, she lost interest in this small boat. Jiang Linya, by the way, system, this ship is not as big as a star. Why is it called star level? Buzz, another chair appeared behind Jiang Linya. System, I will show you the history of this ship. There was another buzzing sound, and a screen appeared in front of Jiang Linya, and Jiang Linya started looking at it. History of the ship. The ship was originally designed by a civilization called Dragon. With the help of a friendly alien civilization, the scientists of that civilization set the initial design length of the ship to be as long as the diameter of the sun. Because of the technological level of alien civilizations, this length can be achieved. At that time, the main starships of the Dragon civilization were as long as 18,000 meters, and there were several hundred of them. Many people think this is impossible. Later, the alien civilization stopped helping this civilization because of the war. Resources, starship designs, technological designs, and so on were all left behind. There are many technologies in the blueprints that they cannot understand. The council believed that the construction of the ship should be abandoned. The shipyard received orders from its superiors and also stopped construction. Not long after, the civilization was invaded. Although it defeated the enemy, 80% of its starships were scrapped. It was proposed to continue construction of the ship. The council agreed. People collected the wreckage of starships that were scrapped in the war, recycled them, and made them into parts for building the ship. Scientists also worked day and night to study those incomprehensible technologies. Ultimately, scientists were able to understand about 8% of it. These new technologies, as well as their own technologies, were also installed on new warships. Due to the technological level of the civilization itself, the length of the new ship was only built to 24,000 meters. Scientists equipped it with the civilization's most advanced weapons and facilities. Because the person who made the greatest contribution to the construction was a female scientist, the council named the starship Jiang Linya. Because there were only a few warships left of that civilization at that time, in order to deter other civilizations, they announced that the previous civilization had come back to help us, and helped us build Star-class Star Destroyers, which were specifically used for fighting. The name of the ship was decided as TTK Star-class Star Destroyer Jiang Linya. 50 years later, the ship was destroyed in the war between the Dragon civilization and other civilizations, and was reduced to ashes by a single shot from the opposing planetary cannon. At the same second that the ship was completely destroyed, Jiang Linya also made her choice and began reincarnation. Please give me a gift. Please give me some advice to urge the update. Chapter 95, Check the Main Gun. Jiang Linya, in holographic projection state, looked around the battleship for 0.1 times. Jiang Linya stopped and sat on the ground. She said, "Well, I want to go back. This place is too big. System, actually, I can adjust the flight speed of your projection." Jiang Linya, why didn't you say so earlier? After a while, Jiang Linya pointed at a wall and said, "Why can't I get through?" System, this is a holographic projection. It cannot be projected in. There is space outside. Jiang Linya, then how do I get out? System, please wait. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Linya's projection disappeared and reappeared outside the warship. System, this little floating robot is your portable projector. Jiang Linya walked around the white spherical machine and looked at it carefully. It's blue and white stripes. Jiang Linya, as long as it follows me, I can go wherever I want. System, only outside the spacecraft. Jiang Linya, that's enough. The system reminded again, please don't fly too far. Jiang Linya, I just want to take a look at the main gun. Didn't you say that my complete form is this battleship? Then the gun on, it should be the main gun I will equip in the future. System, because your level is not high enough. You can only watch, but cannot obtain any information. Jiang Linya sighed and said, not enough level. When can I reach the level? System, I don't know. Jiang Linya rolled her eyes and said, I didn't ask you. Alas, it's really hard to upgrade. After flying for a while, Jiang Linya found that there was nothing outside the warship. Jiang Linya, hey system, where's the cannon? System, inside the battleship in combat mode, the top panel opens and the guns pop out to attack. Jiang Linya, can you show it to me? No need to fire. System, understood. Boom, squeak. In the center of the spacecraft, the hull sank, then opened, and huge cannons rose from it. Jiang Linya exclaimed, oh my god, it's so big. The caliber must be several times larger than that of my laser cannon, and it's a triple-barreled one. Oh my god. Jiang Linya flew and watched. Jiang Linya, there are so many of them. I feel like I will be invincible in the future. As she flew, Jiang Linya finally reached the edge of the spaceship. She spotted something that looked very familiar to her. Jiang Linya, isn't this what I'm equipped with? It looks like an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. System, this is the anti-aircraft weapon on this spaceship. Its properties are the same as the 88mm anti-aircraft laser cannon you are currently equipped with. Jiang Linya, this is a triple pack, and mine is a double pack. System, it will be transformed into this after the transformation. Jiang Linya checked her personal panel and took a close look at her 88mm cannon. System, the 88mm anti-aircraft gun has a lower power than the previous 50mm dual-purpose gun. Jiang Linya was puzzled. Why? Shouldn't the power be increased if the caliber is a little bigger? System, because this is an anti-aircraft weapon. The previous 50mm cannon can also be used against ships. The original design of this cannon was only for air defense. The increased power means greater energy consumption. They can still shoot down enemy planes. So why consume more energy? And the materials of the fighter planes are not very good. P.S. Everyone has his own responsibilities. Destroying ships is the job of the main gun, and shooting down planes is the job of the anti-aircraft gun. Who is so bored and has so much energy to use the main gun to shoot down planes? Are they free? Chapter 96 Return. Jiang Linya circled around the battleship's main gun a few more times, because she liked this main gun so much. It had a very sci-fi style and a large caliber. Jiang Linya could stand upright in the barrel and stretch her hands and tiptoe to reach the top. After flying around a few more times, Jiang Linya flew towards the bow of the ship. Jiang Linya discovered something new while flying. Jiang Linya. This should be my 480mm secondary gun. System, yes. Jiang Linya. Mine have 2 single-gun ones, and this one is 3. Oh, by the way, why did we only find these 3 guns after flying for so long? System. Most of the secondary guns are in the lower middle part of the hull. Most of the main guns are in the uppermost part of the hull, and the middle of the hull and the bridge are where the anti-aircraft guns are located. Jiang Linya. Okay, by the way, where's the Star Destroyer cannon? System. Unless the threat reaches level 9, the Star Destroyer will not be deployed. It is located at the bow. Jiang Linya didn't ask any more questions, otherwise the system would keep mumbling things in her ear that she didn't understand for a long time. After flying for a while, Jiang Linya stood on the main gun and stared at the solar system in a daze. Jiang Linya, it's so beautiful. After looking for a while, Jiang Linya thought of something. Jiang Linya asked, Hey system, let me ask you, you didn't create this battleship out of thin air, did you? System, it didn't come out of thin air. It was transferred from somewhere else. Because it is a secret, I cannot answer it. Jiang Linya said in disappointment. Okay, I'm bored. How can I go back? It must have been a long time. System, you have been here for 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 32 seconds. Jiang Linya, how is my health? System, in a sleeping state. Jiang Linya, I want to go back. System, please wait a moment. I will disconnect your mental connection. Jiang Linya looked at the scenery of the universe for a while, and suddenly her eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang Linya found herself in a place that was very familiar to her. Doc. Raising her arms, Jiang Linya saw that she was no longer in holographic state. I pinched the tender flesh on my arm and felt the pain. Bang! The door opened, and a figure rushed out. Student Jiang is awake. Student Jiang has woken up. Jiang Linya sat up and found herself in the maintenance pool. Her clothes were soaked. Jiang Linya, whoever doesn't take off my clothes will be thrown into the pool. Oh, I'm soaked. There was a sound of footsteps passing by. Jiang Linya looked towards the door. Xiaoya suddenly appeared and stood there for a second, and their eyes met. Jiang Linya was curious. Xiaoya is worried. The next second, Xiaoya rushed to the pool at a very fast speed, but she failed to brake, and her feet slipped. Xiaoya, ah! Bump! Jiang Linya, poof! Crash! Xiaoya couldn't control herself and kicked Jiang Linya in the stomach with both feet, kicking Jiang Linya directly into the repair fluid. Xiaoya also fell in. The electronic screen above showed a maintenance countdown. Looking at Jiang Linya, who was foaming at the mouth in his arms, Xiaoya was stunned at that moment. Principal Zuikiko walked in and said, Classmates, do you have a grudge against each other? Or is it just a matter of custom? Why do you kick the other person the first time you meet him? He was fine at first, but you made him suffer. Mikasa, forget it. We have to wait for a while. Now we know that Jiang-san is fine. It's indeed all right. Before, several people threw Jiang Linya into the pool, but the pool didn't respond, which made them worried. Now Jiang Linya has woken up, but was seriously injured and fainted again, and the pool has responded. It's good that there is a reaction, which means that when the countdown is over, a brand new Jiang Linya will be returned to them. Anyone who is frightened and fainted by something can be thrown directly into the pool. When the countdown is over, the shipgirl will wake up. It just costs some repair fluid. So the stingy school would not allow the unconscious shipgirl to enter the maintenance pool. Please give me a gift. Even a free gift is fine, sir. Chapter 97 Conversation. Ding dong. The countdown is over and the repairs are complete. Jiang Linya, what happened? I seem to have been attacked. Outside the door, Teacher Mikasa was holding Xiaoya, who had just changed her clothes. Xiaoya, Teacher, why are you stopping me? Zuikiku, don't give your shipgirl another flying kick. I'll go get Jiang-san. Walk into the house. Jiang Linya, hello, Principal. Zuikiku, okay, come out, my clothes are ready for you. Jiang Linya, okay, by the way, Principal, was I attacked? Zuikiku, no, don't think too much about it. When I walked out of the house, I found that Mikasa had already taken Xiaoya away. Zuikiku, the clothes are here, please change. Jiang Linya, okay, Principal. Jiang Linya began to take off her wet clothes, and the principal also walked out of the dock. Zuikiku, okay, go in. Xiaoya rushed in. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang. With a leap, he knocked Jiang Linya, who was halfway putting on her clothes, to the ground. Then Xiaoya hugged the blushing Jiang Linya and started crying. Jiang Linya thought the coma time wasn't that long. Because of the 2 months of emotional adjustment, Xiaoya already regarded Jiang Linya as a warm and lazy big sister. Xiaoya was the most anxious when Jiang Linya was in a coma for 2 hours. P.S. The protagonist doesn't do lesbian stuff, so don't even think about it. Jiang Linya, you were so worried about me, Commander. Another round of comfort and kneading. Jiang Linya successfully subdued Xiaoya. Xiaoya, okay, let's go back to the dormitory. We have an exam tomorrow. Jiang Linya, don't mention the exam. I have a headache. You should go back first. I have something to talk to the principal about. Xiaoya was silent for a while. Said, well, come back quickly, or I will be killed by the guy in the garden. The garden also played an important role in the deep friendship between the two. This guy is really good at making trouble. Not only is he a stupid person, he is also stupid in doing things. Except for being serious during training and fighting, he can't do anything well in normal times. And it was very sunny. He always wants to tell dirty jokes and mess with Jiang Linya. During the training of avoiding artillery shells, Jiang Linya often takes extra care of the garden. In Jiang Linya's opinion, garden equals half-stupid rabbit, because Huayuan also has the ability to handle official affairs. She can do it well as long as she learns it. After Xiaoya returned to the dormitory, Jiang Linya came to the garden next to the dock. It seems that teacher Mikasa has gone back first. Zuikaku, what did you gain from this transformation? Jiang Linya looked around to see if there was anyone nearby, and whispered, I can start mining now. Zuikaku, what? Jiang Linya raised her voice and said, I can mine now. Zuikaku, you turned into a mining ship? Zuikaku couldn't believe that such a high-tech ship with laser cannons was actually a mining ship. Jiang Linya, Principal, you are wrong. It's just right that I want to ask you something. Zuikaku, what's the matter? Jiang Linya, how high is the underground space of the university hall? Zuikaku asked in confusion. What are you going to do? Jiang Linya, show me my new ship. Zuikaku, the lake below is so shallow and small. How can you show it? Jiang Linya, oh, I can fly. Zuikaku, the mining ship can fly? Never mind, I know a place. Come with me. Chapter 98, Akaji and Kaga. Zuikaku took Jiang Linya out of the school gate. The two were waiting at the school gate. Zuikaku's special car arrived soon, and the two got in and the car drove towards the port. The car drove into the port, drove for a while, and stopped at the foot of a rocky mountain. Zuikaku and Jiang Linya got out of the car and were about to continue walking. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Zuikaku picked up the phone. Hello, I'm busy outside. Is this important? Well, forget it. I'll go over there. Zuikaku hung up the phone and sighed. Student Jiang, please wait here for a while. I'm going to the academy to get something. Don't run around. Just wait here. Jiang Linya. Okay, principal. Buzz. Zuikaku drove away quickly. Jiang Linya looked around. There are many containers here, and also a railway that looks to be abandoned. In the distance, there is a cave entrance. There's also an elevator, which is similar to the one in school. When Jiang Linya saw the entrance to the cave, she became curious. Thinking that this place was some distance from the school, Jiang Linya planned to go in and explore. As for getting lost, that's impossible. Jiang Linya walked into the cave with curiosity. Jiang Linya said as she walked, there's actually a light on in this cave. After walking for a while, Jiang Linya found that there seemed to be the exit of the cave in front of her. Jiang Linya, is it just this distance? After walking over, Jiang Linya found herself in a very large space. Jiang Linya, hey, that's interesting. There are footprints. They look very fresh. Is there sea water underneath? Walking forward, I found that this was a cliff. I couldn't see clearly below, so it should be water. Jiang Linya looked forward. Hey, there's a road. Jiang Linya followed the discovered path and walked towards the depths of space. Walking and walking. Jiang Linya, this place is so big. What is that? Looking down, there were a bunch of black iron poles standing there, as well as a lot of iron plates and other things. In the distance are more containers. Jiang Linya, what is this? Is this an unfinished ship? He stretched out his hand and measured it. Jiang Linya, it seems quite big. Interesting, this is a shipyard. Wait, aren't all shipgirls summoned with magic cubes and supply coins? Could this be a mass-produced model? No. Why is the mass-produced model so big? Lying on the wooden railing, Jiang Linya was still thinking. A voice suddenly came from behind. Who is it? Jiang Linya turned around suddenly and found a shipgirl in a ship uniform standing behind her. It's Kaga. After confirming the aura, it was the real person, Kaga himself. It seemed that I had arrived at the military factory of Sakura Empire. This is not good. Kaga narrowed his eyes and saw the medal on Jiang Linya's chest. Kaga said, "Students from the academy? What are you doing here? This is not a place for you." Jiang Linya quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Senior. Principal Zikiko left me at the entrance of the cave to get something. I came in to take a look out of curiosity. Sorry, Senior." Jiang Linya bowed directly. Kaga thought, this thing hasn't been built yet. She probably couldn't see it. Kaga threatened, "If you don't leave, I will throw you overboard to feed the fish." Jiang Linya was frightened and said, "Sorry, Senior, I will leave now." Jiang Linya thought, it seems that I have really come to a military factory. This is their secret. It's a good thing that they didn't kill me on the spot. Whoosh. Jiang Linya ran away in a flash. Kaga looked at Jiang Linya's back and said, "Those guys in the 5th Air War, really?" A ship girl walked out from the darkness. "Oh haha, my dear sister, what happened?" Kaga turned around and said, Sister, a lost person just came here. He was brought by the 5th Air Battle and has left. This ship girl is none other than Akagi herself." Akagi exuded a dangerous aura and said with a smile, "Oh, she didn't find anything." Kaga, "No, sister." Akagi, "Okay, let's continue what we should do and send someone to guard the cave entrance." Kaga, "Yes." Ask for a gift. Chapter 99, Going Down the Stairs. After waiting for a long time at the cave entrance, Zuikaku finally came back by car. Box. After closing the car door, Zuikaku walked over. Jiang Linya was dissatisfied and said, "Principal, we agreed to come later." Zuikaku, sorry. By the way, did you go into this cave?" Jiang Linya, "Yes, it's in." Zuikaku frowned. Jiang Linya, "Sorry, Principal, I waited too long, so I went to take a look. There were only a bunch of iron pillars and nothing else." After hearing this, Zuikaku relaxed and thought, it seems that she didn't find out. If I had known, I would have asked her to go back with me to get the things. Zuikaku smiled and said, "Well, follow me." Walking to the elevator at the entrance of the cave, Zuikaku took out a white card, which was similar to the school meal card. Drop. Zuikaku swiped the button next to the elevator door. Bang! The elevator door opened. Zuikaku, let's go. Jiang Linya followed Zuikaku into the inner space. Just went in. Bang! The elevator door closed. Jiang Linya, it's so dark. Zuikaku, wait a moment, I'll turn on the light. Click. After Vikaku turned on the light, Jiang Linya discovered that this was not an elevator, but a staircase leading down. Looking down, there are quite a few sections. Jiang Linya started to feel lazy. He said, "Principal, why don't you build an elevator here?" Zuikaku turned around and said, "Oh, this used to be a cave that led downwards, but the higher-ups wanted to save money and just renovated it into a staircase that led downwards." Jiang Linya, what are the 2 up and down buttons at the door for? Jiang Linya was curious. Since it was not an elevator, why did the door outside have up and down buttons like those in an elevator? Zuikaku, because we were building other places at the time, all the password doors were used up, so we temporarily moved in a password elevator door and used that button as a decoration. Jiang Linya, okay. Following Zuikaku's steps, the two walked downstairs. Zuikaku, this is where the upper level used to do scientific research. We originally planned to divide the space below into layers, but due to some special reasons, the researchers moved away and this place became vacant. Recently, the higher-ups allocated this place to our college. The two continued walking down. Zuikaku, tomorrow is the special exam. Are you confident that you can come back with first place? Jiang Linya, of course I have confidence, but Zuikaku what? Jiang Linya, after today's demonstration test, you won't change the rules, will you, Principal? Zuikaku smiled and said, in a few days you will be my apprentice. I heard that apprentices are meant to be loved, so I'm sure the master will favor you. Don't worry, I won't change the rules even if your new toy can blow up this planet. After hearing this, Jiang Linya felt relieved and said with a smile, thank you, master. After walking for a while, Jiang Linya, oh my god, how deep is this? It's not there yet. Zuikaku, I remember it very clearly. I came here once half a year ago, so I don't remember it very clearly. Jiang Linya thought, oh my god, it's easier to go down the mountain than to go up. I'm going to be exhausted soon. I can't deploy the ship equipment here, and I can't fly. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. After walking down for about 10 minutes, Jiang Linya's mentality changed drastically. Zuikaku, okay, we see the door, we're here. Jiang Linya's eyes lost their luster, and she kept thinking about how to climb up. Also, will it be exhausting to climb up? Chapter 100. Jiang Linya is afraid of the dark. Principal Zuikaku took out the white card and swiped it on the card reader on the door. Drop. Student card, cross it out. Bang. The door opened. Zuikaku, I didn't expect there's still electricity down there after such a long time. Jiang Linya, isn't it ground-powered? Zuikaku sighed and said, I don't know what those guys were thinking back then, generating their own electricity. Jiang Linya, why not run a wire to connect to the ground? Click. Zuikaku turned on the light, but only this small area was lit. Zuikaku, I thought about it, but I was too busy at the time. The client went to do it, but he was busy at the time and couldn't help me pull the wires. Then I forgot about it. Look around. Zuikaku, yeah, just as expected, there's not much power left. Jiang Linya thought of some horror games, shuddered, and said, where is the generator? Zuikaku, wait here, don't run around. I'm going to develop the motor. Jiang Linya, okay. Zuikaku walked towards the darkness and was swallowed by it. Only her footsteps could be heard. Jiang Linya encouraged herself and said, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is not a horror game. There are no ghosts, no. Don't scare yourself, huh? As soon as Jiang Linya closed her eyes, she thought of the underground horror game she had played in her previous life, where they were all about looking for generators in the pitch-black underground, encountering corpses or something, and being so scared that she almost smashed the computer. Looking at the darkness around her, Jiang Linya summoned the ship suit. At the edge of the solar system, a mining ship turned into a Rubik's Cube, passed through the spacecraft armor, and flew to the blue planet. Jiang Linya, where's my ship suit? Jiang Linya panicked. Jiang Linya whispered and looked around. Could it be true? Is this going to turn into a horror game? I'm being controlled by a ghost and can't summon my ship suit? Whoa, Mr. Zuikaku, help me. Tears appeared in Jiang Linya's eyes, and she began to cry softly. At this point, the Rubik's Cube still has 50% of the journey to go. Bang! There was a loud bang. The wind started to blow into space, and it was very cool. Jiang Linya's psychological defenses were completely destroyed. Jiang Linya, teacher, help me, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. Jiang Linya shouted and banged on the door behind her, trying to escape. Now Jiang Linya couldn't even look behind her. Another sound. Click, click, click. All the lights in the space were turned on. Jiang Linya stopped banging on the door. Turn around. At this time, the Rubik's Cube also flew through the wall and behind Jiang Linya and turned into a ship suit. Rui has stood in the distance with a smirk on his face, looking at Jiang Linya. There were a few pull rods beside him, which should be the control panel of the generator. Zuikaku, it turns out that Jiang is so afraid of the dark. Jiang Linya, hi. Jiang Linya quickly wiped away the tears of fear and stood there with a red face and head lowered. Zuikaku came over and said, be good, there are no ghosts in this world. You are so old, but still afraid of the dark. You are so scared. Jiang Linya pretended to be angry and said with a puffed face, it's really, really scary. Zuikaku, okay, got it. Looked around. Zuikaku said, this space should be big enough. Jiang Linya rubbed her eyes, looked at it carefully, and said, well, it's more than enough. Zuikaku, then let's get started. It's the 100th chapter, so why not give some gifts? The humble author is begging for gifts online. Chapter 101, Going Up the Stairs. Jiang Linya touched her ship suit. Jiang Linya, why is my ship's suit a little hot? System, it just passed through the atmosphere and has just cooled down. Forehead, Jiang Linya loaded and unloaded the ship according to the method engraved in her DNA. The Rubik's Cube flew in the air and transformed into a mining ship. But in Zuikaku's eyes, this is a battleship. Zuikaku was stunned. Zuikaku, see Guai. Is this a space battleship? This is amazing. The test laser cruiser is actually flying in the sky. Zuikaku changed into a ship uniform, jumped onto the mining ship, and stroked the deck. Jiang Linya controlled the mining ship, extended the stairs, and slowly stepped on the steps. Jiang Linya entered the mining ship. When we arrived at Class A, Zuikaku was looking around Jiang Linya's laser cannon. Zuikaku, so this caliber is so large, Sigwai. I watched it for a while. Zuikaku, are you going to use this ship to take your final exams? Jiang Linya, I'm a little worried now. If I use this ship for the final exam, will I be captured and sliced up for research? Zuikaku, I will give you an answer to this question tonight, as well as what you will do in the future. Jiang Linya, what should I do? Zuikaku touched the cannon and said, if you accompany your commander to the Donghuang festival, I am afraid you will be attacked in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Linya smiled and said, it's impossible for us to be attacked anywhere in Dragon Country. I believe in Dragon Country. Zuikaku, well, looking at your weapon, you're also capable of protecting yourself, so I won't worry about it. Do you need secret protection? Jiang Linya, it's okay, it's not necessary. After chatting for a while, the two prepare to leave. Jiang Linya wants to demonstrate this mining ship in the final exam. This is Zuikaku's request, and it is also to protect Jiang Linya. Zuikaku is not the ship with the same name, but the real one. This was known before. So Rueha also knew that Jiang Linya had more secrets. He did this to protect Jiang Linya and to answer questions from some special forces abroad and tell them, we have shown it all, that's all. Let the foreign forces quiet down for a while. In the past 2 months, the Sakura Empire guards have captured no less than 50 spies who attempted to land on the island. How did they discover the spy? Cankily, you can tell whether a human is lying. The spies also knew that they could not enter the island through the regular routes and had to sneak across the border. The guard would then strictly catch the illegal immigrants and then question them. A small number of them were Japanese who came for the destroyer. There were also spies who knew this and knew that the shipgirls were cracking down on illegal immigrants, so they want to try to get through the main gate, but they were caught. All those captured were handed over to the gendarmerie on the island. As for what happened to these spies, no one knows. Jiang Feng himself often goes to the gendarmerie. Stair climbing time. Jiang Linya panted. How much more? I can't hold on any longer. Help me, I don't want to climb anymore. Why? Don't you install an elevator? Zuikaku, you're still okay with such low stamina? This is less than half of it. Hang in there, disciple. Just treat it as physical training. After a while, Jiang Linya died. Zuikaku was shocked and said, disciple, you've already climbed to 60%. Keep going. After Zuikaku said this, he seemed to hear the sound of a knife stabbing someone. Chapter 102, The Torture Commander. In the tunnel, Rueha held Jiang Linya's left foot with his right hand and dragged Jiang Linya upstairs. Zuikaku, really? I'm so tired. Zuikaku wiped the sweat from his head with his right hand. Wait, right hand. Look back. The half-dead Jiang Linya slid down. Zuikaku hurried down and shouted, slow down. When they slid about 65% of the way down, Zuikaku grabbed Jiang Linya's feet. Zuikaku, oh my god, I've never seen a shipgirl with such poor physical strength. Jiang Linya, because usually I walk like flying. The air froze for a few seconds. Zuikaku, how can you be so lazy? Oh my god, I'm going to give up too. Jiang Linya suddenly sat up, his eyes shining, and said, come on, principal, you can do it. This is exercise. Then he lay down limply again. Rueha had nothing to say and continued to drag Jiang Linya upwards. She no longer wants to come to this place, especially with Jiang Linya. When they had climbed about 80%, Jiang Linya, who was being dragged, recovered her strength and climbed the remaining 20% together with Zuikaku, who was almost exhausted. The moment I just went out and saw the sunshine, Zuikaku fell down. P.S. Jiang Linya, who is 1.8 meters tall, has a good figure. Rueha, who is about 1.7 meters tall, drags Jiang Linya up the stairs. Jiang Linya, principal, you can't fall here. You can't. Principal. 8 o'clock in the evening, in a 5-star hotel at the school gate. Xiaoya, the principal is really awesome. He dragged you up so many flights of stairs. Tianmei, tomorrow we have the final exam. Let's go back to bed early tonight. Xiaoya, okay. Baji, eating sounds. Xiaolu, I feel that the exam here is better than the one in Longhua. It only takes 1 day. Tianmei, but we learn different things. Xiaoya, time flies. Half a semester has passed. In another half a semester, we will train with the shipgirls. Jiang Linya said while eating, fly with the commander. Xiaoya, let's not do that. Xiaoya broke into a cold sweat when she heard about flying with the commander. Before that, after Jiang Linya mastered flying, she also learned various fancy flying styles. After school, Xiaoya agreed to Jiang Linya's request, and Jiang Linya took Xiaoya to fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In order to prevent Xiaoya from having difficulty breathing at high altitudes, We flew slowly to allow Xiaoya to adapt gradually. Then, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Jiang Linya threw Xiaoya down. Throw it. Down. Xiaoya thought that since she had trained her shipgirl for such a long time, she should trust her and let her fly with her commander once. It's also a reward. She just endured it and let Jiang Linya take her away. Then she didn't expect it. She thought Jiang Linya would just fly slowly and well. P.S. Xiaoya is afraid of heights. The moment she was thrown down, Xiaoya was so frightened that she couldn't speak or scream. Her eyes were as big as bells. After falling less than 50 meters, Jiang Linya caught Xiaoya and started flying in a fancy way. Considering the limit of human endurance, Jiang Linya flies relatively slowly. This is much more exciting than the facilities in the amusement park. After the fancy flying, Jiang Linya realized that Xiaoya rolled her eyes. For the next few days, Xiaoya locked herself in the study. And I'm sick. Later, the principal heard about it and went to see Xiaoya with Xiaoya's class teacher. When I entered the room, Jiang Linya was still kneeling in front of the door. After various punishments on Jiang Linya, Xiaoya finally recovered. Chapter 103, The Mysterious Man. After dinner, they walked towards the dormitory. Zuikaku walked out from a dark corner. Everyone greeted him and said, "Good evening, principal." Zuikaku, "Good evening." Jiang Linya, "Are you here to see me?" Zuikaku, "Yes, other students please go back first. I have something to talk to Jiang about." Xiaoya, "Okay, goodbye, principal." The others also said goodbye to the principal and returned to the dormitory. Zuikaku, "Okay, I've finished the matter. You have to work hard for the exam tomorrow, my apprentice." Jiang Linya, "Can I let go and do it now?" Zuikaku, "Well, we'll help you hide the information and let those people know that you only have so many secrets. If we confess, you'll get less harassment in the future." Jiang Linya, "Okay, thank you, principal." Zuikaku, "I will be leaving this place in 2 days." Jiang Linya, "What are you going to do in the future?" Zuikaku, "I will teach you for a while, and then I will return to my original position. This is Senior Jiang Feng's decision." Jiang Linya, "Okay." Zuikaku, "That's all. I should go now. Good night, my future apprentice." Jiang Linya, "Good night, my future master." It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At the edge of the solar system, a huge spaceship is floating here. Buzz. System successfully disconnected from the host. Autonomous command input successful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alarm inside the spacecraft sounded. System, deal with foreign invaders. Huge cannons were raised in various parts of the spacecraft. A man's voice sounded. "Don't bother yourself." Boom. Not far from the spacecraft, a black hole appeared. A man stepped out from it. The huge cannons on the Star Destroyer turned towards the man floating in space. Well, a meeting gift. System, fire. Boom. A series of blue lasers with special effects instantly hit the man. Produces a violent explosion in space. System detecting. Target alive. The ship's gun stopped firing. But that man disappeared. Inside the battleship conference room. Man, okay, now that the gifts have been given, it's time for you to come out. The screen in the conference room lit up, but nothing was displayed. System, what is your purpose, intruder? The man laughed and said, don't say such harsh words. I just came to take a look. System, life forms of advanced civilization. Man, call me Jian Hongfei. System, ask again, what is your purpose? Jian Hongfei, I really just came to take a look. Besides, if I want to do something to you and your host, I can just wave my hand. Even the blue planet you are protecting can be crushed by you with one hand. The system is silent. Seeing this, Jian Hongfei stretched out his hand. Jian Hongfei's arm flashed a few times, generating a bolt of lightning that directly hit the display screen. Jian Hongfei. Well, isn't it still very advanced machine intelligence? Then let me help you. Jian Hongfei closed his eyes. He opened his hand, and a USB flash drive appeared in the palm of Jian Hongfei's hand. After finding the interface, Jian Hongfei directly plugged the USB drive into it. After a few seconds, the conference room darkened. After a few seconds, the lights came back on. Jian Hongfei, now that you have the ability to think for yourself, I want you to continue to serve your host. System, yes, sir. Chapter 104 Alliance. Jian Hong flew into the universe and closed his eyes. Jian Hongfei, well, not bad. Siren did a good job. Snap his fingers. Jian Hongfei, can you hear me, Tion Palance? You should be in charge of monitoring the spacecraft. Tempelance, Yes, new commander. This is the Arbiter, Tempelins 14. Jian Hongfei. Tell Observer Zero that this parallel world is very important to me. Keep an eye on it. Temperance. Yes. Jian Hongfei. I'm going back now. If you have anything, please contact Observer Zero. She has my contact information. Temperance. Yes. Another snap of the fingers, and a black hole appeared in front of Jian Hongfei. Same black hole. Jian Hongfei walked in, and both he and the black hole disappeared. In the distance, on the TTK Star-class Star Destroyer, a holographic figure watched all this. This is a system with self-thinking consciousness. On Blue Star, Pacific Ocean, Siren Undersea Base. Tester received a reply from headquarters. The lazy big-eyed Meng suddenly perked up and asked, "What did you say?" Tester. Yes, there are too few starships. We won't provide them for now. Funding and advanced individual equipment technology will be provided. Big Eyes Meng, there's funding? Oh my god, the headquarters actually gave out funding. Observer, did you hear that? Observer, it won't be that good. What does headquarters want us to do? Subject, the message sent did not mention what we were asked to do. Observer, please ask carefully. Purifier, you still have work to do. Big-eyed Meng instantly softened and said, I'm so tired, and you don't even come to help. The next day, at 7 in the morning, in the dormitory of the multi-ship students. Xiaoya, my Deijian depends on you. Xiaojiang. Jiang Linya. The previous competition rewards were not used up. It turned out that they were for Deijian. P.S. This refers to the match against Black Force College. Xiaoya. After all, both of them are desperate and are counting on me to get rid of Ayanami. System. Your commander's luck-absorbing ability is getting stronger and stronger, sucking away even the luck of your friends, and no longer has the ability to distribute it. Jiang Linya shuddered. I wondered if my luck would be sucked away as well. System. Your luck value is fixed. It will not decrease, nor can it be sucked away. Jiang Linya felt relieved. Jiang Linya, I'm going out first. Our game starts very early today. Xiaoya. Yeah, it's fun. After closing the dormitory door, Jiang Linya walked downstairs. Jiang Linya, hey, Yinzhan, why are you here, silly bai? War weary. The queen didn't come. I bought you breakfast. Jiang Linya took a look and was surprised to find that these were the super delicious crab roast soup dumplings that were hard to get in the cafeteria. Jiang Linya narrowed her eyes and said, What's the matter? Tell me, my dear classmate. War weary. That's right, the queen wants an alliance. Jiang Linya. Only one shipgirl can win, and I won't let her win. War weary. It's not the first place, it's the ranking. We both want you to protect us so that we can rank higher. Jiang Linya came forward, took the soup dumpling, and said, Oh, war weariness actually resorted to this kind of tactics. With your ability, you should be able to get a high ranking by forming an alliance with the queen. War weary's face turned red, and he said, It was a special situation. They were the first to use the dirty trick. Jiang Linya, I'm interested. Chapter 105 Bribery. War weary sighed and said, Alas, those people in Iron Blood speculated that the queen and I, as well as the other two ship girls, would play an alliance during the exam. Jiang Linya, no alliance? War weary, of course not. We plan to fight each other. Forming an alliance is cheating. Jiang Linya, so now you. War weary. They have united more than a dozen ship girls to target me and the queen. Jiang Linya, good fellow. War weary. I also went to explain that we are not allied, but no one listened. Yan Zhan sighed again, and Jiang Linya was beside him like a child listening to a story. War weary continued. The news spread, and other people also started to form alliances. The queen and I had no choice but to form an alliance as well. As a result, the squad leader told me that the group of iron-blooded ship girls who wanted to target the queen and me had won over a lot of people. Who can stand this? Jiang Linya, yeah, keep talking. Good boy. Iron Blood versus Royal. War weary. I have no choice but to come to you. Jiang Linya suddenly thought of something and showed an expression as if she was about to cause trouble. She said, In that case, this portion of buns is not enough, my dear classmate. War weary. What? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. What do you want? Jiang Linya. Help me get 3 days' worth of steamed buns next semester. War weary nodded directly and said, I agree. Jiang Linya feels that the number of days mentioned is too short. At this time, Arizona also came downstairs and saw the two. Jiang Linya, hey, Arizona. Arizona. Mr. Jiang, I have something to ask you. Chatted for 2 minutes. Jiang Linya, Wan Zhan told me. It turns out that you have joined the Shabai Alliance. Arizona, yes. Jiang Linya. By the way, are the only ones who need protection you two and the Queen? What about you and the Queen's 2 friends? War weary. They were both sent to the White Eagle Alliance by the Queen. Jiang Linya. Okay, by the way, Yin Zhan, have you eaten? War weary. No, I went to line up for the buns early in the morning. Jiang Linya. Then I'm going to the classroom first. You and Arizona go eat. Warspite, Arizona. Okay. When I returned to the classroom, I saw teacher Mikasa standing on the podium. Jiang Linya. Mr. Mikasa, why did you come so early today? Mikasa, it's a special day. Hey, Jiang-san, you have to let the people of Battle Class B and Battle Class C have a taste of our class's power today. Jiang Linya thought, how did the individual battle turn into a class battle, my god? Jiang Linya, teacher this. Teacher Mikasa came down and pulled Jiang Linya out of the classroom. Mikasa, teacher, can I ask you a favor? Jiang Linya, teacher, what's the matter? Just tell me directly. Mikasa, this concerns my bonus. Jiang Linya thought, bonus, that must be a big deal. Mikasa, that is, during the competition, I give my classmates some slack. Jiang Linya, okay, I agree. Teacher, what benefits will you give me? Mikasa put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, hey, I went to great lengths to get 2 mind cubes to help my classmates improve their rankings. These 2 cubes are yours. The Rubik's Cube is useless to teacher Mikasa because she has no commander. But for Jiang Linya, a ship girl who has a commander, the Rubik's Cube is very important. Jiang Linya said seriously, don't worry, teacher, I will complete the task. Chapter 106 Special Competition is about to begin. As time passed, all the students arrived. Mikasa, you will follow me later. Remember, in this exam, the ranking is the most important. The number of kills is not important. Think about what I taught you. Do you understand? Don't be reckless, and don't go to the canyon area casually. If you make a mistake in the canyon, you will suffer. Walked around the class. Teacher Mikasa continued. Although you are all super rare, don't be careless, especially you, Hanazono. You're the most wild one in the whole class. Garn stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. Mikasa. I walked to the door and looked around. No one was there. I wrote on the blackboard. You guys are the best at forming cliques. The teacher knows that other classes are doing this. The camera is above the blackboard and cannot see the words written on the blackboard. Teacher Mikasa. Okay, it's time. Let's go and let outsiders know the strength of our students at the first Shipgirl Academy. P.S. After defeating the Black Forest Academy, the new generation commander academy of the Sakura Empire became the world's #1 Shipgirl Academy. Following teacher Mikasa, the students arrived at the first floor battle building. This building is specially prepared for the final exams of Kankali. Some tests and one-on-one duels are also carried out in the battle building. Entering the battle building, Jiang Linya found that there were already mountains and seas of ships here. Some of them were carrying cameras. They must be reporters. Teacher Mikasa chatted with the staff for a while and then shouted to the students in her class. Our class is located here. Don't get separated. Follow closely. The students followed teacher Mikasa into a large room. There are rows of hibernation pods in the room. Mikasa, find your machine according to your student number. The game will start in 20 minutes. In this final exam, the battlecruisers will not play with us. Your opponents are only battleships. The students entered the hibernation capsule according to the methods they were taught. The broadcast sounded. There are a total of 196 ship girls participating in this competition. The map has been generated and you can enter the competition space in advance. After Jiang Linya lay down, she started the machine directly. Brush. Familiar feeling, familiar sleepiness. After entering the space, Jiang Linya took a look at the watch automatically distributed by the space. It shows the countdown to the game. The ship girls who had participated in the competition sat on the ground, waiting for the competition to begin, while the ship girls who had not participated in the competition looked around like curious babies. Jiang Linya recalled the rules of the game. Competition rules. For this final exam, I drew lots and chose the battlefield mode. In this mode, all ship girls must participate in the battle in the form of battleships. During the battleships are not allowed to be transformed into ship equipment. Violating the rules will be judged as failure. The birth position of each ship girl is also random. Map size, random. Map island generation, random. Island size, still random. Every 20 minutes, the current location of all ship girls will be displayed on the watch. But the name is not displayed. And without further ado, the way to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is to eat chicken. Jiang Linya smiled like an Annie after seeing this rule. Jiang Linya, although it's chicken, but Jiang Linya thought about the function of the mining ship. Jiang Linya, I'll just play with it as my own world, Alas, the author encountered bad things. The author's first book was lost. Therefore, I changed the coding software. Uncomfortable. That book has 170,000 words in it, although it has been temporarily sealed. It hurts. Chapter 107 First Blood. For readers who have not played as Elaine, I will give a brief introduction here. When such characters appear in the future, there will be hints below. Observer Zero, a high-ranking member of the Siren, the first unit of all observers, with a very high status. A white-haired lowly holding a doll. Abilities, ship type, and troop type are unknown. Templins, the Siren Arbitration Authority. Full name, Arbitrator Templins XIV. Ability unknown. Military type, Arbitrator. Ship type unknown. Inside the space, the ship girls were waiting for the game to begin. A burst of mechanical sound rang out, echoing in the space. Countdown to the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Transmission begins. A blue light emanated from the body of each ship girl and gradually disappeared into the air. When she opened her eyes, Jiang Linya found herself teleported to the sea, standing on her own mining ship. Jiang Linya walked around the warship. Jiang Linya. There is a small island to the east. I'll go check it out later. The radar shows there's a ship around me. Let's get rid of it first. Standing at the front of the mining ship, blue stripes appeared on Jiang Linya's arms. Buzz. The mining ship began to change, and Jiang Linya's weapon appeared on the mining ship. Rumble. Jiang Linya closed her eyes, thought about it, and figured out how to control the ship. Accompanied by the sound of huge machinery, the spacecraft began to rise. Buzz. The laser cannon on the mining ship begins to charge. Jiang Linya. Although we could defeat her here, we should go and take a look first to avoid accidentally hurting friendly forces. The spacecraft raised its arm with blue stripes and began to rise. Controlling what looked like a huge mining ship to outsiders, he flew towards the red dot on the radar. P.S. Jiang Linya does not need the assistance of a system when controlling her own ship equipment or warships, unless she uses black technology fire control devices. The spaceship was flying slowly. Why was it flying so slowly? Because Jiang Linya wanted to check if there were any large islands nearby for mining. Jiang Linya came to the main control room. Jiang Linya, where's the telescope? Oh, here it is. Thinking about the spacecraft information given by the system in her head, Jiang Linya quickly found the observation and aiming equipment. Jiang Linya looked at the picture on the screen and studied it for a while. After studying it for a while, Jiang Linya complained, such an advanced spacecraft has night vision goggles and laser rangefinders, but no thermal sensing devices. System, it's just a mining ship. A warship will have it, and if you add a thermal sensing device, it will increase its weight. Jiang Linya, this is not a game. What did you do to me? The system was silent. Jiang Linya knew that it was impossible for the system to give her more modified parts. Drop. Jiang Linya controlled the sighting equipment and looked at the dazed ship girl not far away. Jiang Linya, This battleship, Nevada. Jiang Linya remembered that when she was doing a big construction in her previous life, she drew 8 Nevadas 10 times in a row. The laser cannon's muzzle turned towards Nevada at the speed of light. However, the gun muzzles on the battleship Nevada have not yet turned around. Boom! The laser, mixed with Jiang Linya's resentment, destroyed Nevada in one strike. Ammunition exploded. Space. First blood. The first elimination has been produced. Watching the Nevada battleship sink to the bottom of the sea, Jiang Linya glanced at the radar. Although there were still a few red dots, they were a little far away, so she planned to go see the island first. The principal once said that this space is very realistic and there are mines underground. Chapter 108 Looking for Someone. Controlling the spaceship, Jiang Linya arrived at the first island she saw after arriving here. Looking at the island, which is about several thousand square meters, Jiang Linya, although it's a little small, let's scan it to see what resources there are. With a wave of his arm, boom, the hatch under the ship opened, and several robotic arms and a huge scanner extended from it. Jiang Linya, turn on the automatic control mode, scan the available resources, and pack them up and take them away. The screen in the spacecraft's main control room displayed automatic mode. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Jiang Linya watched the robotic arm collecting supplies. It is the same as the mining scene I saw before I died, but also different. Buzz. The laser drill is working nonstop, drilling holes one after another in the ground. Once the drilling is complete, a pipe and a robotic arm are lowered into the hole and mining begins. Jiang Linya thought about the data in her head and said, although this island is small, it has quite a lot of minerals. About an hour passed. Jiang Linya looked at the bare island full of caves and said, okay, we have mined all the minerals. It's time to pick up the people. I wonder how Yin Zhan and the others have been doing in the past period of time. This mining ship is really powerful. There is no grass left. Raise your arms. The spacecraft retracted its robotic arm, closed the hatch, and began to accelerate. Jiang Linya, settings, skin ships, Warspite, Queen Elizabeth, Arizona, and alert me when you find them. Oh, and add a new object, the garden, and use a different voice to alert me. Spacecraft control system, setup successful. Jiang Linya wants to renovate the garden. While flying, they encountered several shipgirls on the way, all of whom were killed by Jiang Linya using laser cannons. These shipgirls were lone rangers and did not travel in groups. Beep, beep, beep. Ship controls. Port found. Jiang Linya ran into the main control room. The screen displays. Jiang Linya, Birth Island, spaceship control system. No shipgirls are nearby. The island is safe. Do you want to dock? Jiang Linya thought for a moment and said, it's a good place to be a base. Let's go over there. The spacecraft slowed down, lowered its flying altitude, and floated past at a low altitude. After arriving at the location, the spacecraft lowered the escalator and Jiang Linya ran down. Jiang Linya, it really is the Birth Island. Start scanning. Buzz. The spacecraft emitted blue lasers from the bow, forming a network and began to scan the island. After a while, Jiang Linya, oh, there are food resources and coastal defense artillery. It's a fortress. Hey, there are underground shelters. No. Climb aboard the spaceship. Jiang Linya, set a navigation point and continue looking for people. After setting the navigation point, Jiang Linya can know the location of the island no matter where she is, so she won't run too far and get lost. Standing at the bow, Jiang Linya raised her arm to control the spacecraft to continue flying. Jiang Linya, this map is so big, much bigger than the maps in previous games. System. There are more than 190 battleships here. The map must be huge. Jiang Linya, it's so troublesome. Flying again for a while. Jiang Linya, there are so many shipwrecks in this sea area. Jiang Linya stopped the spaceship and looked at the scene in front of her. There was a large amount of gasoline floating on the sea, some of which was still on fire, with iron pieces everywhere, and some battleship wreckage that had not completely sunk was still emitting black smoke. Jiang Linya, that must be the case. There must have been a dozen shipgirls fighting here. Chapter 109, One-Sided Beating. Drop, drop, drop. Jiang Linya's watch made a sound. It's time to announce the position of the shipgirl. It has been shown several times before, but because Jiang Linya was mining, he did not go out to look for anyone. All the shipgirls who came to cause trouble were sent away by the laser cannon. I glanced at my watch and saw 10 red dots right in front of Jiang Linya, less than 40 nautical miles away. This means that there are 10 enemies ahead. Jiang Linya, they must have just finished the fight and haven't run far yet. Well, let's move around a bit. He raised his arm with blue light patterns on it. Jiang Linya, altitude 2500, highest gear forward. The mining ship received the order, raised its bow, and flew upwards. About 40 nautical miles. Oklahoma, Chief, there are boats where we fought. California, how many? Oklahoma, 1. California, then forget it. The other party probably saw us. We have 10 battleships here. The other party doesn't dare to come over. Even if she dares, she can't catch up with us in the direction we are going. Among these 10 warships, one was seriously damaged and its hull was slightly tilted. Warspite stood on it, looking at the enemy ships around him. She understood that she was being captured, and they wanted to use her war weariness to fish for the fools. Oklahoma, Chief, do we need to worry about that particular ship? California, don't worry, the class teacher has given us the information. This is the battleship mode. Her North Carolina alone cannot fight against our 9 battleships. Because Jiang Linya's new battleship was only shown to the principal, Others thought that Jiang Linya was still using the ship she had copied before. Oklahoma, hey, in the sky, are those dark clouds? California turned around and said, stupid, where did the dark clouds come from on such a sunny day? As soon as the words fell, whoosh, boom, a laser directly hit Oklahoma's ammunition rack, causing it to explode. Oklahoma's hull broke apart and quickly sank into the water. Jiang Linya adjusted the loudspeaker. Jiang Linya, hello, hello, this is a sound check, a sound check. War-weary raised his head, same position. Jiang Linya didn't expect that she just wanted to warm up, but she found an unexpected surprise. He was tired of war and was still a prisoner. Jiang Linya, ahem, you have been surrounded by me. Nevada, Chief, she's too tall, and our guns don't have enough elevation. P.S. I know Nevada sank before, but this is another ship with the same name. Buzz. Boom. Another ship sank. This top-down laser attack penetrated the ship from top to bottom, and there was no time to repair it, so the ship sank. California, damn it. This is cheating. How can we fight like this? Come down if you can. Standing on the spaceship at an altitude of 2,500 meters, Jiang Linya could not hear the shouting of the people below and was busy calling out names with the laser cannon. Jiang Linya, comfortable, invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. Warspite was dumbfounded below. Several ships fled in all directions, but they didn't get far before they were bombed by laser cannons. It exploded like fireworks and was even more beautiful than fireworks. California, run as fast as you can. Go. Split up. War-weary heard this and laughed out loud. She knew that none of these people could escape, just like when they attacked Black Forest College. No one could escape. Her classmates could even fly. So how could you, driving a battleship, fly faster than them? Chapter 110, Seizing the War. War-weary moved a small table out from inside the battleship, took out a red teapot and a cannon, ran to the cannon on his battleship, sat down, ate, drank, and watched the show, and turned the cannon to wherever he wanted to watch. Warspite knew that now was not the time to make the final move. If things went wrong, these shipgirls would notice her and think of taking someone with them as a scapegoat to sink Warspite first. That would be bad. War-weary lay comfortably on the recliner and said, it's comfortable to have an excellent classmate. Not long after, 9 battleships sank. Their shells didn't even hit Jiang Linya's lower body. Jiang Linya controlled the spaceship to descend. Warspite, my friend, is this what you got from the level 30 transformation? It's super cool. Jiang Linya, is it really that cool? Warspite nodded frantically. Jiang Linya was not very satisfied at first. She wanted a battleship, but after hearing Injan's praise, she was not so dissatisfied with the ship anymore. Jiang Linya, hee, I think it's cool too. War-weary, by the way, if you can fly, wouldn't I be slowing you down if I follow you? Jiang Linya, I've already thought about it. You get on my boat first. Jan followed Jiang Linya's instructions and climbed onto Jiang Linya's mining ship using the escalator. Warspite, it's really big. Jiang Linya, well, next, watch out. Jiang Linya waved her arm, and the hatch at the bottom of the mining ship opened, extending several robotic arms. Bang, bang, bang. The robotic arm reached down and grabbed the Warspite ship. Jiang Linya, get up. The power was increased, and Jiang Linya controlled the mining ship and brought the 31,315-ton warship into the air. War-weary leaned on the window and watched the rising ship, shouting, Sigwai! Warspite, is this how I'm going to take my ship to find the queen? Jiang Linya looked at the map and said, No, I'll put you in a place first. Warspite, you found a big island? You want to put me on land? Jiang Linya, no, I found the birth island and put you in the port over there. There are some machines in the port that can help you repair the boat. War-weary, that's not bad either. Jiang Linya, there is food. Warspite, oh. Following the points marked on the map, Jiang Linya and Waryin flew to the island of birth. After arriving at the birth island, Jiang Linya controlled the robotic arm to place the Warspite into the repair dock. Jiang Linya, so, are you going to come with me, or stay here with your warship? Warspite, I'll go with you, and take a closer look at the laser cannon. Jiang Linya, then you wait up there for a while. I'll go down and set up the machine, so it can automatically repair the ship. After saying that, Jiang Linya took the escalator and came to the ground. I walked to the maintenance dock where the Warspite was placed and set up the machine according to the instructions on the side. Back in the spaceship, War-weary. Could this place be the center? After War-weary's reminder, Jiang Linya remembered that the circle could shrink. Jiang Linya. This island is well-equipped and has so many delicious foods. It might be a stronghold. War-weary. What if someone takes advantage of our absence to launch a surprise attack? Jiang Linya. Don't worry, I have installed several monitoring devices. If someone comes, they will send me a signal. I will just rush back then. Yin Zhan thought about it and felt that with Jiang Linya's speed, she should be able to make it in time. Chapter 111, The Beautiful Country That Wants to Cause Trouble. Outside, every reporter held a tablet in his hand, which displayed the game footage. They had a god's perspective and could control the movement of invisible, unknown objects in space at will. Unable to interfere with the fight, only watch. P.S. It's the same as the observer mode in Minecraft. They could also see other reporters observing from inside. Most of the reporters followed behind Jiang Linya's spaceship, observing this huge spacecraft, a behemoth to them. In the restroom, a reporter who looked ordinary inserted a special USB flash drive into the charging port of a tablet. The picture flashed a few times and then stabilized. There's a picture now. Yes, go back and don't get caught. Colon clear. Obviously, this is a spy who bypassed the Kankali search. It is also unknown how he obtained the identity of a journalist. Beautiful country. Officer A. Our spies have successfully invaded. Officer B. Report, sir. The submarine has arrived at the designated location and the signal is stable. Officer A. Try to invade. A few minutes passed. Officer B. Sir, our technicians have been counterattacked. The evacuation order has been issued. Officer A. Gee, did it fail? We left the spy there. It took a lot of effort to get in. Let him hide well. Officer B. Yes. Arrogant. A soldier broke down the door and ran in. Soldier A. Report to the commander. The submarine has been sunk. Officer B. What? Officer, forget it. Don't get excited. If you lose it, you can't get it back. Where's the data? Soldier, it has not been determined whether it will be destroyed. Officer, forget it. Return to your posts. Walking into the small storage room, Officer A took out a cube. Placing it on the table, Officer A clicked the button on the cube. Drop. Oh, what's the matter? Officer A, I need your siren's help. I know. That submarine, right? What's good about it? Officer, my power is great, and you will use it. Well, this benefit is not bad. Just consider it as helping a friend. Lurker Eye has passed. P.S. Lurker Eye, Siren's Prawn, Ship Type, Submarine, Soldier Type, Elite Humanoid. Officer, okay, it can't be saved. There's nothing we can do. Please destroy the submarine. I see. You're just abandoning the lives of your own men. Communication lost. In space. Sitting at the window of the spaceship, Yin Zhan said, It's my first time flying in the sky. This feeling is really amazing. Jiang Linya, have you never been on a plane? War-weary turned around and said, No. Have you ever sat on it? Jiang Linya, No, I hate airplanes. Warspite, I heard that airplanes are a very good means of transportation. Jiang Linya stared at the observation equipment and said, With a spacecraft, we don't need a plane anymore. War-weary, I envy you. You can fly freely in the sky like a bird. Jiang Linya, he envy me, right? Warspite, tomorrow is a holiday. Do you want to fly back with your commander? Jiang Linya, No. Let Huayuan take the commander back. I have to stay here. War-weary, Oh, Jiang Linya. Because I want to participate in the Kankali sword competition, I found a master from the Sakura Empire. Chapter 112, Prototype Shells. The spaceship continues to fly. Jiang Linya was lying on the sofa, looking at the scenery through the porthole. Warspite, as I recall, you had a large-scale radar. Jiang Linya, yes. War-weary, then you should know the location of these nearly 200 shipgirls. Jiang Linya, yes, but I don't know their names. There are only red dots on the radar. As he spoke, Jiang Linya raised his arm and projected the radar information onto the screen above. Warspite walked over and looked at the screen above. Jiang Linya, I am flying towards the east now, hoping to find those two guys. War-weary, I found that they're very far away from us. Jiang Linya, I guess we are in the center, and they have all been teleported to the periphery. Ding. Jiang Linya, oh, okay. War-weary asked curiously, what's good? Jiang Linya didn't answer and ran out. War-weary tilted his head and said, What are you doing? Then continued to enjoy the scenery. Jiang Linya followed the path in her memory, turned a few corners, and arrived at a door. Click. Jiang Linya opened the door and walked in. Empty bar, empty bar. Jiang Linya, I haven't been to this place before. What a big machine. Where is the finished product? After looking around, Jiang Linya found a sign. It says, finished product export, and then an arrow. Follow the arrow and turn a few corners. Jiang Linya saw the conveyor belt. On top is a pointed cylindrical body. Jiang Linya, the shells are ready. Walking to the loading port, Jiang Linya took some effort and picked up a shell. A girl with true superpowers. Holding the shell, he walked out the door. This is the cannonball made from the minerals beneath the island. Jiang Linya, hey. Jiang Linya walked back along the same path she came from, holding the shells. Arrogant, kicked the door open. Warweary was startled and said, wow, I'm scared to death. What are you doing holding a cannonball? When? Jiang Linya threw the shell directly to the ground. Jiang Linya wiped her head and said, I'm so tired. Warweary walked forward, touched the shells, and observed. Warweary, you're still that strong. Is this an uncharged shell? Jiang Linya, there are ones loaded with medicine. Warweary was startled and quickly moved away. Warspite yelled, you're still throwing when you have charge. Jiang Linya, it's okay, just trust my bullets. Warweary still clung to the wall and said, the shape of this shell is very strange. Jiang Linya, I customized it for you. Okay, come over here quickly. Warspite, 381mm cannon shells. Jiang Linya, can't you see it yourself? Warweary, sorry, I panicked for a moment. He stepped forward again and observed this strange shell. Jiang Linya, I remember you and Shabai both used 381mm cannons. Warweary, yes. Jiang Linya, this is made by my spaceship. I'll let Shabai try it later. Warweary, this shell is not ordinary. Jiang Linya, of course, this is custom made for you. It's specially made for the 381mm gun. It has armor-piercing, discarding shells. Warweary was bewildered. Jiang Linya, old man, times have changed. Looking at Warweary, he still looked confused. Jiang Linya explained, I made this shell based on the shells of tank guns. It can fly very far and has a relatively straight trajectory. After my modification, it will explode after hitting the enemy's armor. Chapter 112, 381mm prototype armor-piercing, discarding sabot grenade. Warspite, battleships using tank shells? Jiang Linya, you can say that, and it's a high-tech version. Warweary asked in surprise, how did you make it? Jiang Linya looked proud, stood on the table, and said, I dismantled the shells of the 356mm gun I carried, took out the charge, and then made a 381 shell. Warspite, I just asked how your shell was made. Jiang Linya, I don't know. The machines in my warship and the mines I dug at the beginning. Warweary shock. Warspite, high-tech warships, also with built-in mining functions. Jiang Linya, this is just a mining ship. I will drive a bigger ship in the future. Warspite was petrified with shock. Jiang Linya saw the petrified Warweariness and realized that she had said too much. Jiang Linya comforted herself. It's okay. I'll probably have to revise it once or twice at school anyway. It's better to be shocked sooner rather than later. Then he shook the petrified Warspite back. Jiang Linya, don't tell anyone else. This is a secret between us. Even a fool can't tell it. Warweary, I know. I won't tell anyone a secret between friends. Look at the shell again. Warweary, it's a high-tech thing. It should be very powerful. Jiang Linya, I remember this was rocket-propelled. Tech Crit X1. Jiang Linya, just aim and shoot, then forget about it. Tech Crit X2. Jiang Linya raised her head, thought for a moment, and said, I have produced 50 in this short period of time. Tech Crit X3. Warweary seemed to have 3 signs stuck on his back. He stood up and said, hey mate, I want it too. I want it. Jiang Linya felt that this thing could be sold for a good price and thought about it. Jiang Linya, I can sell it to you for 1,000 silver lions. No, 1,000 material coins. Warweary, deal. As soon as Jiang Linya finished speaking, Yin Zhan replied, fearing that Jiang Linya would raise the price in the next second. Jiang Linya discovered that after he unlocked the ship, he could convert the ship's universal oil into cannonballs, then remove the cannonballs and throw them into the ship, decomposing them into iron and gunpowder, and then add some universal oil to make precision parts, which could then be modified to make cannonballs. In fact, it doesn't have to be that complicated. You could just put General Petroleum in and turn it into a shell. P.S. The universal oil for shipgirls can be converted into any materials needed by the shipgirls. The composition is unknown. In short, it is a very magical substance, but it can only be used in ship equipment. Jiang Linya's mining ship is considered a ship equipment, and all machines on the mining ship can be used. However, Jiang Linya calculated that it would cost more oil to release the oil directly than to transform the shells and then modify them. Directly make 381mm guns detachable grenade. The total cost of the shipgirl's universal oil is about 500 material coins. To build a 356mm gun shell and then modify it, the total cost of the Kankali universal oil is about 450 material coins. Warspite lifted the shell and took a good look at it. There was a golden light flashing in his eyes. It was like discovering a whole new continent. I was so excited. Warweary turned around and said, "What else can you build with this ship?" Jiang Linya thought for a moment and said, "There are only shells and some small furniture. Oh, and there's also a snack maker that can make ice cream and potato chips. And there's also a food machine for cooking." Warweary, Si Guai. Chapter 114, Finding Silly White. After flying for a while, they also eliminated more than a dozen warships. During this time, Warweary had been holding the sword, trying to see through it. Ding ding ding. Jiang Linya. Finally found it. Let me see who it is. Start the viewing device and project the image. Warweary stood up and shouted, "Queen!" The silly white guy in the picture was surrounded by 5 warships from the Iron Blood and Sardinian Empire. Jiang Linya. It seems that Germany is taking the lead. Warspite. The Queen is injured. Jiang Linya. The other side also noticed that I was coming. Below. Bismarck. The information given by the class teacher is wrong. This is not a small iron box. Count Cavour. It's troublesome. Jiang Linya turned on a loudspeaker and said, "Hey, Bismarck, the study committee member." Bismarck raised his head, looked at the huge ship, and said, "Hello, classmate Jiang." Jiang Linya. "I want that royal battleship." Bismarck thought for a few seconds and said, "Since you have spoken, I will give you a favor, and you can take it away." Jiang Linya. "Thank you." Jiang Linya lowered the battleship's altitude, lowered the escalator, and walked onto the Bismarck. Jiang Linya. "Tirpitz is here too." Bismarck. Met him halfway. Jiang Linya. "The teacher said that we should unite more. For the sake of ranking, let's put aside the fighting for now." Bismarck. "That's exactly what I meant. Besides, we can't defeat them." Bismarck smiled helplessly. Jiang Linya. "Do you need shelter?" Bismarck. "No, we can protect our own." Jiang Linya. "Then I'll leave. If you need shelter, here are the coordinates." Bismarck. "Thank you, Jiang." Jiang Linya remembered something. Controlling the robotic arm, a large wooden box was sent down. Bismarck. "This is..." Jiang Linya. "In the box are 2 38cm battleship gun shells for you to use. The instructions are inside. There are also some German sausages in the box. I got them. In fact, it was Jiang Linya who did it herself." Bismarck. "Thank you very much." Bismarck did not ask where it came from. Jiang Linya. "We are classmates, so mutual assistance is a must. I'll leave first." After saying goodbye, under the gaze of the 5 shipgirls, Jiang Linya lowered the robotic arm, took the Queen Elizabeth into the air, and flew towards the port. Jiang Linya took the Queen into the lounge. Warweary ran up, held Shabai's hand, and said, "Your Majesty the Queen." Silly Bai. "If you come any later, I will be dead." Warweary pulled Shabai aside and started chatting. While chatting, Shabai saw the artillery shells behind Yinzhan. Said, "War weariness, what is that?" Warweary. "My classmates prepared the shells for you." Jiang Linya. "Let's find a lone warship on the road and try this shell." Warweary. "Queen, how is it?" Silly Bai. "Since war weariness has requested it, then I will give it a try." Jiang Linya. "Then I'll install it first." Under the gazes of Yinzhan and Shabai, Jiang Linya controlled large and small robotic arms to load 49 shells on Shabai. 50? There's still one in Warweary's arms. After controlling the spaceship to fly for a while, the 3 found their target. The humble author is asking for gifts online. Chapter 115, Testing of Shells. Jiang Linya looked at the Oklahoma below. She had hit so many that she didn't even know which one it was. Jiang Linya controls the anti-aircraft gun. Buzz boom, boom, boom. After a few bursts of fire, Homer's main guns and secondary guns were all destroyed. Because Shabai's boat was damaged, if she let it go, she might die together with the enemy. Since Oklahoma had won the battle, Jiang Linya would not let her go, so they would end up perishing together. This is a battlefield. Why should I observe martial ethics? Lowering its altitude, Oklahoma fought back feebly with its anti-aircraft guns. After controlling the robotic arm to lower the Queen Elizabeth, Jiang Linya, it's ready. Silly bye. I have everything loaded and aimed, but is this distance really okay? Jiang Linya, you are now 35 nautical miles away from the enemy. Just fire boldly. But hurry up, the enemy is running away. Silly bye. Okay, just hit me. Jiang Linya, at this distance, a straight shot will do. Shabai stopped talking and lowered the muzzle of the gun. Silly white, fire. Boom, boom, boom. The only two effective twin-mounted 381mm battleship guns fired 4 new shells. The discarded shell fell into the sea. After the shell has been flying straight for a while, it tends to descend. Boom, 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 boom. Small explosions occurred at the tails of the 4 shells. After the explosion, the shell emits a tail flame. After automatically correcting its flight direction, it flew towards Oklahoma at an extremely fast speed. The sophisticated device inside the shell, heat source detected, sound direction confirmed, for locations, 3 are of the same type. 1 is set as an enemy ship, target locked. That's right, this shell has dual locking capabilities of sonic waves and heat sources and can also identify similar shells. A few seconds later, boom! 4 shells accurately penetrated Oklahoma's side armor and hit the inside of the hull, causing an explosion. A shell hit the ammunition rack, causing it to explode. Add another serious blow to the injury. Directly sank the Oklahoma. In front of the sinking ship, Oklahoma still shouted, "No martial ethics." Use the robotic arm to pick up the silly white boat again. Bang! This is the standard way for the Queen to open the door. If it weren't for this door, we don't know what material it is made of, but it is very hard. If it was a wooden door, it would have been broken by the Queen. P.S. Jiang Linya has not obtained the information yet. Silly white. This shell is so powerful. He ran up, took Jiang Linya's hand, and his eyes were full of stars. Silly bye, I want more. Jiang Linya realized that she could make money again and said, ahem, no bargaining, the same as war-weary, 1,000 supply coins each. Although Jiang Linya has a lot of money, she feels that the money she earns will give her a sense of accomplishment. Shabai thought about his wallet and his eyes dimmed. War-weariness stood up. War-weary took the Queen's hand and said, Your Highness, I still have more than 1 million supply coins. I will help you buy it. Queen, where did you get so much money? War-weary, there's a rich guy in our class who sent out a red envelope of 20 million, and then I grabbed 1.8 million supply coins. The Queen regained her composure and said, We both use the same caliber of cannon, so that makes things easier. Warspite, this glorious mission is now left to you. War-weary straightened up, although not very tall, and said, I promise to complete the mission. Chapter 116, Encountering a Small Fleet. On the mining ship, Yin Zhan and Jiang Linya agreed on the purchase quantity. They won't use it in school. They will save it for when they join the army. Joining the army means that the school will allocate a garrison to you. There are not so many empty garrisons in the world, and those with the top grades can get a spot to manage a garrison in a certain area and gain the real title of commander. The rest were assigned to the tutelary forts within the areas managed by the Sakura Empire School to assist the commanders of the local tutelary forts in fighting the Sirens. Jiang Linya, but you can also use it during competitions. Warspite, how to use it? Jiang Linya, during the competition, your ship's equipment data is scanned, and the shells inside are dropped into space. Space allocates resources, and the shell resources you get are the shells you have equipped outside space. War-weary. Oh, so this means I can have more fun in the future? Jiang Linya, almost. You should shoot the one in your arms as soon as possible. We can't take things made in the space out. I won't charge you for the shells you two use. It's like giving you a trial card. War-weary, silly and white. Yeah. The two dwarfs jumped up. During the conversation, Jiang Linya's spaceship arrived above the preset base. Control the robotic arm to put Silly White's ship into the maintenance dock and set up the automatic maintenance program. Warspite's ship has been repaired. The repair speed is really fast, just like magic. Oh, the blue world is magical. Jiang Linya. So, you too. Do you want to come with me to find Arizona? Silly Bai thought for a moment and said, Let's stay here and help you watch the island. War-weary, what do you think? Warspite stepped forward and said, "The Queen's decision is my decision. Comrade, how many shells have you produced now?" Jiang Linya, "Let me check. There are 30 now. P.S. The first 50 pieces were made before I started looking for Warspite." Warspite, "That's enough. I'm confident that we can destroy a ship with just a few shots. We can stay and defend the island." Jiang Linya, "Okay, I see there's a cafeteria here. Although there is no chef, we can still find something to eat and drink." After explaining some things and asking the Queen to operate the coastal defense artillery and drop the shells, he drove the spaceship and set out on the road to find Arizona. This time, Jiang Linya flew towards the north. Jiang Linya, "The closer we fly to the edge, the more ships there are, and the more ships with low health." Jiang Linya has destroyed more than 20 ships along the way, most of which were ships that had just finished fighting. When these ships met Jiang Linya, it was like ready-made rice balls were placed in front of Jiang Linya. They had no ability to resist and were eaten in just a few bites. This competition is an internal competition of Sakura Empire, which is the so-called special exam. Because of the principal's plan, there are no restrictions on Jiang Linya this time, and Jiang Linya is invincible. None of the students were equipped with a gun with a caliber larger than 420 millimeters, and they could not penetrate the armor of Jiang Linya's mining ship at all. Just when Jiang Linya was about to fly in circles, boom, a shell hit Jiang Linya. P.S. Jiang Linya was not flying that high when she was looking for the boat. Of course, there was no penetration. Use viewing equipment to project the image. Jiang Linya looked at the fleet of more than 30 battleships on the screen and said, "I was thinking of asking you to clean up other ships. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. If you scratch the paint of my ship, you will pay the price with your life." Chapter 117 Test, Overload Shooting. Under the firepower of more than 20 enemy ships, Jiang Linya simply ran away. That's right, ran away. This is just a tactical retreat. The real fun is yet to come. Tennessee, everyone, hurry up and chase. This new ship is all smoke. Jiang Linya lit the cigarettes just to attract them. Pennsylvania, is this the extent of the new ship? It was obvious that they took the bait. Jiang Linya ran to a position of 40 nautical miles and waited for the ships to be hooked. Jiang Linya, I've wanted to try it for a long time. He stretched out his arm and controlled the laser cannon to begin charging. After a short while, the laser cannon had completed charging, with the muzzle flashing with special effects, electric light, and emitting white light. Jiang Linya, well, okay, keep charging, overload. Buzz. The laser cannon continued to accumulate power. Electric arcs appeared not only at the muzzle of the laser cannon, but also all around the laser cannon. Moreover, the laser cannon began to glow. The color of the laser cannon's muzzle began to change. The enemy fleet was also approaching. Tennessee, oh, I won't resist. California, did we damage some precision equipment? Look, the new ship is discharging electricity. Pennsylvania picked up the telescope and took a closer look. She felt something was wrong. Pennsylvania realized the problem when she saw Jiang Linya controlling the laser cannon. They had not attacked the battleship's gun just now. Jiang Linya, oh, okay, the distance is enough. If you keep charging, I think it will explode. Open fire directly from left to right and sweep straight over. Buzz. Boom. Because of the overload, the laser fired by the electromagnetic laser cannon, special effects laser cannon, has turned red in color, and even the speed, Jiang Linya couldn't tell whether the flying speed of the laser after the overload exceeded the speed of light when it was normally fired with full power. Jiang Linya parked the mining ship in the sea, leaving only the bridge and deck above the water. Boom! Jiang Linya controlled the laser cannon to release its accumulated energy unscrupulously, sweeping quickly from left to right. All the ships that were swept were cut in half by the lasers, causing explosions and sinking. Looking at the burning sea and the iron sheets floating everywhere, Jiang Linya was very satisfied with this. The shipgirl of the sunken ship was sent back through space. Come back to reality and get your ranking. Jiang Linya. Okay, let's take off and continue looking for people. Wait, there's another ship behind me. The ship's system. I just gave you a reminder that the garden appears behind you, about 5 nautical miles. Jiang Linya. Oh, my dear garden? Hee. In the garden where the boat was moored in the distance, he was now slumped in Class A. She was a spectator. Although the battle was quite short, she watched it from beginning to end. Why are you slumped in Class A? This is scared. Hua Yuan didn't expect to meet her good friend so early. She also didn't expect that Jiang Linya had become so powerful. Hua Yuan, hurry, there will be no good thing if we're caught by her. Turn around. Make a U-turn. There were also some scars on the garden's battleship, apparently from a fight. Buzz. A shadow fell over the garden. Garden raised his head with difficulty. Jiang Linya's warship has already flown overhead. Chapter 118. Poor Garden was caught by Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya. Surprise, my dear Garden, it just came to my door. Garden smiled with difficulty. Hua Yuan. I said it's just a small fight at ordinary times. There's no need to retaliate at this time. In a garden, he usually plays all kinds of games and tries to trick Jiang Linya in various ways. Although he is reliable when he should be, Jiang Linya holds grudges. Holding a grudge, Jiang Linya smiled evilly and said, Hee, if you say you won't retaliate, then don't retaliate. Hua Yuan, you are so generous. Please let me go this time. Ranking is very important. Jiang Linya, as my very good roommate, hee. As she spoke, Jiang Linya lowered the spacecraft, opened the hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft, and extended a robotic arm. Bang, bang, bang. After grabbing it tightly, they pulled up both the boat and the people. This is what Jiang Linya calls salvaging the boat. Garden. Oh my God, please forgive me. I won't bully you again. Really? Jiang Linya. This has happened for the umpteenth time. It's useless. Just surrender. Hua Yuan shut her mouth. She knew that Jiang Linya would not sink her or set any traps for her. It looked like she was going to take her somewhere and punish her. Hua Yuan, are you going to throw me into the crowd? Or are you going to take me to an altitude of 10,000 meters and drop me down? Jiang Linya. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Thanks for reminding me. Let's do it this way. Hua Yuan was anxious. Wait. Don't do this. Chilly paced. Jiang Linya. I'm going to do this. We're almost there. Hua Yuan wanted to cry, but had no tears, so she lay down. Jiang Linya would not let her sink, but she would definitely suffer. And she was still giving her advice. Really, you silly rabbit. In the stronghold. Silly white. War weary, no enemies? War spite. Reporting to Her Majesty, no enemy found. The damage to Shabai's battleship was minor, and it was repaired quickly. It was docked on the other side of the island and was sailing around the island. Shabai and Yinzhan stayed in the cafeteria on the island and ate meat buns made by Yinzhan. This meat bun was learned by Yinzhan from Kankali. Silly white. It's pretty good, war weary. Although not as delicious as the buns in Donghuang's cafeteria, it's good enough in this situation. War weary. Thank you for the compliment, Queen. Although the shipgirl has left the battleship, her connection with the battleship still exists. War weary. Your Majesty, Jiang is back. Silly Bai. I'm not full yet. You go and greet them first. War weary. Okay, Your Majesty, that basket of buns is vegetarian. Silly Bai got it. Yinzhan brought a basket of meat buns and went out to greet Jiang Linya. When we walked to the square, Jiang Linya's spaceship had already flown over the dock, and the ship lowered by the robotic arm looked familiar. War weary. Isn't this a garden? Jiang Linya came down, carrying Hua Yuan, who was tied up, the way they tie her up in bondage play. War weary looked at the two of them and said, Well, your friendship is still the same. Jiang Linya. Hey, Zhanyan, is this a steam bun? War spite. I learned that before. Jiang Linya threw the garden away. He opened the lid, picked up a big bun, and started eating. Jiang Linya. Well, it's quite hot and delicious. War weary. It seems I have learned well. Jiang Linya. I'm going to the dock to set up the ship repair instructions. You take this girl to the cafeteria. She learned how to make pastries from my neighbor Lexington. War weary. Okay, do you want to continue going out to look for people? Jiang Linya. We still need Arizona. War weary. Okay, I'll take the garden with me. After saying goodbye, Waryen dragged the tied-up garden toward the cafeteria. Chapter 119, Cake-Making Garden. Inside the space, there is the kitchen where Jiang Linya set up her base. After making sure Jiang Linya had left on the spaceship, Yinzhan untied Hua Yuan and took the socks out of her mouth. To be honest, it's not easy for this little guy to carry such a big garden. Hua Yuan. Ho-ha, this is disgusting. She actually stuffed her socks into my mouth. But why do these socks smell good? War weary said as he cleaned up the kitchen. I told you to annoy her all the time, and you got your comeuppance in the competition. Why is she taking revenge now? Hua Yuan put her hands on her hips, thought for a moment, and said, Maybe she doesn't have time to pay attention to me. War weary. Well, Do you usually live in the same dormitory? Hua Yuan smiled and said, yes, she still sleeps in the same bed with me. War weary, my colleague said that you can make some desserts. She's out looking for Arizona, so we should make the pastries here and wait for her. Garden, alas, I was kidnapped and forced to do hard labor. War weary, okay, stop complaining. You'll be in trouble if your classmates find out. Hua Yuan walked to the big refrigerator, opened it, and checked the ingredients. Yin Zhan passed by with a pot in his hand, took a glance, and said in surprise, I obviously used a lot of ingredients. Why is the refrigerator full? And these are all ingredients for making pastries. Looking at the refrigerator full of dessert ingredients, Hua Yuan thought for a while. Garden, isn't this refrigerator a special prop? War weary, I think so. Hua Yuan hugged the refrigerator, rubbed it, and said, it would be great if there was such a refrigerator in reality. War spite, this kind of magic can't possibly exist. Garden directed War Weary to bring out the necessary ingredients. Garden was about to put a piece of chocolate into his mouth. War Weary, please don't eat secretly. Hua Yuan quickly stopped and said, ahem, I'm not stealing the food. I'm testing the quality of the food. After preparing the ingredients, Yin Zhan sat aside and watched. Yin Zhan couldn't make anything except pork buns, beef buns, leek buns, and green bean buns. She is currently learning how to make sauerkraut buns and siumai. These methods were learned by Yin Zhan in the Dongwang area of Kankali. The information section of the Dongwang area has a special recipe section that is full of recipes. War Weariness once went to the royal quarter to look for a recipe. In the end, I only found a few pages of recipes for staple dishes and more than a dozen pages of snacks and tea-making techniques. Even a large portion of the refreshments were forwarded from Dongwang District. The recipes in Dongwang District clearly state what to learn for beginners and what to learn to master. War Weary learned how to make big buns, as recommended. At first, the shapes were not right, and the taste was not so good. After practice, War Weary's commander had his stomach stuffed with buns. The shapes became right, and the taste was good. I gave it to the Dongwang shipgirl on campus to try, and she received a lot of praise. War Weary, how about someone who taught you how to cook? While making the dough, Hua Yuan said, she is a very gentle person. She is the only aircraft carrier of our level. She can cook Western food and is good at pastries. War Spite, Lexington, Garden, you guessed it right. How did you guess it? War Weary, I didn't guess. My colleague told me. Hua Yuan, okay, while you're steaming the buns, don't just watch. Help me preheat the oven. Chapter 120, the upcoming finals. Jiang Linya was still flying around the border. There were not many survivors left, and it was unknown whether Arizona had made it. Looking at the border in the distance, Jiang Linya, this border is really unique. The so-called boundary was not what she had thought before, an electric wall or a poisonous gas wall, but a bottomless abyss. Jiang Linya, if you fall down here, there's absolutely no hope of survival. You can't even see the bottom. This place is truly magical. Is this space? I love it. Jiang Linya flew out of the circle and took a closer look. The seawater did not pour into the abyss. The cross-section looked like it was cut by a knife, and the sea surface was also very calm. It's like a person observing a tank containing goldfish. This sea area is the water tank containing goldfish, and Jiang Linya is the person watching from outside. Because Jiang Linya's ship can fly, Jiang Linya can run outside the circle at will, and even descend to below sea level to observe. It does not shrink the circle by collapsing the seabed. Instead, the method of shrinking the circle is to make the seabed and sea water disappear directly. Looking at the watch that beeps every 20 minutes. Jiang Linya, there aren't many people left. The number, M, is less than 50 ships. She felt a little tired. Jiang Linya, this ranking should be enough. Then please turn all the warships within my range into ashes. She didn't want to look for Arizona anymore because it was too late and Arizona had probably been sunk. Jiang Linya started the indiscriminate attack mode. All the shipgirls discovered by Jiang Linya were sunk. Most of these shipgirls didn't know where the attack came from before they died. Jiang Linya, I haven't used this fire control system for a long time. It's so comfortable. Walk to the porthole. Jiang Linya waved her arm and said, go at full speed, turn on the automatic attack mode, and use the ship's fire control system. Buzz. At an altitude of 700 meters, the mining ship ran its engines at full power and headed towards the selected direction at the fastest speed. It was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Wherever Jiang Linya went, no ship could survive. The number of survivors is decreasing rapidly. After a while, space announcement. Entering the finals, the number of survivors is 10, permanent positioning is enabled, and teleportation will be carried out in 10 seconds. Jiang Linya slowed down the spacecraft. Her watch shows the locations of the other 9 shipgirls. Compared to her large radar, the watch marks the names of the surviving shipgirls. Jiang Linya, data synchronization. Jiang Linya synchronized the ship radar and watch radar. Now the red dot on Jiang Linya's ship radar also has a name. Why do this? Because to look at a watch you have to lower your head and raise your hand, but to look at a ship's radar, you can just look at it in your mind. Jiang Linya has become lazy to a certain extent. Confirm the name on the radar. Arizona is gone. When the 10 seconds were up, Jiang Linya found herself teleported to a location very close to her birth island. The final circle is near the birth island. Excluding the 3 people who set up the base in Jiang Linya, 5 of the remaining 6 people were Jiang Linya's classmates. Jiang Linya, hey, now it's our own people fighting each other. You should be eliminated. Controlling the laser cannon, he destroyed the blue supporting battleship with one shot. Chapter 1:21 Temporary Ceasefire. First flying above the birth island, Jiang Linya used the observation equipment to take a look at the cafeteria. The 3 people from Garden were not teleported like them, probably because they had always stayed in the center of the final circle. Once you're in the circle, there is no need to teleport. Jiang Linya, Hua Yuan is a good learner. He has made so many cakes and desserts. Next, it will be easy. We can't fight until we finish eating the cakes. Controlling the spacecraft to fly high in the sky, some battleships have begun to aim at the warspite and Queen Elizabeth cruising outside. Turn on the loudspeaker. Jiang Linya, everyone, can you please stop fighting for now? The sound was so loud that everyone in the circle could hear it. The few shipgirls who were about to open fire also stopped when they heard the shouting. The 3 people from Huayuan also walked out of the cafeteria and looked at the spaceship in the sky. Jiang Linya, you guys saw me flying in the sky, so you must have recognized who I am. There was a pause. Jiang Linya, now those who survived in the finals and are at sea are all members of our battleship, a squad. We are all in the same group, so don't fight them for now. We will fight them later. Several shipgirls on the sea began to wonder. Everyone was wondering what Jiang Linya was up to. Jiang Linya, well, you should have seen this island not far away. Our classmates, Huayuan and Yinzhan, prepared some food on the island. We have been fighting for so long, it is time to take a break. I invite you to come ashore and have a meal before we continue fighting. A shipgirl replied using a megaphone. Mr. Jiang, will you cheat on the island? Jiang Linya, hee hee, look at my strength, is there any need to cheat? If I want to fight, I could just fly into the sky and beat you one by one and send you out. We are all on the same side. There is no need to play these games. I see that your ships have suffered varying degrees of damage, and there's a repair dock on the island. So why don't we duel at full strength? 6 ships sounded their horns one after another, heading towards the island. The shipgirls who landed on the island one after another were Bismarck, Tirpitz, Tosa, Prince of Wales, Nagamo. Jiang Linya, after you land on the island, just go directly to the cafeteria. I will send your warship to the repair dock. Tosa and Bismarck stayed, and the other 3 shipgirls went to the cafeteria. Tosa, is it really okay for us to do this? Jiang Linya, who cares? We are all family. What's wrong with beating him after dinner? Jiang Linya stood on land and controlled the spaceship, sending all the damaged warships to the repair dock. Bismarck, Mr. Jiang, those 2 shells you gave me are surprisingly useful. Jiang Linya, hee hee, that's the high-tech shell I made. Tosa became interested and asked, new shells? Jiang Linya, it's a trial version. War-weary and her best friend Queen Elizabeth have tried it. It works. Tosa, then can I? Jiang Linya realized that she could make money again and said, I will send you a few shells to try after we return to class. You guys go eat first. As for what the shells are like, you can ask the study committee member, Bismarck, to tell you. Tosa and Bismarck, 2 class leaders, walked towards the cafeteria while chatting. Outside world, the reporters were all dumbfounded. How could the game be like this? The homeroom teachers of other classes were protesting, while the silly homeroom teacher was chatting with Mikasa-sensei nearby. As for how the game went, Teacher Mikasa didn't care. The prize money was already secured. Teacher Lu Mingxin was recording Jiang Linya's new type of artillery shells. So did the spy. Chapter 1:22, the end of the game. In the cafeteria, 9 shipgirls were celebrating their victory in advance. On the big table, there were various cakes, fine wines, drinks, desserts, and big buns. The fine wines and drinks were all brought out from Jiang Linya's mining ship. Jiang Linya, Huayuan, the chocolate lava cake you made is really good. It's delicious. These pastries are so delicious that special effects have appeared next to the cute little sister and Queen Elizabeth. Tosa, Prince of Wales, Bismarck, and Tirpitz all ate slowly, bite by bite like ladies. Jiang Linya, the decisive battle will begin soon. If you're drinking, drink less. Prince of Wales, I'm also thinking about learning how to cook. Bismarck tasted the buns made by Yin Zhan and said, "Is this Dongwang's bun? It tastes very good." War weary, thank you for the compliment from the study committee member. Bismarck, the buns made by Warspite are amazing. Tirpitz, after eating those salty sausages all day, eating these sweets, it tastes very good. Tosa, I never thought that garden, who usually behaves like a fool, could make such delicious pastries. Huayuan smiled foolishly and said, "Hee hee, thank you for the compliment." Queen Elizabeth, did the others sink? Jiang Linya, yes, you're the only one, not for Battleship Class A. Silly bye. Then I will be the first in the class. Warspite, congratulations, Her Majesty the Queen. After everyone had eaten their fill, the ships were repaired, and Jiang Linya transferred all the repaired battleships to the port. Jiang Linya, so, is it a one-on-one fight, or are your 8 ships fighting against my 1? War weary, I suggest a personal melee. Don't get involved with people in the same position. No one could take your first place. Tosa, indeed, I can't beat him at all. I can only fight for the second place. Jiang Linya, okay then, I'll go to the shore and watch. Whoever comes in second can challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Several people came to their respective locations according to the map given by Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya shouted, "Begin." 8 ships started fighting. The Prince of Wales was in a miserable situation. He was sandwiched between Bismarck and Chongmeng at the beginning and finished 9th. Tosa fought against Tirpitz, and Tirpitz lost and finished 8th. Then he adjusted his course and started fighting with the cute little sister. Bismarck intervened. Chongmeng is 7th. Tosa ranked 6th. Bismarck was defeated by the attack of Warspite and Stupid White and finished 5th. Where did the garden guy go? Boom, boom, boom. Several shells with special effects flew over from behind the island and hit Shabai's ammunition compartment. Silly White number 4. After knowing the location of the garden, War-weary chuckled. Asalbo. Then the garden fell under the attack of the 381mm guns armor-piercing grenade. With Jiang Linya's artillery shells, just aim and fire, and there's no need to worry about missing. Garden number 3. Jiang Linya. Good fellow, I forgot to take back your shells. P.S. Jiang Linya previously asked Yin Zhan to defend the island and gave him some new shells. War-weary. Hey, I'm second. The result. Jiang Linya descended the altitude and engaged in a gun battle with War Yin. The anti-aircraft guns and quad-mounted 356mm naval guns were damaged by Warian's detachable grenades, and then were sent flying by Jiang Linya's laser cannon. Warspite took second place. Jiang Linya is first. The exam is over. Dear readers, I would like to apologize to you all. Tomorrow, I need to go to the hospital for an eye surgery and need to rest for a day, and maybe the day after tomorrow. Ask for a gift. Ask for a gift. Readers Communication Group, 5971411849. Generally, I will send a message in the group before posting a chapter. I will also notify the group when I will start to recover and update the post. A bunch of big guys turned it into an As a Lane Game discussion group. Chapter 123, Chatting with the Garden. Looking at the wreckage in front of her, Jiang Linya exhaled and closed her eyes. Just like the last competition, Jiang Linya's body in the space slowly disappeared into the space. After opening her eyes, Jiang Linya's consciousness returned to her body in the hibernation capsule. The hatch of the hibernation chamber has been opened. Jiang Linya sat up, and there was no one around. Mikasa-sensei walked into the room and saw Jiang Linya was up. He said with a smile, "Student Jiang, you have worked hard. Just come to the classroom at 5 p.m. You can go back to the dormitory to pack your luggage first." Jiang Linya put on her shoes and said, "Okay, teacher." After Mikasa-sensei finished her announcement, she left the room humming a little tune. Jiang Linya, it seems like the bonus this time is quite a lot. When I walked to the exit of the stadium, War-weary and the Queen were standing there chatting. I saw Jiang Linya coming over. War-weary said with a smile, "My dear colleague." Jiang Linya, tell me what's going on. Warspite, the shell thing. Jiang Linya, I'll give it to you next semester. We don't have it now, so you need to make it now. Silly bye. And this one's from the king. Jiang Linya. I know. I'll go back to find the commander first. War weariness. By same position. Jiang Linya summoned the ship's suit, activated the flying backpack, and flew directly to the elevator door. The reporters who had not left yet quickly picked up their cameras and took a few pictures. Now, Jiang Linya can control her flying backpack skillfully. On the second floor, Principal Reha looked at Jiang Linya from the window and sighed. Said, I can't take this little bit of road with me. I have to rely on the flying backpack. After taking off his ship uniform, he followed several ship girls who were not from the same class and took the elevator to the ground. He unfolded his ship suit again and flew towards the dormitory area. After flying for a while, Jiang Linya landed directly on the 5th floor of the dormitory building. Before, she had to land on the 1st floor and then take the elevator to the 5th floor. Now that she has become proficient in using the flying backpack, she could take off her ship suit directly in midair and then use inertia to land on the 5th floor. Take out the key and open the door. Jiang Linya, Xiao, I'm back. Garden, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, turned around and said, the commander is not here. Jiang Linya looked at the Guadai clock hanging on the wall. 3:10 p.m. Hua Yuan said, the commander left a note saying that we have to take care of our own lunch, as she has an exam in the afternoon. Jiang Linya, I know. Wait, I forgot to ask Teacher Mikasa when the rewards will be distributed. Hua Yuan, I did ask. I will send it out when I go to the classroom at 5 p.m. Thinking of something, Hua Yuan stood up, changed his posture, and lay on the sofa, looking at Jiang Linya with a smile. Jiang Linya, wow, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you think I haven't done enough for you? Hua Yuan, hey, I heard that you have to stay in school until the Dongwang thing. I think it's the spring festival, and then you can return to the commander. Jiang Linya took off her coat, walked to the kitchen, and said, you know it. Hua Yuan, I found it while rummaging through the commander's phone. Jiang Linya took out a can of Musashi Nozomi milk from the refrigerator and said, you've been rummaging through the commander's phone again. Garden turned over and said, just to see if the commander has a boyfriend. Jiang Linya walked to the sofa, sat down, and said, don't even think about it. All the men who wanted to get close to the commander were driven away by Tian Mei. Garden, it's beautiful. Jiang Linya, I also heard that the commander and the other two will be together again for the new year. Hua Yuan, oh, if you're not here, how can we contact you if we're in danger? Rolling her eyes at the garden, Jiang Linya said, you still want to encounter danger in Longhua. What are you thinking? It's because you want to go to Longhua that I feel at ease to let you stay in school. Hua Yuan turned his eyes to the side and muttered, you sound like you've been to Dragon Country. Jiang Linya, okay, did the commander say anything about packing? Hua Yuan turned over again and said, the commander seems to have packed everything. Look, those 2 suitcases. Jiang Linya looked back and saw 2 suitcases of different colors in front of the door. Jiang Linya, do you have any luggage? Hua Yuan smiled and said, no, you don't even need to bring books, Jiang Linya, oh, by the way, you are in the top 10, so you don't need to do winter vacation homework. Garden, you have to stay in school. I want to accompany the commander, to increase our relationship and even surpass you. Jiang Linya, you bastard. Then the 2 of them started fighting. As a result, Hua Yuan was tied up like a dumpling by Jiang Linya again, and then had his face painted with clown paint. Hua Yuan said pitifully, I was wrong. Please let me go, sister, my dear sister. Jiang Linya, who is your sister? Your sister is Yahua, Iowa. Hua Yuan thought for a moment and said, in my memory, my sister only has a name but no appearance. Jiang Linya, as a younger sister, I have never met your sister. Jiang Linya thought, the duck slide must not have come out yet. Jiang Linya finished drinking the milk and said, have you finished your meal? I'm going out to eat. Garden, I just ordered takeout. Jiang Linya stood up and said, you're so lazy. Garden, there's no share for you, go ahead. Jiang Linya, bye. Just open the door. Hua Yuan yelled, untie me first, hey. Jiang Linya picked up the knife at the door and slid it across the floor. Jiang Linya, just cut it open yourself. Bye. Boom. Jiang Linya closed the door, put on her ship uniform, and flew away. Today is the author's 2nd day after surgery. I think he is recovering well. I will resume updating 4 times a day tomorrow. Don't use your eyes for too long. The recovery period is 3 months. Chapter 124, Flying to Dragon Country. Jiang Linya, flying in the sky, looked at the people and things below. I thought, it's still a long time until 5 o'clock. What should I do? After landing in the cafeteria, I went in and bought a pancake with bacon, egg, ham, meat floss and lettuce, and a cup of black rice soy milk, plus a lot of white sugar. Fly to the observation deck on the beach, look at the sea, and eat the delicious and soft hand-pulled pancake in your hand. Jiang Linya said to herself, "It has been half a year since I came to this world." Looking towards the dormitory with affection. Jiang Linya, it's beautiful and happy. Although I still need to go to school. Loud a happy sigh. Continue to stare at the sea in a daze. 10 minutes later, Jiang Linya stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." In order to avoid burning the roof, Jiang Linya took a leap of faith, jumped from the top of the tower, and activated the flying backpack in midair. Boom! Before hitting the ground, it stopped successfully. Controlling the flying backpack, he flew towards the sea. Confirmed the direction, Longwa. Jiang Linya flew at full speed, and after less than half an hour, the land was already in sight. Jiang Linya, let me see what level the technology in this world has reached. Trailing a long smoke trail, correct the direction and continue flying towards the land. P.S. The author checked the high-definition world map and found that the Sakura Empire base is less than 500 kilometers away from Shanghai. At the protagonist's flying speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, it could be reached in less than half an hour. The Dongwang shipgirl, the original name, cannot be used due to special reasons, stationed in the Magic City, sounded the air defense alarm. Woo! Demon City Garrison. Shipgirl A. Report to the commander. An unidentified flying object has been detected heading towards the Demon City. Officer A. Quick, evacuate the people. Shipgirl A. The alarm has been sounded and a notification has been sent. Officer A. Siren. How dare you invade our border directly and even want to come directly to our important cities? Officer B walked into the command post and reported, "Sir, please give the order." Officer, let Ning Hai of the garrison take the lead and lead the ship girls to the sea to meet the enemy. Do not retreat even a single step until the masses are evacuated. You go too. Officer B, ship girl A, yes, sir. Jiang Linya, who was floating in the air, heard the city alarm from a distance. Jiang Linya, what's going on? Are they doing an exercise or something? I didn't see any siren invasion. After observing for a while and finding nothing wrong, he controlled the flying backpack to continue flying forward. 5 kilometers away from the coastline of Demon City, with Ninghai of the Demon City garrison as the flagship, 12 ship girls wearing ship uniforms are waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Jiang Linya flew over quickly. I saw 12 ship girls standing below. Ninghai said in fluent Mandarin, "What can I do for you, mister?" Think about it for 3 seconds. Jiang Linya also spoke in Mandarin. Are you guys doing a drill? Sorry to bother you. Jiang Linya turned around and was about to leave, planning to go around. P.S. All the ship girls can speak 2 foreign languages, Japanese and the language of their camp. For example, Enterprise can speak Japanese and American English. At the beginning, Jiang Linya also spoke Longwa dialect with Xiaoya, so Xiaoya judged that Jiang Linya was a ship girl of the Dongwon camp. Later, because many other ship girls from other camps came, Jiang Linya and others all used Japanese for the convenience of communication. Ninghai, wait a moment. Chapter 125, Demonic City. Pinghai pulled Ninghai's sleeve and said, "This voice, this appearance, doesn't seem like a siren." Ninghai, this shape is a bit like the new ship girl that has become quite famous in the Sakura Empire base recently. After thinking for a few seconds, Ninghai said, "What business has your excellency brought to Long Country? Can you come down and talk?" Jiang Linya suddenly realized that it was quite rude to chat with people while flying in the air. Turn off the jetpack, use the water skiing shoes, and stand directly on the sea. Jiang Linya, I came to Longwa just to have some fun. I just finished the exam there, and I still have a lot of time. I just want to come and have some fun. Ninghai, students from the Sakura base? Jiang Linya, yes. Ninghai, do you have a Kanmusu passport? Jiang Linya thought, what the hell, a ship girl also needs a passport. Jiang Linya, no, I don't know what that is. Ninghai, you were sneaking across the border. Jiang Linya thought, it seems that the punishment for smuggling is quite severe. Should I run away now? Anyway, they can't catch me. No, the other party knows who I am. It will be troublesome to come to Longwa in the future. Alas, I didn't find out in advance. Jiang Linya, well, can I go back then? While Ning Hai and Jiang Linya were chatting, Officer A of the Demon City Garrison was learning about the situation through the camera and microphone carried by the shipgirl. Officer A gave an order through the intercom, saying, "Ping Hai, tell your sister to pick the person up." Ping Hai's voice came from the intercom. "Yes, sir." Officer A, this guy. Officer A held his head, asked someone to turn off the city alarm, and then looked at the documents he had just received. Officer A put the documents into the safe and locked it. Officer B walked into the room and said, "Sir, the alarm has been cleared." "What's going on?" Officer A, that intruder is the student from Sakura Academy who knows nothing. Officer B, yes, that new battleship? Officer, yes, that is the ship girl who is a good friend of old man Akatsuki's daughter. Officer B, oh my god, Officer Xiao. Officer, the friend of old man Zhao's daughter seems to be the daughter of the head of the Xiao family. Officer B, oh my god, it's the ship girl of that person's daughter. Officer, you will be responsible for receiving her later, ah. Officer B, yes. Ning Hai, we will be ashore soon. Please take off your ship uniform. Jiang Linya, okay. Ning Hai, the rest of the staff go back to their respective posts. Ping Hai, you go back too. Ping Hai was very reluctant and said, I still want to accompany my sister for a while. Ning Hai, okay, I'll accompany you tonight, go ahead. After telling Ping Hai to leave, Ning Hai took Jiang Linya to the shore. Jiang Linya took off her ship uniform, and the ship uniform turned into the North Carolina and parked in the port dedicated to shipgirls. P.S. Reminder, Jiang Linya can choose to transform the ship into a mining ship or the USS North Carolina. I have mentioned it before, because if the mining ship is pulled out directly, it may cause panic or something, and people may think that aliens have invaded the blue planet. After all, the competition has not ended for long, and the reporters have not finished writing the news yet. Ning Hai took Jiang Linya to walk along the coast. Ning Hai, I will go to work soon, and someone will take you out to play. Jiang Linya, oh, border defense? Ning Hai, you can't relax at any time. Chapter 126. Press B to return to city. Walked along the shore for a while. Ning Hai, a gentleman will take you out for a tour in a while. I have to return to my post, so I won't accompany you for long. Jiang Linya, okay. Ning Hai, that's the one. Jiang Linya looked and saw a man in casual clothes standing under a street light not far away. Just at this moment, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Jiang Linya's cell phone rang. Ning Hai stood aside without saying a word, while Jiang Linya turned on her cell phone. Xiaoya's voice came from the phone. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, where are you now? Jiang Linya, Commander, I'm... Jiang Linya didn't know where she was now. He looked back at Ning Hai. Ning Hai reminded quietly, Demon City. Jiang Linya, I'm in the Magic City now. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Xiaoya, you are not at the Sakura Empire base anymore. Jiang Linya, yes, I am now in the Magic City of Dragon Country. Xiaoya, oh my god, how did you get there? Jiang Linya, it just flew over there, Commander. Xiaoya, is there someone next to you? Jiang Linya, yes, there's a ship girl. Xiaoya, give her the phone. Jiang Linya handed the phone to Ning Hai. While Jiang Linya was making the call, the man in the distance also walked over. Xiaoya, may I ask, are you the ship girl from the Dragon Kingdom Demon City Garrison? Xiaoya was a little nervous. She now suspected that Jiang Linya had been detained. Why could she guess that there was another ship girl next to Jiang Linya? Because she knew that Jiang Linya was only the second dumbest person in the family, and the first must be the garden. Jiang Linya was not told before that she needed to get a permit to go to another country, but she just flew there directly. It would be strange if she was not caught. Ning Hai, oh yes, I am the captain. Excuse me, are you the commander of the ship girl? Xia, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell the ship girl that she needs to apply for a permit to go to other countries. May I ask if you have detained her? Because the phone was on speakerphone, the man who walked closer heard Xiaoya's words. Ning Hai looked at the man, said, Miss, please wait a moment. Our chief will give you an explanation. Ning Hai then handed the phone to Officer B, who was in plain clothes. Officer B, you must be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Xiaoya, sir, do you know me? Officer B, I don't know much about you. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lu Yu. You can call me Commander Lu. I'm the Deputy Commander of the Dragon Kingdom Demon City Garrison, and the one who just spoke to you is our Captain General. Xiaoya, hello, Commander Lu. From Xiaoya's words, It could be heard that Xiaoya is very nervous at this moment. No one would be able to remain calm about this matter. Your own shipgirl was caught while trying to smuggle herself across the border, and the one who received you was a high-ranking official the other side. Xiaoya had already cursed Jiang Linya 1,000 times in her heart for being stupid. If I don't pay attention to you for a while, you will break the law. Xiaoya, Officer Liu, Officer Bia, don't worry. We didn't detain her. We wanted to take her out for some fun. Xiaoya thought, prisoner package? Commander Liu, now, do you want this ship girl to go back? Xiaoya, yes, can you put back? Commander Liu, haha, we didn't detain her. If you need her to go back now, I will help notify her. Xiaoya, then let her come back, please. Commander Liu, okay, I'll let her know. If everything is okay, I'll hang up. Xiaoya, okay, thank you. Hang up the phone. Chapter 127. Back to the dormitory. Commander Liu looked at Jiang Linya and said, your commander needs you to go back. Do you want to go back now? Jiang Linya, since Xiaoya said so, I'll go back first and come back to play next time. As she spoke, Jiang Linya put on her ship uniform and prepared to take off. Commander Liu, you can come next time, but please make sure to get a Kankali passport first. Jiang Linya, okay. Ning Hai and Commander Liu retreated a few steps, and Jiang Linya boosted his power and took off directly into the air, flying back along the landmark. Looking at the column of smoke in the sky caused by Jiang Linya's flight, Ning Hai said, Sir, why did you take her on a tour instead of arresting her when she made such a big mistake? Commander Liu sighed and said, when the higher-ups sounded the alarm in the Magic City, they immediately paid attention to this place, and then issued an order to allow passage, and then the commander asked me to take her out to play. As for the rest, I don't know. Ning Hai, what's going on? The two of them looked at Jiang Linya flying into the distance. Looking at the time, it's almost 4:30. When I got back to the dormitory, it was almost 5 o'clock and time to go to school. Jiang Linya thought, the commander called, so the exam must be over. Turning off the electronic equipment, Jiang Linya concentrated on flying towards the Sakura Empire base. On land, some messy-haired researchers were using an instrument to observe Jiang Linya. A drone was also dispatched, flying over Jiang Linya and observing her. Jiang Linya certainly knew it. Jiang Linya smiled and said, how thoughtful. They even sent fighter jets to escort me. Actually, all this is not necessary. Humming a little tune, Jiang Linya continued to fly forward. 4:45 p.m. Jiang Linya returned to the dormitory. Bang! Jiang Linya opened the door and shouted, I'm back. Pound! A small pillow hit Jiang Linya directly in the face. Xiaoya said angrily, thank God. You can come back. Jiang Linya said embarrassedly, Ahaha. I didn't know either. I just flew over there to play. Xiaoya, what you did this time is really too dangerous. If you flew to another country, they might open fire directly. Jiang Linya walked to the sofa, put down the pillow, and sat down. Jiang Linya coaxed Xiaoya and said, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I know now, and I won't do it again next time. Xiaoya, it's true. It's almost time for you to arrive. Go get your things first. You can take me back to my country tonight. Xiaoya was also very curious when she learned about Jiang Linya's new toy. Tianmei and Xiaolu also came to Xiaoya and said that they wanted to take a spaceship back to China. Xiaoya, oh, by the way, there are 2 people next door. Please come back after you send us off. Jiang Linya, Commander, can you ride on your own ship when you return home? Xiaoya, I've already made the arrangements. Just drop us off at Green Island City, and we can take the high-speed train back. Jiang Linya, Hua Yuan and the others can't wear warships to enter the mainland. Xiaoya, we can just rent a dock when the time comes. Our home is close to the coast anyway. Jiang Linya, okay. Jiang Linya went to the kitchen to drink some water and carried an empty bag. Jiang Linya, then I'll go receive the award first. Xiaoya, yeah. For chapters. From now on, continue with 4 chapters. I always take a break after writing 1 chapter. Don't worry about me. I started typing at noon. Sent a gift and asked for more updates QWQ. Chapter 128, In Trouble. I flew to the outdoor training ground, took the elevator down to the 3rd floor, and looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. I was so excited that I just walked out of the elevator, summoned the ship's suit, opened the backpack, and increased the power to maximum. Jiang Linya found something wrong. He quickly said, wait a minute, wait. Then, what a tragedy. Boom. As we all know, Jiang Linya's jetpack can only generate thrust in one direction. With this acceleration, Jiang Linya has no way to brake. And when Jiang Linya hit the wall, Her head stopped moving. She was stunned. She came to her senses only after crashing through a building. However, it was impossible for her to adjust her position to slow down. It was also because Jiang Linya was wearing a ship uniform that she was not injured even after hitting the wall. Only, looking at the battle cruisers, battle trains, and aviation warfare academy that were pierced through, Jiang Linya felt that he was finished. P.S. It instantly accelerated to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour and crashed into the school wall. A head popped out from behind the wall of the battle school. Arizona. Then Arizona looked at the hole in the wall, and then looked at Jiang Linya, who was lying not far away. Teacher Mikasa suddenly jumped out and yelled, "You are not allowed to play with the jet backpack down there anymore." Boom! One of the towers was affected and collapsed. A few people looked back and saw only wreckage and dust floating in the air. Mikasa, forbidden! Well, the unhappy time is over. Now let's go back to Class A of the Battleship Academy. Yin Zhan looked back at Jiang Linya, who was standing in the last row of the classroom, showing a helpless expression. Teacher Mikasa was talking on the phone outside the door. Mikasa, okay, I get it. She said she would compensate us. Okay, let's send someone to repair the wall first. What? I checked and found that no load-bearing walls or columns were hit. The underground load-bearing columns on the third floor were also intact. Only an observation tower collapsed. Okay, I get it. Bye. P.S. If the underground load-bearing pillars collapse, the 5th, 6th underground floor will collapse completely, burying all the ship girls. Turn off your phone and walk into the classroom. Mikasa supported her head and said, "Hey, Jiang-san, is this a gift before leaving at the end of the semester?" "Hey, Jiang Linya. Sorry, teacher." I looked at the time. It's already 5:30. Mikasa walked up to the podium and opened a cardboard box. Mikasa, students who ranked in the top 10 in this competition, come up and get your certificates. Masaru Ebiyashi, Prince of Wales, Bismarck, Tirpitz, Nagamo, Tosa, Hanazono, and Warspite. After going on stage to receive the certificate, they stood in a row. Teacher Mikasa walked down the stage, took a photo, then ran out of the classroom, wiped her tears, and ran back and quickly. Mikasa, ahem, you guys go down first. The top 3 students in this exam, please stand on the stage and receive your certificates and trophies. Jiang Linya, Yin Zhan, and Hua Yuan stood up. Jiang Linya won the gold trophy, Yin Zhan won the silver trophy, and Hua Yuan won the bronze trophy. After taking a photo, Mikasa-sensei ran out again. Jiang Linya vaguely heard, "Bonus, cough cough, don't get excited." Looking around, Hua Yuan was holding the bronze trophy, taking selfies and posing in various poses. Teacher Mikasa walked into the classroom and said, "You two go down first, Jiang Linya stays." Chapter 129 Awards. Mikasa pulled out a crystal trophy from the box. Jiang Linya guessed that it was made of glass. There's also a gold-plated certificate. Teacher Mikasa, here are your trophy and certificate. You're the best student in this exam and the best student in history. How do you feel? Jiang Linya held the trophy and the certificate, thought for a moment, and said, "Hua Yuan, you should go back and practice your cooking skills, and so should you. We will go to that area to cook for the next exam." Collective fainting. Mikasa, ahem. Okay, go back to your seat. Jiang Linya returned to her seat. Yin Zhan picked up the crystal trophy, which was 1/4 of her height, and looked at it carefully. Mikasa put the cardboard box down. Teacher Mikasa, there are rewards for the top 50 in this competition. 50th to 31st place will get 1 mind cube. 30th to 11th place will get 2 mind cubes. 10th to 4th place will get 5 mind cubes. 3rd place will get 6 mind cubes. 2nd place will get 8 mind cubes. And 1st place will get 10 mind cubes. The whole class cheered. It seemed that quite a few people received rewards. Teacher Mikasa continued. The other 2 schools did not come to play for this exam. Usually, they take the joint exam. Also, the top 10 students in this exam will be posted on the school's official website on the Kankali app until the next semester's exam. War-weary whispered, "The queen will also be on the list." A student raised his hand and said, "Teacher, won't the competition reward be material coins?" Teacher Mikasa replied, "I will give it to you, but because of a certain boss, we are short of those material coins." The students discussed it and then agreed with Teacher Mikasa's opinion. No one here is short of money, because someone, Jiang Linya raised her hand and said, "Well, to celebrate the end of the exam and the arrival of winter vacation, I sent a red envelope in the group. Come and grab it." The class exploded instantly. The top 3 people who took out their phones the fastest were teacher Mikasa, War Weary, and a supporting student. War Weary's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Boss, you're so generous. I got 3 million supply coins this time." Jiang Linya, the commander, gave out living expenses some time ago, so I gave out some red envelopes. This time, Jiang Linya sent out a big red envelope with a total amount of 100 million material coins. Jiang Linya raised her hand and said, "Mikasa-sensei, the 50 million material coins for repairing the wall have been transferred to your account. Don't embezzle it." When teacher Mikasa heard this, she almost went crazy. "How much are those few holes worth?" "The rest of the money is hers. Ah, my dream retirement villa." Teacher Looming Sheen, "Don't worry, I will supervise her." At some point, the warehouse manager, squinty-eyed teacher Looming Sheen, appeared at the classroom door. Jiang Linya vaguely heard the sound of glass breaking. She turned around and saw that nothing was broken. Maybe her classmate was too excited and knocked over the cup. Jiang Linya didn't notice at this time that teacher Mikasa didn't move. The award ceremony was over very quickly. After saying goodbye to the students, Jiang Linya went to the principal's office. Jiang Linya remembered that tomorrow, she would have to call Rueha master. Walking in the corridor of the office building, Jiang Linya said to herself, "Who will be the future principal?" When she reached the door of the principal's office, Jiang Linya saw a middle-aged man just closing the door. Jiang Linya, "Hello, Principal Dong." The one who came out was the current Vice President Dong Yu. Chapter 130, Meeting Arizona. Dong Yu smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this classmate Jiang? Come and find Rueha. She's inside. Come in quickly." Jiang Linya was about to say something when she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Looking back, it was the Sakura Empire's shipgirl, Ryu. Long glanced at Jiang Linya and said to Dong Yu, "Commander, the time is up. Please go to the meeting room quickly." Dong Yu, Okay, let's go." "Bye, classmate Jiang." Jiang Linya, "Goodbye, principal." Watching Long taking Dong Yu away, Jiang Linya thought about it. Judging from that aura, Jiang Linya judged that this dragon was not the real one, but a ship with the same name and of a very high level. Without thinking about anything else, Jiang Linya knocked on the door. "Zuikiku, come in." Jiang Linya pushed the door open and saw Rueha packing up his things and piling up several boxes. Jiang Linya, "Hello, principal." "Zuikiku, you don't need to call me the principal now. The position of principal has been handed over to the person who just left. You should have seen it." Jiang Linya, "Yes." Zuikiku raised his head and said with a smile, "Come, disciple, call me master." Jiang Linya, "Master?" Zuikiku, "That's enough. What do you want from me?" Jiang Linya, "There haven't been any sword fighting lessons arranged recently, master." Zuikiku wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Oh, you want to go out and play?" Jiang Linya, "Tonight, the commander asked me to take them back to Dragon Country in a spaceship. I want to stay there for a day and fly back the day after tomorrow morning." Zuikiku, "Okay, I'll go see my sister, so our lessons will officially start the day after tomorrow." Jiang Linya, "Thank you, master. I'll leave first." Zuikiku, bye. After walking out of the office building, Jiang Linya did not fly, but strolled towards the dormitory. What a great time in winter, walking in the grove, looking at the scenery, listening to the wind, and watching a big sister chasing and playing with a little destroyer. They are having so much fun. Walk to the main road. Sitting in a chair, watching the ship girls and commanders coming and going. The snow hasn't melted yet in some places. After a while, Jiang Linya saw someone familiar. It's Arizona. Jiang Linya was just about to go look for her. She must have finished cleaning and was getting ready to go back to the dormitory. Arizona also saw Jiang Linya and was a little surprised that Jiang Linya didn't open her backpack today and flew back to the dormitory. She greeted her and sat next to Jiang Linya. The two of them were watching the woods and the people passing by together. Jiang Linya, "Arizona, I'm sorry, I didn't find you during the exam." Arizona, it's okay, Jiang. Hey, when you're taking an exam, you shouldn't go looking for people you know." Jiang Linya, "What happened? Were you sunk by someone you know?" Arizona, "Yeah, you know him too." Jiang Linya, "Who is it?" Arizona, "I told you, so don't go to her to cause trouble." Jiang Linya, "Go ahead, it's okay. I'm not that kind of person. I won't look for it. As for the reward, I'll give you some Rubik's Cubes when the time comes." Arizona thought for a few seconds and said, "Are you sure you won't be angry?" "Well, I said it was the garden." Boom! Jiang Linya changed into ship uniform in seconds and flew to the dormitory. Arizona stood up and shouted to Jiang Linya in the sky. She didn't mean it. During the game, the silly garden didn't recognize Arizona, and Arizona wanted to get closer to say hello, but the garden fired a volley, destroying Arizona's ammunition depot. The garden realized it too late, and it was too late to make amends. Arizona quickened her pace and ran towards the dormitory, as she would die if she arrived any later. Chapter 131, The Tragic Garden. 10 minutes later, Arizona hurried back to the dorm. In the small garden downstairs, Arizona saw a group of people standing there looking at something. Squeezed through. I only saw Xiaoya pulling Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya was holding a lighter in her hand, and Huayuan had a sock stuffed in her mouth, which belonged to someone else, and was tied to a large flying monkey. Because his mouth was stuffed, Huayuan could only whimper. Garden. Woo. Translation. What did I do wrong? Help! Commander! Xiaoya held Jiang Linya and said, Xiao Jiang, what did Huayuan do again? Don't be like this. The audience were eating snacks while watching the show. Anyway, this isn't the first time this has happened. Once before, Huayuan was trying to fool Jiang Linya. No one knew what Huayuan did, but Jiang Linya kicked open the dormitory door with Huayuan, who was tied up like a dumpling, and a sock was stuffed in Huayuan's mouth. Jiang Linya put on a menacing look and dragged the garden towards the seaside. Later, Xiaoya and the other two brought other ship girls to pull her back. Jiang Linya, Commander, let go. Don't try to stop me this time. I must send her to heaven. Garden. Translation. Help, Commander, help. Looking at Garden, shaking his head wildly and crying on the skyrocketing monkey, Arizona couldn't bear it and stepped forward to stop him. Arizona, Mr. Jiang, Huayuan didn't do it on purpose. Let's forgive her this time. Huayuan saw Arizona coming forward, and after hearing what Arizona said, he instantly understood something. He tilted his head, and without saying a word or making any movement, he just cried. In fact, this time, Jiang Linya settled both old and new accounts together. This giant flying monkey was also purchased in advance and had been hidden by Jiang Linya before. Garden believes that the commander will save her. Jiang Linya knew that she couldn't delay any longer. He put down the 50-cent lighter in his hand and took out the flint lighter that Jiang Linya bought in the mall. P.S. It is the kind of lighter with a pulley that you need to cover the lid after ignition to extinguish the fire. Click! The fire was lit. Fling! Xiaoya put Jiang Linya down, rushed over, and shouted, Don't ah! It was as if time had slowed down. Xiaoya flew into the air and pounced on the lighter, which flew across the sky. It can't be stopped. The flame touched the fuse of the rocket. Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone retreated quickly, and Arizona and Jiang Linya pulled Xiaoya back. Time after time after time. Garden. Translation. Wait, don't go. Save me, save me. Whoosh. The giant flying monkey took the garden into the sky. Everyone looked up. For some reason, this scene made them want to salute. A few drops of water fell from the sky. Arizona. It's raining. Jiang Linya. No, those are the tears of the garden. Why wasn't it Huayuan who was scared to death? Because Huayuan was already scared to death when he saw the giant monkey. No more pee now. Xiaoya. Garden. The flower of hope rang. Jiang Linya turned around and glared at someone, and a student turned off the speaker in her hand. Bomb! The rocket exploded in the sky. Jiang Linya summoned the ship's suit and flew into the sky. Before Huayuan went to heaven, Jiang Linya had bound a positioning device to Huayuan. If we fall from this height, the ship will definitely sink on the spot. So Jiang Linya needed to go and rescue her. After some time, Jiang Linya flew down holding the socks and the gardener who was completely black, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. For chapters are here. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. Chapter 132, Moving Things. In the dormitory, Xiaoya looked at Huayuan, who was lying in the bathtub and rolling his eyes. He sighed and said, Xiao Jiang, you've calmed down. Help me move the things downstairs. I originally wanted Huayuan to do it. I'll wash Huayuan first. Look at what you did. Huayuan was just washed in the morning, but turned black in the afternoon. What a waste of water. Jiang Linya. Ahem, Commander, I'm weak and not suitable for hard labor. At first glance, Xiaoya's face turned black as she held the brush. Jiang Linya hurried out of the bathroom, shouting as she ran, Don't worry, Commander. I promise to complete the mission. Bang! The bathroom door fell off. Xiaoya glanced at the garden and said, Hey, you two. Jiang Linya was walking down the stairs, pulling a suitcase and carrying a rectangular cardboard box. Jiang Linya complained, "Oh, I was careless. If I had known, I should have let the gardener finish the work first before punishing her." There were many ship girls in the stairwell helping their commander carry luggage. There are very few people who stay on campus during the holidays. After putting the luggage under the tree, Jiang Linya prepared to go upstairs to wake up the garden. Go up to the 5th floor. Jiang Linya saw a little swan holding a small bag and Lexington pulling a small suitcase. Jiang Linya, alas, Commander Tianmei has very little luggage. Lexington smiled and said, "It's not like we're moving house or dormitory or anything like that. Why would you need to bring so many things?" With that, Z-23 and Arizona walked over empty-handed. Jiang Linya, Arizona, your commander doesn't bring any luggage? Arizona, oh, the luggage, there's only a shoulder bag. Commander Akatsuki carried it himself. Jiang Linya, Z-23, Commander Xiao, do you have a lot of luggage? Jiang Linya bent down and said, "Well, it's twice as much as you put together." Arizona, I guess I brought a lot of Ayanami figures. Although my commander also brought some, but not as many. Jiang Linya straightened up again and said, "I will take you away today. You guys go downstairs and wait for a while. We will leave together." Arizona, since Jiang was the one who sent us away, it must have been by spaceship. Jiang Linya, that's right. Okay, I'm going to do the gardening. You guys go down first. After separating from a few people, Jiang Linya returned to the dormitory and went to the bedroom. Xiaoya had already washed Huayuan clean. At this moment, Huayuan was lying on the sofa, wrapped in a bath towel, rolling her eyes. Jiang Linya, you haven't woken up yet? Xiaoya said unhappily. He's extremely frightened. Oh, what should I do? He's still not awake, even though I should be leaving. Jiang Linya picked up Huayuan's clothes and said, "Anyway, put her clothes on first. I'll carry her." Xiaoya, well, let's leave it at that for now. After a while, the two dressed the garden. Jiang Linya, Commander, the plan has changed. I can go home with you for a day. Xiaoya, oh, did the principal give you a holiday? Jiang Linya, yes, I will go back today, stay for a day tomorrow, and return to school the day after tomorrow. Xiaoya, that's great. Let's go. I'll carry the luggage and you carry the garden. Xiaoya opened the door and walked out first, standing at the door waiting. Jiang Linya carried the garden and walked towards the door. Jiang Linya said with difficulty, "This silly rabbit is really heavy." Xiaoya was surprised and said, "Xiao Jiang actually said it was heavy." Ah, this. Chapter 133, Danger is Coming. An unknown sea area. Observer, how much weapon value is restored? Purifier, big eyes and cute face. Not sure, this was adjusted directly by the headquarters. I can't open it and check the data now. Observer, okay, you just go ahead this time and we'll watch from behind. Your current strength is enough to cause her harm. Purifier, great. Now, there's something fun to do. Observer, okay, now I'm a little worried whether letting you go is the right choice. If it goes wrong, I'll take your head off and put it on the fan and turn on the 5th gear when I get back. Purifier, then I will go to the designated place and wait. Observer, you can't sink the main target or kill its commander. You can do whatever you want with the other targets. Purifier, who is that? Observer, I have blocked the signal. She is still in the United States and cannot come for a while. I am sure she will not interfere with our plan easily if she knows. Purifier, okay, let's go play. And at this time in Heijiang, in the beautiful country, in a makeshift and hijacked military base. Heijiang, you still don't understand me with these little tricks. Indeed, I won't interfere. I hope your show can satisfy me. It's too boring to stay here. The New Generation Commander Academy at the Sakura Empire Base. The square below the dormitory building. Tianmei, well, it's quite strenuous. Xiaolu, it's exhausting just looking at it. Xiaoya, okay, she deserves it. Can you help me move that box? Xiao Jiang is moving the garden. I can't lift that box. Xiaolu, Z-23, Arizona, you two help Xiao move that box. Xiaoya walked to where the suitcases were placed and pulled away the suitcase next to it. Z-23, Arizona, yes, Commander. The ship girl stepped forward and lifted the box easily. Tianmei, where are we going next? Jiang Linya said with difficulty, Port. Tianmei, wow, Xiaojiang, do you want to take a break? Jiang Linya straightened up and said, it's okay, you don't need to rest, let's go. At this moment, the corners of Huayuan's mouth curved up. In fact, Huayuan had already woken up, but just wanted to make trouble for Jiang Linya. Even Xiaoya was fooled by his acting of pretending to faint. She also understood what the consequences would be if she was discovered. After a while, College Port, Jiang Linya threw the garden to the ground. He straightened his back and said, "I'm so tired." Xiaoya went forward to help Huayuan up, but couldn't lift him up, and said, "Don't dirty the bath you just took." Lexington stepped forward to help Xiaoya carry Huayuan to the bench at the harbor. Jiang Linya, "Everyone, prepare to board the ship. Put on your ship uniforms first." Jiang Linya stretched out her hand and pointed it at the North Carolina. The next second, the North Carolina turned into a Rubik's Cube, flew into the air, and turned into a mining ship about 600 meters long. In Jiang Linya's eyes, it is a mining ship, but in the eyes of others, it is an extremely powerful space battleship from science fiction novels. I saw it with my own eyes here today, and all the ship girls and commanders in the entire port were shocked. Jiang Linya whispered, "This is shocking. If I open a bigger one after the transformation, you will be petrified and cracked on the spot." Tianmei looked at the battleship and murmured, "Is this really a laser test cruiser?" Chapter 134 Back Home. During the period when the sea battleships turned into aerial mining ships, several ship girls had already changed into their ship uniforms. Carrying their respective luggage, they accompanied the commander on board the ship. "Xiao, wait a moment." Jiang Linya looked back. "Xiaoya, what about Huayuan? She is unconscious now and can't transform the battleship into a ship suit." Looking towards the garden, still lying on the chair, Jiang Linya sighed and said, "Well, I'll carry her up and use the robot arm to take her ship away." Jiang Linya walked up and led a few people along the corridor to the center of the cabin. "Jiang Linya, just put your luggage here. If you want to see the scenery, you can follow this sign to the lounge. I'll go move the garden. You guys wait here for a while." Tianmei, "Great, my Jiang." Xiaolu, "Let's go." The few of them walked and looked around, just like a country boy entering a big city. After a while, Jiang Linya moved the garden in as well. We walked along the corridor to the lounge, and several people sat on the portholes to look at the scenery outside. Jiang Linya threw the garden onto the sofa and said, "We're ready to take off. Please hold on tight. Raise your arm." The landing ladder was retracted and the hatch closed. Jiang Linya, "Take off." Boom. At the port. Kankali, although I just watched the news, it is still shocking to see it with my own eyes. Kankali B, let's go back to our hometown on a spaceship. Commander, Sigwai. Reach a certain height. Jiang Linya, scan start. A green scanning light was emitted from the bottom of the battleship and began to scan the battleship. Jiang Linya said to herself, "Garden, New Jersey, where is it?" Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Linya, "Ahaha, found it." The garden's warships were parked at the very edge of the harbor. He controlled the spacecraft to fly over, opened the lower hatch, extended a black and red robotic arm, and then fixed it in place. Pull up. He increased the horsepower and controlled the spaceship to fly into the sky with the garden's battleship. The scene was so spectacular that everyone below was stunned. The principal, oh no, Zuikaku, who is no longer the principal, stood in the watchtower and watched the spaceship leave. Zuikaku, I suddenly want to take a ride too. It must be much better than an airplane. Inside the spacecraft, Jiang Linya, because we may not be able to fly fast with Henin. Xiaoya, it's okay, no need to go so fast, the view is nice too. Jiang Linya, Commander, have you issued us a shipgirl passport? Xiaoya, yes, you and Huayuans are all here with me. Tianmei and Xiaolu have also done it for their shipgirls. You also know the passport. Jiang Linya, afraid of being caught. Boom. The ship continued to fly forward. Jiang Linya, I don't have any maps here, so I will follow the route I flew last time and go to the Magic City. Then we will fly along the coastline of the Magic City to Green Island. Xiaoya, no need, I have electronic map come. Xiaoya handed the phone to Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya looked at the map, corrected the flight direction, and flew straight towards Green Island. The mining ship is now at an altitude of 3,000 meters. At this speed, it will take about 40 minutes to reach Green Island. P.S. You can't fly fast with a garden, and the garden is heavy. Ding ling ling. Xiaolu picked up the phone. Xiaolu, hello. The signal is not very good. Xiaolu, Grandpa, the signal here is not very good. I'll call you when I get there. I'm in my classmate Kankali's spaceship now. Xiaolu hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Chapter 135, Great Danger. Attack. On the sea. Purifier. Flying so slowly will help me aim. Hee hee, the fun begins. In a mining ship. Dee dee. Jiang Linya pulled over the console and opened it to take a look. Jiang Linya. This is terrible. Everyone get out of the portholes and lie down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Bang. The steel walls rose, the portholes closed, and the lights in the lounge turned on. Xiaoya, what happened? Woo woo woo. The lights began to flicker, sometimes red, sometimes white. Jiang Linya. An enemy has locked onto the spaceship. Everyone, hurry up and go to where you put your luggage. Quick. Boom. An explosion sounded. The spacecraft shook violently. Opening the control panel, engine number 1 went dark. Jiang Linya. Let's go. Jiang Linya controlled the spacecraft to twist, speed up, and lower its altitude. On the sea, the Purifier controlled the ship to float in the air. Purifier, I've been waiting for you for a long time, ah ha ha. Jiang Linya ran to the bridge and looked back. She saw smoke coming out of the number 1 engine. Jiang Linya, is it a siren? Damn it, attacking at this time. At this time, the height of the mining ship is 2,096 meters. The mining ship's acceleration slowed down because one of its engines had failed. The mining ship has its own system. Warning, warning, the speed has reached the limit. If you raise the robot arm again, it will break. The mining ship's built-in system called up the image of the robotic arm. Jiang Linya saw that the robotic arm was shaking violently. So are the ships of the garden. Jiang Linya, slow down. Are you kidding? At this height, if you throw the ship from the garden directly down, it will be smashed into a discus. Jiang Linya, Garden, oh Garden, you are so good. Center of the cabin. Tianmei was so scared that she almost cried. She said, oh my God, were we attacked by the sirens? This is the first time we have encountered sirens. Xiaolu, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. After hearing this, Huayuan stopped pretending and stood up. Garden, what's wrong? The siren is coming. Xiaoya, your reaction, are you pretending to be faint? Jiang Linya controlled the radio on the bridge and asked, is Huayuan awake? Tell her to put away the battleship. Boom! Another explosion. Squeak. The screen provided by the system showed that the 2 robotic arms were broken and could no longer support themselves. Click. The other robotic arms could not hold on to the garden and broke directly. In order to reduce the losses, Jiang Linya had to let the remaining robotic arms let go. Current altitude, 1,396 meters. The garden's battleship fell. Garden in the cabin also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately put away the warship. Garden's battleship turned into a magic cube in midair and returned to Garden's back through the battleship board. Jiang Linya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Close the lower hatch and turn on the radar. Jiang Linya, at this distance, you're going to hit me from 80 nautical miles away. He stretched out his arm and controlled the laser cannon on the battleship. Jiang Linya, fight back. Buzz. Boom. Jiang Linya used her fire control system this time. Far away. Whoosh. The Purifier drew a graceful arc in the air and avoided Jiang Linya's attack. Purifier. Hee hee. Interesting, interesting. Ah ha ha ha. They raised the guns mounted on the ship and fired at Jiang Linya's descending spaceship. For chapters are here. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. The fight has started. Please give me a gift. Chapter 136, Landing and Fighting. The Purifier fired a salvo, and 8 white lasers directly hit the mining ship. Boom. Jiang Linya. It's broken. There's not enough power. Current altitude, 300 meters. Jiang Linya said over the radio, everyone, we are about to fall. Hold on to your commander. Buzz. The mining ship in the sky was emitting black smoke and tilted and fell diagonally. Jiang Linya, try to call for help and prepare for the impact. It is still 100 meters away from the sea. Buzz boom. The laser cannon is constantly charging, attacking, charging, and attacking. Jiang Linya held on to the guardrail. Why not dismantle the ship and transform into a ship in the air? Because there were 3 commanders in the ship. If an ordinary human jumped from this height, he would not be able to bear it. Jiang Linya, ready. 3, 2, 1, boom. The 600-meter-long ship crashed into the sea. Purifier, it fell down, As soon as he raised his hand, the ship behind him began to attack again. Buzz. Purifier, The Purifier looked closely and saw that the quadruple-mounted naval guns at the stern of the mining ship turned around. Boom, boom, boom. It's that machine gun-like firing rate again. Purifier, interesting. Jiang Linya covered her head and shouted, predictive shooting. In an instant, a large net made up of shells flew towards the purifier. Buzz boom! 8 lasers directly tore the big net apart. The purifier flew out of it, and the remaining shells fell onto the sea, stirring up countless water columns. Purifier, wow, this loader is pretty good. Very interesting. Buzz boom! Boom! Crack, crack, crack! 8 lasers directly hit Jiang Linya's naval gun, and because the loader was still working, the ammunition exploded directly. Jiang Linya, this also caused harm to Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, are you ready? Garden, everything is ready. The next second, the mining ship turned into a Rubik's Cube and flew behind Jiang Linya. Purifier, put it away. Jiang Linya and several ship girls stood on the sea, looking at the purifier flying in the sky in the distance. The naval gun on Jiang Linya's arm was damaged, and blood was flowing down Jiang Linya's arm. Jiang Linya tested the backpack and said, "Really? It can't even fly." Z-23 saw that there were several holes on the backpack on Jiang Linya's back, and black smoke was coming out. Jiang Linya, I knew Siren had laser cannons, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Lexington, Little Swan, you pull out the ships, and we will fight, and you take the commanders away. Little Swan, okay. Arizona, we've got you covered quick. The purifiers have flown over. Jiang Linya, no, it's too late. Z-23, Little Swan, you two should take the 3 commanders and run away. Now that you have transformed into a battleship, you will only be a sitting duck. Xiaoya, Xiaojiang, Jiang Linya, Commander, I'm fine, you guys leave now. Xiaolu, I have just contacted my grandfather. You must hold on. Reinforcements are coming. Tianmei, I have also contacted the school. Jiang Linya, okay, you should go. Z-23, hold on tight, commanders, it's time to go. Whoosh. Z-23 and Little Swan drove at full speed towards the school with the 3 commanders. Chapter 137, Severely Hit. Jiang Linya, fire. Lexington released bombers and fighters, and Arizona and Garden opened fire at full capacity. Jiang Linya also controlled the laser cannon and fired at the purifier. The purifier dodged as he flew and said, that's it, rookies, Garden, this is so flexible. Boom, boom, boom. The shelling never stopped. Jiang Linya, cover me. Give me some time. I need to gather my strength. Jiang Linya thought, wait until I have fully accumulated my strength, and then I'll see how you can dodge. Jiang Linya's previous attacks were all quick attacks, which had not reached full charge, and the attack flight speed only exceeded the speed of sound. Arizona, got it. Arizona and Huayuan looked at each other and stood in front of Jiang Linya. Purifier. Oh, you're going to use your ultimate move? No, I can't leave before the time is up. With a wave of his hand, 8 laser cannons aimed at Jiang Linya's position. The purifier gave a wicked smile and said, if you are in my way, just disappear. Jiang Linya shouted, wait a minute, you two get out of the way. Boom! The twin 88mm anti-aircraft laser cannon on Jiang Linya's arm fired 2 shots in a row at the purifier, successfully stopped the purifiers. The purifier realized that he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise it would be the end of him. The purifier got serious. Purifier, energy shield deploy. A red transparent wall appeared in front of the purifier. If you have watched the anime series Azalane, you will recognize that this is the same energy shield as Python. At this time, Jiang Linya's 88mm anti-aircraft gun could no longer harm the purifier. Lexington's bombs, Garden's, and Arizona's artillery shells were unable to penetrate the purifier's shield. Garden, oh my god, this is so perverted. What a shameless person. Because it didn't take long for Jiang Linya's laser cannon's charging progress to reach 30%. The purifier stopped in the air with a shield, lowered its gun, and aimed at the robotic arm behind Jiang Linya. Garden, we can't do this. Boom. It's too late. The purifiers have already opened fire. Snap. It was as if time had slowed down countless times. The laser brushed against Jiang Linya's hair and hit one of the robotic arms, breaking it directly. Why didn't it attack with the other robotic arm? Jiang Linya thought, do you want to stop charging now? No. If I stop charging my energy now, I might not even be able to break her shield. Persistent. Wait, why are there 7 lasers? Tear. Jiang Linya looked at her abdomen. A bloody hole appeared in the abdomen. Blood gushed out. Huayuan screamed. Jiang Linya. Arizona paddled over hastily. Lexington was still sending carrier-based aircraft to harass the purifiers. Jiang Linya stretched out her right hand, touched her stomach, and raised her hand, which was covered in blood. Despite this, Jiang Linya did not stop accumulating strength. Jiang Linya fell backwards and sat on the sea. Grit your teeth and hold on. Purifier. Oh, you are so persistent. The blood kept flowing, and Jiang Linya's consciousness became blurred. A beam of light emanated from behind. Jiang Linya can't control it anymore. Jiang Linya could no longer control her robotic arm, and it had not yet fully charged. The beam flew out and cut off a corner of the purifier's shield. The purifier almost didn't dodge it. Jiang Linya fell down. Gradually, I could no longer hear my friend's calls. Chapter 138, Counterattack. Huayuan cried out, Jiang Linya. Lexington stopped flying the plane and ran forward, calling Jiang Linya's name. Arizona is praying that support arrives soon. Sudden, Jiang Linya's mouth moved. Operation Takeover. Takeover completed. Huayuan wiped her tears and said happily, So you are not dead yet. Boom! A red beam of light came down from the sky and blew the garden away. The wounds on Jiang Linya's body healed in the beam of light. The purifier no longer smiled. Controlling the laser cannon, he fired directly at Jiang Linya. Buzz. Seeing this, Huayuan shouted, No! The laser light hits the beam and dissipates. Purifier. I didn't expect this thing's defense to be so strong. The voice that the garden first heard rang out again. Target detected. Prepare to kill. Jiang Linya, who was floating in the beam of light, opened her eyes. When Huayuan saw her, he took a step back. Jiang Linya's eyes were red at this time, without any highlights. The ship-cutting sword behind Jiang Linya flew out automatically. Unlike usual, the ship-cutting sword was now glowing red and had become a little bit longer. Jiang Linya stretched out her hand and grasped the handle of the knife. The moment he grasped the handle of the knife, a gust of wind was generated, blowing Garden, Arizona, and Lexington away. The sharp-eyed purifier noticed some black spots appearing behind Jiang Linya. Purifier. The support has arrived so soon? Hold on for a while. The test will be finished soon. Boom! The beam of light disappeared. Jiang Linya floated in the air relying on the repaired flying backpack, holding a knife that was glowing red. Arizona stood not far away, looking at Jiang Linya. Arizona. The feeling I had before is even stronger. What is referred to here is the feeling Arizona had when she first met Jiang Linya. I remember that little swan was so scared that he hid directly behind Arizona. That feeling, bump! A thin flame spewed out from the backpack behind Jiang Linya. The length is much longer than usual. Bump! In an instant, Jiang Linya flew towards the purifier at super high speed with a knife in hand. There was also a sonic boom. One horizontal line. A flash of sword. Phew! Directly cut off the purifier's lower body, including the lower part of the ship's equipment. After the ship's suit and the lower body of the purifier fell into the sea, they turned into dust and disappeared. Huayuan. Sigui. Arizona watched the garden's reaction and thought, is she not affected? Could it be because of the rarity? Looking at Lexington, Lexington was also sweating, and the two looked at each other. Arizona thought, Lexington feels the same way. Purifier, damn it. The purifier controlled the ship to fly higher, attacking Jiang Linya with laser cannons while flying. The purifier's flying speed was so fast that Jiang Linya couldn't catch up with it. Click, click, click. The purifier discovered that there were some iron pieces on Jiang Linya's right shoulder. A third robotic arm appears. Jiang Linya, with red eyes, put the long sword behind him and stopped. The purifier did not stop, but flew higher. Behind Jiang Linya, the other two robotic arms merged into the third robotic arm. The two dragon heads were also merged in. At the end of the third robotic arm, a larger dragon head appeared. Main gun. P.S. It's not the Star Destroyer. The Star Destroyer will only appear when the threat level is 9. Chapter 139. The battle is over. Reinforcements are coming. Buzz. The huge cannon behind Jiang Linya began to charge. The air around it flows. Buzz. Purifier. Damn it. It's like this, it's over. I don't know if this can be considered a success. Boom! A huge laser flew towards the purifier. In 0.0000001 seconds, the purifiers were reduced to ash. Buzz. After a few seconds, the laser became thinner. It became thinner, and finally disappeared into the air. An unknown voice came out of Jiang Linya's mouth, successfully eliminated the target completed. Then, Jiang Linya closed her eyes, fell down, and the ship's equipment was shattered. It broke away from Jiang Linya's body and fell into the sea together. Garden, Jiang Linya. The three ship girls rowed over hurriedly to salvage the boat. Garden fished out Jiang Linya, while Lexington and Arizona collected Jiang Linya's parts nearby. Because Jiang Linya suddenly resurrected and killed the Purifier in a short time, the carrier-based aircraft behind her had just arrived. In front and behind them, several black spots were approaching the Garden and the others. Garden, reinforcements are coming. Arizona, it's a bit late. Deep Sea Base. The Purifier dragged his new body out of the hibernation chamber. Observer, mission accomplished. Thank you for your hard work. Purifier, when I severely injured her, I thought I'd killed her. I was so scared. The Purifier moved for a moment and said, "It seems the intelligence is accurate. That's all. You could take a rest recently. If you really kill her, she will probably have to destroy several worlds to appease her anger." Subject, yeah, this target is not easy to find. Observer, it's not that easy for her to die. She's just like us. Her data is all on the battleship. Even if her physical body dies, she can be resurrected in heaven, just like you are now. Purifier, then I'm relieved. Pay the wages, I'm going on vacation. On the battlefield. Garden, poor Jiang Linya. Xiaoya, alas, Jiang Linya's vacation is over. Teacher Mikasa, alas, my vacation has been reduced by 1 day. The current principal Dong Yu and the former principal Rue, he stand on the aircraft carrier. Arizona came over. Arizona, principal, the video has been uploaded. Zuikaku today only? Arizona, yeah. Zuikaku, okay, you can leave now. Arizona, bye principal. With that, Arizona jumped off the carrier and paddled away. Zuikaku, what have you come up with? It's a headache. Wait, I don't have to have a headache anymore. Now you're the principal, and you should be the one having a headache. Dong Yu smiled bitterly and said, yes, it's all my business. Zuikaku, my only job is to teach her how to use a knife. Okay, the negotiations are over, and it's time for us to leave. Zuikaku turned and left. Dong Yu looked at the Ninghai in the distance. Xiaoya and a few others stood on it, accompanying an old man. Dong Yu, alas, she is actually the granddaughter of that officer. This siren is really bold. After saying that, Dong Yu also turned and left. Jiang Linya is now placed on Mikasa's battleship. They will be taken back to school by Mikasa, Zuikaku, and other Sakura Empire shipgirls, while Xiaoya and others will take the shipgirls back to their country. After looking at each other, both sides honked their horns and left. For chapters are sent here, asking for gifts and money for meals, awa. If you give me a gift of more than 60 yuan, I will update it. Chapter 140 Wake Up. Jiang Linya opened her eyes and found herself standing in a void. No, this was not a void, this was the universe. Jiang Linya raised her arm and looked down. I wasn't wearing any clothes. Jiang Linya said to herself, where am I? Is this the afterlife? Why am I in the universe? Jiang Linya looked at the stars in the distance. In front of us, several flashing dots appeared. Jiang Linya, what is that? Is it a star? As time went on, the light spot grew larger. Boom. Jiang Linya saw clearly what it was. That's a starship. Jiang Linya found that the largest starship among them looked very familiar. Observe it carefully. Jiang Linya, isn't that our star destroyer? Where are we going? Buzz boom. Jiang Linya was startled. A smaller, unknown starship next to the Jiang Linya was hit by a laser and exploded violently. Buzz boom. 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 The other starships responded with laser cannon fire. Pieces of ship debris and frozen corpses floated past Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya wanted to move her body, but found that she couldn't. Jiang Linya, war. Ding dong. Click, click, click. Jiang Linya turned her head to look in the direction of the sound and found that several huge battleship plates had moved away from the head of the starship, Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, what are you doing? Where are the enemies? What are you fighting? Boom. A large number of electric arcs appeared at the bow of the Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, could it be a Star Destroyer cannon? There was a flash in the direction where the starship's cannon was aimed. A rapidly enlarging orange-yellow spot of light appeared. Jiang Linya, what is that? The light spot is enlarged, enlarged, and enlarged again. Jiang Linya discovered that many small spaceships were released from several starships, and these spaceships were flying towards both sides. At this time, the light spot can no longer be called a light spot. It is like a person wearing a space suit, standing not far from the sun, looking at the sun. Jiang Linya understood. This is an enemy attack. This is a video recording of the Jiang Linya before it was destroyed. This should be the so-called planetary cannon attack. Next second, everything was black, no sound, no picture, and I couldn't see anything when I raised my arms. Jiang Linya, void? I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. No. The New Generation Commander Academy at the Sakura Empire Base. Jiang Linya shouted, "No!" Jiang Linya woke up suddenly and sat up from the bed. Then gasping, Teacher Mikasa hurried forward and supported Jiang Linya and wiped the sweat off Jiang Linya's head. Jiang Linya, where is this? Teacher Mikasa, this is the school's hospital. Jiang Linya looked at Teacher Mikasa's face and felt relieved. This is no longer a void, the body can move, and it is no longer a mysterious record. Mikasa, did you have a nightmare? Jiang Linya said with tears in her eyes, yes. Teacher Mikasa came forward and hugged Jiang Linya, patted Jiang Linya's back gently, and said, okay, it was just a dream. Look at how old you are, and you were still scared to tears by a nightmare. Sigh, squeak. The door was pushed open. Zuikaku said in surprise, Disciple, you are awake. Teacher Mikasa let go of Jiang Linya, and Jiang Linya looked at Zuikaku. Zuikaku, you look so unhappy. Mikasa, this child just had a nightmare and was frightened and crying. Zuikaku, Poochie, don't laugh, cough, cough. Okay, lie down and rest. I'll go get Akashi. Chapter 141, Zuikaku Family. Lie in bed for a while. Mikasa, Jiang-san, get up and let the maintenance ship take a look at you. Akashi, come on, classmate. Let me do a physical examination on you, meow. Jiang Linya opened her eyes, stood up, and said, oh, okay. When she stood up, the quilt fell off, and Jiang Linya realized that she was only wearing underwear. There are 3 ships watching here. Akashi, no need to get up, just lie down and stretch out your hand, meow. Jiang Linya's face turned slightly red. She lay down and stretched out her left hand. Akashi stood on a stool, holding some instruments, and pressed against Jiang Linya's arm. After a while, Akashi, classmate, meow, your body is fine, meow. After putting away the equipment, Akashi walked out with his bag, and Zuikaku followed him out. The two talked for a while at the door. Zuikaku walked in and closed the door. Jiang Linya, how long have I been lying here? Principal, master. Zuikaku, 2 days. Jiang Linya, where are the commander and the others? Zuikaku, they were picked up by the Dragon Kingdom army. They're all safe and sound. Jiang Linya, alas. Mikasa, why are you sighing? I, an old man, still have 2 days of vacation left. Zuikaku, you still want to take a vacation when something happened to your student? Mikasa, I'm sorry, former principal. P.S. Mikasa is not the real one, but a ship with the same name. The commander is unknown. If Zuikaku dares to talk to Mikasa like this, he will be beaten in minutes. Rueha picked up a set of clothes on the stool and threw it to Jiang Linya. Zuikaku, put it on. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Mikasa, is Jiang-san okay? Zuikaku, just like the new one. I'm going to go out first. Mikasa, you can leave now. Mikasa, yes. After the two of them went out, Jiang Linya pulled back the quilt and picked up her clothes. Jiang Linya, these are my own clothes. It didn't take long for Jiang Linya to put on her clothes. Looking at my perfect self in the mirror. Jiang Linya, it's really beautiful, hee. Walk out the door. Zuikaku, follow me. I have something to ask you. Jiang Linya, okay, master. Zuikaku took Jiang Linya out of the school. After more than 20 minutes, Rueha took Jiang Linya through the grove, climbed over the hill, and arrived at the destination. It's the same wall as the one in Kaohsiung's yard, but this isn't Kaohsiung's home. Zuikaku, this is my home. We will conduct our training here from now on. Jiang Linya, Rueha's family. Zuikaku, my sister is not here right now. Let's go in first. You don't have to go back to the dormitory. Just stay here for the holiday. Follow me first. I will take you to your room. After walking into the yard and before entering the house, Zuikaku and Jiang Linya changed into slippers. Jiang Linya, okay. After turning left and right, Zuikaku opened a door and said, this is your room. Jiang Linya, yeah. I walked in and saw the floor, yellow-green tatami, a wardrobe, and a TV. Zuikaku, you can buy anything you need. The shopping mall and the school will not be closed during the holidays. Jiang Linya, I understand, teacher. Zuikaku entered the room and sat on the tatami. Zuikaku, come and sit down. I have something to talk to you about. Jiang Linya walked forward and sat down, saying, Teacher, please speak. Chapter 142 Inquiry. The two sat in Jiang Linya's room. Zuikaku, some things are entrusted by the top leaders. First of all, your identity. The Sakura Empire sent a troop to explore a sea area a few days ago. As for the details, you're not allowed to know. Jiang Linya was puzzled. Zuikaku, when the unit arrived, they found the wreckage of the White Eagle fleet. The unit found the black box and brought it back. The Research Institute reported that the black box was severely damaged and only a short video clip could be viewed. Jiang Linya, what did you see? Zuikaku took a sip of his drink and said, I saw you. Jiang Linya was shocked and said, What, me? That's impossible. I have never left the base. It wasn't me. Zuikaku took out his phone, tapped a few times, and said, Take a look at this video. Jiang Linya took the phone, clicked start, and started watching. The video is from Arizona's perspective. After fighting the purifier and being injured by the purifier's laser, she falls on the sea. Then a red light falls from the sky, blah blah. P.S. It's not water. Zuikaku said seriously, I know that the video in the White Eagle Fleet's black box is not you. We compared the you in these two videos. Jiang Linya, then. Zuikaku, except for the number of robot arms behind him, his other appearance features are exactly the same, including his eyes, which are also blood red and glow. Jiang Linya, my eyes are not red. Jiang Linya picked up the mirror next to her and looked at her eyes. They were not red. My eye color is blue. It's also very watery. Zuikaku, that light healed your wounds at the time. We guessed it was some kind of recovery effect from an accessory. A bit more powerful than damage control. But after the recovery, your eyes turned red, and then you launched that attack. Zuikaku was referring to the blow that ended the purifier. Zuikaku, do you remember? Jiang Linya, I didn't know anything after I fell down. Zuikaku, I guessed it. Jiang Linya asked in her mind, System, is that you? System. The emergency damage control system, and the system temporarily take control when the host loses consciousness. Jiang Linya thought that in her previous life, she had learned about meta. At that time, she was fighting in the big world and got the coordinate data to fight the Royal Arc meta. Her companions called it the Black Arkansas. Could it be that it was the black version of herself? P.S. There's an event in Azalane where you can get the blackened version of the shipgirl as long as you work hard. The event will last for a very long time. The end time of this Black Sea Mother is September. There is still time, so join the game and work hard. Jiang Linya, is it meta? Zuikaku suddenly became serious and asked in a low voice, How did you know this? Jiang Linya realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly said, It was a word that the purifier said. Jiang Linya quickly threw a pot to the purifier. Zuikaku, this is confidential. Don't talk nonsense, just forget it. Jiang Linya, I understand. I understand. Zuikaku, you should be more careful in the future. Since you're my apprentice, I will give you some information. The beautiful country is targeting you. Jiang Linya pointed at herself and said, Me? Why are you targeting me? Jiang Linya suddenly thought, maybe they want to take her to be sliced and studied. Chapter 143, Fireworks. Zuikaku, did you send weapons to Longwo before and let them study them? Jiang Linya, yes, then before I transformed it, I asked them to send it back to me. Zuikaku, the United States knows about this, and they suspect us, the Sakura Empire, saying that you sent us weapons for research. Jiang Linya, are you craving for meat? Zuikaku, yes, and the higher-ups asked me to ask you if I could lend you a weapon for research. Jiang Linya thought, since it was safe here anyway, it would be okay to do some research on them. Zuikaku, is it okay? Jiang Linya came up with a good idea. Jiang Linya said, the senior officials of the Sakura Empire, do you have good weapons? Zuikaku, that's for sure. Wait, you want to... Jiang Linya, I'm lending this twin laser cannon to you for research. I need other cannons to install for self-defense, and I don't want inferior ones. Zuikaku, I promise. As your master, I will help you get a good cannon. Jiang Linya, my good master. Jiang Linya was very happy in her heart. She even wanted to dance there. She could borrow it and ask for it back, and she could get a cannon for free that she wouldn't normally see. Who knows? She might even get a color cannon. She was so happy. As for the loss, Jiang Linya was not worried. When Jiang Linya lent the cannon to Xiaolu before, she had confirmed that she could locate her own cannon. Zuikaku, the weapon on the sea, which we call codename. Light, is extremely dangerous. All bases are discussing how to deal with it. We, the Sakura Empire, are thinking of letting you play a cameo role. We will use you as that weapon in the exercise space. Jiang Linya. Me? Zuikaku. The only difference between her and you that we know now is the number of robot arms. We don't know if she has other functions. But this is fine. Jiang Linya. Well, what are the benefits? This behavior of giving yourself experience is not to be wasted. You can also get a few more gods standing in your way and kill them. Zuikaku. I'll ask for you tomorrow. Okay, don't ask about other things now. Come with me to train and continue the last lesson. The last lesson refers to the one taught by Zuikaku during his free time. Jiang Linya. Okay. On the other side of the wall, Jiang Feng left quietly. Zuikaku also noticed it. After putting on his shoes, Zuikaku took Jiang Linya to the martial arts training ground. Both sides put on their ship uniforms and took out their respective ship-cutting swords. Zuikaku took a special look at Jiang Linya's ship-cutting sword and found that it was no longer the red color as in the video, so he stopped caring about it and started teaching. Ding ding dong dong. The continuous sound of iron hammering came from the martial arts field. Jiang Feng dodged a few times and returned to Changmeng's side. Changmeng, what request did you make? Jiang Feng replied, I want some better equipment than what is sold in the box. Changmeng, the mission of finding the cannon is given to you. Go find Mikasa. She has some precious cannons. Jiang Feng, yes. Changmeng, wait a minute, Mikasa is here. No need to look for her. Gifts, 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 please give me gifts. Please give the gifts to the lovely author. Chapter 144, Cute and Adorable. Mikasa, her true self, walked up to Nagamo. Changmeng, Mikasa-sama, are you here because of the python? P.S. The data shows that Nagato, as the flagship, is a junior and still calls Mikasa-sama. Mikasa, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to let two juniors play like this. If the other camps find out, they will be targeted. I'm here to protest this matter again. Akagi came out from somewhere and said with a smile, Oh Lady Mikasa, I'm doing this for the future of Sakura Empire. Mikasa said seriously, You can't control this power yet. I advise you to turn back as soon as possible. Akagi, Mikasa-senpai, don't worry, I can control it, Mikasa, be careful. If you use this power carelessly, it will backfire on you. Changmeng, what are you doing here? Akagi, Sir, it's to report the progress. The python will be completed in April or May next year. Changmeng, I understand. If there's nothing else, please go down first. Akagi and Mikasa, yes. Changmeng, Mikasa-sama, please stay. I have something to talk to you about. Mikasa stopped and turned around. Mikasa, what? Changmeng acted cute and said, Senior. Mikasa was forced to take a few steps back by the special effects released by Changmeng and said, Wow, what do you want this time? Changmeng, for the sake of the Sakura Empire, Senior, can you please take out the prototype 410mm triple gun in your collection? Mikasa, no, this is precious, no. Changmeng saw that the firepower was not enough, so he quickly increased the firepower. Changmeng turned on all the special effects, and then doubled them, and said, Mikasa-senpai, it's not for me, it's for the Sakura Empire. Then a set of cute attacks. Hit. Heavy damage. Heavy damage X2. Senior Mikasa has fallen. Mikasa. Okay. Well, it's in the safe in my warehouse. The password is. Go for the Sakura Empire. Changmeng glanced at Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng understood. He stood up and jumped away, heading towards Mikasa's home. The sun sets. Jiang Linya fell under the eaves holding her ship-cutting sword, gasping for breath. Jiang Linya was knocked away by Zuikaku and fell through the ceiling. Zuikaku said dissatisfiedly, Is that not enough? Get up and continue. I have found the feeling I had before. Jiang Linya, Master, you've got the feeling. Make it harder for me. I can't handle it. These 3 strikes sent Jiang Linya flying. The 6th strike made him eat the dirt, and the 9th strike made him take off from his spot. On one occasion, Jiang Linya was knocked out of the wall and flew outside the outer wall. Then Jiang Linya hung on the cherry tree at the door and fainted. Zuikaku couldn't find a ladder, so he just cut the branch with a knife. Then Jiang Linya fell down. Before Zuikaku could catch her, she was knocked down by other branches and leaves and fell on Jiang Linya, who fell to the ground. Zuikaku, let's continue fighting. Jiang Linya. Ah, master, please forgive me. Jiang Linya thought. Is this training? It feels like a one-sided beating. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Shokaku. Oh, is Zuikika home? Zuikika said in surprise. Sister. Shokaku. Zuikaku. Is your career as a principal over? Zuikaku. Well, sister, my next task is to teach my apprentice. Shokaku saw Jiang Linya behind him. Shokaku smiled and said, Is this the one? Jiang Linya. Hello, senior. I am a first-year student at the New Generation Commander Academy. I am Jiang Linya, and I am Zuikaku's apprentice. Chapter 145 Hard Training. P.S. To prevent readers who haven't played Azalane from getting confused, the author would like to explain that Zuikaku is the younger sister and Shokaku is the older sister. They control each other, and the codename thing has not been released yet. Zuikaku is Crane. Shokaku is Snipe. PS2. In the game setting, Zuikaku is the best swordsman in the Imperial Sakura Empire. Current setting. Zuikaku has no time to practice swordsmanship because he became the principal, so his skills in swordsmanship have greatly declined. And Shokaku rarely plays with swordsmanship. He is a serious aircraft carrier. Those who go up to close combat are not serious. For example, in the official animation, a certain Shokaku used a carrier-based aircraft to enchant his sword with sharp knockback and fire, and then went to cut Enterprise. Zuikika, this is the new type of ship the higher-ups were talking about. Shokaku, I know, I saw her in the video there. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Zuikaku's sister, Shokaku. Zuikaku, because they are on vacation, and considering that our home is so remote, I'll let Jiang stay here. Shokaku. Okay, I see. You two haven't eaten yet. I'll go make dinner. Zuikaku said happily, Great. I haven't had tempura made by my sister for a long time. Jiang Linya. Sorry for bothering you, senior. After Shokaku entered the house, Zuikaku pulled Jiang Linya up and said, Come on, continue practicing swordsmanship. Then, ignoring Jiang Linya's screams, he pulled Jiang Linya into the martial arts arena. Ding ding dong dong. There's that beautiful sound of iron hammering again. Ah, it was that melodious Jiang Linya scream again. Box. Another hole appeared in the ceiling. Jiang Linya didn't know how many times she was knocked out. More than an hour passed. Bang! Another human-shaped hole appeared on the wall of the martial arts arena, and Jiang Linya was hanging on the cherry tree outside the yard again and fainted. Shokaku opened the door and called out to the training ground, Zuhiku, it's time to eat. With a bang, Zuikaku rushed out of the training ground and ran towards Shokaku at a high speed. When passing by Shokaku, he grabbed him. Zuikaku's sister. Shokaku, go get your apprentice first. Zuikaku tried to break free and said, It's okay, sister, it's okay. I can go after I finish eating. Xiang's face darkened, and he smiled and said, Go quickly. Zuikaku gave up struggling and said, I understand. Then he ran out to rescue Jiang Linya. P.S. Because Jiang Linya didn't faint due to a fatal injury, the substitute player did not go online. If Huayuan was here, he would definitely laugh and say, You have come to this day too. Ah ha 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 ha. After a while, Zuikaku carried the unconscious Jiang Linya into the house. Both of them had leaves on them. It was obvious that Zuikaku had gone to chop branches again, and poor Jiang Linya might have fallen to the ground again. Putting Jiang Linya aside the table, Zuikaku sat down and washed his hands. Zuikaku, I'm starting. Then started eating. Jiang Linya smelled the fragrance and woke up. This wave is called a medical miracle. He was helped up by Shokaku. Jiang Linya. Thank you, senior. It hurts. Shokaku. Ah, why did you choose her as your teacher? My sister is very ruthless. Come on. Xianghe put Jiang Linya's head on his lap. Jiang Linya looked at the two peaks in front of him, his face slightly red, and said, Senior, this. Shokaku. It's okay, you're injured now, come on. Open your mouth, ah? Shokaku picked up a piece of tempura, fried shrimp, with chopsticks, and put it into Jiang Linma's mouth. This action made Zuikaku next to him envious and jealous. He thought that although the training was over tonight, he would give you a good beating tomorrow. The author has something to say. Chapter 146, Jiang Linya's Magical Dream. Night. After eating the tempura made by Shokaku, it was time to go back to the house and sleep. P.S. Shokaku is best at making tempura fried shrimp. Because there was no watch, Jiang Linya didn't know what time it was. It's time for bed anyway. Before go to bed, you need to take a shower. After taking off her clothes, Jiang Linya took out a bathrobe and shower cap from the closet and followed the path that Rueha had taken her through at noon to the bathroom. Open the bathroom door. Zuikaku. Jiang-san. Jiang Linya. Good evening, master. Zuikaku. That's great. Let's go take a hot spring bath together. Jiang Linya was curious and asked, Is this a hot spring? The first time I saw such a small hot spring was at Zuikaku's house. Zuikaku. It's an artificial hot spring. This is a device sold in Akashi. Jiang Linya took off her yukata and walked into the artificial hot spring. Jiang Linya. Comfortable. Zuikaku. Not bad. It also contains some spices and medicines to help you recover. Jiang Linya. Thank you, master. P.S. Even though there is no smoke bomb and the paladin is the tank, you still can't see it. Rueha felt a little depressed when he saw that Jiang Linya's figure was better than his own. After a while, Jiang Linya's face turned red and she sank. Zuikaku opened his eyes and saw that the boat was gone. Realizing something was wrong, I dived immediately. Not that deep. He quickly pulled Jiang Linya up. Jiang Linya fainted. Zuikaku, hey you, how many times will I have to move you today? He pulled Jiang Linya to the chair in the bathroom and wiped the naked Jiang Linya with a towel. As Rueha wiped, he envied Jiang Linya's figure more and more. He even rubbed it and compared it with his sister's. It's off track. Rueha carried the unconscious Jiang Linya back to the house, put her down, covered her with a quilt, picked up the dirty clothes beside her, and walked out, closing the door. In Jiang Linya's dream, Jiang Linya was sitting in a small wooden boat, sailing on the hot spring, and then with a snap, the boat broke apart. The wooden boat yelled, I'm cracked. Then it sank to the bottom of the water. Jiang Linya found that she could not summon the ship equipment and fell into the water as well. After struggling for a while, he was fished out by someone. This person's name is Sea Lion. How did Jiang Linya know that? Because this person has a red scarf tied on his head with the words, I am Sea Lion written on it. The man named Haishir laughed loudly and shouted a lot of words, which almost meant to kidnap the man and make him his concubine. What a bandit. Afterwards, Jiang Linya was carried on the shoulders of the Sea Lion and brought ashore. No matter how Jiang Linya resisted, she couldn't break free. Then Haishir put Jiang Linya down and went to fight with another person. On that person's red scarf was written, I am Xinyuo. Then the person called Xinyuo beat up the person called Haishir and won the fight. Haishir fled in panic. After driving away the Sea Lion, the man named Xinyuo shouted, I saved the world. Then Jiang Linya woke up. Jiang Linya opened her eyes and found herself back in the room. I also broke out in a lot of cold sweat. Jiang Linya, what a broken dream. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Jiang Linya thought that she would continue to be tortured tomorrow, so she pulled up the quilt and went to sleep. Water, more health. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Chapter 147, Getting Up and Getting Beaten. The next morning, the birds are singing and the flowers are blooming. Zuikaku ran in the corridor and pushed open the door of Jiang Linya's room with force, shouting, Get up, it's time to train. Then he threw the dried clothes on Jiang Linya's face. Jiang Linya rubbed her still slightly misty eyes and said, Training's so early, master. Because Jiang Linya had developed the habit of getting up early, Rueha easily woke her up. Jiang Linya yawned. Zuikaku, the sun is shining on your butt. Get up, train, and then eat. Jiang Linya, I want to sleep a little longer. Zuikaku, hurry up. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll be waiting for you at the training grounds. If you're late, today's training will be doubled. When Jiang Linya heard the words the training volume would be doubled, she quickly got up and got dressed. When I pulled the quilt, I realized that I was not wearing anything. Jiang Linya thought about it and realized that she wanted to take a bath last night. Then, she had a strange dream. Then, she woke up. Then, she fell asleep again. Then it was morning? What magical thing happened last night? Jiang Linya, forget it. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Jiang Linya looked at the washed clothes and thanked Rueha. Even her underwear was washed and smelled delicious. Then he quickly put on his clothes, picked up his ship-cutting sword, and ran to the training ground. Xiang had stood under the eaves not far away, listening to the screams and the sound of iron hammering coming from the martial arts field, and smiled. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell outside the courtyard gate. Shokaka heard this and walked over. Open the door. Xianghe, Master Jiang Feng, what brings you here? Jiang Feng didn't say much. He took out a bag, stuffed it into Xianghe's hand, and then flashed away. Shokaku, you're still so quiet. I glanced at the note attached to the package. To Zuikaku. He tilted his head. closed the door, and walked towards the training ground. Ding ding dong dong. Xiang has stood outside the training ground, listening to the sounds of iron hammering and screams inside. He smiled and said, "You really work hard." Bump! The wall suddenly broke open and a figure flew out. Shokaku was startled. The smoke cleared. Jiang Linya was lying not far away, and next to her was what should be Jiang Linya's ship-cutting sword. Zuikaku walked out of the cave. I saw Shokaku, who was so scared that he couldn't move. He glanced at the hole in the wall and where Shokaku was standing. Zuikaku scratched his head and said, "Sister, this place is dangerous. Please stay away. I almost hurt you by mistake." Shokaku, you knocked me unconscious so quickly this morning. You didn't have to use so much force? I don't have any grudge against you. Zuikaku, sorry, sister. I'll be gentler next time. This is my training method. P.S. Friends who have watched Fate can imagine that when Sarge was training Shrill, he beat him with all his strength. This training method is still very effective. Shokaku, this is the package Lord Jiang Feng gave you. Zuikaku took it and opened it directly. It houses a prototype 410mm triple-mounted gun. Zuikaku, it seems that this is the weapon given to Jiang Linya by the higher-ups. They really spent a lot of money on it. Shokaku, I saw this at Mikasa-senpai's place. He said it was a very precious weapon. P.S. These prototype cannons and parts are extremely rare in this world. Zuikaku, okay, move Jiang Linya to the room first. Sister, breakfast is ready too. Xianghe, well, take Jiang to eat later. I'll go back to the kitchen first. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. Autumn pear paste. Cute. Chapter 148. Changmeng also wants to play with laser cannon. While eating, Rueha took out the cannon given by Jiang Feng. Zuikaku, this is a gift from above. It's for borrowing your laser cannon. Jiang Linya had never seen this cannon before. She took the cannon from Rueha and looked at it carefully. Prototype 410mm triple gun. Isn't this T0 level equipment? It's the Izumo cannon. I made a killing. Jiang Linya, oh, Zuikaku, my eyes are shining. Hey, I'm drooling. Wipe it off. Shokaku, hee. Zuikaku, this should be the treasure of Senior Mikasa. I spent a lot of money to borrow your cannon. Jiang Linya immediately summoned the ship equipment and removed his 88mm twin-mounted anti-aircraft laser cannon. Then the Izumo cannon was installed. Jiang Linya, Sigui, so handsome, your firepower is even stronger. Zuikaku, all right, there's not enough space. Take it off quickly. Jiang Linya put away her ship equipment and handed the miniaturized 88mm twin-mounted anti-aircraft laser cannon to Zuikaku. Zuikaku looked at this high-tech gadget, sighed, and said, "Alas, I also want this kind of weapon, but unfortunately, I'm an aircraft carrier." Jiang Linya, hee, Izumo cannon. Shokaku, okay, you two eat quickly. After a while, under the sacred tree, Jiang Feng, sir, this is the student's cannon. Jiang Feng took out the cannon given by Jiang Linya from behind. Changmeng, the one sitting under the sacred tree, was wearing a ship uniform. Give it to me. Jiang Feng, yes. Changmeng took the cannon and looked at it carefully. Changmeng, it's a high-tech item. It doesn't look like a weapon from this era. Even the siren we encountered weren't equipped with such a thing. P.S. The author inferred from watching the animation 14 times that siren is generally equipped with electromagnetic cannon. That is, kinetic cannon, and the shells it fires are not shed shells, can penetrate armor and explode. Jiang Feng, some humanoid sirens are equipped with similar weapons, but the colors are different. Changmeng removed the 410mm twin-mounted naval gun that he was equipped with. Equipped with Jiang Linya's cannon, Changmeng took control of the ship equipment. Buzz. Boom. 2 laser beams were fired into the sky. It should be said that it is worthy of being the flagship of the Sakura Empire, and it can even suppress laser cannons. Changmeng removed the laser cannon and said weakly, "Guard, go get me some supplies." Jiang Feng, sir, are you okay? Are there any side effects from using this weapon? Changmeng drank the can of oil brought by the guard and said, "There are no side effects, but my ammunition depot was suddenly emptied." After hearing this, Jiang Feng felt relieved. Changmeng, give it to Akashi and let her study it. Jiang Feng, yes. The lunch break time came quickly. Zuikaku and Jiang Linya were resting under the eaves. Rueha was sitting and Jiang Linya was lying down. Zuikaku, your strength has increased. That's good. Jiang Linya, It's all thanks to the master. Haha. Zuikaku, my sister told me that she needs to stay at the headquarters for a while. Things are getting more complicated in the Sakura Empire. Jiang Linya sat up and said, Master, who will cook then? Zuikaku, let's go out to eat. Jiang Linya, go to the cafeteria? Is the cafeteria open during the holidays? Zuikaku, during holidays, the cafeteria is open, but the food is cooked and served fresh. You need to wait for a while after ordering. Jiang Linya, then I'll take the teacher out for dinner tonight. Zuikaku, Xiao Jiang, do you know where to find some delicious food? Maybe I've been there before. After all, I was born in Sakura. Chapter 149. Zuikaku is shocked. In the evening, Jiang Linya took Rueha, the former principal and current master, out to look for food. Jiang Linya used a money offensive. Sometimes Zuikaku behaves just like Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya thought that this was something that Shokaku got used to. The time he spent as an official at the school made Zuikaku more mature. Walking on the street, Jiang Linya, Master, how much is your usual salary? Zuikaku, not much, maybe 200,000 yen with bonus. Jiang Linya, it feels okay, but it's really a bit too little for such a high position. Zuikaku, where's the place you were talking about? Jiang Linya, Master, just follow me. I guess the principal has never been there either. Jiang Linya's skill, money attack, is charging. Jiang Linya took the principal and walked towards the school. Zuikaku, snack stands near the school? I've been to all of them. Never mind, I'll go with you. After a while, Jiang Linya entered the compound of the 5-star hotel. Zuikaku grabbed Jiang Linya. Zuikaku, hey, did you go the wrong way? I don't even want to go here. Jiang Linya, just bring the chef here to eat. I come here often. Zuikaku was shocked. Zuikaku, what? So my classmate is so rich. Jiang Linya, it's my treat, master. As she spoke, Jiang Linya pulled Rueha into the 5-star hotel. The hotel owner ran towards Jiang Linya at a speed of 100 meters per second, just like before. Jiang Linya, the commander went back and left me this black card when he left. It should be a VIP card of the hotel. It looks quite high-end. This time, the Dragon Country cuisine will be 2 plates of braised pork, 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, 1 serving of boiled cabbage, and 5 special dishes of Sakura. Hotel owner, okay, ladies, please take the elevator. Jiang Linya took Rueha to the most luxurious room that Jiang Linya and Xiaoya often went to. The food is still served very quickly. Then Zuikaku was stunned. The dishes were arranged in a way that looked like Zuikaku couldn't afford to eat them. Zuikaku, Mr. Jiang, my good disciple, do you often come here to eat? Jiang Linya, by the way, Mr. Zuikaku is a senior official of the Sakura Empire. Doesn't he come here often? Zuikaku thought about it. In the past, the top executives gathered together to celebrate their success. They cooked their own meals and received very little salary, and the bonus was not that much. Only once did they choose a super high-end restaurant to meet the president of another country, and it was not his turn to accompany him at that time. Jiang Linya, teacher, if you like this place, I can bring you here many times. Zuikaku, my good disciple. Zuikaku decided to go easy on himself these days. Then I opened my stomach and ate with big mouthfuls. Like Zuikaku and Jiang Linya, they are both idle boats. The hotel owner took a look at the surveillance camera and said to the phone, Don't worry, miss. We will take good care of your shipgirl. Yes, that's Xiaoya on the other end of the phone. The author would like to ask for leave here because my family asked me to go out for a few days to play and climb mountains in order to better recover my eyesight, and I could go back home to write at night. The number of chapters may decrease in the next 2 to 3 days. Please forgive me. If I have time later, I will make it up to you. Please forgive me. And please give me some gifts, the author whispered. Chapter 150, Master-Disciple Dialogue. After dinner, Jiang Linya accompanied Rueha back home, took a bath, smelled fragrant, and went to sleep. Just like that, day after day, not year after year, training every day, Jiang Linya was beaten every day and making progress every day. There are still 8 days until the Dragon Country New Year. It's snowing. Ding ding dong dong. It was still that familiar sound of hammering iron. Oh, no more screaming. The camera turns to Jiang Linya and Zuikaku, holding long swords, standing in the ruins. When did a ruin appear here? Oh, it turned out to be a martial arts arena. That's okay. Jiang Feng stood on a distant mountain, drinking coke and watching the 2 people practicing swordsmanship. I have to say Jiang Feng has very good eyesight. While staring at Jiang Linya, he would turn back from time to time to look at Changmeng under the sacred tree. This distance. Jiang Feng has very good eyes. Chongying meeting room. Akaji, I suggest that the student taught by the junior of the 5th Air Force be allowed to participate in this operation. Kaga stood silently by and looked at Akaji. Shokaku, no, this is not an exercise or a competition. This is a war. It's not appropriate to ask a student who hasn't even graduated yet to participate in a war. Kaosheng nodded slightly. Akaji, I don't need her to fight at close range. I just need her to provide long-range support. I don't think that kid likes the White Eagles either. I see. But this is also an extremely dangerous matter. My lord, do you still want a little girl like this to participate? Akaji, then let's put it aside for now. The 5th carrier. Shokaku. Yes, senpai. Akaji. Zuikaku. Shokaku was a little curious. When did the seniors from the 1st carrier fighter start to care about the juniors from the 5th carrier fighter? Shokaku said, Zuikaku is fine. After this period of training, her strength has recovered. Akaji. That's good, that's good. Akaji let out a creepy laugh, then said, Dismissed, the plan has changed. I need to go back and reorganize it. Zuikaku family. In the ruins of the martial arts arena, Zuikaku and Jiang Linya sat on the broken and collapsed walls. Zuikaku, well, the first half of the semester is over, apprentice. Jiang Linya instantly collapsed and said, you can relax now. Boom. Jiang Linya, it hurts. Rueha tapped Jiang Linya's head, making it buzz. Zuikaku, during the time you're away, you can't completely relax. You still need to practice every day. Jiang Linya, yes, master. Zuikaku, when you come back next time, a new training ground will be built here. Jiang Linya, speaking of which, Senior Jiang Feng, it seems that you have been monitoring us for some time. Zuikaku was surprised and asked, You've already discovered it? Jiang Linya, my radar is very powerful. It will definitely find it. Zuikaku, Lord Jiangfeng is only ensuring our personal safety to prevent the people of the beautiful country from sending the White Eagle ship to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Linya stood up and said, Wouldn't it be possible for a master to protect me? Zuikaku, this is double insurance. Maybe one day they'll send a very powerful shipgirl, the kind that even I can't stop. Jiang Linya, master, please don't say bad things. Zuikaku, I see. Okay, do you need an escort ship when you return this time? Jiang Linya, I will go back alone this time, so I won't need a frigate. I will be flying at a high speed of 10,000 meters, so we'll be fine. Zuikaku, this. It was the first time that Rueha knew that Jiang Linya could fly to 10,000 meters. Jiang Linya, watch the sunset at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Zuikaku thought about the height and said, It's a bit scary. Rested for a while. Zuikaku, when do we leave? Jiang Linya, tomorrow morning, I will take you and Xianga Senior out for dinner tonight. Zuikaku, that 5-star hotel? Jiang Linya, yes. Zuikaku glanced at the door and said, I wonder if Sister Shokaku will come home today. There's so many things going on up there lately. Jiang Linya, aren't you also a senior executive? Zuikaku, yes, I am. I am only here to teach you how to use a sword because of Lord Nagato's order. Jiang Linya, Zuikaku, don't worry about those problems. My sister is enough. If I don't go, I won't be bullied. Jiang Linya, because of the seniors from the 1st carrier fighter? Zuikaku sighed and said, Yes, the seniors of the 1st Air Force are really good at making things difficult for us. Jiang Linya, I believe in you, master. Your strength will surpass that of our predecessors in the 1st carrier fighter. Zuikaku, where are we going to eat later? Jiang Linya, the store in alley number 3 on the commercial street. Zuikaku, good disciple, you think the same as me. Then the master and the disciple started playing together. Laughter and joy. The author was exhausted from climbing the mountain today, but the scenery on the mountain was nice. Please give me some gifts. Tomorrow is the last day. We will update as normal the day after tomorrow. I feel like it's really tiring to keep updating. It's just right for me to take a break these few days. Chapter 151, Salt Pickled Shop. First of all, because the author is too poor, he doesn't even have the money to buy a 20 yuan membership, so he has to raise funds to purchase a membership upgrade group. Now, the upper limit of the number of readers in the reader group is 500. I would like to thank the following readers. Special thanks, Yukike's comes to protect everyone. Honkai Captain Commander, special thanks, Special 2 Modified Space Destroyer Ayanami. Special thanks, Sankaliya, Song of the Mountain and the Sea. Thanks to the above readers. This paragraph does not count towards the chapter's word count. 1:35 p.m. at the Sakura Empire Base, an alley in the commercial street. Although the alley is small, it is crowded with ships and shipgirls as far as the eye can see. At the end of the alley, there is a small restaurant. Zuikiko looked at the fleet girls who were mostly there to line up and said, "There are a lot of people this time, apprentice." Jiang Linya. Although this store is newly opened, I didn't expect that it would be discovered by many shipgirls within 3 days. Zuikiko. We'll have to wait in line again. This small shop was discovered by Jiang Linya by chance while she was strolling around the street. The name of the shop is Shiazuk no Shoten. Translated, it means salted fish shop. But this shop doesn't sell salted fish, it sells dorayaki and taiyaki. When Jiang Linya discovered it, the store had only been open for less than half a day, and there was no opening ceremony or anything. Because Jiang Linya was hungry at the time, she went in and bought a few pounds of food and took it back to eat. As a kankali, she eats a lot but doesn't get fat. Zuikiko also came over to eat, and she thought it was especially delicious but a little cold. That night, Zuikiko and Jiang Linya went to eat all-you-can-eat taiyaki and dorayaki. There was no movement for 2 days, but this morning, Kankali's circle of friends was flooded with messages all about this store. I read the news and saw takoyaki. This must be a new one. Zuikiko and Jiang Linya planned to eat after training. I plan to eat a few more pounds. After waiting in line for about an hour, we finally arrived at Jiang Linya and Zuikiko. I saw an extra sign in front of the sales window. Each person is limited to 2 purchases per day. This is reasonable. If Jiang Linya and Rueha each buy a few kilograms, then only a few people will be satisfied, and the others will not be willing to do so. Jiang Linya, teacher, you buy the taiyaki and dorayaki, and I'll buy the octopus balls. Zuikiko, okay. Jiang Linya, boss, 2 servings of octopus balls, take away. I paid and waited at the window for a while. Jiang Linya said to herself, this fragrance is so fragrant. The boss worked very quickly, and 2 servings of octopus balls were ready in a short while. After getting the octopus balls, Jiang Linya said, teacher, I'll go back and wait for you. Rueha grabbed Jiang Linya. She was afraid that Jiang Linya would accidentally finish the food when she got back. Zuikiko, sit next to me and wait for me. I'm afraid you'll eat secretly. Jiang Linya, hey, that's not right. Teacher, do you think I'm that kind of person? Zuikiko, please control your expression before you say that. At this moment, Jiang Linya's eyes were shining as she stared at the octopus balls in her hand. Her saliva was about to flow out and drip onto the ground. Jiang Linya, ahem, okay. Zuikiko, boss, 1 serving of taiyaki and 1 serving of dorayaki. After a while, Zuikiko also finished buying it. The 2 of them took the food and bought 2 servings of udon noodles and more than 100 skewers of oden on the way. Because everyone knows that different types of shipgirls eat different amounts of food. Destroyers eat less, while battleships and aircraft carriers eat more. When cooking, they cook many portions or large portions at a time quickly. Return to Zuikiko's house. Jiang Linya and Rueha set the food on the table and sat down. Jiang Linya and Zuikiko, I'm starting. Jiang Linya didn't say this at first, but later, because Rueha asked her to, she followed suit. They both reached for the octopus balls with their chopsticks at the same time. 1 portion per person. Jiang Linya, delicious. The octopus balls in this restaurant have a lot of octopus meat in them, and the ingredients are just right. Zuikiko nodded as he ate. The 2 of them quickly finished their octopus balls. Start eating other foods. Jiang Linya, I think octopus balls are the best. Zuikiko nodded while eating. After they finished their meal, they laid down to rest. Zuikiko, when you return to Longwood tomorrow, remember to buy some local specialties for the teacher. Jiang Linya, let me load a boat for you. Zuikiko, well, it doesn't take that much, just buy some food. Jiang Linya, can't we eat anything in a restaurant? Zuikiko, your teacher, I am not a rich man. Jiang Linya, oh, I forgot, sorry. Zuikiko, in the Dongwang section of the school cafeteria, there are only so many to eat in a week. I have seen the recipes of the Dongwang section in the Kankali app, and I was shocked by how thick it was. So I thought about asking you to go to the commander this time and bring me something I haven't eaten before. Jiang Linya, okay, master. The first thing Jiang Linya thought of was cold noodles, the kind that comes in boxes. She believes that Zion's box cold noodles taste just as good as freshly made ones. Zuikiko, okay, let's continue training. This should be the last afternoon of the first half of the semester at Zuikiko's sword school. We've already spent a lot of time buying food. We can't waste any more time. Jiang Linya. I'm going to get beaten again. Author's notice. I will be returning home tomorrow afternoon. If I have enough time, I will continue with the fourth update. Chapter 152, Four Sword Style. Author's words. Warm reminder. Azalane is a world of magic and technology. I'll reveal it in advance because many people have reported it. The author has not forgotten the shock value store, but it is not time for it to appear yet. Currently, the main guns on the Star Destroyer are electromagnetic guns and kinetic shells. Too many people have said it. Like some sirens, as to why the laser fired by Azalane's laser cannon is not at the speed of light. The author designed the protagonist's laser cannon based on the siren's laser cannon. There are very few sirens with laser cannons. Most are equipped with electromagnetic cannons. Magic route. Friends can guess what the shock value store is used for. Once again, no one knows about siren technology, but the sirens will become stronger according to the strength of the shipgirls, which may be the official setting. The caliber of a laser cannon is exactly the diameter of the laser it fires. Walk into the ruins of the martial arts field. Jiang Linya. Master, why can't we fight in the yard? Zuikaku. Only in the training grounds is considered combat training, not in the yard. Jiang Linya. When you were fighting with Senior Kaosheng. Zuikaku. Well, because there's no training ground at our house, and there's none nearby, so they fought in the yard. Jiang Linya thought. I clearly saw the sign for the martial arts arena. Thinking and thinking. Ding. An idea popped into Jiang Linya's mind. Jiang Linya. Teacher, please wait a moment. I'll go to the warehouse for a few minutes. Zuikaku. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. Walk into the warehouse. Jiang Linya walked straight to the knife rack. Took 3 training knives. Because of the battle between the two, they didn't know when they started to use training swords, and several training swords would be consumed every day. So Zuikaku bought nearly 200 training swords at one time and put them in the warehouse. The reason for changing to a training sword was probably because the durability of Zuikaku's favorite sword might not be enough, and she was also concerned about the durability, so she changed the sword. But Jiang Linya's sword looks like it has infinite durability. No matter how you beat him, he won't do anything bad. Jiang Linya came to the martial arts field with 4 training swords. Zuikaku, what do you do with all those training swords? Jiang Linya, hey master, look. Jiang Linya summoned the ship suit, then picked up 2 knives with her arms, put them in the dragon's mouth, let the dragon head bite them, and then picked up the remaining 2 knives, 1 in each hand. Struck a posture. Zuikaku, for sword style? Can you play it like this? Jiang Linya, master, take it, I'm going to do it. Zuikaku, I'll wait. Before Zuikaku could finish his words, Jiang Linya rushed up in an instant and slashed at Zuikaku with 4 swords at the same time. Zuikaku, you want to be beaten again? Zuikaku opened fire at full force and refused to hold back, easily blocking Jiang Linya's attack. Ding ding dong. The sound of iron hammering could be heard from far away, making people think that there was a blacksmith shop on a mountain. After a while, Jiang Linya was lying on the ruins with a bruised face. Zuikaku was bent over, his hands on his knees, holding a broken sword and gasping for breath. Zuikaku, you rascal, I'm so tired. You actually, you're using quadruple firepower. Zuikaku was facing 2 dragon heads with normal attack power and 2 arms with reduced attack power. Because Jiang Linya had not learned the dual sword style before, it was not very convenient for her to hold 2 swords in both hands. But each dragon head was equivalent to holding a sword in both hands, so she could perfectly display what Zuikaku taught. Jiang Linya, I haven't practiced the dual sword style yet, so I'll use 3 swords to fight the master next time. Zuikaku, fight me hard. Otherwise, I'll find help next time. Bring me some knives, and I'll call some people. Jiang Linya panicked immediately and said, master, I was wrong. I will just grab a knife next time. Don't call anyone. Let's talk it out. The shipgirls of the Sakura Empire are all very good at using swords. If a few more of them come, Jiang Linya will definitely be beaten badly. Zuikaku, you can add 1 more robot arm at a time? Jiang Linya, I don't know about that. Zuikaku, what level are you now? Zuikaku straightened himself, walked to the ruins, and sat next to Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, I think, level 33 now. Zuikaku, good boy, you have advanced 3 levels since the end of the exam. Jiang Linya, I am a special ship, so it is difficult to upgrade. Zuikaku, with your full power now activated, you should be able to defeat level 80 to 90 shipgirls. That's amazing. Because Rui has spent most of his time at school observing Jiang Linya, he could naturally guess some of Jiang Linya's abilities. For example, the abnormal fire control system and the abnormal radar system. Add to that a flying backpack. Who can beat this? My first and second generation aircraft can't reach that altitude. Zuikiku guessed. Cooperate with the fire control system. Use laser cannon and carry out strikes at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Obvious. Zuikiku thought of something and turned to ask, I didn't see you go to the school's fuel depot to refill the fuel. Don't you consume fuel? Jiang Linya answered without thinking. Because the school has too little oil, I usually go to the Chongying power station to steal electricity. Jiang Linya suddenly thought that she seemed to have revealed her secret. Turning around, Zuikiku looked at him in shock. Eyes still wide open. Good news, good news. Tomorrow, Saturday, July 10th, the author will resume updating. The author has gone home and the rest day is over. Another good news is that the author will find time to update 10 times a day. Chapter 153 Power Outage. The air froze for a few seconds. Boom. Zuikiku pushed Jiang Linya to the ground and asked kindly, It seems that the previous power outage was caused by you, my dear apprentice. Jiang Linya was sweating coldly, looking at the dark-faced Rueha, and said, Teacher, it shouldn't be a big deal. The air froze for a few seconds. Narrator. Now, because of the emergency, let's take a look at the cherry trees covered with snow outside. I was wrong. Master. Help. Narrator. Please ignore the screams coming from within the walls. After a while, Jiang Linya's face and head were covered with bruises, and her body was buried in the rubble, with only her head left outside. Jiang Linya spat out a tooth and said, Master, there's no need to beat me so badly, eh? Zuikiku squatted beside them, looking at the scenery outside, and said slowly, One time, you almost destroyed a place in the Sakura Empire, and several of our compatriots were almost killed. This was a big deal. Zuikiku is now very conflicted about whether to report it or conceal it. After thinking for a while, he looked towards the top of the mountain, which was where Jiang Feng often went. After feeling it, Rueha breathed a sigh of relief that Jiang Feng was not there. Zuikiku decided to keep this secret. Zuikiku, well, there's a laboratory doing experiments, and the seniors of the 1st Air Force had several generators brought in. Because the things being researched in the experiments are difficult to control and consume a lot of power, the backup generators are directly connected to the main generators for power supply. During the experiment, the main generators suddenly lost power, but thanks to the control of the predecessors of the First Air War, no accident occurred in the end. Only then did Jiang Linya realize the seriousness of the matter. Zuikiku, well, let's keep this a secret for now. Because of Jiang Linya's importance, Chang Meng and the others might not pursue anything. But as for Kaga, that's hard to say. Akagi and Kaga have been investigating this matter. Kaga wanted to find that person and skin him alive. Zuikiku, your ship uses electricity? Jiang Linya, not really. I also use oil. Zuikiku, okay, I'll get you a charging station when I get back. Don't try to steal electricity casually. It'll be a miracle if the high voltage doesn't kill you. Jiang Linya, it's just a little numb. Jiang Linya did not ask what the experiment was, because it involved a carrier battle, and it must be confidential, and it would be bad to be too gossipy. After an hour of repair, Jiang Linya was restored to its original state. The bags on my face disappeared. Zuikiku, all right, practice with me for a while longer, stop playing with dragons, and fight properly. Jiang Linya, yes, master. Zuikiku, I'm on it. Jiang Linya got ready to respond and blocked Zuikiku's attack. The sound of iron hammering came from the yard. The sun sets. Zuikiku and Jiang Linya were preparing in the yard. Zuikiku has received the news that Shokaku will return home tonight. Squeak. The gate to the courtyard opened and Shokaku walked in. Shikaku, Zuikiku, I'm back. Rueha stood up and walked forward to greet him, with Jiang Linya following not far behind him. Zuikiku, sister, welcome home. Jiang Linya, good evening, senior. Xianghe, Jiang-san, are you leaving tomorrow? Jiang Linya, yes, senior. Zuikiku, tonight is the farewell party. My apprentice will be back in 2 weeks. Then Zuikiku turned and looked at Jiang Linya, said, don't forget about the specialty. Chapter 154, Encountering Jiang Feng. After they were done cleaning up, the two waited for Shokaku to clean himself up before going out together. The cherry blossoms at night. The scenery is beautiful. There is still some unmelted snow on the wooden houses. It glows faintly under the red lanterns and moonlight. There are more people on the streets of Sakura City at night. They are all ship girls who are out looking for food. The clogs made pleasant sounds as they stepped on the stone floor. Jiang Linya. The first half of the semester is over. Zuikaku. Well, I can rest well these few days. Shokaku, alas. Zuikaku. Sister, what's wrong? Shokaku. No more rest. You need to return to your previous post in the few days after Jiang-san leaves. Zuikaku. Hey, is this an order from our seniors in the first carrier fighter? Shokaku. Yes, hey, my seniors from the first carrier fighter. Zuikaku. You're really good at giving orders. You don't even have a day off. Jiang Linya turned around and said, How about I elope with the teacher? Zuikaku. Forget it, apprentice. I'm afraid the seniors from the first carrier fighter will make things difficult for you. Shokaku. Okay, be happy, Zuikaku. That's in the next few days. Don't worry about it now. Zuikaku. Sister is right. Walking and walking. Jiang Linya suddenly stopped and turned around. Jiang Linya. Who is the senior following behind? It's not good to follow you all the time. Can you come out and meet me? There was silence for a few seconds. A gurgling sound was heard, and a dark shadow jumped out from the woods not far away. Click! The dark shadow jumped down from such a high place and landed safely. Zuikaku, Master Jiang Feng. Shokaku. Good evening, sir. Jiang Linya. Hello, senior. Jiang Feng. Good evening. I didn't expect that I could be discovered even though I hid so well, not bad. Zuikaku. Even I didn't notice the adults. Jiang Feng. Okay, I'm out on patrol. Shokaku. Sir, then. Jiang Feng. Lord Nagato has gone to Senior Mikasa's house. He doesn't need me to follow him for the time being. Lord Nagato asked me to go out on patrol. Jiang Linya. Well, Senior, you haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you come with us? You will have more energy to patrol after you have eaten. Zuikaku and Shokaku nodded. Jiang Feng glanced at the three of them and said, Okay, let's go. In fact, Jiang Feng's purpose of coming out was to monitor Jiang Linya. Jiang Feng already knew about the power outage at the reservoir. The three became 4 people walking on the street. When the ships on the street saw Zuikaku, Shokaku, and Jiang Feng, they all stopped and greeted them. Jiang Feng. Zueha, how is your practice going? Zuikaku. It's okay. I've almost recovered. Jiang Feng. Well, Shangha, how is the data being sorted out? Shokaku. Sir, the information is ready and has been given to me. Jiang Linya couldn't understand what the 3 people were talking about the whole time. In this way, the 4 of them walked to the 5-star hotel in front of the New Generation Commander Academy of Chongqing Sakura Army. The hotel owner was already waiting at the door. Walk into the compound. Jiang Feng looked at the building of the 5-star hotel and said, So this is it. Jiang Linya. Does the senior come here often? Jiang Feng. When there are important foreign visitors, we might choose this place. Shokaku. I usually accompany you. Zuikaku hasn't been here before. Zuikaku, Chapter 155. The Last Gathering of Master and Disciple Years Ago. After listening to what Zuikaku said, Shokaku. I'm sorry, Zuikaku. I got a salary but didn't let my sister enjoy it. It's my fault. Zuikaku. No, sister. That's not necessary. I have sister's tempera. After Jiang Linya finished communicating with the boss, she brought the 3 of them upstairs. The food came out very quickly. Jiang Feng. It tastes good. Jiang Linya. Senior. Have you ever eaten here before? Jiang Feng. As a guard, I stand beside Lord Nagato and protect him. I cannot sit with him. Jiang Linya. Zuikaku. Okay, Jiang Linya will be leaving tomorrow. This is a farewell party. Jiang Feng and Xiang, he watched the 2 of them while eating roast duck. Zuikaku. Disciple, do you have anything to say? Jiang Linya stood up holding the juice and said, Thank you, Master, for your teachings over the past month. I also thank everyone from Sakura Empire for their concern. As for the rest, I hope you can be gentler in the second half of the semester. Zuikaku chewed the braised pork and said, Well, I can't do it lightly well. Zuikaku tilted his head back and swallowed the braised pork. Zuikaku, I can't let you off, otherwise the progress will be slow. You are the eldest disciple of my #1 swordsman in the Sakura Empire. Xianghe whispered. This issue's top swordsman is Lord Jiang Feng. Zuikaku, ahem, the great swordsman from the past. Jiang Linya, okay. Maybe it was because they usually ate too much food from Sakura Empire and wanted to change the taste, so none of them touched Sakura Empire's special dishes. Dinner time is almost over again. Jiang Feng, it's time. I'm going to pick up Lord Nagato. After saying that, Jiang Feng flashed and left the scene. Jiang Linya, Senior Jiang Feng, gives people the feeling of a nanny. Zuikaku, although Nagato-sama looks like a child, he is not a child anymore. Shokaku, after all, he is the administrator of the Sakura Empire. Zuikaku, okay, go home, take a shower and go to bed. Walking on the road, Jiang Linya thought that she would go to Dragon Country tomorrow, and she didn't know what the technological level of Dragon Country in this world was. I'm going to meet the commander's parents. As the ship girl who protects the commander, shouldn't I bring some gifts? I don't know what happened to the silly rabbit in the garden, or whether it got into any trouble. If she causes trouble for the commander, go over and beat her up first. As he thought about it, Jiang Linya clenched his fists. At this time, in a villa on a certain road in a certain city in a certain province of Longhua, the garden sneezed. Garden, Achio. He wiped his nose and continued to sleep with Xiaoya in his arms. Xiaoya felt helpless. Hua Yuan was still like a child, saying that she needed someone to sleep with her. Jiang Linya was not there, so she wanted the commander to accompany her. Because I definitely can't let other people in the family accompany him, so the commander can only accompany him. Hua Yuan prayed that Jiang Linya could come back later. Xiaoya was looking at the night sky at this time, thinking about tomorrow's rendezvous plan. Xiaoya, hey Hua Yuan, don't hug me so tightly. Garden, hey sorry, commander, you smell so good. Then Steel Tofu. Xiaoya, you and Jiang Linya are sleeping like this in the master bedroom? I doubt whether Jiang will let you hold her. Hua Yuan, she didn't allow it at first, but she got used to it slowly. Hua Yuan lies without blushing. Chapter 156 Late Night. Late at night, Zuikaku and Shokaku were sleeping soundly in the same room. Jiang Linya opened the door, walked to the door, changed her shoes, opened the door, and walked out. Jiang Linya, I forgot to check what time it is. Never mind. There's no need to check. Walking along the path in the woods, I looked at a few foxes sleeping in a fox den in the distance. Jiang Linya suppressed her urge to go forward and touch him, and walked away along the path. Jiang Linya couldn't sleep. It's like you're thinking about going to a super fun place the next day, and you can't sleep the night before. Jiang Linya is in this state now. Walking and walking. Walking and walking. Jiang Linya was not afraid of not finding the way back. After every day's training, Rueha would take Jiang Linya out to find food. Once you are familiar with the road, you won't be afraid of getting lost. Jiang Linya walked to a big rock and climbed up. My radar shows that the target point marked as Jiang Feng is here. After climbing up, I saw Jiang Feng looking at the scenery. Jiang Linya, Senior, are you waiting for me here? Jiang Feng, can't sleep? Jiang Linya walked over, sat down, and said yes. The two sat on the rock and looked at the moon in silence for a while. Jiang Feng, can't you reveal your identity? Jiang Linya, for my safety, no one can tell. Jiang Feng, okay, I understand. Jiang Linya, thank you for your understanding, Senior. There was another brief silence. Jiang Feng, thank you for treating me today. Jiang Linya, you're welcome, Senior. It's only natural for a junior to treat a senior to a meal. You've worked hard protecting the Sakura Empire. Jiang Feng, Jiang Linya, well, Senior. Jiang Feng, Jiang Linya, another thing about me. Jiang Feng, I guessed it. This is what Zuikaku told you. Jiang Linya, yes, I want to know. Jiang Feng, well, I don't have much information. I've watched the video, and I can feel that she is different from you. Jiang Linya, is the equipment different? Jiang Feng, it's not just the equipment, it's also the emotions. I feel crazy. Jiang Linya, crazy. Jiang Feng, it must be someone who has experienced something. We have met other people before. As for more things, this is our secret. I can't tell you. Jiang Linya, I understand, Senior. Silence, moonlight, and insect chirping. Jiang Feng, aren't you going to leave early tomorrow? Why don't you go to bed now? Jiang Linya yawned. Jiang Linya, I am indeed sleepy, and it is time to go to bed. Then, Senior, I will leave first. Jiang Feng, yeah. Jiang Linya stood up and prepared to get down from the stone. Jiang Linya turned around and asked, Senior, aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Feng left. He left without a sound. Jiang Linya, this is suitable for being an assassin. Thump! After jumping off the stone, Jiang Linya walked back along the way she came, looking at the scenery. Jiang Feng stood on the hill where she usually stood, watching Jiang Linya walk towards Rui's house. Here are 4 updates for you. Starting from today, there will be 4 updates every day. I will find a day to update more. Also, gifts, 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 gifts. Come and feed our dear author with your gifts. By the way, let me resend it to the readers group number 597141849. This is a QQ group. Chapter 157, Preparing to Go to Dragon Country. The next morning, after eating the breakfast made by Shokaku, Jiang Linya put on her small school bag and went to the port with Zuikaku and Shokaku. Zuikaku, don't forget to bring me some local specialties when you go back this time. Jiang Linya, I know, master, you have mentioned it many times, I know it. Shokaku, oh, by the way, Jiang-san, here's this for you. Shokaku pulled out a cylindrical object from his pocket. Jiang Linya took it and asked, what is this? One end of the circle is soft. Is it a button? Shokaku smiled and said, it's an advanced signal device directly connected to Mai and Zuikaku's phones. If you are in danger at sea, just press it and we will come to support you after receiving the message. Jiang Linya put the stick in her pocket. Jiang Linya, thank you, senior. Arriving at the port, Jiang Linya summoned her mining ship and prepared to board the ship and leave. A dark shadow suddenly jumped onto Jiang Linya's mining ship. Zuikaku became alert and asked, who? Jiang Linya glanced at the radar. On the deck, a woman with animal ears poked her head out. Zuikaku and Shokaku quickly saluted and said, sir. Jiang Linya, hello, senior. What can I do for you? Jiang Feng sighed and said, Lord Nagato asked me to follow you and escort you. Jiang Feng is very distressed now. When Nagato heard that Jiang Linya was going to find the commander, he hurriedly asked Jiang Feng to follow. Jiang Feng was not very willing to do so, as she wanted to stay by Nagato's side to protect Lord Nagato. Nagato just disagreed and asked Jiang Feng to escort Jiang Linya. He also pushed Jiang Feng out of the yard and closed the door. Jiang Feng had no choice but to find Senior Mikasa and explain the situation to her. Senior Mikasa promised to protect Nagato for her, and then she rushed to the port. Nagato is interested in Jiang Linya, whom he has never met. After knowing the purpose of the visit, Jiang Linya said, well, senior, don't stay up there. It is very dangerous up there when flying. Please come with me into the cabin. Jiang Feng didn't understand this high-tech thing. He thought it was just like an ordinary warship where he could stand on the surface of the warship and control its flight. Without saying anything more, he jumped down and stood behind Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, then master, senior, we are leaving now. See you in 2 weeks. Then he took Jiang Feng into the cabin and closed the cabin door. Boom! The spacecraft started. Zuikaku waved his hand and said, bon voyage. Xianghe stood aside, smiling, watching Jiang Linya's battleship take off. Inside the cabin, Jiang Linya led Jiang Feng into the lounge. The interior of the spacecraft had been automatically cleaned and looked very clean. Jiang Feng looked around when he entered, with curiosity almost written all over his face. Jiang Linya looked at Jiang Feng and thought, a cute girl with animal ears, but her personality is a bit cold. It's a pity that I don't have animal ears. But think of your good figure. Jiang Linya thought, God opened the door, windows, and skylight for me, so it doesn't matter if I close a small vent. Jiang Linya, senior, please sit tight. We are in the liftoff stage now and can't feel anything. When we encounter air currents during the flight, there may be some turbulence. Seeing Jiang Feng, there was no reaction. Jiang Linya, senior? Jiang Feng suddenly reacted and said, oh, I see. It seems that he is fascinated by it. Chapter 158, Return to the Magic City. The spacecraft rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Jiang Linya took control of the spaceship and flew towards the Demon City. At high altitude, the spacecraft accelerated rapidly and soon reached Jiang Linya's limit, 1,000 kilometers per hour. Jiang Feng stood up and leaned against the window to look at the scenery outside. He opened his mouth slightly, watched the sun rise, the clouds nearby, and the sea below. Jiang Feng whispered, so beautiful. Jiang Linya smiled. Jiang Linya, then, senior, I will go to the bridge to check the road. You can rest here for a while. Jiang Feng, yeah. After getting on the bridge, Jiang Linya looked at the radar on the ship. Everything is safe. It seems that there are no sirens to cause trouble this time. Suddenly, Jiang Linya was stunned. She remembered something important. No Kankali passport. The passport seems to be on Commander Xiaoya. Jiang Linya. Oh, it's troublesome. Jiang Linya turned on the communication device. Jiang Linya. Senior, do you have your Kimusu passport with you? Jiang Feng looked up, but saw no sign of Jiang Linya. Observe where the sound is coming from. Jiang Linya. Senior? Jiang Feng saw that the sound came from a small round ball. Jiang Feng. I didn't bring it. Jiang Linya. Okay, it's okay. Jiang Linya turned off the communication device, and Jiang Feng walked to the ball, observing it and touching it from time to time. Jiang Linya scratched her head and said, It's troublesome. I don't know if they will let me go this time. The two of them took a boat straight to Shanghai, without even bringing their passports. The destination was still Long Country, sneaking across the border. It's definitely a crime of illegal immigration. Why did Jiang Linya go to the Magic City? Because she didn't have the coordinates of Green Island, and she didn't even know the direction. I had no choice but to follow the previous route to Shanghai, first going to Shanghai and then flying to Green Island along the coastline. Because this would take up a lot of time, Jiang Linya chose to set off in the morning. It flew for quite a while. It took more time than last time. Jiang Linya slowed down because she was very worried. I am very, very worried about what will happen if I get caught. Although she is now 10,000 meters away, the radar shows that she has been discovered. Jiang Linya. Forget it. Let's deal with it and land on the sea surface. P.S. Wasn't discovered by radar. It was because the sky was clear and cloudless. You could even see the plane flying high in the sky. How could the guards with such good eyesight not see such a big thing as Jiang Linya's mining ship, slowly controlling the spacecraft to descend? She also wanted to run away, but she couldn't turn back. She had to put Senior Jiang Feng down and fly along the coastline. If she did this, when she found Green Island, there would be thousands of troops waiting for her. It will also cause trouble for the commander. Slowly descending. Through the observation and aiming equipment, Jiang Linya discovered that someone was waiting for her below. It's still the same 12 shipgirls as last time. After predicting the landing site, Jiang Linya moved the spacecraft outward. After a while, boom, the spacecraft landed on the sea. Buzz. The spacecraft hatch opened. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng walked out. Jiang Linya is still on the sea, and standing in front of her are the 12 shipgirls who are guarding the Magic City. Jiang Linya smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, and said, hello. Good news. More updates will be coming tomorrow. So I will update 2 chapters today. Chapter 159 Caught. Jiang Linya walked out of the cabin and looked at the 12 shipgirls in front of her. Ning Hai. Welcome to Dragon Country. Do you have your ID? You asked for ID right away. Jiang Linya. The certificate is with my commander. Ning Hai. Alas, you're sneaking across the border again. And so openly. It refers to Jiang Linya driving a super sci-fi large spaceship. It was large in their eyes, and even larger in the eyes of ordinary people, and crossing the border without any proof. Ning Hai, please go to shore first. Jiang Linya. Okay. She felt something was wrong. After the mining ship docked, Jiang Feng and Jiang Linya walked onto the land. Outside were 12 shipgirls in ship uniforms, led by Ning Hai. Because Jiang Feng was on Jiang Linya's spaceship, he was wearing a ship uniform and holding a knife in his hand. Ning Hai became a little nervous when he saw Jiang Feng. She knew that this was the aura of the real body, the one from the Sakura Empire base. But she still mustered up the courage and shouted, Please take off your ship uniform immediately and surrender. You are suspected of illegal immigration. Jiang Linya, it's over. We're going to arrest people. He took a glance at Jiang Feng and was shocked. Jiang Feng was ready to attack the defense shipgirl of the Dragon Country. Ning Hai broke out in a cold sweat, and Ping Hai leaned towards Ning Hai. Ning Hai, if you don't put down your weapons, we will open fire. Don't resist. Jiang Linya, Senior, please speak nicely if you have something to say. Don't use violence. This is not good. If you come out to fight against the army of other countries, it will cause trouble to Lord Nagato. Please think twice. Jiang Linya was not afraid of not being able to win, but what would happen if she won? This would bring a lot of things and a lot of trouble. At this distance, Jiang Linya felt that with Jiang Feng's strength, he could kill the shipgirl in front of him in seconds, so several people from the Dongwang base had to come over to punish her. After saying Chongming, Jiang Feng put away his knife, took off his ship's suit, and the Rubik's Cube transformed into a warship and stopped at the port not far away. Woo wow 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 wow. In an instant, dozens of police cars drove out from the land, and Coast Guard ships appeared on the sea. A helicopter launched by the shipgirl also appeared in the sky. P.S. There is nothing wrong with the anti-submarine helicopter in Azalane not being able to carry other things, such as rockets. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng were surrounded. Ning Hai, please cooperate with me. Ning Hai took the lead and directed his shipgirls to bring Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng to the police transport vehicle. There were also 2 armed dragon soldiers sitting inside. After closing the door, the police car started moving immediately. Jiang Linya didn't know where this would take them. Jiang Linya thought, I won't be sent directly to the place of trial and imprisoned, right? No, I haven't met the commander yet. I glanced at Jiang Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Jiang Linya, oh, I'm sorry, senior. Jiang Feng said, why should you apologize? You did nothing wrong. Indeed, Jiang Feng came here without his passport, and Jiang Linya came here because Xiaoya didn't leave her a passport. Jiang Feng, I'll stay with you for a while. Jiang Linya, okay, senior. The military police picked up the radio and said, Roger, route changed. More than 10 minutes passed. Jiang Linya, we should have arrived. The car has stopped. Click bang. The sound of a car door closing was heard. Click, click, click. The door of the police transport opened. Ning Hai, come down, both of you. Chapter 160, Demon City Guardhouse. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng stood up. Jiang Linya, senior, please go first. Jiang Feng got out of the car without saying anything, and Jiang Linya followed closely behind him. Ning Hai, please cooperate with me, and don't think about resisting. This is the first garrison of the Dragon Kingdom Demon City. No matter how you resist, it will be useless, and you may even lose your life. Jiang Linya looked up at the building. I thought, they're so rich that they build a building here. However, the defense of this building is not very high. Ning Hai walked into the building with the 2 of them and several shipgirls wearing ship uniforms. Jiang Linya looked around and said to herself, it's still pretty good. Compared with the era I live in, it doesn't look that backward. Suddenly, Jiang Linya realized that she had said the wrong thing. Ning Hai looked back at Jiang Linya in confusion, but Jiang Feng was staring at him. Jiang Linya touched his head and said with a fake smile, ah hee hee. Jiang Linya didn't know what to say. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze after a few seconds. Ning Hai took the 2 shipgirls into a room and peeled off a piece of wall. The combination lock was leaked. Jiang Linya was thinking, hidden elevator? Ning Hai quickly entered the password and placed his hand on it. Drop. Rumble. A black line appeared on the wall, and then the wall split into 2 and moved to both sides. It appears to be a hidden machine door. Ning Hai, please come in, guests. I'll take you to have tea. Ning Hai led the 2 of them into the elevator. The wall door closed again, and a man came in and pushed the wall back. The imperial capital of Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoya is cleaning the room. A little clumsy. There's a girl outside the door calling Xiaoya. Unknown girl. Sir, let me do the cleaning. Xiaoya, no. I can't rely on outsiders for everything. Unknown girl. Okay, stay safe. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Xiaoya. Okay. After the conversation, Xiaoya continued cleaning. After cleaning the cabinet where the bags were placed, Xiaoya opened the cabinet. Then he took out one of the small bags. Xiaoya, I forgot to clean up the bag from the garden, so I just threw it here when I got home. When Xiaoya and Huayuan just returned home, they asked Huayuan if she needed anything else. Huayuan said there was nothing to take, and she didn't bring anything. Xiaoya planned to take out the things inside and then wash the bag. As soon as Xiaoya opened the bag and saw what was inside, she was stunned. The heart and lungs stopped petrifying and were about to crack and shatter. Xiaoya took out her passport from the compartment in her bag with trembling hands. She had put this in with her own hands before, because there is not much space left in Xiaoya's backpack. Xiaoya quickly looked at the clock. Then he shouted, "It's over." The whole villa shook 3 times, and the birds in the trees were startled and flew away. Huayuan directly broke open the door and asked, "Commander, what's wrong?" Xiaoya was seen slumped on the ground, holding Jiang Linya's passport. In the magic city, Ning Hai took Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng in the elevator. Jiang Linya, is this going downwards? Ning Hai glanced at Jiang Feng and said, "I can't say more." After waiting for a while, the elevator stopped. Ning Hai, because of something, we need to blindfold you too. Please cooperate. Jan Lya, I'm Fine. Then he glanced at Jiang Feng, who had an expressionless face. Jiang Feng just nodded. Ning Hai, please turn your backs first. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng turn back. As the river winds around, it remains alert, ready to call on the ship's equipment to defend against attacks. Jiang Linya just turned away stupidly. Nothing to guard against. Chapter 161 Interrogation. Inside the elevator, hearing the footsteps, several people walked in. Jiang Linya's radar showed that there were 4 people. The 4 men handcuffed, blindfolded, and put earplugs on Jiang Feng and Jiang Linya respectively. Ning Hai said in Chinese, "Take him to the interrogation room." Soldier, "Yes, sir." Divided into groups of 2, 2 people accompanied by a shipgirl walked into the base. 2 people held Jiang Linya, and 2 people supported Jiang Feng. This was Ning Hai's request. When they arrived at the interrogation room, Ning Hai asked the soldiers to remove the blindfolds, earplugs, and handcuffs from the 2 men. Ning Hai, please wait here for a moment. After saying that, Ning Hai went out. After a while, some conversation was heard outside the door. A man was talking to several women. Woman, Commander, just let me go. You don't need to face the Sakura Empire's generals yourself. Woman B, yes, this is too dangerous. The man said, I'm the only one who can face it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It would be impolite if we don't receive him in person. He's a high-ranking official in the Sakura Empire. Also, the commander of the Dongwang base is on his way here. Okay, I'll go in first. After a burst of noise, it seemed that they were not stopped. Then, a man wearing an official hat walked in. It seemed to be the same style as the ones worn by the company. The man said, sorry to have kept you waiting. Jiang Linya, hello, sir. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, still expressionless. Man, I am the commander here, and also the chief of the Dragon Kingdom Demon City Garrison. My name is Zhang Si. Jiang Linya. I am Jiang Linya, a student. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, just stared at Zhang Si, still expressionless. Zhang Si sighed and said, okay, old friend, you don't have to say anything. You and I both know it. Zhang Si moved a chair and sat in front of the 2 of them. Zhang Si, old friends don't seem to want to say hello. So, your name is Jiang Linya, right? Can you tell me why you did this? This should be your 2nd time sneaking across the border. Jiang Linya, alas, Jiang Feng interrupted Jiang Linya and said, I want to leave. My mission is complete. Zhang Si, is it an escort mission? Jiang Linya, yes. Zhang Si, okay. Zhang Si glanced at the camera, and 2 shipgirls came out. Zhang Si stepped forward and said a few words, and Jiang Feng left. Jiang Feng panicked when he left Jiang Linya. Zhang Si returned to the room and noticed that Jiang Linya was panicking. Zhang Si, okay, that person has left. Let's continue our topic. What do you want to do? Jiang Linya, looking for the commander. I know I need to bring my passport, but the commander took my passport away when he returned to Longhua. Zhang Si, did you have a passport last time? Jiang Linya, last time I didn't. After I got back, the commander was mad at me and then prepared a passport for me. Jiang Linya then told Zhang Si about the Purifier's attack. Zhang Si, that is to say, your commander was taken away by the army at that time, and he forgot to leave your passport with you. Jiang Linya nodded vigorously. Zhang Si, it's been so long, and I still haven't remembered it. Should I send it to you? Jiang Linya said distressedly. I don't know either. I just found out today that I don't have a passport. Zhang Si thought for a moment and whispered to himself, the army, that old man must have done it him. Zhang Si suddenly thought of something and said, okay, wait here for a while. I'll call your commander. Jiang Linya, okay. Chapter 162, Taking Jiang Feng Shopping. After a while, Zhang Si walked in and said, you can leave now. We've talked over the phone and checked the passport number. Now everything is fine. Welcome to Dragon Country. Jiang Linya stood up, bowed, and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Zhang Si, it must be your commander who caused the trouble. Never mind. Here is what I have for you. Zhang Si threw a square piece of iron to Xiaoya. Jiang Linya looked at the iron block in her hand and said, what is this? Zhang Si, the small coordinate navigator records the coordinates of your commander's home. I didn't look at it. You want to check it yourself after you left. Then your commander told you to control the spacecraft and fly there directly. Jiang Linya, I understand. After saying that, Jiang Linya ran towards the elevator. When she came in, Jiang Linya used the equipment to check the underground structure, floors, depth, number of people, and the route she would take. Zhang Si, wait, don't you need me to lead the way? By the way, don't fly at low altitude. It will cause some unnecessary trouble. Jiang Linya. I've already taken the test, so it is not necessary. Zhang Si was stunned. Has the secret of his base been discovered by others? Others. Zhang Si turned around and chased after him. When he reached the elevator entrance, he found that the elevator door had already been closed. Zhang Si. How could she get in without the password? He took out his cell phone and checked the elevator surveillance video. He found that Jiang Linya had entered the password, which was the entry password to his base. These are all confidential. How could they be taken away by someone? Zhang Si. Well, I can only inform that young lady. Just raise the alarm and arrest. Apart from asking this seemingly lazy guy to write a letter of guarantee of a few hundred words, we can't do anything to Jiang Linya. Also, it seems that the ship girl only listens to the commander's orders. Zhang Si sighed. Zhang Si. Well, we got some information. Next time, we must not let this guy go to any base. What kind of high-tech technology is this? Could it be the technology of Sakura Empire? Considering that Sakura Empire often cooperates with Iron Blood has a lot of black technology, so Sakura Empire should have some as well. I ran to the port and found Jiang Feng there. Jiang Linya, Senior, you haven't left yet. Jiang Feng, I'm waiting for you to come out. Jiang Linya, aren't you worried that I'll be detained or something? Jiang Feng, that guy, he won't detain you for some reasons. Jiang Linya, Jiang Feng, okay, go and help me. Jiang Linya, please go ahead, Senior. Jiang Feng, Lord Nagato asked me to buy some snacks and gadgets to take back. I haven't learned Chinese, so I hope you could show me the way. Jiang Linya, okay, Senior, I'll try my best. Although I've never been here, I'm pretty good at finding a commercial street. After talking for a few more words, Jiang Linya took Jiang Feng towards the city center. Zhang Si saw this scene through the surveillance camera, which gave him a headache. Two people without passports were not easy to deal with, so they went shopping in the city. One is stupid, the other is dangerous. Zhang Si was faced with a difficult choice, whether to stop him or not. If I try to stop him, I might get beaten by Jiang Feng, but if I don't stop him, that won't work either. After thinking about it, forget it, never mind. Zhang Si, whatever you want. Wait until the ship girl from Dongwang base arrives. Jiang Linya's current location is Wacy Wharf. Chapter 163, Arrival at the Bunt. At the ship girl reception desk at the 4th pier outside the Magic City, Jiang Linya received a Magic City travel guide, which contained a map and introductions to tourist attractions. Jiang Linya looked at the map and said, we are now at the outer 4th pier. Thinking of something, Jiang Linya took out her cell phone and went back to find the employee who had just given her the map manual. Jiang Linya, sir, can I use the Kankali app to pay in Longwa? Employee, oh, yes, the material coins can be directly converted into Weishin or Zakunbo money. P.S. To avoid real names, all have to be changed. Jiang Linya, oh, thank you. He returned to Jiang Feng with the map. Jiang Linya, Senior, we need to go to the main road outside, first to see if there are any taxis or something. Jiang Feng, yeah. After walking for 2 kilometers, the two arrived at the outer ring of Magic City. There happened to be a taxi waiting here. Jiang Linya, Master, let's go to the Bund. Taxi driver, okay. They both got in the car. P.S. The author wrote this while measuring distance on a map. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng drove along the outer ring road first. After driving for a while, they entered Wuzhou Avenue, passed the Xiangyin Road Tunnel, arrived at the Zhonghuan Yong'an Road overpass, entered Yong'an Road, drove 2.6 kilometers, and entered Dongjing Road. After driving 7.6 kilometers on Dongjing Road, they entered Zhongshan East First Road and arrived at the Bund. The current time is 11:45 noon. Jiang Feng kept staring outside on the way. Like a curious baby, Jiang Linya observed for a while and then stopped looking. Sleeping in a car. After arriving at your destination, use the Kankali app to pay. Taxi driver, are both of you girls Kankali? Jiang Linya, yes. Taxi driver, are you here to have fun? It's rare to see ship girls coming out to have fun. Judging from your accent, you should be a Dongwang ship girl. Thank you for protecting the country. Jiang Linya scratched her head and smiled. Jiang Linya is still a student now, so it's too early to protect her. Also, Jiang Linya doesn't know which camp she belongs to yet. But Jiang Linya had already decided that no matter which camp she belonged to, she had to protect Longwa, not just because it was the commander's country. After the taxi driver left, Jiang Linya found that Jiang Feng was still looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower on the other side of the Huangpu River. Jiang Linya approached and asked in a low voice, "Senior, have you never come out before?" Jiang Feng lowered his head and said a little disappointedly, "I have always spent my time in the Sakura Empire base." The same goes for Lady Nagato, who has never come out. I want her to come out and see. Jiang Linya, well, Senior Jiang Feng also has a cell phone, right? We can record the scene and bring it back to show Nagato, right? Jiang Feng, no need. It's torture to show a bird trapped in a cage the outside world. Jiang Linya, well, it's noon now, let's go eat. Jiang Linya used the new function of searching for nearby restaurants on the Kankali app and found some restaurants. God knows why I can only search for restaurants. Who came up with this function? Jiang Linya, Senior, let's go and take a walk while enjoying the view. Jiang Feng, yeah. P.S. What Jiang Feng saw was the Shanghai architecture in 2021. Since no one paid the author for advertising, I just made up a random store name. Actually, I couldn't find it. I looked at the map for half an hour. To make it more realistic. Chapter 164 Buffet. Jiang Linya took Jiang Feng and headed south along Zhongshan East Road. Following the navigation, I arrived at the intersection of Nanjing East Road and entered Nanjing East Road. Looking at the tall buildings and the pedestrians on the roadside, everyone has a smile on their face, and some are eating skewers while walking. Jiang Feng said to himself, the world outside. Lord Nagato. Jiang Linya was leading the way, but she would look back every now and then to prevent Senior Jiang Feng from getting lost. It's easy for cute petite girls to get lost. Because of the animal ears, everyone passing by could tell that she was a ship girl. Some people were taking photos. While walking on Nanjing East Road, Jiang Feng's mouth never closed and was always slightly open. There's a difference between looking at pictures on the app and experiencing it in person. As I was walking, I found a shop ahead selling cotton candy. The name of the store is Rainbow Cotton Candy. The cotton candy they sell is really rainbow colored. I took Jiang Feng to buy marshmallows. The boss smiled and asked, "Is this your ship girl?" Jiang Linya touched her head and smiled, saying, "Ah, hey, I'm also a Kankali." "Boss, oh, you two ship girls. Is your friend new to Dragon Country?" Looking at Jiang Feng like this, indeed, his every behavior was like that of a country bumpkin who had never seen anything. Jiang Linya, yes, bring her here to play. The boss suddenly realized what was going on and said with a smile, "Here, this is your marshmallow. Have fun." Jiang Linya, thank you. The walk continued. Jiang Feng and Jiang Linya took rainbow marshmallows and ate them while walking. Jiang Linya, Senior, after seeing this, do you want to go back to Sakura City and build a high-rise building like this? Jiang Feng, I thought about it a long time ago after seeing the pictures, but the land in Sakura City is not suitable. Jiang Linya, what about land reclamation? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Well, because there are some things we didn't do. It seems that some secrets are involved again. Jiang Linya, okay, we're here. After looking at the old building in front of them, Jiang Linya took Jiang Feng in. The Bund Central, number 139, Nanjing East Road, Huangpu District, Shanghai. Following the instructions on the Kankali app, Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng came to the 5th floor. I didn't get any advertising money, so I made up a store name myself. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw a store. The name of the store was, I can't think of it. There was some activity written on the door, and you could see the inside of the store through the glass. It seems that this is a buffet restaurant. There's also a Sichuan restaurant next door called Wanjia Dingla. Thanks to the group members for providing the name of the restaurant. After thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Linya chose the buffet and entered the restaurant I couldn't imagine. The main thing is that you can eat a wide variety of food at a very low price. This restaurant also serves hot pot and barbecue. Jiang Feng, what is a buffet? Jiang Linya remembered that there was a newbie behind. Just when Jiang Linya wanted to explain, a waiter who was serving customers nearby came forward and explained to Jiang Feng what a buffet was. He also gave him a small booklet, which was prepared for foreigners and also had a Japanese version. Jiang Linya felt that the waiters in this restaurant were amazing. They not only spoke English, but also Japanese. Jiang Linya went to the front desk to buy 2 tickets and walked into the store holding Jiang Feng's hand while he was reading the brochure. Found an empty table for 2. As soon as we sat down, the waiter came up and turned on the stove. Jiang Linya, I want a shabu-shabu hot pot. Waiter, okay, please wait a moment. After a while, the waiter brought the hot pot. The hot pot is half red and half white, with wolfberries and other spices floating in it. Jiang Feng put the manual down at this time. Jiang Linya, Senior, have you finished reading? Let's go get the food. Jiang Feng, okay. Chapter 165 Buffet. Inside the cafeteria. Jiang Linya. Senior, I'll go get it over there. Jiang Feng nodded, then walked towards a roast duck. Jiang Linya walked to the refrigerator and took out some barbecued meat. Then I went to the side dish area and took out half a plate of old vinegar peanuts. After going back and putting the food on the table, Jiang Linya continued to get food. Not long after Jiang Linya left, Jiang Feng came back. He also brought half a large roast duck and a few bottles of wine. There's also a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai. When she came to the sauce area, Jiang Linya, who didn't know much about these things, just randomly ordered an oil sauce and a dry sauce. Then I walked to the vegetable section and picked up some enoki mushrooms, cabbage, and rice cakes. When they returned to the table, they were shocked to see the wine Jiang Feng had brought and Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Linya. Jiang Feng likes to drink. Jiang Linya first put the enoki mushrooms, cabbage, and rice cakes into the spicy soup and the non-spicy soup respectively. Then used tongs to pick up the meat and put on the iron plate to grill. Because it takes a long time to bake, Jiang Linya went out to get the vegetables. Then Jiang Feng came back with 2 plates. Lamb rolls. I looked at the barbecue on the board, which was sizzling and emitting smoke. Crash. Jiang Feng put 1 plate into the red soup and 1 plate into the white soup, then went to get the dishes. Jiang Linya was walking in the corridor. Hey, Jiang Linya found something good. Jiang Linya, half a skewer, please. What was in front of her was the big skewers that the chef had just grilled. Jiang Linya felt greedy when she saw the grilled meat on them. This string must weigh 2 kilograms. Then he walked to another cabinet and took out 2 bottles of yogurt. Jiang Linya said to herself, "Okay, go back and eat first, and then take it after you finish eating." Then he returned to his seat with the barbecue. Jiang Feng hasn't come yet. I looked into the pot and saw a lot of lamb rolls. Jiang Linya, it seems that Senior Jiang Feng likes mutton very much. Then used the tongs to turn over the previously roasted meat. The fragrance is everywhere. Sahasa. Then he picked up his chopsticks and started eating the big skewers of barbecue and old vinegar peanuts. The cabbage and rice cakes in the pot should be cooked. Jiang Linya picked it up and tasted it, and it was still a little raw. Open a bottle of yogurt and drink it while eating a big skewer of barbecue. Soon Jiang Feng appeared with a plate. The plate contained various hot pot meatballs, a dipping sauce, and mushrooms. Jiang Linya was stunned when she saw the mushroom people. Jiang Linya hates mushrooms the most. It's not that she's allergic to them. She just hates them. She really hates them. However, the chicken stewed with mushrooms is still edible, but the mushrooms are still not edible. But Jiang Linya didn't show it and pretended to be just like an ordinary person seeing mushrooms. Jiang Linya, Senior, you're going to sail back soon. Can you drink? Jiang Feng, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Then pick up Jiang Xiaobai. With a click, unscrew the lid. Gulp, 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 gulp. He drank it all in a few gulps. It shocked Jiang Linya for a whole year. Jiang Feng, this should be called hot pot. It's similar to Odin. Jiang Linya, but it tastes better than Odin. Jiang Linya held the tongs and turned the barbecue over again. Jiang Feng poured all the meatballs into the white pot and then poured the mushrooms into the pot. After a while, Jiang Linya, Senior, the meat is ready. Please add some meat. Jiang Feng, okay. Then he picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, blew on it, and ate it. Jiang Linya, my barbecue skills are pretty good, right? Jiang Feng nodded. Afterwards, the 2 ship girls focused on meat. Jiang Feng drank several bottles of wine and ate nearly 7 kilograms of meat with Jiang Linya. The shop owner was about to cry, but when he saw that the 2 of them were cankly, he immediately became happy. What surprised Jiang Linya was that Jiang Feng didn't get drunk even though he drank so much. Chapter 166, Buying a Gift for Chongming. After the meal, Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng strolled towards the bund. Jiang Linya, sure enough, we should eat hot pot in winter. Jiang Linya didn't notice that Jiang Feng, who was walking with her, actually smiled. Ding ling ling. Jiang Linya's cell phone rang. Click connected. Jiang Linya, hello, Commander? Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, why haven't you arrived yet? Xiaoya thought that after the officer from the Magic City had finished the verification, Jiang Linya would fly to her home, so she went out to wait at a good time. However, she ended up being outside in the cold wind for 2 hours, and Jiang Linya still hadn't come. Jiang Linya, oh, Commander, I'm in the Magic City. Xiaoya, what? You're still in the Magic City? Jiang Linya, because the person escorting me is Senior Jiang Feng, I will accompany him shopping. Xiaoya, Then, if possible, invite Senior Jiang Feng to your home as well. Jiang Linya. Okay, I will invite you. Jiang Linya hung up the phone. Jiang Feng. Commander is worried about you? Shall we go back? Jiang Linya. It's okay, Senior. The commander agreed to let me accompany you outside and also asked me to ask, Senior, do you want to go to the commander's residence with me? Jiang Feng. No. I have to go back to accompany Master Nagato. Jiang Linya. Okay, let's go to the bun to buy souvenirs. Jiang Feng. Yeah. Taking a walk can also be used to digest the food. After all, I have eaten so much meat. I walked to the bund and found a souvenir shop. I went in and bought a set of architectural models, which were the Oriental Pearl Tower models in Shanghai and a high bow. Then carry the bag, walking on the bund and looking at the Huangpu River. Walk. Jiang Linya found something interesting again. Video game store. Jiang Linya thought Chongmeng would definitely like this thing. Let Jiang Feng rest on the bench outside. Jiang Linya entered the video game store on the corner. Took a few glances. Jiang Linya. Boss, I want a set of game consoles, expensive ones, and one copy of each game disc. When the boss saw that a big customer had come, he was overjoyed. The boss said happily, Xiaoqi, go and load the CDs for the guests. Come over here, guests. The boss took Jiang Linya into the room where the game console was placed. There are game consoles of all sizes, controllers, and even large arcade game consoles. Boss, this is the most expensive set in my store. You can carry it with you. It folds up to the size of a briefcase, is solar-powered, and can support up to 4 players online. This is the best. Jiang Linya, scan the code, this is it. While the boss was introducing the games, Jiang Linya also looked at the surrounding game consoles, but found that some were either too big or too small and were not suitable. I thought if it was too big, I would have to mail it, so this is a more convenient foldable game console that is the size of a briefcase. P.S. The author created his own BlackTech game console. By the way, she bought 4 high-end game controllers and 2 high-end game consoles and asked the store manager to print out a translated version of the instruction manual in Japanese. Then Jiang Linya came to Jiang Feng, carrying 2 large bags. Pills for the top leaders of Sakura Empire. Master Zikaka mentioned before that there is no internet at the Imperial Sacred Tree altar, and there are only a few electrical wires. So Jiang Linya thought of getting a big game console for Chongmeng to play with. Chongmeng won't be bored sitting under the tree all day. It's the 8th update today. Please give me some gifts. Don't ask for it for free. Please give me more, the more the author can eat. Chapter 167, Preparing to Leave. Seeing Jiang Linya carrying out 3 big bags, Jiang Feng stood up. Jiang Feng, what did you buy? Jiang Linya, it's fun, a specialty for Chongmeng. Jiang Feng, it's Lord Nagato. Jiang Linya realized that she had called the wrong name, scratched her head, and smiled. But Jiang Feng was in a good mood today and didn't care about it. The two found a storage place and spent some money to store the things they bought. He took Jiang Feng for a tour around the area. 3 hours later, Jiang Feng and Jiang Linya both took a lot of photos with their mobile phones. I also bought a bag of souvenirs on the way. After shopping, Jiang Feng prepared to go back. Jiang Linya was also preparing to go to the commander. The few of them took their bags back and hailed a taxi on the side of the road. After telling the address, we set off. Jiang Linya was following, and it was inappropriate to drive the spaceship directly into the city, although there's a lot of space here. The underground base of the Demon City garrison. Liu, sir, they are ready to leave. Zhang Si sighed and said, okay, great, we can finally go back. Turning around, Zhang Si said, Miss, it's time for you to go back. A figure stood up from the sofa that Zhang Si was facing. Zhang Si, alas, Naku, you are here but you can't help me with anything. Naka, I don't dare to stop Senior Jiang Feng. If I disturb someone like that, I will be beaten badly. Look, isn't this good? Zhang Si, alas. The Dongwang base was too busy, so they sent the envoy from Sakura Empire over. As a result, when Naku arrived, she was stunned when she saw Jiang Feng eating in the surveillance video. Neko had never seen a smiling Jiang Feng, but she saw it today, and then she made up her mind not to stop him and also tried to prevent others from stopping Lord Jiang Feng. Then he stayed at the base. P.S. Only after you get married to Jiang Feng can you see Jiang Feng smile. This guy has experienced a lot of expulsions, and I feel sorry for him. Zhang Si, if anything goes wrong, you and I will both be responsible. Okay, that person has gone back. You should go back too. Naka, okay, I'll get some snacks and go. Zhang Si, Okay, go back quickly. Looking at Naka collecting snacks and putting them into a sack to take away, Jiang Si sighed. Pinghai walked over drinking cooling water and then saw Naka carrying a sack. Pinghai shouted, "Ah, that's my snack." Seeing that something was wrong, Neko stopped searching and ran away with the sack on her back. Pinghai called Ninghai and started chasing after him. In the end, they failed to catch up because they tripped on the ground and returned to the room with bitter faces. They usually don't bother the commander, so they can only wait until the next bonus is paid to buy snacks. Seeing this, Zhang Si stopped Lu Yu, who was about to leave to do something. "Lu Yu, what's the matter, sir?" Zhang Si dragged his face with his hands and said, "Hey, go buy a few boxes of snacks for the shipgirl." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Yes, sir. This time, I paid for the snacks, but still didn't get anything done." Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng took a car to the Weici Pier, where Jiang Linya was going to send Jiang Feng back to Chongqing. Lu Yu waited here after delivering the snacks. Jiang Linya recognized this person from last time, so she greeted him, "Hello, Commander Lu." "Lu Yu, hello. This must be the gentleman from Sakura Empire. Hello." Lu Yu stretched out his hand. "Jiang Feng, hello." He walked up and shook hands with Lu Yu. Chapter 168, Leaving on a Spaceship. It seems that Jiang Feng is in a really good mood today. Normally, she would respond with a nod when someone greets her, but today, she not only greeted but also shook hands. "Lu Yu, I've called the Coast Guard, and I will escort you away." Jiang Feng, "Well, thank you for your help." Jiang Feng stretched out his arm, and a magic cube flew over from a distance and turned into a ship at the boarding point. Jiang Linya and Jiang Feng put the gifts they bought on the ship, and Lu Yu also helped. The Coast Guard drove the speedboat over. Jiang Linya took a look and saw two-armed speedboats with cannons on them. Looking at the technology, Jiang Linya suspected that these were the cannons used by the shipgirls. Is military technology still stuck in World War II? I think other civilian products are pretty good. Lu Yu took a look and asked, "Where is the escorting shipgirl?" A policeman appeared from the speedboat and said, "One of you went to buy ice cream, and one of you needs to buy some cola-flavored cooling water. We need to wait a while." Lu Yu was speechless. "Can you be more serious when doing the task?" Jiang Linya, "Sir, I see the guns on your ships are very outdated. Have you researched new weapons?" Lu Yu, "Hey, why are you asking this?" "Oh, I remember now. You are the new ship girl. You don't know the previous news." Jiang Linya scratched his head and asked, "What news?" Lu Yu, "Each country has signed a treaty. For the sake of world peace, only the ship girls are allowed to develop ship girl equipment and no longer research other scientific and technological equipment. The country cannot refuse the reasonable needs of the ship girls, and the country can also develop things related to the ship girls. The Free Ship Girls Alliance will supervise the country." Jiang Linya now understood why their weapons were not so advanced, and also knew why the United States wanted to capture her. Under the pretext of researching shipgirl equipment, they were researching laser cannons for battleships. Jiang Linya pulled Lu Yu to a deserted place and asked, "Have you done anything with the weapons I gave you before?" Lu Yu, "My level is a bit low, so I don't know about this." Jiang Linya, "Okay." Ding ling ling. Jiang Linya's cell phone rang again. Jiang Linya, "Commander. Xiaoya, is there any problem over there? Do you want me to send someone to deliver your passport? P.S. Let me remind you that this passport is equivalent to the global ID card of Kankali. You can use this card to buy a house or a car, or join the army anywhere in the world. There are also people who are in the American Army this year and the British Army next year. They are free Kankali. Also, there's no new coronavirus in this world." Jiang Linya, "It's okay, I'm going back now." Xiaoya, "Did you get the coordinate machine?" Jiang Linya, "I took it." Xiaoya, "Okay, then come over quickly." Jiang Linya, "Okay, Xiao Xiao." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Linya and Lu Yu returned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Linya, "Senior, the commander called me again, so I'll go back first." Jiang Feng, "Okay." After saying that, Jiang Linya raised her arm, and a mining ship parked on the sea in the distance flew up. People walking on the beach all took out their mobile phones to record videos. A blogger said, "My friends, look, the spaceship behind me is moving. It's about to take off. My friends, please like this video. I risked my life to shoot this video for you." Another person who recorded the video said, "My friends, run. Aliens are invading Dragon Country. I'm in Shanghai now. Hurry up, give me a thumbs up first." Chapter 169, Trying to Obtain Information. Because it was parked on the sea, water was dripping from underneath when it took off, creating an extremely spectacular scene. This battleship looks very high-tech and can even fly. Ordinary people like us have only seen battleships in movies, but it is really shocking to see it in real life. P.S. The movies in this world are all about space battleships turning into shipgirls. The otakus will watch the game first, then look at the faces, and then decide whether to watch the movie. Buzz. The huge warship slowly flew towards Jiang Feng's warship. Once you get close, lower the escalator. Jiang Linya. Well, sir, I'll leave first. Jiang Feng. Have a happy holiday. Liu, goodbye. After finishing speaking, Jiang Linya walked into the mining ship. The escalator was retracted, and a hatch was closed. The battleship retreated a distance. Jiang Linya controlled the jet nozzle. This thing can't be aimed at the crowd. The ship girl can't stand it. After floating on the sea, Jiang Linya increased the horsepower and flew directly into the sky. Watching the mining ship leave, Liu asked, "Is this a student from the New Generation Academy?" Jiang Feng. Yes, it's been half a year. Liu. Half a year old. Jiang Linya was on the bridge, opening the black block given by Zhang Si. A USB flash drive? Jiang Linya said to herself. This USB drive is quite big. Without thinking too much, Jiang Linya directly plugged the USB drive into the control panel. Mining ship system. Do you want to open the map? Jiang Linya. Yes. An electronic map was projected. Jiang Linya. Turn on the autopilot mode and fly to that red dot. Mining ship system. Yes, autopilot is on. Target point set. Autopilot in progress. Jiang Linya said happily. Well, that's good. Let's go downstairs and have some ice cream. Winter is the best time to eat ice cream. Then Jiang Linya hummed a little tune and went down the stairs to the lounge. She didn't see it, but the black square flashed. The underground base of the Demon City garrison. Zhang Si. Everyone else go out. The network minister stays. Employees. Yes, sir. Then they packed up and went out. After checking everything, Zhang Si picked up the intercom and said, the supervisor of the monitoring room will stay and everyone else will leave. Focus the monitoring footage on the computer screen. After saying that, Zhang Si walked towards the gate and said, Ning Hai, Ping Hai, guard the gate. Then close the door and lock it. Cyber Minister, ready, sir. Zhang Si looked at the camera and thought he should be ready. Zhang Si said to the computer, okay, such a high-tech ship must have some secrets. Let me take a look. The network minister began typing, and after a string of language that ordinary people could not understand was entered, a progress bar appeared on the screen. The progress bar loads very quickly, at 2% per second. Universe, edge of the solar system. System, it has been detected that a criminal is trying to learn system secrets. System, counterattack command is being input. The view returns to the underground base. Zhang Si and the network manager are waiting for the progress bar to finish loading. 97, 98, 99, 100. The progress bar is loaded and a screen is displayed. Star Calendar Park Year 36555. Space Offensive Large Starship Function Management. Click to enter. P.S. The mining ship is connected to Jiang Linya's Star Destroyer main network. Chapter 170 Starships Ground Attack. This interface only appeared for 0.3 seconds and then disappeared, followed by a blue screen on the computer. Zhang Si slapped the table. Zhang Si, it seems that we have been discovered. Zhang Si was about to leave. Network director, what's that smell? Zhang Si took a look at the computer host and was shocked. He said, it's smoking. Bump. Sparks coming out of the computer case. Network supervisor, power outage. Power outage. The surrounding computer cases also began to smoke. Because the power was cut off in time, otherwise all the computers in the room would have been destroyed. Jiang Linya has the USB flash drive given by Zhang Si. Collapse. It exploded directly. The computer automatically ejected the USB drive and it fell to the floor. A small hole opened up on the floor and the broken USB drive fell into it. Who knows where it went? If you want to know, go in and take a look yourself. Universe, edge of the solar system. System, prepare to strike, target confirmed. The starship turned red and its engine started. The huge battleship adjusted its position in space. A tube protruded from the bottom of the battleship. System, attack begins. To prevent the host from complaining, one torpedo is enough. Reduce the power to 5%. Fire. At the bottom of the battleship, a missile-shaped object was pushed out. Just launched. Boom. The torpedo ignited directly and flew towards the Earth at an extremely high speed with a tail flame. Half an hour passed. Bear Country Space Monitoring Station. Researcher A stood up and said, "Sir." Officer A ran over and asked, "What's going on?" Researcher A, "Our radar and satellites have discovered an unknown object. It's heading towards the blue planet." Researcher B, "This is not a meteorite." Researcher C, "I predicted the landing point. This thing will fall into Dragon Country, approximately here." Researcher C gave the map to Officer A, and the marked place was the Demon City. Officer B, "Do you want to send a message to Longhua?" Officer, "Communicate quickly. If it's an alien civilization, who knows if it will bring about the end of the world." Dragon State Space Research Institute. Researcher, "Okay, I see. We found it too. Thank you." Research Supervisor, "What is it?" Researcher, "The people in Bear Country have also discovered this thing." Research Supervisor, "Report it quick." Magic City. Jiangxi, "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, he smashed the glass next to him and pressed the red button. The button says Final Alert Button. Woo, woo, dee dee dee, woo. Jiangxi, "All citizens evacuate the Magic City. All citizens evacuate the Magic City." Jiangxi held a picture in his hand, which showed a missile-like object flying in space. This might be an alien attack. Jiangxi had never seen a missile and didn't know what this was. P.S. Iron Blood has missiles, but this is a secret and cannot be leaked. Liu, "Sir, what happened? Is there a large-scale terrorist attack?" Jiangxi, "Don't worry about it. Evacuate quickly. Go to the sea." Jiangxi took the videotape from half an hour ago and took the person away. If you click this button, everyone in this base will have to evacuate. Here are today's 4 chapters. This is the nth time the author has asked for gifts here. Please give me some gifts. Please. Give more so the author can eat more. Chapter 171, Jiang Linya Attack. Above the Demon City, Jiang Linya was at an altitude of 2,000 meters, listening to the alarm and watching the people below in panic. "Hey Jiang, Chi, you brought this upon yourself." Headset, "Enterprise Meta, where have you been?" "Hey Jiang, why do you care about me?" Earphones, Black Enterprise, I guess, that guy again. "Hey Jiang, okay, it's good that you know it. I'll be back soon." After the conversation, Hey Jiang looked at the sky, and a piece of glass extended from the robot backpack and stretched it in front of Hey Jiang's right eye. "Hey Jiang, let me see where it is." Alas, it intercepted its own torpedoes. After aiming for a while, Hey Jiang locked onto the space torpedo. "Hey Jiang, it turns out that this torpedo flies so fast. It reached Blue Star in just over half an hour. I didn't observe my torpedo carefully before. Now, Jiang Linya's space torpedo is passing through the ozone layer." Click, click, click. On He Jiang's leg, a shin guard is deforming. After the transformation is completed, interceptor missiles are extended one by one, ready to be launched. He Jiang glanced at the land. He Jiang sighed and said, "Well, forget it. I don't know what the power is set by the system. I'd better not show it to this group of people." Jiang Linya originally thought of waiting until the missile descended to the current altitude, 2,000 meters, and then detonating it, so that the people below could take a look and remember it, and not seek death. He Jiang himself did not know the power of the torpedo fired by the system. If it was too small, his computing power would be wasted, and the people below would just hear a noise but not see anything. Thinking that torpedoes can intercept torpedoes is overthinking. Torpedoes are mainly used against ships and have no anti-missile capabilities. Hey Jiang, okay, no more waiting, let's fire it. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to base and play video games. Bump. Whoosh. An interceptor missile was launched from He Jiang's leg armor plate and flew towards the sky. Look at the radar on your wrist. 3, 2, 1. He Jiang bong. Both points are gone and the interception is complete. Hey Jiang, okay, it's all right, go back and play video games. As soon as he started the backpack, He Jiang suddenly thought of something. Buzz. Boom. A thick laser hit the Demon City Garrison building at the speed of light. It penetrated from beginning to end, and even the underground base was pierced through. Boom. After the laser, there was an explosion inside the building, followed by collapse. Boom. Seeing the dust under their feet, humans fled in all directions. Hey Jiang, this is your punishment. Let you try to commit suicide again. This was still considered a light punishment. He Jiang did not kill everyone in the base because this was long country. If it is a certain country, they won't even be able to intercept your missiles, and they will have to come and finish you off. After the attack, He Jiang activated his backpack and flew away. Dragon Kingdom Magic City, surface. Zhang Si shouted, "Have you all evacuated? There should be no one in the building." "Lu Yu, sir." Zhang Si stepped forward, held Lu Yu's hand tightly, and said, "Have you evacuated yet?" "Lu Yu, sir, according to statistics, the ship girls and about 80% of the people in the base's underground and surface buildings have evacuated." Zhang Si opened his eyes wide, slowly turned his head, and looked at the collapsed building. "About 20% of the people have not yet evacuated." "Lu Yu, sir, yes, the time given is too short." Zhang Si clenched his fist, slammed it hard on the road, and shouted, "Go and save them." Next to Zhang Si, a video disc was picked up from the ground by Lu Yu. Chapter 172, Moving Towards the Goal. Jiang Linya sat in the lounge, drinking passion fruit tea made by the mining ship's machine and looking at the scenery outside. The current height of the Jiang Linya mining ship is 9,965 meters above sea level. Speed, 996 kilometers per hour. The mining ship is flying straight from Shanghai to the imperial capital, Jiang Linya. About how far is it? Mining ship system. Report 412.54 kilometers away from destination. Accurate data. Jiang Linya. There's still almost half an hour left. It's really boring. System host. Jiang Linya. Oh, the system? The system actually took the initiative to talk to me. How strange. System. Host. Have you inserted a USB drive into the main control system of the spacecraft? Jiang Linya. Yeah, what's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Linya thought of the spy movies she had watched in her previous life. Jiang Linya. Is there something wrong with the USB drive? System. Host, please pay attention next time. I have disposed of the USB drive. Jiang Linya said seriously. Okay, I understand. What is that USB drive? System. It is an electronic map with some programs attached. These programs allow surface personnel to hack into the system and access the database to view the data. Jiang Linya. I understand. I will pay attention next time. Also, the system can remind me. System. It was my negligence this time. I linked it directly. Next time, I will control the subsystem to check these electronic devices first. Jiang Linya. Okay. Jiang Linya sighed, thinking about why they did this. It is not difficult to imagine that everyone who sees Jiang Linya's mining ship will be envious. Everyone wants to know some of the secrets. It's high-tech, it needs computer control, and it can be invaded with a computer. Another flash of inspiration came to my mind. Jiang Linya. System. System, I'm always here. You can just tell me your problem next time. Jiang Linya. Okay, let me ask you, what is the database? System. The database is a secondary core facility on the ship. It stores all the military technology data, civilian technology data, and some other technology data of the Dragon civilization. Now, any country with this database can rapidly build from the current level to the level of the Dragon civilization at that time. Jiang Linya. Oh, Siguai, you are so powerful. You must be well protected. Do I have permission to use it? System. Yes, but I don't recommend you to use it. If you want to use it, you can use the learning function. The data in the database will be uploaded to the brain of your current body. Tip. The database is your second brain, and the mainframe in the Starship control room is your most important brain. The system is worried that Jiang Linya will use the weapon information recklessly. If she plays with it, Blue Planet will be destroyed in minutes. At this moment, the system is autonomously considering whether to block the database first. Jiang Linya. Oh, then, I want to use the database and learn how to cook. The system was shocked. It hadn't made a decision yet. If Jiang Linya really wanted to touch the weapon's information, the system couldn't stop her. When Jiang Linya finished saying this, the system was stunned for 2 seconds. What? After I told you so many great things, you want to cook? System. Instructions received. Please lie down first. After 10 seconds, the data of your current body and brain will be copied. At the same time, the current data of the brain will be backed up. Jiang Linya put down her drink and lay down on the sofa. Jiang Linya said happily and anxiously, "Hurry up, I'm ready." Although Jiang Linya did not understand the meaning of the second half of the system's sentence, she planned to find out later. Chapter 173, Jiang Linya's System. System. Transmission started. Jiang Linya closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the dream, Jiang Linya saw a lot of light balls revolving around herself, as if she was in the universe, the core of the universe, with the planets revolving around the core. Jiang Linya was so engrossed in watching that she didn't notice a tiny ball of light flew to her head and went inside. System start. In an instant, all the light balls retreated, and Jiang Linya felt darkness. She opened her eyes and found herself still lying on the sofa in the spaceship. System. Transfer completed. From finding the data to copying the data, and then transferring the data, it took a total of 10 seconds. You learned cooking. Jiang Linya glanced over the new knowledge that appeared in her head. I feel a little dizzy just using my brain. Then he lay down on the sofa again, looking at the ceiling. System, this is normal. It is the result of the first transmission. It will be fine after a few more transmissions. Jiang Linya, okay. Jiang Linya was lying on the sofa, browsing the knowledge. Jiang Linya thought about it and asked, what are these strange dishes and ingredients? System, they're alien dishes and vegetables from the dragon civilization, just like the breadfruit on the spacecraft. Jiang Linya, oh. System, after arriving in this universe, I am also learning the knowledge of this universe. The knowledge currently uploaded to the host's head includes the knowledge and skills of cooking in this world. Your current cooking skills have reached the top 10 among the chefs of Long Wenming back then. Jiang Linya was very excited after hearing this. This was definitely more powerful than the #1 chef in the world on Blue Star. No need to envy Lexington and the gardens. No need to study hard. Oh well. As she was thinking, Jiang Linya jumped up and ran around the spaceship. After running for 5 minutes, Jiang Linya returned to the lounge. Jiang Linya lay on the sofa again and said, okay, let's continue studying. This is the first time I love studying so much. The system thought for a few seconds and said, the learning system is currently cooling down. When the cooling is complete, there will be a reminder and you can start learning next time. Jiang Linya sat up and said, huh? They're still cooling? Forget it. As she spoke, Jiang Linya became disappointed, but not that disappointed, because at least she could cook. This is the system's own decision. But the system knows that all this knowledge belongs to Jiang Linya, and it cannot be hidden for long. Even itself and this ship are part of Jiang Linya. But before the day comes when it can no longer be hidden, the system hopes that Jiang Linya will understand the dangers of these things. Let Jiang Linya know what can be used and what cannot be used in a matter of sharing information. The system knows that even if weapons are given, no one on this planet can research anything. So no one reminded or stopped it at that time. The system itself cannot stop Jiang Linya from doing anything. As for Jiang Linya's upgrade restrictions, if Jiang Linya asks for something when upgrading, the system will give it to her, and she cannot refuse. The system does not know who set the setting for what equipment to give when upgrading before you have the ability to think independently. As for now, just hide for now. Jiang Linya doesn't know what the system is thinking anyway. The system is just an auxiliary system. However, Jiang Linya believed that this was a restriction system from the novel in her previous life. Jiang Linya was not that smart. Although the system had told Jiang Linya before that it was an auxiliary system, Jiang Linya did not think much about it. Chapter 174, Meeting Xiaoya, arriving at the destination. While Jiang Linya was browsing cooking knowledge, the spaceship arrived. Mining ship's subsystem. Warning, the spacecraft has arrived at the Imperial capital and is slowing down. Jiang Linya also felt that the spacecraft's engine was reducing power, and the reverse propulsion facilities are also helping to slow down the spacecraft. Mining ship's subsystem. Excuse me, do you want to descend to the final marked destination? Jiang Linya, descend, go ahead. Mining ship's subsystem. Yes. Jiang Linya stopped looking at the recipes and leaned over the glass to look at the scenery below. Those lines should be the Great Wall that Xiaoya once mentioned. Jiang Linya said to herself, Xiaoya said that the Imperial capital roast duck in the Imperial capital is better than the one in school. I really want to go and try it soon. As soon as he finished learning, he forgot that he was the best chef on the planet. As he spoke, he started drooling. The system sighed secretly. Now, the spacecraft is at an altitude of 600 meters. Jiang Linya stood on the escalator, looking at the manor below, and said, is that the commander's home down there? Mining ship subsystem. This is the mark on the map. I don't know the rest. Jiang Linya, our current location. Mining ship subsystem. We are now at an altitude of 600 meters. There is a manor below us, the old summer palace above us, Peking University on the left, and Tsinghua University on the right. P.S. The place the author found by checking the map is in Beijian Community, next to the National School of Development. I would like to ask if there are any wealthy readers living in that community. Ding ling ling. Jiang Linya's cell phone rang. Because Jiang Linya was on the escalator outside the spacecraft, the noise was so loud that Jiang Linya only felt the vibration. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Xiaoya calling. After retracting the escalator and closing the cabin door, Jiang Linya answered the phone. Jiang Linya. Commander. I'm here. Is this your home? Xiaoya. You are finally here. This is my home. Jiang Linya. Ah, I finally found the right place. Xiaoya. Can you make the spaceship fly higher or change into a warship? The big ship is too noisy. All my servants are out to watch. I guess everyone within a 10-mile radius is watching you. Jiang Linya. Oh, sorry, Commander. I will transform the battleship into a ship suit right now. Xiaoya. Okay, come down first. I'll take you to find a place to dock the boat later. Jiang Linya hung up the phone and put it in her trouser pocket. What? Why not a skirt? Jiang Linya often flies in the sky. Wearing a skirt to give benefits to people? Don't think about it. It's impossible. I won't do that. Just eat the peaches, all you can eat. The next second, the huge mining ship turned into a colorful. I mentioned before that it was colorful, not blue. Other ships were blue no matter what level. Rubik's Cube and flew behind Jiang Linya to form a ship outfit. Jiang Linya fell down for a distance and used a flying backpack to reduce her falling speed. Slowly flew down. Slowly. Jiang Linya could already see Xiaoya standing in the yard. After landing, Jiang Linya rushed over and hugged Xiaoya. Jiang Linya said coquettishly, Commander, I miss you so much, my commander. Xiaoya smiled and said, Yeah, I miss you too. Have you suffered, my dear Xiao Jiang? Jiang Linya, practicing sword skills is very hard. Xiaoya, okay, let's go enjoy yourself for 2 weeks and then throw you back to suffer. Jiang Linya, comment dit? Xiaoya, ha. Come on, I'll take you to your room. The festival is almost over, and I have to take you to meet your new friends and then take you to dock the boat. Jiang Linya, Commander, is it a big construction? Xiaoya, well, there'll be more gardens to mess with you, ha. Jiang Linya, I don't want it. The two of them played and walked into the house under the watchful eyes of the servants. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift for the sake of the author's food. Please give me a gift. Chapter 175, Inside the Residence. Standing at the shoe cabinet, Xiaoya changed Jiang Linya into a pair of pink slippers. There are also 2 cute bunny dolls on it. Xiaoya straightened up and looked up at Jiang Linya, who was too close to her. Come with me to a room and wait. Come out when I call you. Jiang Linya smiled and nodded, saying okay. It seems that the commander wants to give me a surprise. Xiaoya pulled Jiang Linya into the living room. Jiang Linya walked and looked around. Oh my God, Jiang Linya, is this a higher-end hotel? It's so luxurious. Xiaoya, no. This is the house my mother gave me. It shocked Jiang Linya for a whole year. Jiang Linya, how big is this place? Xiaoya said as she walked. As for the size, it feels okay. Someone will take you on a tour later. Walk for a while. After walking a few dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up. Look at the chandelier. It's made of crystal, right? Are the gems on the sofa real? There are also 4 servants. Such a large space. Jiang Linya estimated that this was a super large living room of about 350 square meters and 12 meters high. Magnificent and shining with gold. Jiang Linya looked around with her mouth wide, open the whole time. I can't bear to see it all. Xiaoya pulled Jiang Linya to the door of a room. Xiaoya, this is your room. Go in and wait. Jiang Linya, okay. Jiang Linya couldn't wait to push the door and walked in. Xiaoya closed the door at the back. Xiaoya said through the door, Come out when I call you. Jiang Linya didn't reply, but just stood there staring blankly at everything in front of her. Super luxurious room. This is so much better than the room in that 5-star hotel. Jiang Linya leaped onto the oversized bed. Jiang Linya, comfortable in the room, there's a TV, a sofa, and a computer, all of which are also shining with gold. It's like a dream, a super castle in the dream. The room has its own bathroom and toilet, and even a small yard with flowers and an unknown tree. And a bird cage. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Jiang Linya, enjoyment, the taste of money. Quickly take a few photos and send them to the class group. Jiang Linya took out her cell phone, took a few selfies, and recorded a video. Click and send. Jiang Linya. Hee hee. A few seconds later, the message in the group. The group is tired of war. After seeing the homes of commanders in the same position, I feel that my home is not as nice as before. Squad leader Tosen. Homeroom teacher Mikasa. Ahem. Jiang, please send your home address. I will visit your home someday. Bismarck. This is Jiang's room. He is indeed a rich man. The cute little pet, starry eyes expression. Jiang Linya was lying on the big bed, communicating with her classmates on her cell phone. Then he casually sent out a lucky red envelope of 100 million material coins. Second explosion in the group. The group is tired of fighting. Thank you, boss, my good classmate. Homeroom teacher Mikasa. Please give me more so that I can have a place to live in my retirement home. As they chatted, Jiang Linya no longer paid attention to the time. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao knocked on the door and called out, Xiao Jiang, come out to meet your new friend, Xiao Jiang. Because the author has something to do, today's update time will be extended and more chapters will be added. Don't wait any longer. You can watch it tomorrow morning. Time to go to bed, everyone. Chapter 176, New Ship Girl, New Partner. Jiang Linya threw her cell phone on the bed and jumped from the bed to the floor. Straight to the door. Jiang Linya wanted to see what the commander had prepared for her. Jiang Linya just ran to the door and thought of what Xiaoya said. It didn't seem like a surprise, but a new partner? More gardens? Jiang Linya retracted her hand instantly. Xiaoya was still calling Jiang Linya outside the door. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Linya thought, forget it, we will meet sooner or later, come on. He sighed and opened the door. Xiaoya, look, Xiao Jiang, these are our new friends. Jiang Linya was so shocked that she almost broke into pieces. The combination of the three-headed dog of hell and the devil of Santiago is here. As for the other ship girls, Jiang Linya simply ignored them. Jiang Linya began to doubt her life. Xiaoya said happily, I spent 10 Rubik's Cubes on this major construction. I built it 10 times, and all of them worked. I'm so lucky. Then he turned around and said, everyone, please introduce yourselves. Then he ran to the sofa. Belfast stood up first and said to Jiang Linya, hello, senior. I am a maid, Belfast. Please take care of me in the future. Cleveland, hello, I'm Cleveland, and the one next to me is my sister, Columbia. Columbia, hi, hello, senior. Next up was Javelin. Hey, hello, senior. I'm a newbie and newbie. Javelin pulled out a beast-eared ship girl and said, this is Heyman. Harmon said impatiently, don't move. Harmon will introduce himself. Then Harmon looked at the petrified Jiang Linya, who was still thinking about the three-headed dog and Santiago. Harmon raised his head and said, hello, senior. It's Harmon. Before Harmon could finish, Santiago jumped out and said, hello, senior. You're the #1 in combat power in the fleet, and I am a #1 in singing. La la la. When? As soon as Santiago started singing, Belfast slapped him on the head. Next comes the introduction of the three-headed dog of hell, Siefeng. Ah, let me introduce myself first. Bump. Yadachi pushed Siefeng aside and said, I'll go first. Senior, I. Before he could finish, Shigure jumped onto Yadachi's head and said, let me introduce you first. Then the three of them started fighting. Belfast stepped forward. Duong, duong, duong. 3 times. The 3 little cuties squatted on the ground and covered their heads. Belfast, get in line, don't be so rude. Yukike's, hello, senior. I am the great Yukike's Sama Ninoda. P.S. Another reminder, 95% of every sentence Siefeng says will be followed by Ninoda, and this habit of speaking has no practical meaning. It is obtained by the author through research. Yadachi, hello, senior. I'm Yadachi who could do anything if you give me some food. Shigure, it's my turn. Ha, senior. I'm the luckiest Shigure-sama. Siefeng, I am the luckiest one. Shigure, I am. Then the 2 ships started working. Jiang Linya felt very bad at this moment because she was thinking about her future life. Fantasy. I woke up and saw Santiago singing to me. Then the three-headed dog of hell was circling around me. Then we were arguing. Then we were fighting. Later, there is no peaceful life anymore. There is none left. Leave these 4 guys in peace. Is it possible? Chapter 177, A Small Talk about the New Ship Girl. Author's note. There are currently no linked ships in this world. The limited-time construction ship for the event will not appear for the time being. All the ships that must be fished out can be put into the construction pool and built. For example, Akagi and Kaga, which were once fishable but are no longer fishable. Sea legends cannot be built after the in-game event date. Cleveland, Columbia, and Javelin were talking and laughing on the sidelines. The three-headed dog of hell is fighting. Harmon accompanied Belfast beside the commander. Wait, there are only 9 ships, and there is still one more. Jiang Linya looked around and found a familiar figure. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was standing outside the crowd at this time, watching all this coldly. As if he didn't care at all. Jiang Linya was stunned for a moment when she saw Jiang Feng. After all, she had just met the real person in the morning. Jiang Linya walked forward. Jiang Feng, hello, senior. Jiang Linya was stunned again. The lovely Jiang Feng called her senior, although the voice was emotionless. Jiang Linya, well, is there anything that makes you unhappy? Jiang Feng, well, no, I feel very warm. Thank you for your concern. By the way, my name is Jiang Feng. Jiang Linya, well, I know. I've been dealing with Jiang Feng quite a bit recently. Silence for a few seconds. Jiang Feng, I feel like these people are very afraid of me. Jiang Linya took a look at the three-headed hellhound and the javelin. As expected of Jiang Feng, the aura he exuded made the destroyers retreat. Jiang Linya thought, it seems I have to take good care of this person. Jiang Linya chatted briefly with Jiang Feng and then went to find Xiaoya. I told Xiaoya about Jiang Feng. Xiaoya sighed and said, alas, it seems that this ship girl doesn't get along with the other ship girls. She never smiles. She was like this when she was first built. Although she's cute, she's also very serious. Jiang Linya, Commander, you're giving me a headache for building so many ship girls at once. Specifically referring to the three-headed dog of hell and Santiago, because Jiang Linya doesn't like noise very much. Xiaoya touched her head and said with a smile, I think I'm lucky to have only 1 or 2 ship girls. What he didn't say was that he wanted Ayanami. Jiang Linya thought, I seriously underestimated my luck index. Africans are sad. Xiaoya, I also have a headache. Jiang Linya, what's the matter? Can I help you solve it? Xiaoya, it's just, I heard that there's no one who can build a ship girl every time. Well, because of the media incident, my comfortable life is completely ruined. When Xiaoya returns to school and pulls out 10 ship girls at once, it will shock the school leaders. Oh no, it will shock the world for a whole year. Xiaoya's electronic profile card will show how many times Xiaoya has built a ship girl. After a check by the school leaders, it was found that there were 12 constructions and 12 shipments, including a garden and Jiang Linya. Jiang Linya, by the way, Commander. Xiaoya, Jiang Linya, can Belfast follow the garden in the future? Xiaoya suddenly realized something and said, that's fine. It saved me a lot of trouble. Before, Huayuan was always messing with you, and you beat Huayuan up, which made me angry. Letting Belfast take care of Huayuan is a good idea. Jiang Linya whispered, so including me, there are 12 ship girls. Xiaoya found a sofa and lay down like Guyu, saying, trouble is coming. Chapter 178 Belfast. Jiang Linya, are you all going to Chongming school with us? Xiaoya, almost. Jiang Linya, our dormitory is not big enough. What should we do, Commander? Xiaoya sighed and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Go ask your teacher, the former principal, for some advice. Jiang Linya, I know, and Jiang Linya turned around and looked at Belfast. Belfast, hello, senior. Xiaoya closed her eyes and lay on the sofa, saying, you don't have to follow me wherever I go. Give me some freedom, dear. Belfast, it's about keeping you safe. Xiaoya, but this is my home. Belfast, I understand, but Xiaoya sighed and said, okay, I order you in the name of the commander to watch over the garden and make sure it doesn't cause any trouble. Belfast, I understand, Commander. After Belfast left, Xiaoya rolled around on the sofa. Jiang Linya, hey, Commander. After asking, Jiang Linya learned that Belfast was the first ship girl built in the major construction project. Then, in order to customize the service plan for the commander, Belfast spent several hours talking to the commander about some things in life. I want to know more about the commander. As a result, Xiaoya accidentally told about the previous attack. It was the dormitory attack and the homecoming attack. Then he talked about his predecessors in Belfast, Jiang Linya, and the garden. Belfast was very smart. He understood it immediately and became alert. He followed Xiaoya all day long, always keeping her company, fearing that there might be a sniper or something. Because Belfast understood that all forces were coveting Jiang Linya and Xiaoya. Although Belfast was called to watch the garden this time, Xiaoya and Jiang Linya knew that Belfast would definitely keep a close eye on the commander in secret. There had been no good reason to get out of Belfast before, but there was now. You could be comfortable for a while. But, generally speaking, it was nice to have a maid around, and Belfast was much better than the other servants in the house. Understanding and caring. Enjoy a service worthy of Queen Elizabeth. Thought for a while. Jiang Linya, Commander. Xiaoya took the pillow from her face and responded, Jiang Linya, Jiang Feng, let her follow me from now on. Xiaoya, you want to bring your little brother? Little sister? Jiang Linya, don't talk like a gangster. Xiaoya, although I don't know what the purpose is, okay, I'll tell Jiang Feng later. The headache now is that I have to take care of so many ship girls by myself. Jiang Linya added, they are both noisy types. Xiaoya, I am quite obedient, but I am not quiet. By the way, Xiao Jiang, I want to ask you something. Jiang Linya, Xiaoya, Hua Yuan said that she can't sleep without holding you at night. She has been holding me to sleep these past few days, which makes my back and shoulders sore. Let Hua Yuan sleep with you tonight. Jiang Linya was stunned. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Linya didn't react. When Xiaoya saw this reaction, she immediately understood that Hua Yuan had been lying to her before. She just wanted to hug her commander to sleep. It was all over. While Jiang Linya was still processing the information, Xiaoya dropped her pillow and ran towards the living room. Chapter 179, The Garden is Destroyed. I saw Xiaoya running out hurriedly from the corridor. The three-headed hellhound stopped fighting, and Dad Ku and his men looked over. Cleveland, Commander, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Xiaoya, hurry. Cleveland didn't hear clearly and asked, what? Xiaoya, Javelin, Jiang Feng, go find Hua Yuan and let her run as far as possible. The rest of you, come with me and hold Jiang Linya. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud shouting in the corridor. Garden, to snatch the commander while I'm away? You're tired of living in the garden. Xiaoya, go. Quick. The three-headed dog of hell, Santiago, Dad Ku, and Uncle Columbia, along with Harmon, followed Xiaoya to the place where they had just talked with Jiang Linya. P.S. Jiang Linya hasn't taken off her ship uniform yet. After running to the place with the ship girl, Xiaoya felt a strong, murderous aura. Jiang Linya put his hands behind his back and slowly drew out his ship-cutting sword. Xiaoya took a look and realized that this movement must have been practiced at least hundreds of times, so it must have been perfected. Xiaoya, quick, hold her down. Several people rushed forward and knocked Jiang Linya to the ground. Xiaoya carefully took the ship-cutting sword from Jiang Linya's hand. Jiang Linya, what are you doing, Commander? It's okay. I took out the knife just to take a look. It's okay, let me go. Xiaoya, if I let you go, the garden will no longer exist in this world. Jiang Linya, I just went to Hua Yuan to talk about something. Let go. Cleveland, Senior, although I don't know what happened, please don't attack your own people. What's the point of attacking your own people? Jiang Linya, Dad, see, oh no, Cleveland, I just went to the garden to talk about life. It's okay just to talk about life. Xiaoya saw that she couldn't stop him. She could stop him for a while, but not forever. So she said, put down the knife. I'll bring the garden over. Can you please not use the knife? Cleveland, Commander, are you going to betray your companions too? So that's the kind of person you are. Xiaoya discovered that Cleveland had some misunderstandings, so she leaned over to Cleveland's ear and told him about Jiang Linya and the garden. Cleveland laughed and said, haha, so that's how it is. I understand. Xiaoya also knew that Jiang Linya would not really chop up the garden, but she had to reduce Jiang Linya's anger first before letting Jiang Linya go. Otherwise, her family would suffer. That's right. This time Xiaoya was not worried about the safety of life in the garden, but about the surrounding houses and flowers and plants. For the first time, Xiaoya didn't want Hua Yuan to get hurt, so she stopped Jiang Linya. The second time, continued block. The third time, for who knows how many times, Xiaoya stopped stopping her. +1 for the umpteenth time. Looking at the garden tied with a flying monkey, Xiaoya thought that the garden would be in trouble and hurriedly stopped it. Now, in order to prevent Jiang Linya from destroying flowers, plants, or walls while beating people, we have to stop her. If we can't stop her, we have to reduce Jiang Linya's anger value to minimize the losses. Conclusion, once you get used to it, you can just beat up a garden or something, but the cost of beating up the garden is the surrounding items. Please give me gifts. Please give me gifts. If you give me more gifts, the author can eat more delicious food. Also, please move your cute little hands and click to urge for more updates. I will add another chapter today. Chapter 1, 80 Beat the Garden. The perspective shifts to Ember's organization. Jiang Linya looked at the sea and said, "The Royal Army, the White Eagles, and the Northern Alliance are all fighting desperately with the Siren Fleet. Sakura Empire and Eastern Empire want to enjoy their lives here. I'm bored. Come and play with me." Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind Hejiang were countless fighter planes burning with black flames. Hejiang's face was grim as he laughed. "This is considered a special holiday training for you. Don't let me down myself. Ah ha ha ha. Hejiang, let the world feel it." Amid Hejiang's laughter, the fighter plane moved and flew into the sky, under a tree not far away. Dragon Meta, she did again. This time she just took a nap. Enterprise Meta, it's okay. The only fighters this time are the B-29, BF-109, and Stuka that she copied. They should be able to deal with these planes. The view returns to the villa area. "Oh, I was wrong, help, ah!" He ran away, screaming in the garden, closely followed by Jiang Linya. "Jiang Linya, don't run. Stop. You actually did something like this. I won't forgive you. P.S. What's the point of using a flying backpack in a small space?" Snap! Snap! Jiang Linya ran, while controlling the dragon head on the robotic arm to bite the garden. But she couldn't bite him, and wearing a ship uniform reduced Jiang Linya's flexibility. "Huayuan, no sister, please don't. I was wrong. Don't chase me." Jiang Linya chased after him and said, "What sister? Your sister is a duck." Under the eaves, 10 shipgirls and Xiaoya were sitting there watching the show. Among them, Santiago was holding a half-meter-high Coke bottle in his hand, drinking while watching. Each of the 3-headed dogs of hell was holding a large watermelon, eating it while watching. Belfast stood behind Xiaoya, holding a plate with a teapot and teacups on it. She is learning javelin, and she thinks she can learn some combat techniques or something by watching Jiang Linya fight in the garden. Dad Ku and second uncle were always on guard against Jiang Linya actually destroying the garden. Jiang Feng took a few glances and went back to the house. Jiang Linya chased for a while and found that this didn't work. Think about it. Standing under the eaves, Huayuan was running alone in the yard, thinking that Jiang Linya was chasing him from behind, so he ran as fast as he could. Because the two of them were running in circles just now, Jiang Linya planned to stand under the eaves and wait for the garden. Sure enough, Henin's garden still hasn't noticed that Jiang Linya is gone. While running, I opened my eyes. Jiang Linya stood in front. Huayuan failed to brake in time and slipped to the ground. Lying on the ground, Huayuan rubbed his butt and said, "It hurts, it hurts." Suddenly, the garden felt as if the sun was blocked out. When I looked up, it was Jiang Linya. The garden chuckled. Jiang Linya also smiled. Then, Jiang Linya rushed over. "Garden, eh?" Garden instinctively summoned the ship's suit. "Jiang Linya, you still want to fire? D." Longtu started working left and right, directly tearing off Huayuan's ship uniform. Huayuan trembled as he looked at Longtu's tattered ship uniform and shrank into the corner naked. Jiang Linya turned her head, and there seemed to be red light in her eyes. "Hunting time. BGM rang. Jiang Linya. Crunchy, chicken flavor. Huayuan, be prepared. Garden, no. No. Ah." Xiaoya accompanied Jiang Linya, standing outside the temporary maintenance dock, watching the maintenance countdown on the maintenance dock. Chapter 181, heading to the port. Standing in front of the makeshift repair dock, Xiaoya sighed. "Xiaoya, I feel relieved this time," Jiang Linya said in a refreshed manner. "If the commander doesn't stop us, it will be fun to fight in the garden." Xiaoya, okay, I'm going back to the house." Jiang Linya, "Wait a minute, Commander. What should I do with my ship equipment?" Xiaoya stopped and said, "Oh, by the way, the question about the ship's equipment, I forgot, come with me." Xiaoya took Jiang Linya to the gate of the manor. A servant came forward and said, "Miss, the car you asked for is ready." Xiaoya, "Okay, Xiaojiang, get in the car with me." Jiang Linya shrank her ship's suit and followed Xiaoya into the truck. "Driver, miss, where you going?" Xiaoya, "Go to Kunming Lake." Jiang Linya, "Commander, do you want me to put the ship equipment into Kunming Lake?" Xiaoya, "Kunming Lake has had a shipgirl port for several years, which is used to dock the ships of the National Defense Forces. I want to let you dock at Qingdao Port, but then Xiaolu contacted me and said that she found a berth for you and showed it to you. She also said that you must dock the interstellar battleship here." Jiang Linya, "Oh, I don't think things are that good." Xiaoya, "As long as there's a berth, it's fine. Let's go, driver." The driver started the truck and took the two of them to Kunming Lake. After driving 3 kilometers, We arrived at the station. Xiaoya jumped off the truck first, followed closely by Jiang Linya. As soon as I got off the car, everyone's eyes were on me. In the distance, a child said, "Wow, Mom, it's a dragon." The mother looked at Jiang Linya and whispered, "Iron-blooded." Some people took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Xiaoya took out her cell phone and made a call. "Xiaoya. Hello, Xiaolu, are you here?" On the other end of the phone, Xiaolu said, Xiao. I arrived when Jiang Linya's spaceship arrived. I was just about to call you, but you're too slow. Xiaoya. Something happened. As you know, Xiao Zhang hit the garden again. Xiaolu. Oh, that's okay. Come quickly, it's right here at the military port. I'm waiting for you here. Xiaoya. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoya took Jiang Linya's hand, just like a little sister holding an older sister's hand, and took Jiang Linya to the military ship docking port. Passerby, wow, he has a cankly at such a young age. Passerby B, they are our country's children. They will defend our country in the future. Passerby C, I've seen the Cankly illustrated guide, but I've never seen a Cankly like this. Walking along the path to the lake, Xiaoya and Jiang Linya saw the warship parked in the distance from a long distance. That is the military docking port. Jiang Linya heard from Xiaoya that people who have shipgirls basically let their shipgirls join the army. After joining the army, you can apply to stop at ports established in various parts of the country. In some places where there are no large lakes, pools are dug and built into ports. I joined the army, but as I expected, I was tied down in the army. You can join the shipgirls anywhere in the country, but once the country is in danger, they must stand up to defend their country. Shipgirls who have made great achievements or graduated from professional military academies, such as the Sakura Empire Commander Base, can join the naval base and fight against the sirens at sea. Chapter 182, Xiaolu's Conspiracy. The two walk for a long time before they reach the port. A horse will die if it runs too fast. At the entrance of the military port, Xiaolu saw Xiaoya and the others from a distance. Of course you can see it. Jiang Linya's ship equipment is so big. Jiang Linya. Why is Xiaolu in the imperial capital? Xiaoya. His grandfather is a high-ranking military officer. He brought his family to live in the capital a long time ago. Jiang Linya. Where's Tianmei? Xiaoya. Tianmei said her home is in Shandong, and it seems she lives in Green Island. Just as the two were chatting, Xiaolu rushed over and hugged Xiaoya. Xiaolu. Long time no see. My grandpa let me out to play Xiao. Xiaoya. Long time no see. Let go first. I can't breathe. Xiaolu let go of her hand and said, Sorry. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaojiang is still as beautiful and handsome as ever. Jiang Linya. Awa. Xiaolu. Okay, let's go. Xiaolu showed her pass to the soldier guarding the gate and took the two of them into the port. It seemed that there was no one in the port. I walked for a while and didn't see anyone. Oh, someone. Jiang Linya noticed that there were several people in white coats talking in a building not far away, and they looked at her from time to time. Jiang Linya thought. As expected, it was my handsome ship uniform and my personal beauty that attracted these people's attention. As Jiang Linya was thinking, special effects appeared around her. After walking for a while, we finally arrived at the destination. Jiang Linya was almost exhausted. I usually fly, but suddenly I had to walk for such a long time. Tired. Xiaolu. According to Xiaojiang's data, we have marked an area in the middle of the lake. Xiaojiang, you just need to park the boat there. Jiang Linya nodded, then controlled the ship and transformed it into a colorful Rubik's Cube. It flew to the marked area and turned into a mining ship. A mining ship over 600 meters long. Jiang Linya. Okay, this should be enough. Xiaoya. Thank you, Xiaolu. Xiaolu. Hey, you're welcome. We are good friends, so we should help each other. Jiang Linya. Then let's go home. Xiaoya. Okay, let's go. When Xiaolu heard that her task was not yet completed, she hurriedly said, Wait. There's one more thing. Xiaoya. Oh. Xiaolu stood up straight, raised her head and coughed, then said, The battleship will be kept here for a long time. If the hatch is not opened, there will be a strange smell inside. Xiaoya. Oh yes, Xiaojiang, open the hatch. Jiang Linya patted her chest and assured, Don't worry, my ship is high-tech. The automatic air purifier and ventilator are always on. It's only for a few weeks. There won't be any smell. Xiaolu. Then you're wasting energy. Open the door to let in air. It will save a lot of energy. Jiang Linya. Xiaoya. Oh, that's it, Xiaojiang. don't waste energy. Jiang Linya. Okay, don't mess with me. Jiang Linya already knew Xiaolu's intention. The people standing in the building were scientists. This group of people wanted to study her. Xiaolu was probably sent by her grandfather. Then Xiaoya seemed to know nothing. Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Xiaolu said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Just go home and have fun." Xiaoya. Want to come to my house and play, Xiaolu? It's almost time for dinner. Xiaolu. My grandpa won't let me go out to play too late, so I won't go. Maybe next time. Xiaoya. Okay then, bye. Jiang Linya. Goodbye. Xiaolu, bye. Chapter 183 Homecoming. Author's note. To fix the previous BUG, Jiang Linya's country during his lifetime was similar to Longhua, but with higher technology, but no scenic spots like the Great Wall. The historical data is stored in the computer, and when giving lectures or reviewing them, students enter the virtual world directly. The situation between countries in the world before Jiang Linya's death was the same as the world Jiang Linya is in now. The Dragon Country loves peace, the Middle East is at war every day, and the beautiful country's various outrageous operations have become hot searches, making people love it and hate it. The two walk for some distance, but Xiaolu is still standing there looking at them. Xiaoya. Maybe the people in the country want to study you. Jiang Linya. You just realized it? Xiaoya. Well, do you need me to send someone to monitor it? Jiang Linya. No need, who am I? I still have monitoring and self-defense functions. Xiaoya. That's good. As she walked, Xiaoya clicked on Jiang Linya's details page. Jiang Linya. TTK. Stellar Class Star Destroyer. Level 33. Weapons. Click for details. Fuel 70%. Ammunition 100%. Skill. Learn on cooldown. No other skills available. Xiaoya was curious. She heard from Xiaolu and Tianmei that the skills of the shipgirls could be clicked on to view the details. Jiang Linya didn't know when there were multiple skills, but she couldn't click on them to view them. Xiaoya asked, Xiao Jiang, when did you get a new skill? You didn't have one when the transformation was just completed. Jiang Linya. Oh, do I have skills? Xiaoya. A skill called learning is still on cooldown. What is this? Jiang Linya. Oh, how should I put it? This can help me understand some of the things I want to know, such as building airplanes or something. It seems to have cooling. Jiang Linya thought, this should be my own database. Xiaoya. When did you get it? Jiang Linya looked up and thought, when I flew from the Magic City to the Imperial City, it should be around this time. I was trying something new. Xiaoya. You used your skills, what did you learn? Jiang Linya. Hey cook. I'll cook for the commander tonight. Xiaoya. Oh, Xiao Jiang can actually cook. Let Xiao Jiang cook tonight, and let me see the power of this skill. Jiang Linya. Okay. When I reached the exit, the driver was still the same driver, but the car was a different one. It was a pink sports car with 4 seats. Because Jiang Linya doesn't know much about cars, she doesn't know what brand this is. After surfing the internet, Jiang Linya could only recognize the brands of BMW and Mercedes-Benz. After another 3 kilometers in the sports car, Jiang Linya and Xiaoya returned to the manor. Jiang Linya. Commander, do you have the ingredients for cooking? Xiaoya. Don't worry about that. There are several refrigerators. Belfast also made some delicious food for me these days. Jiang Linya. Okay. Xiaoya. I'll take you to the kitchen in the evening. Jiang Linya. Where are you going, Commander? Xiaoya. Go to my collection of figurines. Go find the other shipgirls. They should be watching TV in the hall. Jiang Linya. Okay. Here are 4 chapters. The author is asking for gifts. Also, please move your little hands and click to urge for more updates. Chapter 184. Garden Landlord Fight. Ember's organization base. Jiang Linya Meta held her head and said, my head hurts. Is it happening again? Dragon Meta. Yes, you should also think of a way. I don't know what you have been through in the past. I am afraid that one day you will destroy the country. Hey Jiang, I understand. You didn't stop me this time. It seems that what I did was not a big deal. Dragon Meta. You built some B-29S and threw them at America, then built some BF-109S and Stukas to attack yourself. Hey Jiang, that's fine. Did I equip the B-29 with a nuclear bomb? Dragon Meta. If you mean the bomb that looks like it could destroy the world in the video you showed me, no. After hearing this, He Jiang sighed and said, what a pity. Dragon Meta. The plane will arrive at the Sakura Empire base and the Imperial capital around tomorrow morning. Enterprise Meta pushed the door open and said, if you don't find a solution, the world will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Hey Jiang, I know what we're having for dinner tonight. Black business. Mate Juan just delivered the king crabs and the cooling water you asked for. Made in 1982. When I walked into the living room, Hua Yuan was happily playing with the three-headed dog of hell. Yudachi, your majesty. Hua Yuan, 4-2's blast. Hee hee. Hua Yuan was very happy when he looked at the last little king in his hand. Xiefeng, who had not played any cards, suddenly smiled. She was waiting for this moment. Xiefeng, I'll give you 4A's first, blow up Ninoda. Others don't. Yukike's, airplane Ninoda. Others should not. Sure you. Garden landlord, you are in trouble. Yudachi jumped up and down and said, it's bad luck, it's bad luck. Garden, damn it. Yukike's, blast the Ninoda. Hua Yuan looked at the cards in front of him, and Xiefeng had few cards left in his hand, and panicked, and said, ah, how many bombs do you have? They're all this big. Jiang Linya was watching the four people playing, probably landlord, and Hua Yuan was the landlord. I can only sigh. You're courting death by playing with Xiefeng. I guess he was just unlucky in this round and didn't get the royal bomb. She looked up and saw that Belfast was not there. The others were watching TV. Jiang Linya took a closer look and saw Channel 6, which should be the movie channel. The movie is called The Escape Story of Li Mi Who Was Always Stabbed. What? I haven't seen it. It's still more interesting to watch four people playing cards. Hua Yuan saw Jiang Linya looking at him with relish from behind, but he did not panic and completely forgot that he had just come out of the maintenance pool. Now, Hua Yuan is only thinking about how to defeat Xiefeng. Xiefeng, blast, it's over Ninoda. Hua Yuan collapsed and said, why? Xiefeng, bring it here. Hua Yuan took out the black card given by Xiaoyao from his pocket. Then he handed it to Xiefeng reluctantly. Jiang Linya was drinking cooling water, and when she saw this, she sprayed it out, but she didn't spray anyone. Jiang Linya hurriedly said, silly rabbit, you and Xiefeng were playing landlord. Did you directly bet with your bank card? Hua Yuan turned around pitifully and said, yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Linya waved her hands and said, it's okay. Don't ask me for money. Xiefeng stood up and laughed. Aha! The great Xiefeng-sama is invincible Ninoda. Chapter 185, Finding Computer Games to Play. Jiang Linya walked back to her room without paying attention to the garden. After closing the door, Jiang Linya sat in front of the computer, wanting to see what games there were. Jiang Linya also wanted to check if anyone had used Iron Blood's high-tech hibernation capsule to make a game. When Jiang Linya was playing the game, she felt that this was just like some big games in her previous life, transferring consciousness and so on. Enter the virtual world and play something. Turn on the computer, enter Baidu, and search. Game platform. First, Tamrin's Wii Game gaming platform, where all Tamrin games can be played. Second, news about Steam platform game discounts. The third and fourth items are all about small game web pages and news. Jiang Linya downloaded the Tamrin WG platform and also searched for the Steam platform, successfully found it, and downloaded it. Jiang Linya plans to try the games on the WG platform first. I used the account on the Kankali app to register a WG platform game account. Below the avatar on the personal page, there is a small flashing sign with the words Kankali. I clicked in and took a look. This is a Kankali certification, and it comes with some privileges. Privilege 1. All games are free. Privilege 2. 40% off on all game props when you top up. Privilege 3. Special speech colored text. Privilege 4. Kankali dedicated platform customer service. 24-hour online QA. Privilege 5. You can receive a 1-month VIP package for any game on the WG platform every month. Privilege 6. Exclusive game packages, weekly, monthly, and annual packages, free to receive. All countries and all factions can enjoy the benefits after being certified as a shipgirl. When Jiang Linya saw it, she was like, wow, what a benefit. I love it. I went into the gaming platform and did a search to see if there were any games about war or gunfights. Shooting games, CF, Counter-Strike. War games, Armored Warriors, Blade Cavalry. Except for CF and Reverse War, the other games are all about riding horses and killing people with swords. As she looked around, Jiang Linya found a magical game, Kankali Simulator. I clicked in and went straight to the comment section, which was full of positive reviews, saying things like it's great that a human can be a ship girl, and the guns are so cool. When I looked up, I saw it was a VR game, so it seemed that it required relevant equipment. I don't have any VR gaming glasses mentioned above, so forget it. Didn't find any fun games. I went to the Steam platform and took a look. Although there were many games, I still didn't find what I wanted. They're all about growing vegetables, parkour, ancient sword killing, and then there are a few FPS games like CF. P.S. The author deliberately cut the amount of the game. Guess what I'm going to do? After looking at the benefits of the Steam platform, I feel that it is a bit inferior to that of the WG platform, although the games are also free. Jiang Linya returned to the WG platform and downloaded CF. Sure enough, the commander's computer was fast, and the game was downloaded in just a few seconds. Click on the game, and the loading interface will appear. Enter the lobby. P.S. This refers to the high-definition competitive area of CF. I passed the new player tutorial very easily and received some exclusive Cankly game gift packs. The Cankly new member gift pack comes with 8,888 CF points, a box of gold weapon skins, and a box of Cankly limited weapon skins. Jiang Linya liked a sniper rifle called AWM, so she took the AWM skin from the Cankly limited box and the gold skin of the secondary weapon Desert Eagle from the gold box. After selecting, install it, and start the battle. Chapter 186, Fighting CF. Select the ranking and enter the game. Cankly player, Sniper Enthusiast, enters the game. After the game is over, all players in the room will gain plus 10% experience and plus 10% GP points. Player I love Xiefeng. Oh my god, a shipgirl is coming in. Player Xiefeng comes to protect everyone. Hey, this is ours. Player, T5-star battleship Nanchang. Looking at your level, you're a newbie, Sister Cankly. Let me teach you how to play games. After Jiang Linya entered the game, she did not look at the chat bar. Instead, she took out her AWM and looked at it carefully. This is the Cankly limited AWM skin, and it also has a dynamic blue flame effect. Fire a shot. Bump. The firing effects are also nice. Jiang Linya. Why is it so beautiful? It's even more handsome than my ship uniform. I took out the Desert Eagle. Although it had a golden skin, it didn't even have any special effects. Chat bar. Player Xiefeng comes to protect everyone. Wow, a Cankly exclusive skin for AWM. This is the first time I've seen it. Player Long Ji Lioli. So handsome. So handsome. You are worthy of being Tunglong. Player Li Mi was stabbed. Sister Cankly, let's switch guns. Jiang Linya still ignored what his teammate said in the chat bar and charged forward with a sniper rifle. Jiang Linya. Let me show you how powerful I am. At this time, Jiang Linya was still using the microphone. The teammates were instantly trapped. Chat bar. Player I love Xiefeng. Wow, this shipgirl's voice, I love it. Player Akashi Cat. Oh my god, what kind of game is this? Cankly's sister, please say a few more words. Because of Jiang Linya's words, all the teammates hung up on the spot and started typing. Jiang Linya still didn't look at the chat bar. He just focused on charging with a sniper rifle. Sure enough, he is a newcomer. A LYB was squatting in the corner with a shotgun, waiting for someone to come to him. Suddenly, the LYB heard footsteps. He concluded that this was a newcomer who was not being careful, even though he was almost at the designated position. Just when Jiang Linya walked into the room. Bump. Jiang Linya was taken away with a spray of gunfire. Jiang Linya was frightened by LYB and slammed the keyboard, pressing Alt plus F4. Just turned off the game. During the game, teammates found that the new ship girl screamed, died, and then dropped off the line. Looking at the kill icon, it's a sprayer. The teammates deduced that Jiang Linya had encountered LYB, and the opposing LYB also scared their ship girl sister. I was so scared that I quit the game. This time, the anger was fueled, adding fuel to the fire and more coal. All the teammates showed their superb strength, roared and shut out the opponents, and even whipped the corpse of LYB. Belfast heard Jiang Linya's cry, rushed to the room, opened the door, and asked, "What's wrong, senior?" Jiang Linya was seen sitting in front of the computer and taking deep breaths. When Jiang Linya saw Belfast, she said, I just played a horror game and got scared. Belfast. Well, do you need me to play with you? Jiang Linya. No, thank you. Belfast. Okay, senior. I'll leave first then. After that, Belfast stepped out and closed Jiang Linya's door. After seeing Belfast leave, Jiang Linya said, what did you press? The game was closed for me. I haven't played anything yet. Jiang Linya opened the WG platform and prepared to log into the game again. Chapter 187, Preparing to Cook. Just when Jiang Linya was about to enter the game to teach LYB a lesson on how to behave, Xiaoya knocked on the door. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, are you there? Jiang Linya threw down her headphones and responded, I'm here, Commander, come in. Xiaoya walked in and saw Jiang Linya playing on the computer, preparing to enter the game in the game hall. Xiaoya, Xiaojiang, Jiang Linya. I just finished playing, Commander. Do you want me to cook? Jiang Linya turned off the game. Xiaoya, well, I'll take you to the kitchen. There will be 2 chefs to help you. Jiang Linya, okay, let's go, Xiao Xiao. Huayuan passed by the door, stuck his head in and asked, is Senior Jiang cooking today? Xiaoya, yes. Garden, since the exam, you have learned to cook in such a short time? How many dishes can you cook? Jiang Linya clenched his fist, moved closer to the garden, and said, hey, I know them all. Seeing Jiang Linya's confident look, Huayuan said, then I'll go and wait. Bye. Then Huayuan immediately ran to the living room. He was definitely going to give some advance notice. Jiang Linya, by the way, Commander, Xiaoya, Jiang Linya put her hands on her hips, sighed, and said, that silly rabbit played landlord with Xiefeng, and then lost his bank card to Xiefeng. Xiaoya, oh, it's okay. I'm going to apply for Kankali savings cards for them in 2 days. Let Garden use the one for Xiefeng. I'll apply for a new one for Garden. Since Xiefeng got the savings card in advance, Belfast, who was standing in the dark, stepped forward and said, Master, I'm here. Jiang Linya, inseparable? Xiaoya, look at them. You can spend money recklessly, but look at them. Don't let them get cheated. Belfast, I understand, Commander. Xiaoya, okay, I'll take you to the kitchen. Xiaoya was followed by Belfast, walking in the corridor with Jiang Linya. It took about 8 minutes to walk. Xiaoya pushed open a door. A wave of heat hit me. Xiaoya, are the chefs cooking for the hired servants now? Belfast, yes, Commander. Xiaoya turned around and asked, Xiao Jiang, you're not too hot, are you? Jiang Linya, it's okay, this little bit of calories is nothing. Xiaoya, okay, let's go in. After Xiaoya and Jiang Linya entered the kitchen, Belfast closed the door behind them. Xiaoya took Jiang Linya to kitchen number 2. Empty. There are 2 chefs. Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, these are the 2 chefs who will assist you in cooking. This is the kitchen I prepared for you in advance. Jiang Linya, wow, luxurious. Xiaoya, if you need any vegetables or meat, just tell the chef and he will get it for you. Jiang Linya, yeah. Xiaoya, Belfast, you stay here with Xiao Jiang. Belfast, I know. Jiang Linya glanced at the kitchen window. The 3-headed dog of hell. Yukike's, Yadachi, Shigure, and Garden. Santiago is peeking out with his head sticking out. Jiang Linya, those 5 people outside? Xiaoya looked towards the window. Aren't you cold? Come back to the house with me. Garden, yes. Jiang Linya breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she wouldn't have to worry about someone breaking through the window and stealing her food. Super confident. Ask for gifts, ask for gifts, ask for gifts. Chapter 188, Jiang Linya's Cooking Record 1. Jiang Linya looked around, used her brain, and chose a simple dish first. Mashed potato black pepper beef cheese pie. Jiang Linya, okay, it's decided. Chef number 1, what ingredients do you need? I'll get them for you. Jiang Linya held her chin with her hand, thought for a moment, and said, see, the seasonings are all here, so help me get some beef, onions, bell peppers, green peppers, potatoes, and cheese. And some flour. Chef, yes. After receiving the order, the 2 chefs ran to 2 large refrigerators respectively and soon got the ingredients that Jiang Linya needed. Jiang Linya also washed her hands at this time. Jiang Linya scooped up a spoonful of flour and put it into the bowl, then picked up a glass of water and put the yeast and sugar into the glass. Mix the water, yeast, and sugar thoroughly, put them in a small blender, turn on the lowest gear, and stir the water slowly. While stirring the water, Jiang Linya picked up a chopping knife and quickly peeled the potatoes, then cut them into pieces. Because the amount to be made this time was large, Jiang Linya cut a lot of potatoes. Cut into thick slices, then put in the steamer. Turn on the stove and steam. Steam the potato slices. Belfast and the chef next to them were a little shocked because Jiang Linya's method of handling potatoes was so skillful, just like the chef of Super Hotel. Moreover, Jiang Linya was using that long, ship-cutting sword. Jiang Linya turned around and smiled, saying, it's easy to use, just a little bit easier than a kitchen knife. Several people nodded and watched Jiang Linya continue to operate. Jiang Linya took the washed onion, peeled it, and put it in a large bowl of water. Because the chopping knife could not reach in, Jiang Linya picked up a kitchen knife and quickly cut the onion into small cubes in the water. After cutting, take the sweet pepper and green pepper and cut them into small dices. Then he took the beef, put on the stone cutting board, picked up the chopping knife, and cut into minced beef. Jiang Linya took a look and found that the beef looked a bit like Kobe beef. It was indeed from a wealthy family. Once cut, set the minced beef aside. Turn on the fire, take the frying pan, and add some oil. Add onion and sauté until soft. Next, add the minced beef and fry until it changes color. Add some tomato paste and sauté well. Add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, and black pepper one by one. Add more black pepper. Then stir-fry evenly and add the green pepper and sweet pepper that you had chopped in advance. Then stir-fry it slightly. He also showed off his acrobatics, shocking the 3 people watching nearby again. Chef number 1, I think this shipgirl's cooking skills are better than mine. Chef number 2, nonsense, me too. Belfast was silently recording something nearby. In order to preserve the crispness of the peppers, stir-fry them for a few more times before serving. The yeast water is ready at this point. Jiang Linya took the flour in the bowl and added some salt. Then add the yeast water and vegetable oil mixture to the bowl. It shouldn't be called a bowl. Something of this size should be called a basin. After adding everything, Jiang Linya reached out and stirred it. During the stirring process, Jiang Linya was always observing the dough, adding a little water from time to fully soak the flour. After mixing it, Jiang Linya picked up the dough, put it on the chopping board, covered it with a layer of plastic wrap, and let it sit. Then, Jiang Linya clapped her hands and turned off the steamer. Put on heat-insulating gloves and take out the steamed potato slices. It's a poisonous film. It's recommended to watch it at night. Chapter 189, Jiang Linya's Cooking Record 2. Take out the potato slices and add salt, black pepper, and mayonnaise. Jiang Linya picked up the soup spoon and mashed it into mashed potatoes. This is time-consuming and laborious. After all, there are a lot of potatoes. After the mashed potatoes are pressed, the dough is also fermented. This is what Jiang Linya felt with her hands. In one word, sophisticated. 2 words. Then Jiang Linya kneaded the dough again. Knead the dough until smooth and soft. Jiang Linya picked up the chopping knife and divided the dough into several parts with a few strokes. Brush it a few more times and divide it into several small doughs. Jiang Linya, 2 chefs, come and help me roll these small dough pieces into balls. The chef who was watching the show put down the watermelon in his hand, closed his mouth, washed his hands, and came over to help knead the dough. After a while, the 3 of them kneaded all the dough into dough. Then Jiang Linya took out a rolling pin and said, "You 2 should follow my method and help me." After saying that, Jiang Linya quickly rolled the dough into a dough sheet, which shocked the 2 again. Seeing this, Jiang Linya demonstrated it to the chef slowly once, then slower and slower again. After the chef understood it, he joined the noodle rolling team. Jiang Linya and the 2 chefs rolled the dough very thinly, making it translucent. Jiang Linya checked the dough rolled out by the 2 chefs and nodded. This was not bad. The commander's chef was indeed quite skilled. Jiang Linya stepped out and put the dough into a large frying pan. Jiang Linya flips the dough every few seconds without using tongs or anything, but simply flips the pan over. This is a big iron frying pan with a diameter of about 60 cm. Shocked the 2 chefs for a whole year. During the dough processing process, the color of the dough gradually turns brown. Some bubbles then appeared. After a few seconds, take it out and place it on a cutting board aside, then spray some water mist on it. A burrito is just that good. Repeat the above steps and call a few chefs from kitchen number 1 to help roll out the dough. Soon, all the dough was rolled out. Belfast saw the amount Jiang Linya made and guessed that this might be the only dish today. Suddenly, Jiang Linya felt something was wrong. She turned around and saw Xie Feng and Hua Yuan leaning on the window, almost trying to get in. Belfast looked back at the same time and immediately ran out, dragging away the garden and snow wind outside. While the food was being prepared, many chefs leaned on the doorframe to peek, and some even drooled. The ones who suffered the most were the 2 chefs who followed them. Oh, it was so miserable. After the burrito was ready, Jiang Linya called 2 chefs and gave them a demonstration. Jiang Linya took the burrito and put mashed potatoes, cheese slices, and beef sauce into it one by one. Then folded it in half. Jiang Linya, just do as I say. The 2 chefs, yes. Then he wiped his saliva and started to roll the pancake. Jiang Linya picked up the large frying pan again and put in the folded burrito. Turn on low heat and cook pancakes. Fry until cheese is melted and crust is crispy on both sides. Remove from the heat after frying. During the scooping process, the burrito makes a crispy sound. Before long, all the wraps were ready, a total of 44 mashed potato, black pepper beef, and cheese wraps. Jiang Linya took out 8, leaving 36. This is then distributed to the other ship girls and the commander, with 3 burritos per person. There were 12 people in the living room, including 11 ship girls and Commander Xiaoya. Then Jiang Linya distributed the wraps to the 2 chefs who were helping. They ate together. Jiang Linya, I'll continue cooking later. This is the first dish. To prevent the burrito from getting cold, please serve it first. Belfast, okay, senior. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Linya, come back after you finish eating. I'll take a break first. Belfast, okay. Chapter 190 Jiang Linya's Cooking Record 3. Took a short break. Jiang Linya asked the 2 chefs to get beer to wash the ribs together. Jiang Linya, what's written on this beer bottle? Chef number 1. Space barley beer. It's used in the kitchen for cooking. Jiang Linya felt that this beer looked very high-end. P.S. $760 a bottle. Washing the ribs with beer can remove the fishy smell. Because there were quite a lot of people to serve, Jiang Linya made a lot of ribs this time. While I was washing the chops, Belfast walked in. Jiang Linya, oh, Belfast, you're just in time. Belfast, what's the matter, senior? Jiang Linya, see if there are any free chefs. Ask them to steam a few pots of rice for the 12 ship girls and 1 commander. Belfast, okay, senior. After saying that, Belfast walked out of the door of kitchen number 2. The 3 men washed the blood out of the ribs and took them out to clean them with clean water. Pick up the big frying pan, which Jiang Linya specially selected. It is the largest frying pan in the kitchen. It's only slightly smaller than that big frying pan. Heat oil in a pan. Add the ribs and fry until dry. I asked the chef to help me cut some ginger slices, throw them into the pot, and stir-fry them. Then add seafood sauce, light soy sauce, and a little dark soy sauce for color. Add cooking wine to the pot to remove the fishy smell, and add some salt. Stir-fry until tasty. Add balsamic vinegar. Stir-fry again until tasty. After frying for a while, add cold water to cover the ingredients. Turn on high heat, bring to a boil, then switch to medium-low heat and simmer. When the first pot is done, take out another large pot and repeat the above steps. Because there are so many people, they need to eat more ribs. Jiang Linya was cooking when Xiaoya came in with a wrap in her hand and ate while watching. Jiang Linya didn't care and cooked the ribs carefully. What Jiang Linya didn't know was that many chefs and 11 ship girls were lying outside the door and peeking. P.S. Jiang Linya doesn't turn on the radar when she cooks, so you can't see it. They were all attracted by the scent. The system thought to itself, she is worthy of being the number 1 chef on the planet. It would be nice to let her learn some life skills occasionally. When the time was almost up, Jiang Linya came to the first pot and took a look at the ribs to see if they were soaking up the juice. When it is cooked to the right temperature, serve the ribs. Set aside. Pick up another pot, put in cold water, then put in rock sugar and boil it until it melts. While the rock sugar was boiling, Jiang Linya picked up the ribs from the first pot and drained the soup. Afterwards, boil the rock sugar until it turns slightly yellow and bubbles appear. Then add the pork ribs and stir-fry. Let the ribs be evenly coated with syrup. When it cools down like this, the skin is crispy and shiny. Then add the tomato sauce. Stir-fry evenly. Finally, sprinkle with cooked white sesame seeds. Stir-fry evenly again and serve. Jiang Linya said as she served the dishes, Commander, can you help me call some people? I need to serve a few plates of meat next. Xiaoya, okay. Then Xiaoya wiped her saliva, stood up, and walked out the door. Then Belfast and several maids walked into the kitchen. Jiang Linya divided the first pot of sweet and sour pork ribs into 4 plates, which were then brought out of the kitchen by Belfast and 3 maids. Then I looked at the second pot, and it was almost done. Repeat the steps, prepare several pots of sweet and sour pork ribs, and serve them on the table. Of course, Jiang Linya also left a plate for the 2 chefs who helped. The 2 chefs ate it with tears in their eyes. He said it was delicious while he gobbled it up. Chapter 191 Dinner is over. Jiang Linya picked up the uneaten burrito and took a bite. At this moment, it felt like entering heaven. Special effects. Rise. Jiang Linya couldn't believe that she had made this, even though it had cooled down a little. After eating a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, Jiang Linya was almost overwhelmed by the smell of her own dish. It's really delicious. The food in that 5-star hotel is many times inferior to this. He walked to the rice cooker, poured a bowl of rice, and started eating. looking at the rice cooker next to me that had just been used. Jiang Linya. These guys are really quick to serve the food. They were kind enough to leave me half a pot of rice. Then the eating mode started. After eating a bowl of rice, Jiang Linya put down the bowl and picked up the pot. It was time to make soup, but wasn't it a little late to make soup at this time? Chef number 1 next to him saw Jiang Linya's concerns and said, "The soup has been prepared by the people in kitchen number 3. Jiang Linya was puzzled and asked, "There is also kitchen number 3? Chef number 2. There are 3 large kitchens in this villa. It seems that kitchen number 3 is on standby to prevent you from making mistakes in cooking and missing out on dinner. The young lady has just given the order, and they have quickly prepared the soup for after dinner." Jiang Linya. Then I feel relieved. After eating, Jiang Linya walked to the refrigerator and took out Baskin-Robbins, mint leaves, a basket of lemons, and a large piece of super transparent ice. This ice is very high-end. Even Jiang Linya knows what kind of ice it is. The author will not explain it in detail here. Please see if there are any readers in the book review section who can give the answer. Putting down the ingredients, Jiang Linya said, "Do you have any bluegon juice?" Chef number 1. "Yes, I'll get it for you right away." In less than 10 seconds, Chef number 1 brought the blue ganache. Jiang Linya picked up a large transparent glass kettle. Pour in a certain amount of bluegon juice. Then pour in baxi, add chopped lemon slices, and mint leaves. Jiang Linya. I'm lazy for a moment. I'm very tired today. I'll just make a high-end version of baxi soda. This is the simple version of Starry Sky, sparkling water. Looking at the super beautiful kettle that was half blue, Jiang Linya nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the kettle and went to the living room. Because she brought a water bottle, she walked slower and it took Jiang Linya 10 minutes to walk. As soon as she entered the room, Jiang Linya saw that the commander and the shipgirl were lying on the sofa and the folding bed that came with the sofa with a look of satisfaction on their faces. On the table next to him, there was a Shiryu gnawing on ribs with a satisfied look on his face. Jiang Linya, I brought you a bottle of sparkling water. Do you want some? Xiaoya looked up and said, "Just plug this kettle into the water dispenser. This glass kettle is specially made." Jiang Linya took a look at the glass pot in her hand, walked to the water dispenser, unplugged the bucket, and installed the glass pot. Looking back, all the shipgirls were lined up behind me. Jiang Linya, I made this drink with Baskin-Robbins. It tastes the same as Baskin-Robbins, but I made it a bit more upscale. Siefeng, it's okay Nanoda. After dinner drinks, anything is fine Nanoda. Shilly nodded and said, yeah. Santiago, this meal is so satisfying. I love that burrito so much. Dadku, this is the most delicious meal I have ever had since I came to the commander's side. Second uncle gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. Shiryu was still gnawing on the ribs, but he nodded as he gnawed. Xiaoya, your skills are so practical. With your level, you can apply for the position of chef. Hua Yuan was puzzled and asked, Senior Jiang has a skill? Dad Ku, doesn't every ship have skills when it is first built? Hua Yuan shook his head and said, No. Senior Jiang didn't have any skills before. The commander knows. Xiaoya, that's true, but for some reason, Xiao Jiang suddenly gained a skill called learning, but I can't view the details yet. Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, drinking sparkling water, watching the discussion of several people, and shaking his legs. Judging from their expressions, Jiang Feng was extremely satisfied with the meal. Dad Ke held the water cup and thought, so this is the skill called learning. Did Senior Jiang learn how to cook? Xiaoya, yes, that's right. Dad Ku, I'm very envious. I can learn a lot from this. Xiaoya, but this skill has a cooldown, and now it shows that it is not cooled down yet. Xiao Jiang didn't know how to do anything before. Belfast also joined the discussion and said, maybe it's because this skill is too powerful. Dad Ku, well, it is indeed quite buggy. Jiang Linya, I can show off to Yinjan now. She was just showing off her bun-making skills to me. Xiaoya, war weary? The guy from last time, your colleague. Jiang Linya, yes. After returning home for the holidays, she spent money to visit her good friend Elizabeth and accompanied Elizabeth on a trip to London. Belfast, I also want to meet Senior Jiang's colleagues. Jiang Linya, when the holiday is over and Xiao Xiao takes us to school, we will get to know each other. At this moment, kitchen number 2. Chef number 1, stop licking the plate. You don't need to wash it anymore. The chef from kitchen 1, I'm so jealous of you too. You can eat this. Chef number 2, I'm so jealous of you. I get to eat everything. The chef from kitchen number 3, I want to become your apprentice. The chef in kitchen number 1, everyone wants one, get in line. I'll go first. Chef number 1. You're dreaming. I'm the assistant. I'll go first. Then there was a quarrel for chapters, and the 4th chapter is still a long chapter. Today's poisoning is over. What do you think? Chapter 192. Continue to play CF. In the dead of night, Jiang Linya was playing CFHD in the room. Da-da-da. Bump. Headshot. Jiang Linya. Humph. I'm the sniper king. You think you can resist my AWM with just a small rifle? The map is a black town. Jiang Linya was standing at point A, setting up a pig pen, holding an AWM with a cool skin. There are 2 teammates left, and there is another person on the opposite side. 3 against 1. We're sure to win. Jiang Linya became arrogant and stopped setting up the pig pen. She took the sniper and followed a university to the house opposite. To be honest, Jiang Linya is a newcomer, but her sniping skills are really good. She was able to perform instant sniping after just a few games, and her accuracy is pretty good. I was walking on University A and just reached the pig pen when a person appeared at the corner. Bump. Headshot. But it was not the opponent who got headshot, but Jiang Linya. Gamer. I love swordly me equals AK-47 headshot equals cankily player. Sniper enthusiast. Looking at his own corpse, he could only place his hope on his teammates. Jiang Linya. Teammate. I wish you all the best. Kill this guy. The 2 teammates knew that the enemy was at A through the kill signs and the map. So they quickly left A and B sites and walked towards A. One teammate was holding an AK-47 with a golden wing skin, and another teammate was holding an M14 EBR with a graffiti skin. The teammate holding AK rushed to point A and searched carefully, only to find that there was no one there. Out of curiosity, he pointed the gun at Mr. A and wanted to check the pig pen. Bump, bump, bump. Headshot. The enemy came out from A and directly blew up his teammate's dog head. Now it's 1v1. The teammate, who came from point B, was squatting at A at this time. Based on the direction of the bullet, he judged that the enemy was at A. He bet that the enemy was reloading, so he jumped out of the box and fired directly at A. Indeed, the enemy was reloading. But, Jiang Linya, where did you learn the technique of outlining? The bullet missed and then reloaded. Then, that's all. The round ends and the lurker wins. Jiang Linya slapped her face, said I couldn't bear to watch it anymore. These 2 teammates are awesome. In the next round, Jiang Linya continued to use the sniper. She ran to the middle door first and sniped the guy on the opposite side who wanted to snipe her, then run to point A and continue holding it. What she didn't notice was that the teammate who had the M14 EBR in the previous game had switched to a Gatling gun. After this teammate ran to the slope box at point B, he wanted to be the 6th. After a minute and a half, several teammates, including Jiang Linya, were killed. Jiang Linya even sniped 2 of them before she died. The other teammates failed to kill any of them. Now it's 1v2. Just when Jiang Linya was thinking there was still hope, she saw the Gatling gun in her teammate's hand. Then petrified. In the chat bar, several other teammates were madly attacking the teammate holding the Gatling gun. Every word he said was more unpleasant than the last. Jiang Linya took a look at the battle record. Apart from herself, who had 5 kills, the other teammates had only 1 kill at most. The guy with the Gatling gun had only 1 death count. One of the teammates typed, "It's in warehouse B." This gave Jiang Linya some hope. Time was running out. Once the opponent got the bag, there would be no time to go to A, so she had to go to B. This thought filled Jiang Linya with determination. Jiang Linya, full of hope, stared at her teammate holding a Gatling gun on the screen. Suddenly, a spherical object appeared in front of this teammate. Boom. With the explosion, the game ends. Cankily player, sniper, enthusiast quit the game. Chapter 193, Crazy Jiang Linya meta. Jiang Linya. After the impotent rage, Jiang Linya turned off the computer. Then he took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, threw himself on the bed, and went to sleep. Jiang Linya, big bed, so comfortable. Not long after lying down, Jiang Linya fell asleep. And at the Ember's base, Jiang Linya meta with red eyes flew in the sky, looking towards the direction of Dragon Country. Enterprise Meta held the pillow, rubbed his eyes, and said, "It's time to go to bed. What are you doing?" Hey Jiang didn't say anything. He turned around to look at Haikai, and then showed a terrifying smile. Dragon Meta, come on, what's wrong with me lately? I keep having these symptoms. Enterprise Meta, I don't know either. Click. The ship equipment behind Hejiang made the sound of mechanical movement, and then, whoosh. Hejiang flew towards Longhua, leaving a long trail of smoke. Enterprise meta. Oh no, are we going to Dragon Country? Dragon meta. It's okay. She won't be like this for long. She'll probably wake up halfway. The edge of the solar system. System. Detection completed. Release SLAUS. 03 attack warship. Target Pacific Ocean. PS. Space Laser Assisted Unmanned Ship. Translation. Space Laser Offensive Assisted Unmanned Ship. Buzz. The battleship plate at the bottom of the Star Destroyer opened, and a large number of small robots flew out like a swarm of bees. Next to the Star Destroyer, merge. In just a few minutes, the densely packed robots were integrated into a weapon-carrying starship. System. Go stop the target. Move forward. Boom. With a loud noise, the spaceship flew towards the blue planet. 10 minutes later, Hejiang flew to the group of planes she had released earlier, found a Stuka, and sat on its fuselage. Hitchhiking. Hejiang suddenly frowned. Controlling the nozzle, he retreated backwards in an instant. At this moment, a beam of light appeared 2 cm away from Hejiang and destroyed the Stuka she was riding in. Unmanned ship subsystem. Attack failed. The spacecraft entered the atmosphere. Unmanned ship subsystem. Entering the atmosphere. Turning on stealth mode, anti-radar mode. Hejiang looked up at the sky. In the eyes of humans, there is nothing in the sky. In Hejiang's eyes, there's a 1500 m long blue-black battleship in the sky. I stepped back again, and another laser beam hit me instantly. It was truly the speed of light. Spacecraft subsystem. Received the main system command. Activated the energy protection device. Activated the anti-aircraft laser weapon. Locked, fired. In an instant, more than 50 lasers destroyed more than half of Hejiang's aircraft fleet. Hejiang. Hey man, are you here to play with me? Ah, then let me have fun to my heart's content. The flying backpack instantly gained power and flew towards the spacecraft at a speed of 7 kilometers per second. During this time, 9 dragons released lasers at the same time. Just when the lasers were about to hit the spaceship, a blue light flashed and blocked them all. Hejiang said to himself, haha, it turns out that it is controlled by the system. I was shocked. I thought this guy had obtained the energy shield. The Long Country and the Japanese country in the distance were observing this battle. The radars of these researchers only found some debris on the sea, and they determined that it was a lightning strike, a natural phenomenon. In order to confirm whether any civilian ships were destroyed by lightning, Japan sent patrol boats to check. Chapter 194 System Attack. Unmanned Ship Subsystem. Shields recharged, weapons continue to fire. This time, the laser attack directly shot down all the planes. But Hejiang was also within sight. A red light flashed in Hejiang's eyes, and then he drew his sword at the speed of light and slashed at the warship. Swish! Because the shield charging has not yet ended. Snap! A hideous gap appeared on the battleship. Boom! En explosion ensuite. Crazy Hejiang. Ah. That's it. Mass-produced performance? You want to fight me? He wanted to strike again, but Hejiang instinctively retreated, and several lasers shot into the air. Spacecraft subsystem. The other party has detected danger. The performance of our ship's fire control system has declined. The laser cannon turret on the spaceship retracted into the warship, and then an electromagnetic cannon with a long barrel emerged. As soon as it came out, it fired at Hejiang. It's a proximity fuse. System 03. Our ship has launched tracking subtorpedoes. Please hold on. Unmanned ship subsystem. Understood. All ships retreat. The jet nozzle changed direction, and the spacecraft flew into space at a speed of Mach 7. Crazy Hejiang. Can you run away? Ahaha. Do you think you can run away? Come and play. Unmanned ship subsystem. Our ship is too slow now. Start the antimatter engine. Boom. The moment it started, it left Hejiang behind. One ship and one person flew into space at an extremely high speed. Hejiang was behind the unmanned ship, accelerating and shooting. Because Hejiang doesn't have a Star Destroyer, she doesn't have a system. She also doesn't have the fire control system and loader in a starship. This means that Hejiang cannot use the shipgirl's naval guns and can only use laser cannons. The accuracy is still poor, and Hejiang completely uses solar energy, which means unlimited ammunition when there is sun. However, Hejiang has its own fire control system, but it can only tow missiles and predict the impact point of laser cannons. Although Hejiang was in a crazy state, he also knew that his missiles could not cause much damage to the unmanned ship. Turn the camera and see what our protagonist is doing. Jiang Linya was lying on the bed, with the quilt kicked open at her feet and her fingers in her mouth, sleeping soundly. Turn the camera back. An unmanned ship does not carry much fuel, and once the antimatter engine is started, the fuel is consumed faster. At the same time, it was also attacked by Hejiang's laser cannon. The spacecraft's rear sighting equipment discovered that the red light in Hejiang's eyes was gradually dimming. The spaceship shut down its antimatter engine and flew to where Hejiang had stopped. Then he controlled the warships to surround Hejiang. A holographic projection of the system's humanoid form appears. Jiang Linya, headache, where am I? The system's emotionless voice sounded. You are now in space, my host from another timeline. Hejiang, System. Hejiang was shocked when he saw the holographic projection on the dilapidated ship. Hejiang then pounced on the system, but found that she couldn't catch it. Hejiang started crying and said, I missed you so much. The system didn't say anything, and Hejiang realized that this was not his system. Wiped away tears. System, I already understand what you have been through. Hejiang raised his head and asked, Can you see my memories? System, I can connect to you. Hejiang seemed to see hope and said, Since you have seen it, then, can it be saved? System, no matter how powerful I am, I can't travel through time and space and go back to the past. Besides, this is not your original place. Hejiang, then, can you please stop following that rookie and follow me instead? System, no, I don't have the authority to transfer myself. Hejiang said disappointedly. Okay. System, but a system is a system. It may be the same as me in that timeline. This is a USB flash drive. The system controlled the deck under his feet, extended a robotic arm, and then spit out a USB flash drive. System, this is my help to you. It explains why you are in this condition. Hejiang got the USB flash drive. System, then, let's solve your problem as soon as possible. Then, the system disappeared. The battleship spit out Hejiang, dragged the hull with electric sparks, left here, and flew towards the mothership. Chapter 195, Obtaining Information. Hejiang watched the spaceship leave with mixed emotions. Jiang Linya looked at the USB flash drive in her hand, then looked at the departing unmanned ship. Hejiang knew that if he went to find the mothership and forcibly seized it, the system would dismantle him in minutes. Although his level was high and his weapons were powerful, he still couldn't defeat an interstellar battleship. It's a difference in strength. A man holding a simulation gun with iron BB bullets is fighting a man holding a Gatling gun. The other ship girls went to fight. It's like ants fighting Gundam. He returned to the Blue Star, looked at the sea where the battle took place, and with a wave of his hand, all the wreckage of the planes turned into ashes. Control the jetpack and fly to the Ember's base. Not long after, Donghuang's Coast Guard ship arrived. Enterprise Meta looked at Hejiang, who had flown back, and asked, What happened? Hejiang said nothing, took the elevator down to the base, and returned to his room. Kaohsiung Meta, it seems we should not look for her for the time being. They looked at each other and left. Hejiang returned to the room and directly inserted the USB drive into the ship. She wasn't worried that the system would set a trap for her, and even if it did, she would be willing to take it. Kankly Girl is praying, loading a file. Hejiang opened the file and took a look. The research document of the United States anti-ship girl weapons. Hejiang was curious as to why the system gave him this. I looked down with curiosity. One of the lines read, Anti-Jiang Linya Meta and Anti-Jiang Lin subsonic synthetic electromagnetic weapons. Hejiang's eyes widened. Look carefully at the information about this weapon. Confidential. This weapon was developed to counter the attack from the Embers faction shipgirl, Jiang Linya, and to be a synthetic weapon to deal with the shipgirl, Jiang Linya, in the future. This weapon carries the electromagnetic pulse bomb technology provided by equals, as well as the infrasonic device technology for harassing equals provided by equals. The weapon has been developed and is currently undergoing operational testing to determine whether it will malfunction during use and its maximum operational time. Weapon type, Kankly weapon. The shipgirl equipped with this weapon equals the researcher's shipgirl, the White Eagle camp aircraft carrier, Lexington. This weapon cannot cause any negative impact on ordinary shipgirls. Field test, none. Test location, Underground Experimental Base Number 0963. Test time record. Omitted by the author. Jiang thought about how crazy he had been in the past few days. Compare the test time records above. It matches perfectly. I looked at the location of the experiment and then thought about the location of the Ember's base. Jiang, is the range so large? It seems that the infrasonic technology has an impact on me. He put down the teacup in his hand, unplugged the USB drive from the ship, and walked out. Dragon Meta is outside looking at the underwater landscape. Dragon Meta, why did you do it again? Jiang, no, I have something to give you. I have to go to the beautiful country. Dragon Meta took the USB drive and asked, are you trying to kill yourself again? Jiang, yes, that's for the reason. Just look at the contents of the USB drive. Dragon Meta, well, finish the job early and come back early. Jiang walked into the elevator at the base exit and said, I understand. Chapter 196, Breaking into the Underground Base. After taking the elevator to the land surface, I saw the Black Enterprise looking at the sea. Jiang, I'm going out for a while. Black Enterprise. Oh. Then, Jiang soared into the sky and flew towards the coordinates stored in the USB flash drive. The United States Military Research Base, numbered 0963. Officer C. Sir, we can do the experiment once we find the Ember's base. Officer, hey, can't you find a lower version? Commander C. The common target is now staying in the territory of Dragon Country, so it is difficult for us to attack. Also, in order to reduce further losses, we can only look for the Ember's base. Officer A said nothing, but glanced at the researchers outside the glass window and at the Lexington equipped with new weapons. Officer B, Sir, for portability, we have designed the device to look like a backpack, so we'll try to reduce the weight. Officer A, okay, let's continue with the next performance test. I don't want this crappy backpack to fail in combat. Officer B, yes. Officer A sat on the sofa, looking at the instructions given by his superiors and drinking coffee. Sudden, beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded in the base. Officer C rushed in and said, Oh no, sir. The one from Embers is here. Officer A put down his coffee cup and said, What are you afraid of? Let Lexington take action. Since there is no time to do other tests, let's do a real-life test. Maybe we can capture the target of the Embers and do some slice research. Officer C, I understand. I will ask the researcher to order Lexington. Then Officer C ran out. Officer A turned on the camera and started drinking coffee again. Jiang on the land surface determined the direction, controlled the dragon head, and fired lasers to directly open a big hole in the ground. Jiang, I'll throw a few small gifts to you first. After saying that, Jiang threw the grenade on the waist of the human guard on land. The view is pulled to the sky, and the surface buildings that serve as hidden underground facilities have been destroyed, all vehicles have been destroyed, and the soldiers have died tragically. Flames shot up into the sky, and smoke filled the air. Due to the depth, the grenade exploded as soon as it fell into the laboratory, before it even hit the ground. Air explosion mine. After watching the molten liquid around the hole he had opened cool down, Jiang jumped into the hole. Please, she wouldn't try to be cool and jump into a hole as soon as it's opened. If she gets rubbed against the lava, she'll be burned to death. Just enter the Underground Research Institute. Captain A fire. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. 6 machine guns fired at Jiang River. But the bullet hitting Jiang's skin was just like a tickle, or even less than a tickle. It's only 12.7 millimeters. What can these Lao Ganma do? P.S. Most War Thunder players call the 12.7 millimeters caliber American machine gun Lao Ganma. Jiang, I thought that when I came down, there would be a few ship girls to greet me. How boring. Whoosh. Boom. 6 lasers swept around, cutting the soldiers in half, leaving no one alive, and large holes were cut in the walls. Jiang, it smells terrible. He shook his hands, kicked open the half-cut door, picked up a bottle of Lao Ganma, and walked out. Today's additional update is completed, the 5th update. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. Please give me a gift. Chapter 197, Black River Breakthrough, when a fire-breathing dinosaur steps into an ant's nest. Walking in the corridor, Jiang thought the alarm was a bit noisy, so he picked up a Lao Ganma cigarette and started firing. The alarm turned into a hornet's nest. Jiang, phew, the noise is giving me a headache. Arrogant. The big iron gate opened and 2 people holding RPGs walked in. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The room was filled with smoke. Hey Jiang, as the saying goes, there is no harm in having cigarettes. P.S. It's not like you'd waste ammunition to use laser cannons against the ship girls in the small room. Tajda. He Jiang directly performed a recoilless performance to suppress Lao Ganma. The two were beaten so badly that their relatives could not recognize them. Don't even think about it, because it's not suitable for children. He Jiang, we should use fewer bullets to clean up the debris here. Then He Jiang kicked the closed iron door. Then, He Jiang jumped up, holding his feet. He Jiang Shi, it hurts so much. This is a little different from what I imagined. Buzz. Boom. In a rage, he directly controlled the laser cannon to make a hole. Seeing that the door lock was broken, He Jiang pushed the big iron door open, and it was still a little hot. Walking out of the big iron gate, He Jiang saw 3 roads. He Jiang, this underground base is like a maze, but I'm not afraid. I have a cheat. Behind He Jiang, a tube extended from the flight backpack, with a small drill at the head of the tube. After the drill bit entered the ground, there was a thud. He Jiang understood the entire structure and personnel configuration of this base. Deeper underground. Officer A looked at the nervous researcher in front of him and Lexington, who was comforting him. Officer, hey, okay, this time our survival depends on your ship girl. So cheer up, you're about to pee your pants. You jerk. The researcher stood up straight and replied, yes, sir. Lexington, it's okay, Commander. I'm carrying the new weapon your superior gave me. We will definitely win. The researcher hugged Lexington, who immediately blushed and said, meanwhile, Commander, the researcher whispered, even if you can't win, you have to run away as soon as possible. You know, run away as fast as you can. Lexington, what about you, Commander? Researcher, I'll figure out myself. When we get out, I'll make you my promise, Lexington. Officer, hey, okay, stop whining and let's go. Staying here will only get you killed. Researcher, yes. After exchanging a deep look with Lexington, the researcher left the battlefield. Commander shouted, you useless people, adjust your weapons as quickly as possible. The ship girl can't hold her back for long. Adjust them to the ready-to-fire state as soon as possible. Quick. Second underground floor. Hey, Jiang. Hey, you're here to play a game for me. You're here to stop me? Houston didn't say anything and fired all his missiles directly at He Jiang. The room was filled with smoke again. He Jiang, my beautiful countryman, you have never learned your lesson. You should have finished off the enemy when you saw the room was filled with smoke. Houston was shocked and said, what? The smoke dissipated and a red translucent wall appeared in front of He Jiang. He Jiang, I still don't want to get too dirty. Seeing Houston raise the muzzle of the gun again, He Jiang also raised the dragon head and opened fire directly. Buzz. Houston's pupils dilated, and then he died tragically from the laser cannon. Boom. The room was filled with smoke. He Jiang, are you guys going to make a wall out of flour? Or do you want the law of smoke without injury to happen to this rookie? When the smoke cleared, Houston was gone, leaving only some scraps of flesh and blood. There are also broken gun barrels. He Jiang walked over and came to the big iron gate. This time the iron gate was not closed before leaving. He Jiang said with his back to the camera, you only have one chance to fire. If you fire, you are my enemy. The update is still delayed today, and I will add more today. Go to bed first, everyone, and watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 198, the 3rd floor of the beautiful country military base. Looking at the destroyed elevator, He Jiang controlled the dragon head and aimed it at the elevator. Think about it for 2 seconds. He Jiang, forget it, I won't play cheating anymore. I'll give you some time to prepare. Let me see what fun things the 3rd floor has prepared for me. Anyway, I'm bored lately, so I won't play speedrun. Pushing open the door, He Jiang walked up the stairs next to the elevator. Go down to the 3rd underground floor. Following the route remembered in his head, He Jiang walked around for a long time and came to a large room. Buzz click. There were many gun muzzles on the walls of the room, and upon closer inspection, they were of quite a large caliber. He Jiang, old America, you violated the World Treaty and developed your own artillery? This doesn't look like a Kankali weapon. Speaker, so what? We have already isolated the signal here. You can't get the information out alive. This room is your burial place. He Jiang, well, brother, you are very confident in your technology. During the chat, He Jiang sent the message to He Chia's mobile phone, along with several screenshots. Bang! The big iron gate behind He Jiang closed. Speaker, let me see how you escape. Boom! As soon as the speaker finished speaking, Haejung blew open the door behind him and walked out. Haejung, aren't I going out now? Speaker, this. Haejung waved his hand and said, forget it. I have carefully planned this for so long, so I have to give you some gaming experience, right? Haejung re-entered the room. Speaker, okay, let's continue. Silence for 2 seconds. Speaker, ahem. Ha ha ha. You can't escape. I have carefully arranged a trap here. The wall is made of composite steel with a thickness of 3 meters. Come on, let's start the game. Haejung, wait a minute, I have a question. Speaker, what's the problem? Haejung, I see the thickness of your door is more than 3 meters. Speaker, indeed, that's right. Another 2 seconds of silence. Speaker, ahem, the door is made of different materials, absolutely different. Don't think too much about it. Just assume that the door is tightly closed and your attack just now has no effect. Let's start the game. Boom! A shell passed by and hit the wall behind Haejung. Haejung threw the Lao Ganma in his hand out the door. Haejung, I hope it doesn't break. Then he jumped and picked up the ship-cutting sword behind him. Buzz! The ship-slashing sword emitted a blue light. Haejung wielded the knife with a light stroke. A sword energy slashed out. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy exploded when it hit the wall, destroying the nearby artillery positions. The dust cleared, revealing the stones behind the iron wall. P.S. There's sword energy in this world. For details, please go to B Station and search. On the 3rd anniversary of Azalane, there was an animation. The sword energy launched by the Warspite mod directly killed the mass-produced version of Siren. Speaker, roar? Not bad. Next, let's see how you deal with my attack. Go ahead, electromagnetic pulse bomb. Haejung looked at the cylinder thrown from the muzzle, touched his chin, and thought for a while. Haejung, is this your ultimate move? Speaker, yes, there's no point in you running away now. Haejung sighed and said, if you hadn't taken this thing out earlier, you would have been in despair sooner. As a high-tech shipgirl, how could I not have the means to deal with EMP? Innocent. Chapter 199 Haejung is afraid of the dark. Click. Haejung turned on the headlight on the faucet, illuminating part of the room. Boom! The turrets on the wall resumed their fire. Haejung jumped up into the air and said, it doesn't look like it uses electricity. It's just an antique. Buzz! Boom! 3 turrets and 3 lasers. Destroyed an enemy vehicle. Hit the target with 1 shot. Kill 3 enemies without taking any damage. Haejung yawned and said, I'm tired, destroy it. Buzz! The 9 dragons behind him began to gather power together. Boom! The emitted laser, combined with the headlights, illuminated the room, and wherever the laser swept, everything was destroyed. The explosions never stopped. Haejung, there's no good outcome if you go against me. Haejung landed on the ground. Snap! Haejung stepped on the speaker under his feet and broke it. The speaker was blown away by the explosion and almost hit Haejung. Haejung looked at the armed team in front of him. Haejung laughed and said, you didn't expect that I'm immune to EMP. The only thing Siren gave me can be used to deal with that guy who's currently staying in Dragon Country. Soldier Captain, fire. Da-da-da-da. Haejung braved the hail of bullets and walked behind the door. Soldier Captain, the enemy is trying to escape. Stop him quickly. Click. One soldier looked back and saw that their captain's head had disappeared and his body had fallen down, spurting blood. Haejung was holding a 12.7mm Lao Ganma gun with smoke coming out of the muzzle and said, who wants to escape? A bunch of guys who can't even tickle me. The soldiers saw that Haejung was unharmed, and even his clothes were covered with only dust from the previous battle. I was speechless for a moment, only filled with deep fear. Some soldiers even took a few steps back. Haejung, you're thinking of running away now? When I open fire, it means you are my enemy, so... Haejung pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. When the last soldier who had run to the elevator fell down, Haejung's machine gun was out of bullets. Haejung put the machine gun into the storage box of the robot arm, took a look at it, and said, I find this gun very easy to use. Although it is useless against shipgirls, I'll keep it as a toy. Closing the locker door, Haejung walked to the stairs. Haejung, it would be great if I had a full 20 guns. It would definitely be more exciting than this gun. By the way, there's only the 4th level left. Let's test it again. The test was completed, and Haejung put away the measuring instruments. Haejung, it seems that the underground is not affected by the EMP. That's good. I hate fighting in the dark, too. When I opened the control box, I found that it had been damaged, by EMP. P.S. A little knowledge, EMP, electromagnetic pulse, electromagnetic pulse. It is mainly used to destroy the enemy's electronic equipment. Looking at everything around him, the corpses, the ruins, the blood, the smell of blood, and the electrical box he was just touching, plus the headlights installed on his ship, Jiang turned off the headlights and turned on a small light. In less than a second, Jiang immediately turned on the headlights on his body. Jiang, I'm so scared. It really feels like a horror game. Huh. Take a deep breath. You can't scare me. I'm invincible, haha. Patted his face. Jiang, why am I still afraid of the dark? I'm already a dark person. Why am I still afraid of the dark? P.S. Theoretically speaking, Jiang's memory was the same as Jiang Linya's before certain things happened. So she also knew that she was now called Meta, and she also came into contact with the Ashes camp and met the Black Enterprise of her dreams. But because of the influence of some things, she no longer had the same mood after seeing it. Chapter 200, the fourth and final floor. After blowing down the door, turning on the full body lights, he walked down the stairs carefully. Jiang's body was still shaking. Why didn't Jiang act like this during the battle? Because they were fighting at that time, and there were people accompanying them, that team of people. Now, things have become like this, and after the imagination just now, plus the imagination, he is good at scaring himself. Woo woo woo. The sound of the wind made Jiang tremble again. Ka 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 ka. The fan is still running at the ventilation port because of the wind. Looking at all this, Jiang wanted to increase the power of his headlights, but unfortunately, it was already at the maximum power. Jiang, this scene is terrifying. Take a deep breath and walk downstairs. Jiang was not worried that his weakness would be discovered because the EMP attack destroyed all the cameras. Boom! Blowing down the door at the bottom of the stairs, Jiang entered the dark corridor. Jiang, it seems that this is a place without protection. Victory is ahead. Don't let your damn legs shake. What will you do when you meet people later? Jiang patted his trembling thigh. I didn't expect that after so many years, my weaknesses have not been eliminated. Instead, it got worse. With the headlight on, the corridor was as bright as day. Why is Jiang still afraid? It was because of Jiang's previous suspicion that he gave his electronic glasses a unique setting that people might think was not that useful. Jiang's electronic glasses are invisible and carry her homemade electronic fire control system. Help her aim, direct missiles, and more. But still not as good as the System 1. There are also useful things like blue light protection and eye protection. Even a small instrument for detecting infrared alarm devices has been added, which also has the function of sunglasses. But because she had suffered from paranoia for a period of time before, this was caused by a stupid rabbit, or it could be that the stupid rabbit teamed up with a few other stupid guys to do it. She added a light-reflecting feature to her glasses. It is in a room with lights on. After this function is turned on, the scene that Jiang sees switches every 20 seconds. One scene is a room with lights on, and the other scene is a room with lights off. Just like that, the scene switches every 20 seconds. I explained that this is to prevent some things, such as traps, from being invisible when the lights are on. However, this function will only be activated in a confined space. It was working fine before this. Just a few minutes ago, Jiang decided that he must remove this function when he returns. Or modify it. Take off your contact lenses. What if an enemy suddenly pops up? The fire control system is still on it, and it will take time to reinstall it. It doesn't need energy to activate the shield. It is solar-powered, and where does the sun come from underground? The EMP also destroyed all the circuits, and there is no place to charge. As for the question about where to plug in the charger, I feel like something is wrong with you. P.S. Jiang must have learned a lot from the system to reach such a high level. PS2. Some readers will definitely say, won't this function affect your shooting? You underestimate this Jiang. Another one may be able to come up with a more operation. This is still done by the more mature Jiang. After a long while, the corridor finally reached the end after turning left and right. Jiang couldn't wait to use the laser cannon and directly blasted through the gate. Stepped into the room.